The Negritude Movement. W.E.B. Du Bois, Leon Damas. Aimé Césaire, Leopold Senghor. Frantz Fanon, and the Evolution of an Insurgent Idea. Reiland Rabaka. Contents 9. Introduction, Du Boisian Negritude, W.E.B. Du Bois, The Souls of Black Folk, and the Origins of the Negritude Notion 1 Prelude to Negritude, the New Negro Movement, the Harlem Renaissance, and the Early Evolution of the Negritude Notion 41. 2 Domitian Negritude, Leon Damas 89. 3 Caesarean Negritude, Aimé Césaire 149. 4 Senghorian Negritude, Leopold Senghor 197. 5 Fanonian Negritude, Frantz Fanon 247. I have often been asked about the purpose of poetry. I think it is essentially about love, expressing love for one's special someone, friends, and family, love for God, country, and culture, in fact, love for all of humanity. Poetry is what we do and say when we attempt to speak the unspeakable. It is virtually inexplicable outside of the orbit of love, and love alone. Poetry is word jazz. Word jazz. Word jazz. Poetry is love songs. Poetry is Motown, Stax, chess, and Philly soul music. Poetry is trying to make right what so many others have gotten wrong. Poetry is present when we improvise in our everyday lives. Poetry is the culmination of all those random acts of compassion and loving kindness that we perform when they are least expected. Poetry allows us to subtly share our deepest secrets and speak our special truths, becoming a much-needed mouthpiece for the voiceless and most vulnerable. 9. X Word Jazz, Preface and Acknowledgements. In this sense, then, poetry is the legendary lyricism of Ma Rainey and Bessie Smith, Billie Holiday, Nina Simone, Etta James, Betty Carter, Abbey Lincoln, Coco Taylor, Cassandra Wilson, Meshel Enda, Giocello, Erykah Badu, Angie Stone, Jill Scott, India. Ari Lee, Dissy, Liz Wright, Alice Smith, Janelle Monáe, Avery *, Sunshine, Georgia, and Muldrow, etc. Yes, poetry is essentially about love, and love, real love, is spontaneous, improvisational, unconditional. It is word jazz, indeed. Preface. The seeds for this book were sown at the tumultuous end of the last century, and specifically during its last decade when I was in graduate school and was researching and writing my doctoral dissertation. I first came to Negritude through the poetry of Leon Damas, Aimé Césaire, and Leopold Senghor while I was in high school and desperately trying to make sense of the nonsense, irrationality, and absurdity of anti-black racism. After reading every major volume of verse produced by Harlem Renaissance poets I could get my hands on, as an adolescent a librarian suggested the poetry of the Negritude movement. It was a serendipitous suggestion, and one that obviously impacted me profoundly. Indeed, I discovered that Negritude poetry was similar to Harlem Renaissance poetry, but different enough to constitute a distinct poetic tradition. I was intrigued by the Negritude poets' use of language and their ability to turn phrases and create new words. Similar to the poetry of Langston Hughes, Negritude poetry was like jazz translated into words, and then the word jazz proceeded to jump and bump, and polyrhythmically dance and prance from page to page. Poetry has long been an outlet for my private thoughts, feelings, and deep desires. I suppose it is to my life work, to my life mission, what a diary or personal journal represents to many other writers. The more I read and absorbed Negritude poetry and probed the lives of Damas, Césaire, and Senghor, the more I discovered that much like Langston Hughes, Claude McKay, Alice Dunbar Nelson, Fenton Johnson, Sterling Brown, Georgia Douglas Johnson, James Weldon Johnson, Helene Johnson, and Jean Toomer during the Harlem Renaissance, the Negritude poets each had distinct social visions and political praxis that influenced their poetry. As a consequence, my fascination with Negritude poetry soon gave way to an intense interest in Negritude politics. It seemed to me, much like most Harlem Renaissance scholars, that most Negritude scholars have had a tendency to privilege Negritude poetics over Negritude politics. Indeed, a great many fine works focusing on Negritude poetics have been produced over the years, but rarely, nay, Never has Negritude radical politics and contributions to critical social theory been the primary preoccupation of a book-length work of Negritude scholarship. The Negritude movement represents both a complement and challenge to Negritude studies that privilege Negritude poetics over Negritude politics, Negritude aesthetics over Negritude's incessant emphasis on decolonization, re-Africanization, and radical humanism. Within the world of Negritude studies there has been an increasing tendency to view the major theorists, i.e., Damas, Césaire, and Senghor, in isolation. This book offers a more integrated approach that ultimately argues that Negritude cannot be adequately understood by discursively divorcing Senghorian Negritude from, say, Césairian Negritude, or Césairian Negritude from Domitian Negritude. Césairian Negritude, for example, is more than poetics and aesthetics. It is also a form of radical politics that has at its heart a kind of decolonization that simultaneously grapples with issues of assimilation, creolization, racialization, and colonization, among others, that unambiguously flies in the face of the over-aestheticization of Negritude and the Negritude movement. In other words, while a wing of it is certainly poetic, Negritude is just as much a form of radical politics as it is a form of radical poetics. Several of my previous works have had Negritude-informed subtexts, and it is in this sense that I can honestly say that over the years Negritude has indelibly influenced my understanding of, and relationship with the Africana intellectual tradition. As a matter of fact, it would be virtually impossible to read my books Africana Critical Theory, Forms of Phenonism, and Concepts of Cabralism without walking away with a sense of how the Negritude movement seems to sit at the center of the evolution of the Africana intellectual tradition in the 20th century. In the chapters to follow, readers will not merely be provided with an intellectual history of the Negritude movement, but also its prehistory, example W.E.B. Du Bois, the New Negro Movement, and the Harlem Renaissance, and its post-history, example Frantz Fanon, and the evolution of Phenonism. By viewing Negritude as an insurgent idea, to invoke this book's intentionally incendiary subtitle, as opposed to merely a form of poetics and aesthetics, the Negritude movement explores Negritude as a traveling theory, a la Edward Said's concept, that consistently crisscrossed the Atlantic Ocean in the 20th century, from Harlem to Haiti, Haiti to Paris, Paris to Martinique, Martinique to Senegal, and on ad infinitum. The Negritude movement maps the movements of proto-Negritude concepts from Du Bois' discourse in the souls of black folk through to post-Negritude concepts in Fanon's Black Skin, White Masks and the Wretched of the Earth. Utilizing Negritude as a conceptual framework to, on the one hand, explore the Africana intellectual tradition in the 20th century, and, on the other hand, demonstrate discursive continuity between Du Bois and Fanon, as well as the Harlem Renaissance and Negritude movement. The Negritude movement ultimately accents what Negritude contributed to arguably its greatest intellectual heir, Frantz Fanon, and the development of his distinct critical theory, Phenonism. By the book's conclusion I argue that if Fanon and Phenonism remain relevant in the 21st century, then, to a certain extent, key elements of Negritude remain relevant in the 21st century. At the end of the 20th century, with the Ethiopian Civil War, the Somali Civil War, the Congo Wars, Rwandan genocide, Algerian unrest, Namibian independence, Eritrean independence, the end of apartheid in South Africa, the Rodney King beating, the Los Angeles Rebellion, the Million Man March, the Million Woman March, among many others, it became clear to me that race, racism, colonialism, capitalism, and other forms of imperialism remained pressing problems in black lives and struggles on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean, just as they were key issues for Du Bois, Damas, Césaire, Senghor, and Fanon. While I certainly do not agree with each and every aspect of the aforementioned intellectual activists' work, I do believe that taken together their life works may offer us answers to questions and solutions to problems confronting continental and diasporan African folk in the 21st century in ways that the collective work of, for instance, Hegel, Marx, Freud, Sartre, Marcuse, Foucault, and Habermas, among others, historically have not and currently do not. as my Marxist colleagues are fond of saying. 12. 13. We are on our own now. Indeed, we are living and, hopefully, loving in a world that many of the past masters never imagined or concretely theorized. How could it be otherwise? They were philosophers, not prophets, but that does not mean that their lives and legacies are completely irrelevant. In light of, for example, the increasing issue of police brutality and anti-black racist assaults in the United States revolving around the state-sanctioned murder of Amadou Diallo, Ousmane Zongo, Kamani Gray, Kendrick McDade, Timothy Russell, Melissa Williams, Irvin Jefferson, Patrick Dorismond, Timothy Stansberry Jr., Sean Bell, Orlando Barlow, Aaron Campbell, Victor Steen, Stephen Eugene Washington, Alonzo Ashley, Wendell Allen, Ronald Madison, James Brissett, Travares McGill, Ray Marley Graham, Dante Parker, Oscar Grant, Trayvon Martin, John Crawford III, Michael Brown, Ezell Ford, and Eric Garner, among many others. The collective work of Du Bois, Damas, Césaire, Senghor, and Fanon speaks in a special way to the issue of anti-black racism, which has morphed and moved with us from the 20th century to the 21st century. Their work also speaks to issues revolving around ongoing racial colonialism and racial capitalism in both continental and diasporan Africa, and helps us critically call into question whether we have really and truly transitioned into a post-colonial period. Consequently, if the Marxists and Freudianists, for instance, can continue to find much that is meaningful and significant in Marx and Freud, respectively, it should not seem philosophically far-fetched when I raise a similar claim about the continued importance and relevance of Du Bois, Damas, Césaire, Senghor, and Fanon, among other Africana intellectual activists, in the subsequent chapters. Can I get a witness? There were cold, dark days in the past, crammed in the cracks and crevices of slave ships named after Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. There were long days working in the searing heat of the southern sun. We sweated and worked and worked and worked while others looked on in amusement and made fun. We worked behind mules, we worked pulling plows, we worked saddling up horses, we worked shoeing ornery cows. 13. 14 were jazz, preface and acknowledgements. And our ancestors withered and wept when they thought about home and all that was still to come and all that was lost or long gone. Can I get a witness? Somebody save our souls, but please don't promise us no more of that pie in the sky after we die. We have long died many unusual deaths in this land of milk and honey. Indeed, we have died strange deaths in this land of purported opportunity and blood-soaked money. Some way somehow our music manages to sonically say what we cannot. Some way somehow our music manages to say what we forgot, what we unconsciously remember, what we cannot and will never forget nor forsake. And I can hear Billie Holiday softly singing Strange Fruit, poignantly singing about southern trees with blues-drenched black blood on the leaves and broken black bodies swinging in the southern breeze. America's strange fruit hanging from the poplar trees. Can I get a witness? To the ways our lives are often lived like lambs and lions. Bear witness, if you will, to the souls of black folk bound for Zion. Many lessons have been learned here in our days of darkness, but, as Mahalia Jackson once sang, trouble don't last always. I'm so glad, trouble don't last always. If you live long enough, you, too, will experience both happy and sad days. The sorrow songs of Africa's lost sons and daughters, Africa's exiled sons and daughters sojourning through this concrete jungle called America, the place where birds named Charlie Parker blow red-hot blues to cold-hearted, rhythmless and colorless people. 14. 15. The place where Bessie Smith and Nina Simone sang and moaned, saying again and again and again that we are all equal. It is interesting how art can capture feelings that seem to fall through the cracks of everyday average life. It is fascinating how children sing and play together, neither seeing black or white or brown or yellow or red. Truth be told, the living should not always bury the dead. Sometimes the living must help the dead go on living by remembering them. Remember their touch, remember their laughter, remember their days of innocence and their days of disaster. Remember their truths, remember their love, remember their war and their peace. Remember their rights, remember their wrongs, remember their poetry and their immortal sorrow songs. We all rise and we all fall, and someday we will all have to answer the Master's call. We are Blosicians jazz messengers and we must solemnly speak our special truths. Indeed. Blosicians and jazz messengers helping the world remember erased or ignored history, erased or ignored humanity, erased or ignored poetry. Can I get a witness? To the ways our lives are often lived like lambs and lions, bear witness, if you will, to the souls of black folk bound for Zion. 15. The Negritude movement is meant to be a monument, a textual testament to Dubois, Damas, Césaire, Senghor, and Fanon, who laid the foundation for, and aided in the evolution of the Africana intellectual activist tradition. However, even more than a textual testament to Dubois, Damas, Césaire, Senghor, and Fanon, among other Africana organic intellectuals and grassroots movements, the Negritude movement also doubles as an encomium, or intentionally unpoetic paean to all of the beautiful people who contributed to my personal, professional, and radical political development. Every word, sentence, paragraph, and chapter to follow bears the imprint of the diverse although often disconnected intellectual and political arenas and agendas I draw from and endeavor to establish deep discursive dialogue with. As a consequence, the list of academics, organic intellectuals, activists, archivists, institutions, and organizations to which I am deeply indebted is, indeed, enormous. Such being the case, I hope I may be forgiven for deciding that the most appropriate way in which to acknowledge my sincere appreciation is simply to list them below without the protracted praise each so solemnly deserves. My deepest gratitude and most heartfelt Asante Sana, 1,000 thanks, is offered, first and foremost, to my family, my mother, Marilyn Giles, my father, Robert Dean Smith, my grandmothers, Lizzie Mae Davis and Alvarita Warren, my great-aunt, Arcresia Charlene Connor, my older brother and his wife, Robert Dean Smith II and Karen Smith, my younger brother, Dwight Randall Wellington Cluis, my nieces and nephews, Journey Cluis, Dominique Cluis, Kaylin Smith, Robert Dean Smith III, Ryan Smith, and Remington Smith, and my innumerable aunts, uncles, and cousins throughout the Americas, the Caribbean, and Africa. A long-term research and book project as ambitious as the Negritude movement would have been impossible without the assistance of colleagues and comrades, both far and wide. As I have said on several occasions, my work is a reflection of my family and friends, as well as the research and writings of academics and organic intellectual activists alike, who have made their own distinct contributions to my life work and broader conceptions of social transformation and human liberation. Therefore, I express my earnest appreciation to the following fine folk, who each in their own special way contributed to the composition and completion of this book: Molafi Asante, Maulana Karenga, Lucius Outlaw, Fred Lee Horde, aka Mzee Lasana Okpara, William King, William E. Cross, Jr., Gerald Horn, Manning Marable, Sonia Sanchez, Amory Baraka, Angela Y. Davis, Louis R. Gordon, Rhonda Tankerson, Martell Teasley, Denise Lovett, Stephanie Cruz Mark. 16. 17. Adam Clark, Elsie Billups, Patrick DeWalt, Awana Tuir, Darif Jameson, Lynn Johnson, Lamaya Alcaruzi, Stacy Smith, Anthony Lamel, James Conyers, Munisha Farusa, Akinyil Umoja, Jeffrey Ogber, Crystal Temple, Firoz Manji, Paul Khalil Saucier, Michael Tillotson, Jamie Duggan, the editorial board of the Critical Africana Studies book series, Martell Teasley, Crystal Temple, and Deborah Whaley, the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, ASLH, the Association for the Study of the Worldwide African Diaspora, ASWAD, and the National Council for Black Studies, NCBS. Several libraries, research centers, special collections, and archives hosted and helped me transform this book from an inchoate idea into its fully realized form. I am indelibly indebted to the directors, research fellows, and staffs of Institut Fondamental d'Afrique Noire, IFAN, Cheikh Anta Diop University, Dakar, Senegal, Institute of the African World, IMAF, under the auspices of the National Center for Scientific Research, CNRS, the Research Institute for Development, IRD, the École de Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales, EHES, the École Pratique de Hautes Études, EPHE, University of Paris I Pantheon-Sorbonne, and Aix-Marseille University. Center for West African Studies, University of Birmingham, School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London, African Studies Centre, Oxford University, African Studies Centre, Cambridge University, International African Institute, IAI, London, African Heritage Studies Association, AHSA, African Studies Association, ASA, Council for the Development of Social Science Research in Africa, CODESRIA, West African Research Association, WARA, Centre d'études d'Afrique Noire. Institut d'études politiques de Bordeaux, WEB. Dubois Institute for African and African American Research, Harvard University, African Studies Center, Boston University, Arturo A. Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture, New York Public Library, Institute of African Studies, Columbia University, Institute for African Development, IAD, Cornell University, Program in African Studies, Princeton University, Center for African Studies, Rutgers University, Charles L. Blockson African American Collection, Temple University, African Studies Center, University of Pennsylvania, Center for Africana Studies, University of Pennsylvania, Department of African Studies, Howard University, African Studies Program, Johns Hopkins University, African Studies Center, University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, John Hope Franklin Collection for African and African American Documentation, Rare Book, Manuscript, and Special Collections Library, Duke University, Carter G. Woodson Center for African American and African Studies, University of Virginia. Center for African Studies, University of Florida, Robert W. Woodruff Library, Atlanta University Center Archives, Institute of African Studies, Emory University, John. 17. 18 Word Jazz, Preface and Acknowledgements. L. Warfield Center for African and African American Studies, University of Texas at Austin, Institute for Advanced Study in the African Humanities, Northwestern University, Center for African Studies, University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, African Studies Center, University of Michigan, African Studies Center, Michigan State University, African Studies Program, Indiana University at Bloomington, Center for African Studies, Stanford University, Center for African Studies, University of California, Berkeley, and James S. Coleman African Studies Center, University of California, Los Angeles. My publisher and I would like to thank and openly acknowledge the very talented artist, theorist, activist Evan O'Neill Kirkman of the California College of the Arts, who graciously granted permission to use his collage for the book cover. Evan, who also provided the cover art for my book Concepts of Cabralism, is an incomparable artist who has a knack for bringing a wide range of theory, poetry, and music, and so on, into his creative process. As fluent in avant-garde aesthetics as he is radical politics and social movements, Evan is a specialist in the art of social transformation and has beautifully translated the core concepts of the Negritude movement into a work of art that embodies the essential elements of the Negritude aesthetic. Collaborating with him was one of the great joys of researching and writing this book. There are no words that can express the depth of my gratitude to him for, once again, sharing his art with me and the wider world. Suffice to say, the world is brighter and a little more beautiful because of Evan's art. In closing, I would like to acknowledge my editors, Joseph Perry and Jana Hodges-Cluck, as well as the entire Lexington Books editorial board, who deserve very special thanks, Malam Sana Shukrani, for working with me during the many months it took me to revise the manuscript and prepare it for production. Finally, I should state outright to my most respected readers, if any inspiration or insights are gained from the chronicles and critiques of the origins and evolution of the Negritude movement to follow, I pray you will attribute them to each of the aforementioned. However, if, and when, you find foibles and intellectual idiosyncrasies, contradictions, and conceptual controversies, I humbly hope you will neither associate them with any of the forenamed nor, most especially, Dubois, Damas, Césaire, Senghor, and Fanon. I, and I alone, am responsible for the studies to follow. As is my custom, I will end in much the same manner that I began, once again, softly saying, almost silently singing my earnest and eternal prayer to we people who are darker than blue. Our outer darkness covers us like a cloak, and Curtis Mayfield referred to us as we people who are darker than blue. Yes, sisters and brothers, here is another one. 18. 19. Another poem in honor of you. They do not know who we are or who we have the potential to become. Finger poppin', hair lockin', crip walkin', more than half of us never get a chance to see the sun. We people who are darker than blue, hear me now because I am talkin' to you. It hurts me to hear of what is goin' on in Sudan, in Nigeria, in Guinea, in Liberia, in Sierra Leone. 21st century genocide. You can run but you cannot hide. Even in the midst of our seemingly incessant and excruciating anguish, we must do more than blame the man. Blame the system that kills and lies. Blame the system that claims the lives of so many blue people as its victims. Blame the system that corrupts souls in their mothers' wombs. Blame the system that shows no mercy, not even to the consecrated corpses of our ancestors in their ancient tombs. Sudan, Nigeria, Guinea, Liberia, Sierra Leone. It saddens me to say Sudan, Nigeria, Guinea, Liberia, Sierra Leone. How many will die on this very day? Every night I kneel and humbly pray, and every day. 19. XX word jazz, preface and acknowledgements. More bloody black bodies are carried away, black bodies drenched in the pathos and pain of the blues, black bodies, blue black bodies that have been used and abused and abused and abused. Mass graves fill the African countryside, recalling the fact that the floor of the Atlantic Ocean is no longer a seabed but a makeshift graveyard filled full of the unburied broken bones of ancestors lost during the Middle Passage, and the scorched African earth continues to cry out every time the Atlantic Ocean waves hit the African seashore. Mama Africa cries out through famine, civil war, Ebola, AIDS, tribalism, colonialism, and drought. Africa continues to desperately cry out. Blue black people, those whom the world has for centuries forsaken. Blue black people, those whom the world has for centuries robbed, raped, and taken. Our outer darkness covers us like a cloak, and Curtis Mayfield referred to us as we people who are darker than blue. Sisters and brothers, here is another one, another pianotone poem, a soul symphony in honor of you. They do not know who we are or who we have the potential to become. Finger poppin', hair lockin', crip walkin', more than half of us never get a chance to see the sun. We people who are darker than blue, hear me now because I really am talkin' and right into you. 20. 1. Introduction. Duboisian Negritude. W.E.B. Du Bois, The Souls of Black Folk, and the Origins of the Negritude Notion. Duboisism, W.E.B. Du Bois, The Africana Intellectual Tradition and the Inauguration of what eventually came to be called Negritude. Several Negritude scholars have conceptually connected the origins and early evolution of the Negritude movement to the aesthetics, poetics, and radical politics of the Harlem Renaissance. However, no Negritude scholar to date has gone a step further to conduct an intellectual archaeology of the Negritude movement as emblematic and the aftermath of not merely the Harlem Renaissance, but the pioneering Pan-Africanism, seminal sociology, innovative Africa-informed methodology, and genre-jumping literary experiments of W.E.B. Du Bois. Du Bois' enormous influence on the Harlem Renaissance is linked to his participation in and legendary leadership of the New Negro movement, which was the turn of the 20th century civil rights movement afoot in African America roughly between 1895 and 1940. 1. The Harlem Renaissance was in essence the artistic arm of the New Negro movement, much like the Black Arts movement was the aesthetic offshoot of the Black Power movement. Similar to the ways in which the Black Arts movement is often conceptually collapsed into the Black Power movement, the lines between the New Negro movement and the Harlem Renaissance are frequently blurred, and the moniker the Harlem Renaissance is commonly used to denote both the Harlem Renaissance and the New Negro movement. Within the world of Harlem Renaissance studies there has been a long-standing tendency to focus on literary work primarily produced between the mid-1920s and the mid-1930s and dismiss Du Bois, as Carmiel Wilkerson and Shamoun Zamir observed in Du Bois and the New Negro, 2008, as an elder statesman whose aesthetic and political attitudes were out of step with 1. 2. The new literary and cultural orientations, 65. Wilkerson and Zamir went further to contend. In comparison with the rawer treatment of black folk and urban cultures, a more transgressive attitude to sexual materials, and the leaning toward left politics in the work of writers such as Zora Neale Hurston, Langston Hughes, and Claude McKay, Du Bois has been easily caricatured as patrician and aloof, bound to an out-of-date genteel literary tradition and to a liberal and integrationist politics signaled by his association with the NAACP. Surveys of the Harlem Renaissance which have examined generational, individual, and institutional rivalries and conflicts lend credence to this peripheral placement of Du Bois within the core history of the movement, but such cultural histories can obscure as much as they reveal. Considered from the perspective of intellectual history, his role in the New Negro movement can be conceived quite differently. His work emerges as absolutely central to the movement. He defining discourses of the New Negro movement, especially as these are formulated by Alain Locke, its foremost theoretician, were shaped by Du Bois' thought at the deepest level. Indeed, they are unimaginable without him. Locke's contributions to his justly famous and movement-defining collection The New Negro, 1925, are everywhere engaged in a dialogue with Du Bois, and in a sometimes unacknowledged reformulation of his ideas. The anthology, effectively a manifesto for the Harlem Renaissance, is shaped substantially by the souls of black folk. If this is so, then at least some of the true intellectual and aesthetic origins of the New Negro movement can be found in Du Bois' work from 1903, i.e., The Souls of Black Folk. 2. 65. Where a number of Negritude scholars have acknowledged the undeniable influence of Alain Locke's New Negro anthology on the origins and evolution of the Negritude movement, to date no Negritude scholar has critically engaged the fact that if indeed Locke's New Negro philosophy was shaped by Du Bois' thought at the deepest level, was everywhere engaged in a dialogue with Du Bois, and was in essence a sometimes unacknowledged reformulation of his i.e., Du Bois' ideas, especially as articulated throughout the souls of black folk, then Negritude for all intents and purposes can be conceived of as a discursive descendant of W.E.B. Du Bois. To be clear, my argument here is not that Du Bois inaugurated Negritude, but that there is a sense in which what came to be called Negritude in the mid to late 1930s was prefigured in Du Bois' polymathic and highly porous Pan-Africanist discourse, especially between 1895 and 1940. Moving away from narrow literary and cultural histories of the Harlem Renaissance, and supplementing literary and cultural history of the Harlem Renaissance with intellectual, social, and political history of the broader and longer New Negro movement. 2-3. By measure of both quantity and quality, Du Bois emerges as the doyen, the preeminent progenitor of the Harlem Renaissance and the fountainhead of New Negro philosophy. It will be difficult to deny the ways in which Du Bois' discourse foreshadows and, even if only indirectly, provided a philosophical foundation for the Negritude movement when we take into consideration his major publications during the New Negro era between 1895 and 1940. After completing his doctoral dissertation, The Suppression of the African Slave Trade to the United States of America, 1638 to 1870, 1895, Du Bois went on to author several groundbreaking historical, sociological, and political works, such as The Philadelphia Negro, 1899b, The Souls of Black Folk, 1903b, John Brown, 1909b, The Negro, 1915, Darkwater, Voices from Within the Veil, 1920, The Gift of Black Folk, 1924, Africa, Its Geography, People and Products, 1938, Africa, Its Place in Modern History, 1930b, Black Reconstruction in America, 1860 to 1880, 1935, Black Folk, Then and Now, An Essay in the History and Sociology of the Negro Race, 1939, and Dusk of Dawn, an essay toward an autobiography of a race concept, 1940. Between 1895 and 1940 Du Bois edited several significant works in which he and his colleagues developed themes and theories that would further foreshadow the core concepts of the Negritude movement. For example, Du Bois edited magazines and journals such as The Moon, The Horizon, The Crisis, and Phylon, as well as academic volumes, including his intellectual history making Atlanta University Studies, Some Efforts of American Negroes for Their Own Social Betterment, 1898, The Negro in Business, 1899a, The College-Bred Negro, 1900b, The Negro Common School, 1901, The Negro Artisan, 1902, The Negro Church, 1903a, Some Notes on Negro Crime, particularly in Georgia, 1904, A Select Bibliography of the Negro American, 1905, The Health and Physique of the American Negro, 1906, Economic Cooperation Among Negro Americans, 1907, The Negro American Family, 1908, Efforts for Social Betterment Among Negro Americans, 1909a, The College-Bred Negro American, 1910, The Common School and the Negro American, 1911a, The Negro American Artisan, 1912, and Morals and Manners Among Negro Americans, 1913. During the New Negro period Du Bois also published a number of miscellaneous poems, short stories, and 2 novels, The Quest of the Silver Fleece, 1911b, and Dark Princess, a Romance, 1928. Even though he published a number of noted works after the New Negro Movement years, example Color and Democracy 1945, The World and Africa 1947, In Battle for Peace 1952, and the posthumously published The Autobiography of W.E.B. Du Bois 1968a, Du Bois' influence on the Harlem Renaissance, which was 3. Inarguably the major muse and model for the Negritude movement, for the most part can be traced back to his prodigious productivity between 1895 and 1940. Perhaps no work produced during this period better exemplifies the range and reach of Du Bois' discursive influence on the aesthetics, poetics, and politics of the Harlem Renaissance and its francophone offshoot, the Negritude movement, than his famed volume The Souls of Black Folk. Going against the predisposition to read the Negritude movement as a discursive derivation of the French intellectual tradition, especially French Marxism, Surrealism, Structuralism, Existentialism, and Phenomenology, and without in any way diminishing the influence and importance of the French tradition on the origins and evolution of the Negritude movement, here I would like to offer an alternative interpretation and intellectual history of Le Mouvement de la Negritude, the Negritude movement. Instead of reading and interpreting Negritude utilizing French Marxist, Surrealist, Structuralist, Existentialist, or Phenomenological frameworks, or some other French intellectual frame of reference, the Negritude movement, W.E.B. Du Bois, Léon Damas, Aimé Césaire, Léopold Senghor, Frantz Fanon, and the evolution of an insurgent idea turns to the continental and diasporan African intellectual tradition, which is to say, the Africana intellectual tradition, to develop an intellectual history and critical theory of Negritude. Drawing on the rich intellectual resources and theoretical contributions emerging from the Pan-African movement, Harlem Renaissance, Haitian Renaissance, Negrismo movement, Creolite movement, Caribbean nationalism, Caribbean Marxism, African nationalism, African Marxism, and African socialism, among others, the Negritude movement disrupts the predilection to interpret Negritude as though the Africana intellectual tradition is irrelevant or non-existent. Invoking the Africana intellectual tradition, at least in its modern guise, takes us back to Du Bois, who is almost universally regarded as the preeminent intellectual of the modern African world. Arguably more than any other continental or diasporan African intellectual from the period spanning 1895 to the emergence of the Negritude movement in the mid to late 1930s, Du Bois' discourse, whether via his Pan-Africanism, sociology, historiography, radical politics, poetry, short stories, or novels was dominant and extremely influential. Part of what places Du Bois at the center of the Africana intellectual tradition in the modern moment is the fact that he consistently placed the African peoples at the center of history, culture, and civilization according to Wilson Jeremiah Moses in Africa and Pan-Africanism in the Thought of Du Bois, 2008, 117. In fact, Moses maintained, at every point in his career, Du Bois demonstrated a belief in the centrality of the African peoples in world history, and the interdependency of the continent of 4-5 Africa with the rest of the world. He viewed this centrality and interdependence both in moral and economic terms. He understood that Africa, no less than Europe, had been defined by and benefited from the cultures of the Mediterranean and the Atlantic, the Arabian Gulf, and the Indian Ocean. He also realized that Africa, Europe, the Near East, and the New World had mutually defined one another. To this, one must add that Du Bois also perceived the geographic centrality of Africa as both a doorway to and a barrier between the Atlantic and the Indian Oceans. With his sensitivity to both elitist and grassroots perspectives, Du Bois' insights are indispensable to a comprehension of any worldview that might currently be associated with terms such as Africanity, Afrocentrism, Pan-Negroism, Pan-Africanism, or the Black Atlantic. 117. Moses's words here help to highlight the fact that Du Bois' discourse not only prefigured but remains indispensable to a comprehension of any worldview that might currently be associated with terms such as Africanity, Afrocentrism, Pan-Negroism, Pan-Africanism, or the Black Atlantic, and I would like to add Negritude. It is Du Bois' centering of Africa, his critique of the racialization, colonization, and Europeanization of Africa and African peoples, and his participation in and legendary leadership of the Pan-African movement that point to the popularity of his work, not only in African America, but throughout the African world. Bearing all of this in mind, a case could be made concerning the indispensability and validity of utilizing Du Bois' discourse and Du Bois influenced or Du Bois inspired discourses, i.e., Du Boisist discourse, to chronicle and critique theories and praxis that evolve out of the Africana intellectual tradition in much the same manner that Karl Marx's and Marxist discourse historically has been and currently continues to be employed to engage theories and praxis that arise out of the European and European American intellectual traditions. Whether one turns to Marxism, pragmatism, surrealism, structuralism, existentialism, phenomenology, post-structuralism, postmodernism, or deconstructionism, among others, the European and European American intellectual traditions do not now and have not historically adequately addressed issues of race, racism, racial colonialism, racial capitalism, and the Europeanization of Africa and African peoples to the depth and in the critical detail that W.E.B. Du Bois and Du Boisist discourse has. Without in any way discursively disavowing the validity of employing the European and European American intellectual traditions when and where European and European American life worlds and life struggles are under consideration, here I simply seek to highlight the long-standing tendency to view the European and European American intellectual traditions as somehow universal and neutral and, whether by fair or foul means, the Africana intellectual tradition as only applicable to Africa and its diaspora if the Africana 5. 6. Intellectual tradition is acknowledged at all. A couple of crucial questions need to be taken into serious consideration here. Why is a Marxist, or surrealist, or existentialist interpretation of negritude intellectually acceptable, but a Pan-Africanist, or Du Boisist, or Fanonist interpretation of negritude seen as intellectually objectionable and frequently even within Africana studies circles? At what point will negritude scholars call into question the incessant use of Eurocentric epistemologies and methodologies to engage negritude, among other theories and discursive praxis that have emerged out of the Africana intellectual tradition? Has negritude studies been so thoroughly Europeanized and intellectually colonized that it is suffering from an acute form of intellectual amnesia that has made it forget Audre Lorde's classic caveat from The Master's Tools will never dismantle the Master's house, in Sister Outsider, 1984, where she enunciated in the most full-throat and unapologetic manner imaginable. Those of us who stand outside the circle of this society's definition of acceptable women, those of us who have been forged in the crucibles of difference, those of us who are poor, who are lesbians, who are black, who are older, know that survival is not an academic skill. It is learning how to stand alone, unpopular and sometimes reviled, and how to make common cause with those others identified as outside the structures in order to define and seek a world in which we can all flourish. It is learning how to take our differences and make them strengths. For the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. They may allow us temporarily to beat him at his own game, but they will never enable us to bring about genuine change. And this fact is only threatening to those women who still define the master's house as their only source of support. 112. All emphasis in original. Primarily employing epistemologies and methodologies emerging out of the Africana intellectual tradition, especially Du Bois and Du Boisist discourse, i.e., Du Boisism, the Negritude movement offers an intellectual history and critical theory of negritude that takes Lord's caveat seriously by chronicling and critiquing the ways in which the Negritude movement contributed a new set of tools to the enslaved, racialized, colonized, and oppressed in their efforts to not simply temporarily beat the master at his own game, but to bring about genuine change. Du Bois and Du Boisist discourse are central to the epistemological and methodological underpinnings of the Negritude movement as a consequence of Cornel West's widely applauded assertion in Black Strivings in a Twilight Civilization, 1996, where he declared, as with any great figure, to grapple with Du Bois is to wrestle with who we are, why we are what we are, and what we are to do about it. 57. Utilizing Du Boisism to critically engage and reinterpret. 6-7. The major theorists of the Negritude movement, i.e., Leon Gontran Damas, Aimé Césaire, and Leopold Senghor, and its most famous intellectual heir, i.e., Frantz Fanon, is no more intellectually asinine and philosophically far-fetched than those Negritude scholars who have used theories arising out of the pre-colonial, colonial, post-colonial, and postmodern French intellectual tradition to examine negritude. Negritude was neither an exclusively continental African, nor diasporan African theory and movement. Truth be told, it was an unapologetically pan-African aesthetic, poetic, and radical political theory and movement. Therefore, it makes perfect sense to turn to the discourse of arguably the greatest Pan-Africanist in modern continental and diasporan African historical and cultural memory, W.E.B. Du Bois. Further emphasizing the importance of Du Bois' life and legacy within the Africana intellectual tradition, and helping to drive home the point that Du Bois represents to the Africana intellectual tradition what, for example, Kant, Hegel or Marx represent within the European intellectual tradition, West offered these heartfelt and weighted words. For those of us interested in the relation of white supremacy to modernity, African slavery in the New World and European imperial domination of most of the rest of the world, or the consequences of the construct of race during the Age of Europe, 1492 to 1945, the scholarly and literary works of Du Bois are indispensable. For those of us obsessed with alleviating black social misery, the political texts of Du Bois are insightful and inspiring. In this sense, Du Bois is the brook of fire through which we all must pass in order to gain access to the intellectual and political weaponry needed to sustain the radical democratic tradition in our time. 55. As is well known, Du Bois' most popular work was and remains the immortal The Souls of Black Folk. Consequently, considering the high premium placed on the souls of black folk within the Africana intellectual tradition and the ubiquity of its influence, it could be said to be the Rosetta Stone, the central key to understanding the evolution of the Africana intellectual tradition from the 20th century onward. Which is also to say, the souls of black folk may very well provide contemporary Africana studies scholars and their insurgent interdisciplinary allies, i.e., Africanists, African Americanists, and Caribbeanists, etc., with one of the crucial keys to deciphering many of the major discursive mysteries and leitmotifs of the Africana intellectual tradition, from the Pan-African movement to the New Negro movement, from the New Negro movement to the Harlem Renaissance, from the Harlem Renaissance to the Haitian Renaissance and, ultimately, from the Haitian Renaissance to the Negritude Movement. 7. 8. The Souls of Black Folk and the Sociology of Race, W.E.B. Du Bois, Double Consciousness, Trenchant Transdisciplinarity, and the Often Overlooked Origins of Negritude. For more than a century the souls of black folk has been praised and criticized, interpreted and misinterpreted by so many scholars from so many different disciplines that it gives one pause before penning yet another piece on it. For instance, the souls of black folk has been the subject of entire books of critical commentary, and innumerable essays, countless journal articles, and stacks of book chapters. 3 scholars working in diverse disciplines, such as history, philosophy, political science, psychology, anthropology, economics, education, literature, and religion, among others, have hailed it as a hallowed and timeless tome. However, much like the sociological reception of the Philadelphia Negro, the souls of black folks' sociological significance has been and remains conspicuously contemptible, partly owing to Du Bois' sociological negation at the hands of the white sociological fraternity, and partly on account of academia's ongoing lame logic of segregation, both of which crudely combined constitute promptly and precisely what I have elsewhere termed epistemic apartheid, see rabaka 2010a. Renowned sociologist of race Howard Winant, 2007, pulls no punches and unapologetically maintains that Du Bois was long relegated to sociology's margins because of his radicalism as well as his race, 555. Even after the publication of both the Philadelphia Negro and the Souls of Black Folk, Winant went further to observe, as late as 1905 and for a long time thereafter, the sociology of race took shape almost exclusively as a conversation among whites, even though this required the marginalization of W.E.B. Du Bois, who was not only the founder of the field in its modern, empirical, and theoretically sophisticated form, but also arguably the founder of modern American sociology tout court, 538. From Winant's critical frame of reference Du Bois was marginalized in sociological discourse because of his radicalism as well as his race, which not only gives credence to my assertion in Against Epistemic Apartheid, 2010a, that Du Bois' early work, however conservative it might seem to the eyes of 21st-century sociologists and critical social theorists, was quite radical during its day, but also his work was always already considered too political and too polemical by most white sociologists because he was ironically and oxymoronically a black sociologist or, rather, as Du Bois, 1968a, famously put it in his autobiography, he was merely a Negro. Studying Negroes, and after all, what had Negroes to do with America or social science, 228. Because Du Bois was a Negro. Studying Negroes, his social scientific objectivity was immediately and incessantly called into 8-9. Question in ways that white sociologists who conduct sociological studies on white society and white culture rarely, if ever, have been. For this disreputable double standard on the part of the white sociological world in particular, and the wider white social world in general, instilled in the souls of black folk, intellectuals or otherwise, what Du Bois dubbed double consciousness, that is to say, the psychological condition and social state where blacks incessantly and uncritically engage and judge their life worlds and life struggles exclusively utilizing the white world's anti-black racist culture and conceptions of civilization. Hence, the concept of double consciousness discursively captures the ways in which blacks, however subtly, unceasingly accept and internalize the diabolical dialectic of white superiority and black inferiority. 5. Du Bois' conception of double consciousness was not merely applicable to African Americans during the New Negro movement but, as the intellectual inner workings of the Pan-African movement, Haitian Renaissance, and Negritude movement, among many other Africana movements reveal, it was and remains relevant for black folk anywhere and everywhere they are confronted with the diabolical dialectic of white superiority and black inferiority, which is also to say, whether within the racial colonial and neocolonial context of continental Africa or the anti-black racist capitalist context of the African diaspora. The souls of black folk, as is often said of Duke Ellington's music or Romari Bearden's artistry, is beyond category. In 1904, writing in response to the already growing body of commentary on and criticism of his beloved little book, Du Bois rather self-effacingly explained, "The Souls of Black Folk is a series of 14 essays written under various circumstances and for different purposes during a period of 7 years. It has, therefore, considerable, perhaps too great, diversity. There are bits of history and biography, some description of scenes and persons, something of controversy and criticism, some statistics, and a bit of storytelling. All this leads to rather abrupt transitions of style, tone, and viewpoint and, without doubt, to a distinct sense of incompleteness and sketchiness." Du Bois 1997b, 255. Some of the early reviewers commented on the sprawling nature of the book, hence Du Bois concede that it has considerable, perhaps too great, diversity. In fact, many of the turn of the 20th century historians found The Souls of Black Folk too literary to be counted as truly historical, where many of the sociologists decried its lyricism and historicalness, thus making it sociologically insignificant or, at the least, sociologically inauthentic, and, for sundry philosophers it was, of course, too historical and sociological, thus not properly philosophical. However, other early reviewers, both black and white, read unblemished words of genius in The Souls of Black Folk, words which, when closely read, 9, 10, and carefully contemplated, were conceptually held together by the common thread of several innovative discursive devices Du Bois developed to accessibly articulate, first, the beauty and the poetry, as well as the strange meaning of being black here in the dawning of the 20th century, second, the vision and viciousness of the veil, third, the dilemmas of double consciousness, fourth, the saga of second sight, and, fifth and finally, the cruelty of life lived along the color line. Alluding to each of the aforementioned, Du Bois wrote in further response to his early critics, "There is a unity in the book, not simply the general unity of the larger topic, but a unity of purpose in the distinctly subjective note that runs in each essay. Through all the book runs a personal and intimate tone of self-revelation. In each essay I sought to speak from within to depict a world as we see it who dwell therein. In thus giving up the usual impersonal and judicial attitude of the traditional author I have lost in authority but gained in vividness." 255. In so many words, Du Bois was letting his critics know that The Souls of Black Folk was neither written exclusively for a black audience nor exclusively for a white audience but, as his concept of double consciousness seems to suggest, it was carefully composed with a combination of both blacks and whites, and ultimately a harmonious synthesis of both black and white history, culture, and society in mind. In The Souls of Black Folk, then, by breaking free from the usual impersonal and judicial attitude of the traditional author and social scientist, and by coupling African American culture-laden lyricism or poetry with passion and acute intellect with unbridled emotion, Du Bois, 1903b, amazingly managed to achieve his goal of raising awareness of the soul life or, rather, the life worlds and life struggles of the souls of black folk and reaching a wider audience. 79, 191, 201. It was not an easy task, Du Bois sternly stated in response to his early critics, walking between the two worlds within and without the veil, tactfully taking notes and tirelessly talking with both black and white folk who would much rather not be bothered with the bumptious business of studying race, racism, and racial capitalism. But, even with its penumbra of vagueness and half-veiled illusion, he honestly believed that The Souls of Black Folk would reward its readers with exceptional insights into the two worlds within and without the veil, lives damaged by the duplicity of double consciousness, and the lunacy of life lived along the color line. Du Bois 1997b, 255. Concluding his rejoinder to his initial critics, Du Bois reminded them that it was, indeed, difficult, strangely difficult, to translate the finer feelings of men into words. Nevertheless, as the feeling is deep, the greater the impelling force to seek to express it. And here the feeling was deep, which takes us to Alden Morris's assertion that Dubois' sociology was primarily preoccupied with emancipating the oppressed and not simply discursively. 10-11. Developing sociology, or any other academic discipline for that matter, 255, see also Morris 2007, 526. In its larger aspects, the style and substance of the souls of black folk is tropical African, Dubois impenitently declared. This needs no apology, he caustically continued, presciently hinting at the centrality of Africa and the unapologetic celebration of blackness in the respective discourses of the Harlem Renaissance, Haitian Renaissance, and Negritude Movement, each of which would carry over key concepts Dubois developed in the souls of black folk, Dubois 1997b, 255. Then, as if directly channeling the soul lives of David Walker, Robert Alexander Young, Frederick Douglass, Martin Delany, Henry Highland Garnet and Alexander Crummell, among other unnamed black bards and unsung black radical soldiers, Dubois wrote, perhaps, the most candid self-reflection on his little book, The Souls of Black Folk, committed to the printed page. The blood of my fathers spoke through me and cast off the English restraint of my training and surroundings. The resulting accomplishment is a matter of taste. Sometimes I think very well of it, and sometimes I do not. 255. The souls of black folks' trenchant transdisciplinarity is easily detected, even in revered Trinidadian biographer Arnold Rampersaud's, 1976, 70, tripartite discursive division of the text, chapters 1 through 3, of Our Spiritual Strivings, of The Dawn of Freedom, and of Mr. Booker T. Washington and others, hinge on the historical strivings of the souls of black folk, chapters 4 through 9, of the meaning of progress, of the wings of Atlanta, of the training of black men, of the Black Belt, and of the quest of the Golden Fleece, symbolize the sociological strivings of the souls of black folk, and, chapters 10 through 14, of the sons of master and man, of the faith of the fathers, of the passing of the firstborn, of Alexander Crummell, and the sorrow songs, represent the spiritual and religious strivings of the souls of black folk. However, and in all intellectual honesty, as useful as Rampersaud's three-part, conceptualization of the souls of black folk may have been for his specific interpretive intentions, it should be said that his scheme seems to mask as much as it reveals, especially when viewed from Africana critical theory's transdisciplinary frame of reference, see rabaka 2009. Rampersaud's tripartite conceptual, configuration of the souls of black folk does not go far enough, and downplays and diminishes what I referred to above as Dubois' trenchant transdisciplinarity insofar as his scheme seems to skim over the fact that almost each and every chapter of the book boldly blurs the arbitrary and artificial, and, let it also be unapologetically said, Eurocentric, academic disciplinary borders and boundaries that routinely revamp and wreak the havoc of epistemic apartheid. For instance, and as I argued in Dubois' Dialectics, 2008, of Mr. Booker T. Washington. 12. And others is not only historical, but also significantly sociological and patently political, and, even more, it was considered to be radically political from Booker T. Washington's accommodationist point of view. Of the training of black men is not simply sociological, but it also has profound implications for Africana education and, therefore, accents the educational strivings of the souls of black folk, and, lastly, similar to the essay on Booker T. Washington, of Alexander Crummell is not only important for African American religious studies, but equally indicative of the historical, cultural, social, and political strivings of the souls of black folk. Dubois' discourse, here and throughout his oeuvre, was much more transdisciplinary than many Dubois scholars have been willing to concede. Partly owing to their monodisciplinary maneuvers to roguishly reclaim and reframe Dubois for their own respective, or, rather, disrespective, single subject-focused fields or disciplines, and partly on account of the fact that, Truth be told, W.E.B. Du Bois and Du Bois studies has yet to be seriously situated within the intellectual, historical and political cultural context, of Africana academia, which is to say, that often academically ghettoized and, therefore, intellectually invisible, non-white world within the ivory towers that has historically and currently continues to remorselessly and treasonously transgress, transverse, and transcend the long-standing logic of segregation and epistemic apartheid that has asphyxiated the earnest intellectual exchange and deep discursive dialogue of virtually each and every academic discipline in the interest of critically, empirically, and systematically studying the life worlds and life struggles of classical and contemporary, continental and diasporan Africans' lived experiences and lived endurances in light of the horrors of the African Holocaust, African colonization, and African diasporan enslavement, as well as their strident struggles against the aftereffects of the African Holocaust, African colonization, African diasporan enslavement, and the ongoing effects of the advent of worldwide white supremacist patriarchal capitalist colonialism. 6. Rampersaud's initial tripartite conceptual, configuration of the souls of black folk, which has been widely accepted in Du Bois studies, neglects more nuanced and transdisciplinary interpretations of Du Bois' thought and texts that might actually be more properly termed, as Rampersaud's, 1996, later Du Bois studies revealed, antidisciplinary, 290. This means, then, that although Rampersaud's early Du Bois studies may have neglected more nuanced and transdisciplinary interpretations of Du Bois' thought and texts, I am not in any way suggesting that his work smacks of epistemic closure. In fact, quite the contrary, I am saying that Rampersaud's later Du Bois studies reveal him to be an epistemically open scholar who is not afraid to put his evolving relationship with the work of a much misinterpreted intellectual icon. 1213. Into print for all the world to witness and deeply meditate on. My comments on Rampersaud's early tripartite conceptual, configuration of the souls of black folk are also intended to dispel the long-standing tendency among Du Bois studies scholars to overlook the fact that as even Rampersaud's own later Du Bois studies reveal, his three-part paradigm for critically engaging the souls of black folk was specific to his interpretive intentions in the art and imagination of W.E.B. Du Bois, 1976, and should not be taken as the definitive or most exclusive way to interpret Du Bois' watershed work. Now, after establishing the fact that the souls of black folk is truly a transdisciplinary work, with many insurgent anti-disciplinary aspects, a la Rampersaud's later research, I would like to remind my readers that I am concerned here only with those elements of the book deemed to directly contribute to the sociology of race and the emergence of the Negritude movement. Admittedly, then, what follows is not intended as an exhaustive examination of the souls of black folk in any way whatsoever, but more as an instrumental interpretation or, rather, as a brief, albeit critical, overview of what the work offers to the sociology of race and the origins and evolution of the Negritude movement. It is extremely important to bear in mind the latter intention of my instrumental interpretation here, i.e., to explore what the souls of black folk offers our examination of the origins and evolution of the Negritude movement, because if one focuses only on the former at the expense of the latter, then, intellectual disingenuousness and mealy-mouthed misinterpretations of my intended instrumental interpretation will, I am almost certain, abound. Du Bois' contributions to the sociology of race in the souls of black folk revolve around the dilemmas and dualities, or, rather, the conundrums and complexities of what it means to be black in a white world, what was commonly called at the turn of the 20th century, the Negro problem. In the souls of black folk he created several seminal concepts of race and critiques of racism to complement his earlier efforts to establish the social scientific study of race in the interest of emancipating the oppressed, or, rather in Du Bois' own words, which seem to amazingly prefigure the language of Fanon's Les Dames de la Terre by nearly 6 decades, the earthly damned, Du Bois 1903b, 227. Many of the concepts of racial lived experience that Du Bois articulated in the souls of black folk are intellectually interconnected and endlessly intersect, and they ultimately offer several of his most enduring contributions to the subtleties of the sociology of race and the genesis of negritude. Undoubtedly his concepts such as double consciousness and the color line are sociologically significant. However, I would also assert that his theory of blacks' veiled visibility and invisibility, as well as his emphasis on blacks' unique second sight in the white world, 13. 14. are equally relevant with regard to the sociology of race and the emergence of the Negritude movement. Literary theorists have frequently commented on the veil and second sight in the souls of black folk, but few sociologists or critical social theorists have offered nuanced interpretations of the ways in which Du Bois' vision of the veil, along with its corollary concept of the color line, was prophetic in the sense that it continues to capture the conundrums of the trajectory and transmutation of American apartheid, from late 19th century black codes and Jim Crow laws, to the 20th century rabid racial segregation that led to the civil rights movement and the 21st century liberal racism of the post-civil rights movement period, as well as the epistemic apartheid of postmodernism and postcolonialism more generally speaking. Where the color line calls to mind the racially segregated, Jim Crowed separate and unequal, as opposed to separate, but equal, white and black worlds of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Du Bois' discourse on the veil points to the ways in which racial colonization does not render the racially oppressed completely devoid of human agency and cultural creativity. In fact, in some ways Du Bois' work here suggests that the veiled quality of the color line at best blurs, and at worst blinds whites to blacks' human agency and capacity for cultural creation, two more of the core themes of the Negritude movement. Thus, the veil's sociological significance is dual, or, rather, doubled, and although both whites' and blacks' life worlds and lived experiences revolve around the very same color line, it is their divergent relationships to the veil, and the ways in which the veil racially, structures their psychological, social, and cultural worlds that determines their self-conceptions and, quite literally, the quality of their soul lives. Du Bois' discourse on the veil not only accents African Americans' agency, but also their ability to create an anti-racist culture of resistance and human redemption in the midst of the mayhem of the white supremacist capitalist colonial world. The veil has been and can continue to be used by the racially oppressed to conceal, but it can also be used by the racially oppressed to reveal, if, and this is an extremely important if, an earnest opportunity presents itself, as Du Bois, 1903b, deemed it did in the souls of black folk, stating in the forethought, "Herein lie buried many things if read with patience may show the strange meaning of being black here in the dawning of the 20th century. I have sketched in swift outline the two worlds within and without the veil." 7. Du Bois' theory of the veil, then, is essentially a trope that sociologically symbolizes white, hyper-visibility, and black, hyper-invisibility, white superhumanity and black subhumanity in a white supremacist capitalist colonial world. Again, more concepts at the core of the Negritude movement. 1415. The strange meaning of being black, Du Bois declared, is not without interest to you, gentle reader, which refers to both black and white gentle readers, because the problem of the 20th century, he prophesied with words that continue to resonate and ring true in the 21st century, is the problem of the color line. 7. The Souls of Black Folk, therefore, was written with gentle readers from both the world within and the world without the veil in mind, that is to say, for those blacks who unceasingly searched for the strange meaning of being black in a white world, and, for those whites who had consciously or unconsciously drawn the color line after the collapse of Reconstruction and the rising tidal wave of anti-black racial violence that rolled across the United States as the 20th century dawned. 7. If there were any doubts as to Du Bois' sincerity on the part of whites, he blithely wrote, "I pray you, then, receive my little book in all charity, studying my words with me, forgiving mistake and foible for sake of the faith and passion that is in me, and seeking the grain of truth hidden there." 7. He equally assuaged the potential suspicions of his black readers by bluntly asserting, and, finally, need I add that I who speak here am bone of the bone and flesh of the flesh of them that live within the veil. 8. Du Bois' discourse on the veil and the color line are sociologically significant because they represent one of the first efforts by a sociologist to articulate a critical social theory of racial oppression, racial exploitation, and racial violence, that is to say, a critical social theory of the ways in which racial oppression, racial exploitation, and racial violence, first, racially divides and socially separates, i.e., the color line, second, distorts cultural communications and human relations between those it racially divides along the color line, i.e., the veil, and, third, as a result of each of the aforementioned, causes blacks to suffer from a severe inferiority complex that insidiously induces them to constantly view themselves from whites' supposed superior points of view, i.e., double consciousness. The veil's processes and practices of concealment racially, organizes, literally, everything that crosses the color line, every interaction between the two worlds within and without the veil, thus blurring or, more frequently, blinding those who are white and who negligently and nonchalantly wish not to view non-whites, i.e., non-whites' humanity, history, and culture. Here, Du Bois' work prefigures not merely the Negritude movement and Fanonism, but also the discourse on black anonymity and black invisibility in white societies developed by Ralph Ellison, 1980, Toni Morrison, 1990, and Lewis Gordon, 1995a, 1997a, 1997b, 2000, among others. Although whites may render blacks anonymous and invisible in the white world, blacks are never invisible to each other, as Du Bois pointed out in the Philadelphia Negro, 1899b, blacks are not a homogeneous mass, and especially not within the world of 15. 16. The Veil, 309. However, one of the consequences of white socio-political dominance and their ability to amplify their ideology of black invisibility is that blacks begin to internalize the diabolical dialectic of white superiority and black inferiority, which in turn leads to what Du Bois cryptically called double consciousness. In their efforts to combat the internalization of the diabolical dialectic of white superiority and black inferiority, Du Bois seems to suggest that blacks need to become critically aware of their double consciousness and how their utilization of white values and white culture as a criteria to judge black life worlds and black life struggles is extremely impertinent with respect to blacks' humanity, history, and culture. I could not agree more with Rampersad, 1976-74, when he correctly contended that the term soul throughout the souls of black folk was used synonymously with consciousness, which is to say that Du Bois advocated that African Americans dialectically deconstruct and radically reconstruct their double consciousness into a critical black consciousness, or, rather, a critical Africana consciousness, that is to say, a critical and, let it be said, compassionate consciousness grounded in and growing out of continental and diasporan African history, culture, and struggle, and always and ever harboring a humble radical humanism that righteously refuses to denigrate or demonize whites or other non-whites but, instead, is unceasingly open to aiding and abetting all human beings who sincerely seek to reclaim and rehabilitate their long-denied and/or long-deformed humanity as a consequence of white supremacist patriarchal capitalist colonialism, among other forms of imperialism. A critical Africana consciousness would enable continental and diasporan Africans to combat double consciousness, first, by becoming aware of their own distinct history, culture, and struggle on their own terms, that is to say, without the interference of whites and their, whether conscious or unconscious, anti-black racist and white supremacist, misconceptions of blacks and blackness. Second, by learning to love, critique, and appreciate authentic continental and diasporan African history, culture, and struggle, and, third, and only after each of the foresaid, by sharing the wisdom of their life worlds and the lessons of their life struggles with the wider world of human culture and civilization. As for whites living within racially divided worlds, or, rather, color-line societies, Du Bois audaciously argued that they are affected just as much as blacks in effect, philosophically foreshadowing Césare's conception of the boomerang effect of colonization in Discourse on Colonialism, and Fanon's discourse on the dialectic of revolutionary decolonization and human liberation in The Wretched of the Earth. Dubois' discourse emphasizes that the striking difference between the predicaments of blacks and whites is essentially, and rather routinely, whites seem willing to accept a blithe 1617 blindness to black social suffering, black political disenfranchisement, and black economic exploitation, as well as the myriad ways in which each of the aforementioned is inextricable from white privilege, white social wealth, and white political power as a consequence of historic whites' cruel creation of the color line and, then, their racial colonization of blacks and other non-whites along that despicable dividing line. As I discussed in detail in Against Epistemic Apartheid, Dubois was one of the first sociologists to seriously consider the recurring effect that whites, whether active or passive, complicity in the construction and maintenance of the color line had on the souls of white folk, see rabaka 2010a, 145 to 168. From Dubois' perspective, race and racism have never been simply black or non-white people's problem, but a human problem that should concern all humanity. Anywhere societies are racially divided, even though they may not be legally or officially racially divided anymore, the quality of both white and non-white life suffers, and all humanity is repetitiously, even if sometimes surreptitiously, haunted by the gnawing knowledge that it has not achieved the liberated future that so many of the exalted ancients fought and died for. In The Souls of Black Folk, Dubois deployed the vivid and oft-times lyrical language of the Veil, as well as its conceptual complement the color line to make his sociology of race accessible to as wide an audience as possible. And, although I may be roundly ridiculed for writing this, I owe it to W.E.B. Dubois to state outright that there, indeed, are some sentiments, some finer feelings, especially certain lived experiences and lived endurances prevalent in the non-white world, which simply cannot be captured in the academies and twisted tongue of, to use, once again, Dubois' still resounding words, calm, cool, and detached white social science, Dubois 1968a, 222, Dubois 1968b, 67-68. Recall, above Dubois asserted that in writing The Souls of Black Folk he found that it was difficult, strangely difficult, to translate the finer feelings of men into words. Early 20th century America did not view the veiled race, i.e., his beloved black folk, as men, by which Dubois meant human beings, so his task was doubly difficult when compared and contrasted with the work of his white sociological peers at the turn of the 20th century. Dubois biographer David Levering Lewis, 1993, hit the nail on its head when he revealingly wrote, 3 years into yet another century of seemingly unassailable European supremacy, souls countered with the voices of the dark submerged and unheard, the very same dark submerged and unheard voices the Negritude movement would aesthetically, poetically, and politically capture and campaign on behalf of over 3 decades later, 278. The marvelous meaning of The Souls of Black Folk was, or, at the least, 17. 18. Should have been, crystal clear, according to Lewis, until Dubois' gentle readers appreciated the message of the songs sung in bondage by black people, which was one of the only ways enslaved Africans could express themselves. Then, Dubois was saying, the words written in freedom by white people would remain hollow and counterfeit. 278. Lewis went on to point to the personal pain, severe suffering and, I should say, soul-searching Dubois endured to compose a work of such simultaneous gruesomeness and grandeur, or, rather, what I am accustomed to calling, faithfully following Thelonious Monk, the ugly beauty of The Souls of Black Folk. Observing Dubois' extraordinary courage in abundance, especially considering the lynching-laden historical moment in which he composed The Souls of Black Folk, a usually cool-penned Lewis, palpably bristling with intellectual enthusiasm and excitement, exclaimed. He also possessed in equal measure passion mediated by the written word. The shaping empire of intellect reigned over both. From the first page of The Souls of Black Folk, Dubois' mind, courage, and passion interact to create a splendid diapason. It is as though the small hurts and large insults of his own life have fused with those of the Sam Hoses and Ida B. Wells and 10 millions more to merge Du Bois, for a noetic moment in history, uniquely with the souls of all black people. 279. Certain sociologists may have overlooked the sociological significance of the souls of black folk on account of its remarkable lyricism. However, their visceral reaction to the volume unequivocally reinforces precisely why Du Bois' discourse on the veil has resonated with so many, both within and without academe. The theory of the veil is interconnected with the concept of the color line, but they should not be, as they frequently have been, collapsed into one and the same thing, or, rather more simply, they should not be made synonymous. Du Bois uses the metaphor of the veil to expatiate racially colonized and racially divided life along the color line, and to explain the ways in which an invisible social construction such as the color line actually becomes highly visible when viewed from the long-veiled perspective of blacks in a white supremacist world. Because blacks are veiled in invisibility in a white supremacist world, Du Bois brought whites' tendency to approach blacks more as problems than as human persons to his readers' attention at the outset of the souls of black folk, thereby innovatively inverting whites' pathological approach to black humanity, black history, and black culture. In other words, Du Bois problematized whites' problematic conceptions or, rather, misconceptions of blacks by audaciously asserting blacks' humanity and autonomous agency. 1819. Cautiously lifting the veil so that whites might have a window into the black world, he wryly wrote, "Between me and the other world there is ever an unasked question, unasked by some through feelings of delicacy, by others through the difficulty of rightly framing it. All, nevertheless, flutter round it. They approach me in a half-hesitant sort of way, eye me curiously or compassionately, and then, instead of saying directly, 'How does it feel to be a problem?' they say, 'I know an excellent colored man in my town,' or, 'I fought at Mechanicsville,' or, 'Do not these southern outrages make your blood boil?' At these I smile, or am interested, or reduce the boiling to a simmer, as the occasion may require. To the real question, how does it feel to be a problem? I answer seldom a word." Du Bois 1903b, 1-2. Although Du Bois deceptively claims that he seldom answers a word in response to the often unasked and insulting question, "How does it feel to be a problem?" the souls of black folk should be seen as part of his ever-evolving and often intricate answer, or, rather, his synoptic solution to what could be called the white problem, or, rather, the problem of white folk, that is to say, whites' problematic, racial colonial approach to black life worlds and black life struggles. Both the veil and the color line are invisibly, to most whites, and visibly, to most blacks, present in each and every one of their interactions, in all of the cracks and crevices of the crucial questions that could have and should have been earnestly asked of one another, in the many millions of racial myths and cultural stereotypes that the media produces for mass consumption and, as far as one can see, for mass confusion. Du Bois' vision of the veil, then, is also a critical theory of willful white blindness to black humanity, black history, and black culture. With the phrase willful white blindness to black humanity, black history, and black culture, I wish to emphasize whites' ability, theoretically and technically speaking, to see blacks and their humanity, history, and culture if, and, again I say, this is an extremely important if they choose to do so, but, and here's the real rub, whites' tendency to intentionally turn a blind eye to black humanity, black history, and black culture, or, further, whites' custom to selectively see certain exceptional blacks, usually black entertainers and black athletes, but whites' apparent inability to authentically see the ongoing suffering and social misery of the black masses, who continue to live within the world of the veil and whose lives are cruelly quarantined along the color line. Faithfully following Du Bois' discourse, I honestly believe that if whites wanted to, or even needed to really and truly see and appreciate blacks, not just exceptional blacks, humanity, they could, through protracted processes of learning to love and appreciate blacks on blacks' own terms, transgress. 19. 20. And transcend their white blindness to blacks and blackness, that is to say, whites' blindness to real, as opposed to their unreal or fictitious fantasies of blacks and blackness, or, rather, authentic Africans and Africanity. However, in order to do this, whites would have to open themselves, not just to blacks, but to all non-whites' humanity, history, culture and, most importantly, their respective ongoing struggles for racial, social, and economic justice. Du Bois, an avowed radical humanist, was willing to aid those whites who were willing to undertake the protracted processes of learning to love and appreciate blacks on blacks' own terms by introducing them to the world within the veil, the blighted black world. He stated to his gentle reader, leaving, then, the world of the white man, I have stepped within the veil, raising it that you may view faintly its deeper recesses, the meaning of its religion, the passion of its human sorrow, and the struggle of its greater souls. 8. Du Bois, as his work undoubtedly demonstrates, was willing to raise the veil and cross the color line, but, the question begs, how many whites at the turn of the 20th century were willing to cross it with him? It could go without saying that there was for the most part a stubborn refusal to cross the color line on the part of most whites, and, perceptibly anticipating that this would be the case, Du Bois developed his concept of double consciousness to capture the excruciating anguish that the diabolical dialectic of white superiority and black inferiority inflicted on blacks. His theory of second sight explained the unique insight or subjugated knowledge, à la Foucault's phrase, blacks gained as a result of their experience and endurance of the diabolical dialectic of white superiority and black inferiority. 8. Du Bois' discourse on the veil dovetails with his concept of double consciousness insofar as it also seeks to explain that blacks' efforts to gain self-consciousness in a white supremacist world will be, by default, always and everywhere damaged and distorted, because the most prevalent and pervasive ideas and images of blacks and blackness, or, rather, Africans and Africanity, in white supremacist societies are those predicated on, and prefabricated by, the diabolical dialectic of white superiority and black inferiority. In other words, where the veil metaphorically represents the ways in which the color line is constantly cloaked in a dark cloud of misconceptions, miscommunications, and misgivings between the two worlds within and without the veil, double consciousness conceptually captures the often overlooked fact that blacks not only internalize the diabolical dialectic of white superiority and black inferiority in the white supremacist world, but also the fact that part and parcel of the white supremacist world's ideological hegemony, in the Gramscian sense, is the constant blanketing of the white-dominated black world with anti-black racist and white supremacist misconceptions of blacks and blackness, i.e., Africans and Africanity. 9. The 2021 concept of double consciousness, therefore, boldly broaches the taboo topic, among both blacks and whites, of blacks' intense internalization of white supremacist anti-black racist creations and disseminations of blackness, or, as Du Bois said above, the strange meaning of being black here in the dawning of the 20th century. Du Bois' vision of the veil astutely affords his gentle reader the opportunity to transgress willful white blindness to blackness, and to actually see blacks and their history, culture, and struggle with new eyes, perhaps, from the vantage points of Pan-Africanism, what would come to be called negritude, and radical humanism. However, and going back to what I, rabaka 2008, have elsewhere termed Du Bois' dialectics, Du Bois' vision of the veil is also about revealing the truth long buried in the blood-soaked soil of a racially colonized and racially divided nation and world. In the souls of black folk, the trope of the veil is certainly about mourning and memorializing those who agonizingly endured the Holocaust of war, the terrors of the Ku Klux Klan, the lies of carpetbaggers, the disorganization of industry, and the contradictory advice of friends and foes, only to be left bewildered serfs with no new watchword beyond the old cry for freedom. Du Bois 1903b. 7. But, the veil also represents all of those veiled figures, especially women in African, African American, and Caribbean cultures and societies, who for so long have passed unnoticed, attentively observing without being respectfully observed or acknowledged, always seemingly concealing more than they are revealing. Cooper 1998, 114, Rabaka 2010a, 175-221. Even though Dubois was willing to work with whites in their earnest efforts to transgress their blindness to black humanity, black history, and black culture, he was not willing to do so at the expense of downplaying or diminishing the physical and psychological damage that life within the veil and life along the color line, as well as the diabolical dialectic of white superiority and black inferiority and anti-black racist and white supremacist, misconceptions of blacks and blackness had on the souls of black folk. The conceptual culmination of Dubois' insurgent efforts to make both blacks and whites aware of the physical and psychological damage that life within the veil and life along the color line had on the souls of black folk was, of course, his intellectual history-making discourse on double consciousness and its corollary concept of second sight. He revealingly wrote, in perhaps the most widely commented upon passage in the Souls of Black Folk: after the Egyptian and Indian, the Greek and Roman, the Teuton and Mongolian, the Negro is a sort of seventh son, born with a veil, and gifted with second sight in this American world, a world which yields him no true self-consciousness, but only lets him see himself through the revelation of the other. 21. 22. World. It is a peculiar sensation, this double consciousness, this sense of always looking at oneself through the eyes of others, of measuring one's soul by the tape of a world that looks on in amused contempt and pity. One ever feels his two-ness an American, a Negro, two souls, two thoughts, two unreconciled strivings, two warring ideals in one dark body, whose dogged strength alone keeps it from being torn asunder. The history of the American Negro is the history of this strife, this longing to attain self-conscious manhood, to merge his double self into a better and truer self. In this merging he wishes neither of the older selves to be lost. He would not Africanize America, for America has too much to teach the world and Africa. He would not bleach his Negro soul in a flood of white Americanism, for he knows that Negro blood has a message for the world. He simply wishes to make it possible for a man to be both a Negro and an American, without being cursed and spit upon by his fellows, without having the doors of opportunity closed roughly in his face. Dubois 1903b, 3-4. Here, with these hallowed words, Dubois indelibly etched his name into the annals of Africana and American literary and cultural history. Although the veil and the color line are central tropes in the souls of black folk, Dubois' concept of double consciousness and its corollary concept of second sight are simultaneously essential to understanding the souls of black folk and, albeit often overlooked by the white sociological fraternity, vital to sociologically comprehending the conundrums and contradictions of racial colonization and racial segregation in a nation, nay, in a world which pretentiously prides itself on its cultural liberalism and commitment to unfettered democracy. Observe that Dubois' doubling discourse connected the veil with second sight. The Negro is a sort of seventh son, born with a veil, and gifted with second sight in this American world, and America, i.e., the United States, representing the white supremacist capitalist colonial world in deep-seated denial, was to those born with a veil, a world which yielded them no true self-consciousness, but only lets them see themselves through the revelation of the other world. Then, as if faithfully harking back to his stated intention at the book's opening, that is to say, to candidly explore the strange meaning of being black here in the dawning of the 20th century, Dubois articulated his own homespun ontology of black life worlds and black life struggles in a white supremacist capitalist colonial world. It is a peculiar sensation, this double consciousness, this sense of always looking at oneself through the eyes of others. Indeed, Dubois' concept of double consciousness also seems to have profound implications for a social psychology of black life worlds and black life struggles in a white supremacist capitalist colonial. 22-23. World. For example, and bearing Frantz Fanon's, 1965, 1967, 1968, 1969, watershed work in mind, it might be useful to quickly list some of the psychological concepts and conditions that double consciousness appears to be conceptually connected to, if not during the New Negro Movement years, then certainly currently: schizophrenia, paranoia, dysmorphophobia, inferiority complex, and anxiety disorder, among others. 10 Black life worlds, Dubois correctly assumed, would be strange and peculiar to whites because of the ideology of black invisibility, the diabolical dialectic of white superiority and black inferiority, and anti-black racist and white supremacist misconceptions of blacks and blackness. The concept of double consciousness asserts that the very color line that racially divides the white world from the black world simultaneously creates a tortured two-ness in blacks' souls. In fact, the racial fault lines of the color line ultimately drive blacks to constantly question whether they are Africans or Americans, and, even whether they are human, to such a doggedly excruciating degree that their souls become doubled and divided like the loveless racially colonized world that they are forced to live in or, rather, endure. Almaguer 1994. Dubois' concept of double consciousness, then, is also a discursive doppelganger, textually representing the consequences of blacks' racial colonization and the ways in which the color line not only racially divides society but, even more, black souls and black selves. 11 Dubois distressingly wrote of two souls, two thoughts, two unreconciled strivings, two warring ideals in one dark body, whose dogged strength alone keeps it from being torn asunder. But, a question begs, where do blacks get the dogged strength that keeps their souls and bodies from being torn asunder? After painting such a bleak picture of the souls of black folk, and their trials and tribulations in the white supremacist world, this seems like a fair question and, indeed, it is a query which Dubois ingeniously answered with his saga of Black's second sight. 12 Second sight symbolizes blacks' ability, even in the face of adversity, example Holocaust, colonization, enslavement, segregation and apartheid, etc., to see both Africa, the black world, and Americas, the white worlds, strengths and weaknesses, and the ways in which these two worlds could and should learn from and, even more, aid each other. Dubois described African Americans in the passage above as being gifted with second sight, and it is their experiences in and visions of the two worlds within and without the veil that ultimately distinguish their special contributions to American and world culture and civilization. In essence, where the majority of whites suffer from white blindness to blackness, blacks have been blessed, or, gifted, as it were, with second sight as an ironic consequence of their having endured racial colonization and other forms of racial oppression at the hands of whites. But blacks, 23. 24. Should be solemnly said, should never take their giftedness for granted, as it is neither automatic nor axiomatic, because double consciousness, truth be told, constantly makes second sight dangerously double-edged and always and ever enervating on account of both the intensity and depth of blacks' internalization of anti-black racist and white supremacist misconceptions of blacks and blackness and the paradoxes of the trajectory and transmutations of American and global apartheid. It is with this in mind that I argue that double consciousness at its conceptual core is about double or divided selves in the process of spiritually, psychologically, and socially evolving out of tortured two-ness into self-conscious manhood, which is to say, self-conscious humanhood. However, it must be emphasized, the only way to achieve self-conscious humanhood is through ongoing insurrectionary anti-racist and radical humanist struggle or, as Dubois put it, strife and striving. Second sight provides blacks with a window into the two worlds within and without the veil, and it also enables them to begin the dialectical process, of revolutionary decolonization and human liberation by critically calling into question double consciousness. Once this process is initiated, it, literally, gives black folk second sight, that is to say, first, the ability to view the world from within and without the veil, second, to see the special contributions that both the souls of black folk and the souls of white folk have made to America and the wider world, and, ultimately and most importantly, to sift through and synthesize the best of the souls of black folk with the best of the souls of white folk in the interest of creating, as Dubois said, a better and truer self, a better and truer nation, and a better and truer world. This was Du Bois' sensational solution to the problem of double consciousness. The Negro, armed with second sight, would have to merge his double self into a better and truer self. However, in this merging he wishes neither of the older selves to be lost. He would not Africanize America, for America has too much to teach the world and Africa. He would not bleach his Negro soul in a flood of white Americanism, for he knows that Negro blood has a message for the world. In the end, then, second sight will enable African Americans, not simply to see but also to synthesize black and white gifts and messages and, in the fullness of time, to articulate, literally, to speak anew Africa and America's special truths to the wider world. However, in order to fulfill the consecrated mission that Du Bois charged black folk with, they, first and foremost, needed to familiarize themselves with their history, culture, and struggle without the insidious intrusions of Eurocentric interpretations of their lived experiences and lived endurances. It is in this sense that the souls of black folk is steeped with impressively. 24-25. Abridged swaths of African American history, which represent according to Lewis, 1993, the kind of feat that was to become Du Bois' signature, 280. As it relates to African Americans discovering their gifts to the United States, Du Bois' forays in social, political, and cultural history were meant to expose his gentle readers to the truth hidden there at the heart of America and American history since the nation's inception. In the last chapter of The Souls of Black Folk, The Sorrow Songs, Du Bois, 1903b, unapologetically argued that African Americans had given America three preeminent gifts, and that America would not be America without her Negro people. Your country? How came it yours? Before the Pilgrims landed we were here. Here we have brought our three gifts and mingled them with yours, a gift of story and song soft, stirring melody in an ill-harmonized and unmelodious land, the gift of sweat and brawn to beat back the wilderness, conquer the soil, and lay the foundations of this vast economic empire 200 years earlier than your weak hands could have done it. The third, a gift of the Spirit. Around us the history of the land has centered for thrice 100 years, out of the nation's heart we have called all that was best to throttle and subdue all that was worst, fire and blood, prayer and sacrifice, have billowed over this people, and they have found peace only in the altars of the God of right. Nor has our gift of the Spirit been merely passive. Actively we have woven ourselves with the very warp and woof of this nation. We fought their battles, shared their sorrow, mingled our blood with theirs, and generation after generation have pleaded with a headstrong, careless people to despise not justice, mercy, and truth, lest the nation be smitten with a curse. Our song, our toil, our cheer, and warning have been given to this nation in blood brotherhood. Are not these gifts worth the giving? Is not this work and striving? Would America have been America without her Negro people? 262-263. Here I would like to highlight how Du Bois' gift theory hinges on his theory of second sight, so much so that second sight, it could be argued, is a subtle subtextual theme that informs each and every sentence of The Souls of Black Folk. Take note above of Du Bois' discourse on the dialectic of black gifts and white indebtedness, which in a white supremacist world means that whites neither acknowledge blacks' gifts nor their white indebtedness to the black givers of the gifts. Second sight is not simply about blacks' ability to identify and appreciate their gifts to America and the wider world, but also about blacks sharing the wisdom of their life worlds and the lessons of their lived experiences with others, especially other non-whites struggling against the various forms of European imperialism and authentic anti-racist white allies insurgently involved in the struggle for racial, social, and economic justice. 25. 26. This, of course, means that some way and somehow blacks will have to counter double consciousness and the diabolical dialectic of white superiority and black inferiority, because without breaking free from double consciousness blacks will not be able to fully embrace or appreciate their second sight or self-consciously see that their peculiar and particular lived experiences and lived endurances of the horrors of the African Holocaust and African American enslavement, as well as their strident Struggles against the after-effects of African American enslavement and the ongoing effects of American apartheid could make an incalculable contribution to human culture and civilization. In other words, the cure, second sight and self-consciousness, is partially contained in the poison, the veil and double consciousness. Indeed, African Americans lived experiences and lived endurances of the horrors of the African Holocaust and African American enslavement, as well as their more recent struggles against the after-effects of African American enslavement and the ongoing effects of American apartheid represents a deconstruction and reconstruction of what it means, not simply to be black in a white supremacist capitalist colonial world, but it also critically calls into question white's historic and hegemonic racial classifications and ethno-cultural categorizations which disgustingly denote which human beings count as human, subhuman, and / or non-human within the white supremacist capitalist colonial world. Proem to the prelude to Negritude. With the souls of black folk, and specifically with innovative concepts such as double consciousness, the color line, the veil, the gift theory, and second sight, Du Bois, as David Levering Lewis declared above, uniquely fused the small hurts and large insults of his own life. With the souls of all black people, not merely African Americans, but all black people, which is to say, all continental and diasporan Africans. Needless to say, the core concepts of the souls of black folk spread like wildfire throughout the black world, setting aglow an unprecedented period of continental and diasporan African critical consciousness raising, self-reflection, and self-education, as well as helping to give birth to a number of theories and movements, both in the United States and abroad. Internationally, the Souls of Black Folk could be conceived of as one of the major works produced in the aftermath of the First Pan-African Conference, convened in London in 1900, and attended by a number of noted Pan-African pioneers, including Du Bois, who penned the mission statement of the conference, his fabled address to the nations of the world. 13. 26-27. It was in his address to the nations of the world that Du Bois first proclaimed his prophetic aphorism, "The problem of the 20th century is the problem of the color line." His address contains not simply concepts that would be carried over into the souls of black folk, as well as much of his work thereafter, but also themes that would ultimately resonate with and reverberate throughout the Pan-African movement, New Negro movement, Harlem Renaissance, Haitian Renaissance, and eventually the Negritude movement and Fanonist philosophy. Observe here the ways in which Du Bois' address to the nations of the world, 1900 anticipated many of the major themes of the Africana intellectual tradition, from the Pan-African movement and New Negro movement through to the Negritude movement and Fanonism. In the metropolis of the modern world, in this the closing year of the 19th century, there has been assembled a congress of men and women of African blood, to deliberate solemnly upon the present situation and outlook of the darker races of mankind. The problem of the 20th century is the problem of the color line, the question as to how far differences of race, which show themselves chiefly in the color of the skin and the texture of the hair, are going to be made, hereafter, the basis of denying to over half the world the right of sharing to their utmost ability the opportunities and privileges of modern civilization. To be sure, the darker races are today the least advanced in culture according to European standards. This has not, however, always been the case in the past, and certainly the world's history, both ancient and modern, has given many instances of no despicable ability and capacity among the blackest races of men. In any case, the modern world must remember that in this age, when the ends of the world are being brought so near together, the millions of black men in Africa, America, and the islands of the sea, not to speak of the brown and yellow myriads elsewhere, are bound to have a great influence upon the world in the future, by reason of sheer numbers and physical contact. If now the world of culture bends itself towards giving Negroes and other dark men the largest and broadest opportunity for education and self-development, then this contact and influence is bound to have a beneficial effect upon the world and hasten human progress. But if, by reason of carelessness, prejudice, greed, and injustice, the black world is to be exploited and ravished and degraded, the results must be deplorable, if not fatal, not simply to them, but to the high ideals of justice, freedom, and culture which 1,000 years of Christian civilization have held before Europe. 10. It was these hallowed and heartfelt words that symbolized a salvo of black views and voices that Dubois, like a great maestro conducting an orchestra, commingled and cultivated to announce that a new 27. 28. Negro, a new kind of African, whether on the African continent or in the African diaspora, was determined to share to their utmost ability the opportunities and privileges of modern civilization, opportunities and privileges which the African Holocaust, African colonization, African enslavement, indeed, African blood, sweat and tears, both on the continent and in the diaspora, had helped to make possible. It was these weighted words, and the remarkable ways in which they seemed to cogently and coherently capture the decidedly Africana ethos free-floating through the African world at the turn of the 20th century, that factored into the groundswell and flurry of activities that eventually led to the emergence of a more militant conception of the Pan-African movement, a more unrepentantly radical wing of the new Negro movement, led by Dubois against Booker T. Washington and his infamous accommodationism, and ultimately used as the leaven to raise new, even more radically black cultural and artistic movements. The new, even more radically black cultural and artistic movements found foothold, first, in the United States, then in Haiti, and finally in Paris, where French-speaking black students from Africa and the Caribbean, enamored with the innovations of the Harlem Renaissance and Haitian Renaissance, established their own distinct version of a black radical cultural and artistic movement, le Mouvement de la Negritude, the Negritude Movement. Just as Dubois began to increasingly call into question European standards, so too did his discursive descendants, from the new Negro movement and the Harlem Renaissance through to the Negritude movement and Fanonism. Consequently, in order to really and truly understand the origins and early evolution of the Negritude movement and its most illustrious intellectual heir, Frantz Fanon, it is imperative that we explore the proto-Negritude notions at play in the new Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance, which, in manner of speaking, could be said to be the core conceptual connection between Dubois and the Negritudesque themes in the souls of black folk and the more mature and fully formed Negritude of Damas, Césaire, and Senghor. In agreement with G.D. Ikane, in Links and Bridges, a comparative study of the writings of the new Negro and Negritude movements, 2005, I believe that it is extremely important to acknowledge that Dubois' primary preoccupation in the souls of black folk was the life worlds and life struggles of black folk in America. However, as Ikane, 2005, observed, Dubois' concepts and commentary in the souls of black folk are applicable to Negritude writers. All that is required is a substitution of French for American. 1. Like Dubois and the other members of the new Negro movement and its artistic arm, the Harlem Renaissance, the Negritude theorists were grappling with corresponding French forms of double consciousness, the color line, and the veil, as well as seeking to accent the 28-29 Francophone African world's second sight and cultural gifts to French and world culture and civilization. The core concepts of the souls of black folk, i.e., double consciousness, the color line, the veil, the gift theory, and second sight, although discursively developed mainly with African Americans in mind, proved to be as relevant for black folk in Africa and the Caribbean as they were for black folk in Alabama and Kentucky. For instance, when Dubois wrote of the peculiar sensation, this double consciousness, this sense of always looking at oneself through the eyes of others, of measuring one's soul by the tape of a world that looks on in amused contempt and pity, when he wrote that black folk feel a quasi-schizophrenic two-ness, two souls, two thoughts, two unreconciled strivings, two warring ideals in one dark body, whose dogged strength alone keeps it from being torn asunder, that has caused generation after generation of African Americans to incessantly and irksomely question whether they are Africans or Americans, but, ultimately concluded that African Americans desire to live in a country where it is possible for a man to be both a Negro and an American. He, indeed, fused the small hurts and large insults of his own life with the souls of all black people. According to Ikane, it is this quasi-schizophrenic, frequently tortured feeling of two-ness, this strife-ridden ambiguity, together with their common ancestral roots, which conceptually connects and intellectually underpins many of the similarities between the Harlem Renaissance and Negritude writings. 1. Although often interpreted as being so deeply grounded in and growing out of black life worlds and black life struggles in America as to have little or no value to anyone other than African Americans, Du Bois' discourse actually engaged a plethora of issues that were central to continental and diasporan Africans' shared history, shared culture, and shared struggles, from the end of the 19th century through to the middle of the 20th century, if not well into the 21st century. As I emphasized in my volume W.E.B. Du Bois and the Problems of the 21st Century, 2007. 14. The fact that African American thought, literature, and culture is, for all intents and purposes, simultaneously particular to black folk in America and applicable to a wide enough swath of the African world, continental and diasporan, to be historically and currently considered universal and paradigmatic should shock no one who has carefully read Henry Louis Gates's magisterial The Signifying Monkey, A Theory of African American Literary Criticism, 1988, where he emphasized African Americans hyper-hybridized and incredibly creolized, but undeniably African thought and culture. The African, after all, was a traveler, albeit an abrupt, ironic traveler, through space and time, and like every traveler, the African read a new environment. 29. 30. Within a received framework of meaning and belief. The notion that the Middle Passage was so traumatic that it functioned to create in the African a tabula rasa of consciousness is as odd as it is fiction, a fiction that has served several economic orders and their attendant ideologies. The full erasure of traces of cultures as splendid, as ancient, and as shared by the slave traveler as the classic cultures of West Africa would have been extraordinarily difficult. Slavery in the New World, a veritable seething cauldron of cross-cultural contact, however, did serve to create a dynamic of exchange and revision among numerous previously isolated black African cultures on a scale unprecedented in African history. Inadvertently, African slavery in the New World satisfied the preconditions for the emergence of a new African culture, a truly Pan-African culture fashioned as a colorful weave of linguistic, institutional, metaphysical, and formal threads. What survived this fascinating process was the most useful and the most compelling of the fragments at hand. Afro-American culture is an African culture with a difference as signified by the catalysts of English, Dutch, French, Portuguese, or Spanish languages and cultures, which informed the precise structures that each discrete New World Pan-African culture assumed. 15. 4. Gates's words here help to highlight the often overlooked fact that within the African world many aspects of African American thought and culture, as a consequence of it evolving out of a veritable seething cauldron of cross-cultural contact that ultimately created a dynamic of exchange and revision among numerous previously isolated black African cultures on a scale unprecedented in African history, is widely considered one of the most distinctively Pan-African traditions of African thought and culture. In this sense, Du Bois' discourse, especially his commentary and the concepts he created in the souls of black folk, when all is said and done, may be nothing more than an eloquent early 20th century articulation of simultaneously African American and Pan-African ideals and issues that emerged out of the ethos of the new Negro epoch. When all the smoke clears and all the dust settles, it should be emphasized that in the souls of black folk Du Bois, as the new Negro movement maestro, sought to enunciate both the aspirations and frustrations of black folk at the dawn of the 20th century, and the black folk he knew best and studied the most, the suffering black souls who reared and raised him were undoubtedly African Americans, but that does not and has not negated the relevance of his ruminations and writings for the wider African world, both continental and diasporan. In other words, here I am strongly stressing the simultaneously particular, i.e., African American, and universal, i.e., Pan-African and human, import of Du Bois' discourse, if not ultimately African American thought, literature, and culture. In the final analysis, I am not alone in looking to the uniquely Pan-African thought, literature, and culture of African America for the origins and early evolution of negritude. All three of the major theorists of negritude, i.e. 3031, Damas, Césaire, and Senghor, openly and frequently admitted as much. As a matter of fact, in Problématique de la Négritude, 1971 c, Senghor went so far to say, "It is thanks to Paulette Nardal, the Martinican, foundress of La Revue du Monde Noir in the 30s, that I met Alain Locke and Mercer Cook. Thanks to the Guyanese Leon Damas, I met Langston Hughes and County Cullen. Met and especially read. It is thus that in the general sense of the word, the Negritude movement, the discovery of black values and the Negro's awareness of his situation, was born in the United States of America." 10. Having studied under the tutelage of Louis Thomas Achille, a professor of French at Howard University who spent time in Paris, it was Leon Damas who is credited with deepening and developing the link between the Harlem Renaissance and the Negritude movement. According to F. Bart Miller, 2010, Damas served as a liaison between Césaire and Senghor and the intellectuals of the Harlem Renaissance, 93. In particular, Damas was befriended and assisted by Harlem Renaissance luminary Langston Hughes, who helped him contextualize and decipher many of the nuances and localized meanings of Harlem Renaissance literature. As a consequence, Miller maintained, Damas's knowledge of English must have played a significant role in translating localized, French metropolitan black experiences into international ones, following in the footsteps of the Renaissance writers, especially Claude McKay, Langston Hughes, and County Cullen, who each in their own discursively distinct ways produced poetry and prose that protested anti-black racism, celebrated Negroness or blackness, and explored the meaning of Africa for the African diaspora, if not ultimately the new, continental and diasporan African world. 93. Although he wrote an introduction to a translated selection of poems by Claude McKay, Jean Toomer, and James Weldon Johnson in the second issue of Tropiques, which was published in 1941, Clayton Eshelman and Annette Smith, 1983, asserted that Césaire's poetry does not draw on their, i.e., McKay, Toomer, and Johnson's forms of expression. 2. According to Eshelman and Smith, a writer who had repressed his Creole background and was at this time being influenced stylistically by the imaginative synthesis promised by French surrealism, Césaire responded to the Harlem Renaissance writers mainly as a new collective black voice. Emphasis should be placed on the fact that, even if he was not poetically or, rather, stylistically influenced by the Renaissance writers, Césaire did conceive of the writings of the Harlem Renaissance as a new collective black voice, which takes us back to my above contention concerning the universal and paradigmatic Pan-African character of African American thought, literature, and culture in general, and New Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance writings in particular. 31. 32. In his introduction to the selected poems by McKay, Toomer, and Johnson that appeared in the second issue of Tropiques, Césaire, 1941, said, "From this poetry, which might seem like the sort Paul Valéry called loose, defenseless, written only to the rhythm of a juvenile spontaneity, at the exact point of intersection between the ego and the world, a drop of blood oozes. A drop. But it is blood. There is its value, to be open to man in his wholeness." 41-42. Césaire's invocation of blood symbolizes not merely that the Harlem poet's work was the oxygenated blood, metaphorically speaking, running through the carotid arteries of Europe's anti-black racist capitalist and colonialist metropoles, but also that the ichor in Greek, the divine seminal burst of creative energy arising out of Harlem during the New Negro movement and the otherwise incredibly creolized African American experience during the first decades of the 20th century, contributed more than merely poetics. 16. On the contrary, the writings of the Harlem Renaissance represented a new collective black voice that had previously been muted and marginalized, but during the heyday of the Renaissance rushed forth from the blood-stained and battle-scarred pages of countless black bards like wild waves rushing to crash against the seashore. Heaping praise, followed by further praise on the pioneering poets of the Harlem Renaissance, Césaire went on to say, the ordinary Negro, the everyday Negro, whose grotesque or exotic aspect an entire literature is bent on finding, the black poet makes him a hero. The black poet describes the ordinary Negro, the everyday Negro seriously, with passion, and the limited power of his art by a miracle of love succeeds, where more considerable means fail, in suggesting even those inner forces which command destiny. The spectacle of crude puppets, Césaire concluded, has been replaced by that of a new way of suffering, dying, enduring, in a word, of carrying the sure weight of human existence. 42. In so many words, Césaire was saying that the poets of the Harlem Renaissance were innovatively and unapologetically exploring the strange meaning of being black here in the dawning of the 20th century, as Du Bois aptly put it in The Souls of Black Folk. The Harlem Renaissance poets, indeed, provided poetic portraits of life lived along the color line, of the two worlds within and without the veil and the angst of double consciousness, not only for African Americans, but also for continental and diasporan Africans worldwide. Consequently, whether we understand Césaire to have been stylistically influenced by the poetry of the Harlem Renaissance or not, it is almost incontrovertible that his overarching aesthetic was influenced by the new Negro aesthetic as expressed through the writings of the Renaissance. In Modernism and Negritude, the poetry and poetics of Aimé Césaire, 1981, James Arnold argued that while Césaire's appreciation of the Har 32. 33. Lem Renaissance is partial and open to question, there can be no doubt that the Harlem Renaissance writers were an important factor in Aimé Césaire's formulation of Negritude, 29, 32. The Harlem Renaissance writers provided him with a poetic and aesthetic exemplar through which he and his comrades could express the inner forces which command destiny. Put another way, the Renaissance writers offered the Negritude writers a paradigmatic poetic and aesthetic, a new collective black voice they could use to create their own distinct aesthetics, poetics, and politics of decolonization and re-Africanization. However minimalist and at times muted, Césaire, 1941, asserted in his Tropiques article, the Harlem Poet's work reveals that the dominant feeling of the black poet at the dawn of the 20th century and in the midst of the much misunderstood new Negro movement was one of malaise, better still of intolerance. Intolerance of reality because it is sordid, of the world because it is a cage, and, lastly, of life because it has been stolen on the high road of the sun. 37. It was when they directly confronted their double consciousness and unrepentantly revealed their second sight that the new Negro and Harlem Renaissance writers made their greatest and most lasting contributions to the burgeoning new black existential attitude and aesthetic. From Césaire's point of view, a number of Harlem Renaissance writers wrote with a spirit of revolt, as though they, literally, wanted to raise black consciousness and start a riot with their words. Whether he turned to work by Claude McKay, Langston Hughes, or Count E. Cullen, their poetic passion was palpable. Indeed, from Césaire's optic, in the aftermath of the new Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance, the new black poetry must be transformed from within to articulate adequately the lived experience of black people. In other words, the new black poetry and prose must solemnly express the souls of black folk, à la Du Bois' discourse. So transformative and intellectual life-altering was his encounter with the writings of the Renaissance that afterward Césaire decidedly envisaged the black writer, especially à la McKay and Hughes, as embracing the struggle and the concerns of the most lowly of his comrades, which is to say, the humblest and most downtrodden black folk. Arnold, 1981, 30. Negritude, the missing link between Du Bois and Du Boisism, and Fanon and Fanonism. Chapter summaries. Before exploring the aesthetics, poetics, and politics of Damas, Césaire, and Senghor, as well as the ways in which their work collectively provided a 33. 34. Major paradigm and discursive point of departure for Fanon's philosophy, it will be important to provide the reader with brief, more or less brush-stroke sketches of the new Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance, respectively. Consequently, Chapter 1, Prelude to Negritude, the new Negro movement, the Harlem Renaissance, and the early evolution of the Negritude notion, conceptually carries over several of the themes developed here and explores the ways in which the Negritudesque themes of Dubois' discourse, especially as found in the souls of black folk, served as paradigms and discursive points of departure for several of the leitmotifs of the new Negro movement and eventually reverberated throughout the poetry and writings of the Harlem Renaissance. Dubois, arguably the most militant major leader of the new Negro movement, influenced the conceptual core of the Harlem Renaissance and, in turn, the Negritude movement, since the Harlem Renaissance undoubtedly provided paradigms for Negritude aesthetics, poetics, and politics. Dubois' influence on the Negritude movement registers not only with his incomparable work during the New Negro era, but also with his innovative, simultaneously African-American and Pan-African ideals that seem to constantly free-float from African diasporan movements to continental African movements back to African diasporan movements, ad infinitum, without ever actually disappearing into the ether of the Africana intellectual tradition. The second chapter, Domitian Negritude, Leon Damas, examines Damas's enunciation of negritude deploying the discursive formations and discursive practices, as well as the epistemologies and methodologies arising out of the Africana intellectual tradition, and specifically the Pan-African movement, New Negro movement, Harlem Renaissance, and Haitian Renaissance. Seemingly more than any of the other members of the Negritude movement, Damas consciously synthesized the aesthetics, poetics, and politics of the Harlem Renaissance with the Haitian Renaissance, and specifically the work of Jean Price Mars, the father of Haitianism, in the development and articulation of his negritude. The combined influence of the Harlem Renaissance and Haitian Renaissance, I ultimately argue, give Domitian negritude a quality and character that is discursively distinct from Caesarian and Senghorian negritude, and may very well be one of the major reasons his work is either seen as suspect or altogether ignored in most contemporary scholarship on the negritude movement. Chapter 3, Caesarian Negritude, Aim Caesar, essentially begins where the second chapter ends by diving into a discussion of the discursive divergences between Domitian negritude and Caesarian negritude. Initially it will focus specifically on Damas and Caesar's different interpretations of la loi de departementalisation, the law of departmentalization, in an effort to outline the major motifs of Caesarian negritude. Afterward, discussion will 34-35 be given to the influence of Caesarian negritude on Frantz Fanon and his distinct conception of decolonization. The subsequent sections of the chapter will critically engage Caesar's discourse on colonialism and overarching contributions to the discourse on decolonization and the broader negritude movement. The fourth chapter, Senghorian Negritude, Leopold Senghor, will be devoted to Senghor's distinct conceptions of negritude, Africanite, Francite, African socialism, and African humanism in order to investigate both the lucidity and ambiguity at the heart of his effort to think through interwar and post-war ideas surrounding blackness, Africanness, Frenchness, socialism, and the possibility of a new and truly diverse global culture, an authentic civilization of the universal, emerging in the aftermath of decolonization. To begin, it will explore the discursive distinctiveness of Senghorian negritude within the context of the broader negritude movement, all the while considering the corollary Senghorian negritude concept of Africanite. Afterward, discussion will be given to Senghor's articulation of and contributions to the theories and praxis surrounding African socialism and the ways in which he transformed his negritude into a socio-political theory in the interest of decolonization in Senegal in particular, and Africa in general. Finally, this chapter will offer a critical examination of the evolution of Senghor's humanism via his conceptions of Francite and the civilization of the universal, and how Senghorian humanism, a conceptual correlate of African humanism or Black humanism, simultaneously discursively distinguishes and conceptually connects his negritude to that of Caesar and Damas while, however obliquely, hinting at Fanon's negritude-influenced revolutionary humanism to be discussed in detail in the concluding chapter. The fifth and final chapter, Fanonian Negritude, Frantz Fanon, will engage the ways in which Fanon systematically worked his way through negritude, and specifically the poetics and politics of his mentor Aim Caesar, and ultimately produced a full-blown philosophy of radical disalienation, in black skin, white masks, and revolutionary decolonization, in The Wretched of the Earth. Frequently Fanon studies scholars acknowledge César's influence on Fanon without adequately addressing the specifics of that influence or the ways in which Fanon's philosophy primarily grew out of the breakthroughs and setbacks of the broader Negritude movement and its members' more or less piecemeal poetics and politics. Indeed, the Negritude movement symbolizes the evolution and aestheticization of the Pan-African movement of the first half of the 20th century, with its luminaries such as Leon Damas, Leopold Senghor, and Aimé Césaire not only carrying on and expanding the epistemologies, axiologies, and methodologies of the New Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance, but also demonstrating a 36 new, more intense, and amplified spirit of collaboration between continental and diasporan Africans. Negritude obviously explored the connections between continental and diasporan African identity, culture, and literature in new and novel ways, and its most illustrious intellectual heir, Frantz Fanon, while rejecting certain crude and unsavory aspects of it, was undeniably and indelibly influenced by the politics, aesthetics, and overarching ethos of Negritude, and this influence is demonstrated on page after page from his first major work, Black Skin, White Masks, through to his final major work, The Wretched of the Earth. Essentially taking the reader on a transgressive epistemological and transnational journey from North America, W.E.B. Du Bois, and the New Negro movement through to Africa, Frantz Fanon, and the evolution of Fanonism. The Negritude movement discursively demonstrates that Negritude is the either often overlooked or grossly misunderstood missing link between, not merely Du Bois and Fanon, but between the intellectual and political traditions of Africa and its diaspora. We begin, then, with a detailed discussion of the origins of the New Negro movement and, even more, the Harlem Renaissance as a prelude to Negritude. Notes 1. For examples of work by scholars who have conceptually connected the origins and early evolution of the Negritude movement to the aesthetics, poetics, and radical politics of the Harlem Renaissance, and for the most noteworthy works that influenced my interpretation here, CAKO, 1982, Archer Straw, 2000, Bamacunnel, 1982, Cazenave, 2005, Fabre, 1993, Hughes, 1966, Icone, 2005, Irel, 2004, Jules Rosette, 1998, Popia, 2003, Simeon, 2004, Stovall, 1996, and Wilkes, 2003. The New Negro movement will be discussed in greater detail in Chapter 1. 2. Wilkerson and Zamir are not alone in emphasizing Du Bois' enormous influence on both the New Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance. For further discussion, and for the most noteworthy works that informed my interpretation here, C.D.L. Lewis, 1989, 1993, 2000, Rampersad, 2003, Turner, 1997, Walden, 1996, and Watts, 2001, 2010. 3. For examples of the books of critical commentary, as well as the innumerable essays, countless journal articles, and stacks of book chapters on Du Bois' The Souls of Black Folk, and for the most noteworthy works that informed my interpretation here, C.W.L. Andrews, 1985, Bloom, 2001, R. Carroll, 2003, Crouch and Benjamin, 2002, Du Bois, 2011, Fontenot and Keller, 2007, Fontenot and Morgan, 2001, Gooding Williams and McBride, 2005, Hubbard, 2003, S.J. Shaw, 2013, and Wolfenstein, 2007. 4. For further discussion of the ways in which non-white sociologists' social scientific objectivity has been incessantly called into question in ways that white sociologists 36. 37. Gists who conduct sociological studies on white society and white culture rarely, if ever, are, and for the most noteworthy works that informed my interpretation here, see Bonilla Silva and Zuberi, 2008, Cross, 2000, B.R. Hare, 2002, Krimsky and Sloan, 2011, Ladner, 1998, McKee, 1993, Pettigrew, 1980, and Wacker, 1983. 5. For further discussion of Dubois' conception of double consciousness, and for the most noteworthy works that informed my interpretation here, see Adele, 1994, J. Evans, 2014, Gooding Williams, 2009, Kirkland, 2013, Medina, 2013, McCombs, 2008, Rawls, 2000, P.C. Taylor, 2010, Tomisawa, 2003, and Travis, 1996. 6. For further discussion of Dubois' transgressive transdisciplinarity, see Hancock, 2005, and Rabaka, 2007, 2008, 2010a, 2010c. And, for a similar discussion of Fanon's transgressive transdisciplinarity, see Gagne, 2007, Mignolo, 2002, 2009, Marriott, 2011, and Rabaka, 2010b. 7. On Dubois and the NAACP's crusade against anti-black racist violence, especially lynching, see Bernstein, 2005, and Zhang Rando, 1980. For discussions of anti-black racist violence, again, with special attention paid to the racist ritual of lynching, which reached across the Reconstruction years into the heart of the 20th century, and for the most noteworthy works that informed my interpretation here, see first and foremost Dubois' Black Reconstruction, 1935, as well as Apel, 2004, Apel and Smith, 2007, B.E. Baker, 2008, Brundage, 1993, 1997, Harper, 2010, Markovitz, 2004, Nevels, 2007, Shapiro, 1988, Waldrep, 2006, Williamson, 1984, 1986, and Wood, 2009. 8. With regard to subjugated knowledge, Foucault, 2003, offered this explanation during one of his legendary Collège de France lectures in 1975, when I say subjugated knowledges I mean two things. On the one hand, I am referring to historical contents that have been buried or masked in functional coherences or formal systemizations. In other words, I am referring to blocks of historical knowledges that were present in the functional and systematic ensembles, but which were masked, and the critique was able to reveal their existence by using, obviously enough, the tools of scholarship. Second, when I say subjugated knowledges I am also referring to a whole series of knowledges that have been disqualified as insufficiently elaborated knowledges, naive knowledges, hierarchically inferior knowledges, knowledges that are below the required level of erudition or scientificity. 7. The conceptual correlation that I am making between Dubois' theory of second sight and Foucault's conception of subjugated knowledges is important insofar as it enables us to see, not simply an instance where a non-white intellectual's thought prefigures that of a white intellectual but, much more importantly, here we have an instance in which we can clearly see that epistemic apartheid is not solely predicated on race, but that it extends well beyond race and cuts to the very core of issues revolving around conceptual incarceration and distorted discursive formations. It could probably go without saying that racism, sexism, capitalism, colonialism, heterosexism, religious intolerance, and so on, have significantly impacted academic and the wider social world's conception of what constitutes knowledge and what counts as naive or inferior knowledge. When Foucault points to knowledges that have been disqualified, knowledges that were masked, and knowledges that have been rendered hierarchically inferior, it would seem to me that his explanation of subjugated 37, 38, Knowledges lends itself to the definition of Dubois' Saga of Black's Second Sight. For further discussion, see below. 9. By ideological hegemony, Gramsci essentially sought to emphasize that the ruling race class and established order's ideas, attitudes, values, beliefs, morality, and so on, permeate every aspect of civil society, including a wide range of social institutions and social activities, from churches and schools, to family functions and the medical industry. Therefore, seemingly neutral institutions and aspects of civil society actually hinge on and help to foster unconscious conformity and commitment to views and values that uphold the status quo and that are, ultimately, antithetical to social transformation in the interest of the economically exploited and racially oppressed. Hegemony, in the Gramscian sense, then, could be loosely defined as a worldview or organizing principle that is propagated by the ruling race class's agencies of indoctrination and socialization, both sacred and secular, which touch every area of daily and social life, like the intemperate tentacles of a hungry octopus. The internalization of the dominant culture's belief system and values, usually unconscious, on the part of the racially oppressed and economically exploited, causes the ruling race class's ideologies to appear to be logical or common sense. Thus, as the ruling race class seeks to maintain its privilege, power, and wealth, they of necessity attempt to popularize and perpetuate their worldview, culture, values, morality, and so on, and repetitiously render them omnipotent and omnipresent, making them appear to be a part of the divine and natural order of things, part of both a sacred heritage and sacred history. To successfully take hold, however, the ruling race class's ideological hegemony, literally, their indoctrination and socialization campaign, or their unscrupulous ideological warfare, must operate and penetrate on two different levels. On the first level, as a seemingly innocent, normal, and neutral worldview and conception of life and society for the common folk, and, on the second level, as an allegedly objective social, scientific and scholarly program and set of principles which is unceasingly propagated and reproduced by a cadre of elite intellectuals and their minions who, of course, benefit from the preservation of the established order. By casting Gramsci's conception of ideological hegemony into the discussion of Dubois' conceptions of double consciousness and the veil, I seek to illustrate the fact that Black's double-conscious internalization of white-propagated anti-black racist and white supremacist conceptions of blacks and blackness is politically and sociologically symptomatic of white supremacy's intersection and interconnection with the political economy of race and anti-black racism in anti-black racist capitalist culture and society. Almost as if in direct dialogue with Dubois, especially the later, more black Marxist Dubois of Black Reconstruction, in his prison notebooks Gramsci wrote of the great variety of morbid symptoms that appear when ideologically dominated cultures and societies began to lose their hold on the masses' minds. There is a sense in which Dubois' concept of double consciousness can be read as a sociological diagnosis of the masses, in this instance the black masses, continued unconscious internalization of the dominant group's anti-black racist ideology. Gramsci, 1971, explained the next stage, the stage in which the masses begin to call the existing culture and society into question, although they do not yet consciously embrace a counter-ideology, sort of a social limbo state. 38-39. Somewhere between the old and the new society, if the ruling class has lost its consensus, i.e., is no longer leading but only dominating, exercising force alone, this means precisely that the great masses have become detached from their traditional ideologies, and no longer believe what they used to believe previously, etc. The crisis consists precisely in the fact that the old is dying and the new cannot be born. In this interregnum a great variety of morbid symptoms appear, 275 to 276. It might be possible to point to double consciousness as an extremely early morbid symptom, one still very steeped in the old society and their traditional ideologies, that is to say, the society dominated by the diabolical dialectic of white superiority and black inferiority. Although only hinted at throughout the souls of black folk, Dubois' sociological discourse did eventually come to explicitly critique the intersection and interconnection of racism and capitalism as dual and inextricable systems of exploitation, oppression, and violence in Black life worlds and Black life struggles. For further discussion of Dubois' increasingly radical politics after the publication of The Souls of Black Folk, see Horn, 1986, 2009, Marable, 1986, and rabaka, 2007, 2008, 2010a, 2010c. And, for further discussion of Gramsci's conception of ideological hegemony, and for the most noteworthy works that informed my interpretation here, see Gramsci, 1971, 206-276, and Gramsci, 2000, 189-221, specifically, and Gramsci, 1977, 1978, 1985, 1992, 1995, 1996, more generally. 10. My interpretation of the cultural and social psychological implications of Dubois' concept of double consciousness in specific, and the souls of Black folk in general, has been influenced by A. Davis, 1983, Esso. Gaines, 1996, Gaines and Reed, 1994, Jennings, 1998, Martinez, 2002, Wells, 2002, and Wolfenstein, 2007. 11. In The Wretched of the Earth, Fanon argued that it is primarily because of colonialism's violent denial of the racially colonized's humanity and history that the wretched of the earth must rescue and reclaim their humanity and history from the dark, dank dungeon that the racial colonizer has confined it to, and completely topple the racial colonial world. The racially colonized, therefore, must be mentally and physically prepared to violate the dividing line's social, political, cultural, metaphysical, physical, epistemological, and ethical imposed by the racial colonizer if they are to return to the upwards paths of their own culture, as Cabral contended, and in like fashion, as Fanon importantly asserted, rehumanize the racial colonizer and return them to their long-lost humanity as well. Cabral 1979, 143, Fanon 1968, 38, see also. Bernasconi 1996, rabaka 2010b, 2014. Dubois' concept of double consciousness continues to resonate with sociologists of race, philosophers of race, and psychologists of race because, similar to Fanon's work, whether discussing Black life worlds in capitalist or colonialist societies, it aids in accenting the racial or racist dimensions of the political economies of these societies, which divide and doubly problematize Blacks' lived experiences in the said societies. 12. I emphasize the epic aspects of Dubois' theory of Second Sight here by referring to it as the Saga of Second Sight in an effort to accent the fact that, first, if indeed a saga is a story of heroic achievement and, second, as David Levering Lewis, 1993, observed, if Dubois' writings, especially his memoirs, utilized the language of the saga, then, it is important for us to make a connection between his autobiography and his African and African American historiography. 19. In other words, Dubois' 39. 40. Saga of Second Sight demonstrates not only that his soul is bound up with those of the souls of Black folk, but also that he boldly believed that just as he was able to arrive at the critical Black consciousness, as opposed to double consciousness, of Second Sight, so too could and would his beloved Black folk break free from the gruesome grasp of double consciousness. In order to wrench themselves free from the clutches of double consciousness, like Dubois, Black folk would have to systematically and critically study continental and diasporan African history, culture, and struggle on their own terms, that is to say, consciously countering the ideological hegemony of anti-Black racist capitalism, which is also to say that there are serious implications for what we are currently calling Africana studies scattered throughout Dubois' oeuvre, but especially apparent in his critique of double consciousness and Saga of Second Sight. Further commenting on Du Bois' distinct synthesis of his personal history with the nuances of national African American and international Pan-African history, Lewis announced, in those lyrical memoirs, whether Darkwater, A Pageant of 7 Decades, Dusk of Dawn, or the autobiography of W.E.B. Du Bois, we are drawn to participate in a chronicle of epic sweep, at once familial, racial, national, global, and prophetic. 19. All of this, then, should be borne in mind in the discussion below concerning second sight as a possible solution to the problem of double consciousness. 13. For further discussion of the origins and evolution of Pan-Africanism and the Pan-African movement, and for the most noteworthy works that informed my interpretation here, see Aka, 1999, ADI and Sherwood, 2003, Esadebi, 1994, Falola and Sen, 2014, Geis, 1974, Langley, 1973, 1979, Legum, 1962, S. Omizu, 1965, Afwadi Kudjo, 1986, V.B. Thompson, 1969, and Walters, 1993. Additionally, for further discussion of Du Bois' pioneering Pan-Africanism and pride of place within the Pan-African movement, see Du Bois, 2012, Efrat, 1967, Fenderson, 2010, Gershoni, 1995, Idra, 1974, Kendhammer, 2007, R.B. Moore, 1970, Pobi Asamani, 1993, and Rucker, 2002. 14. For further discussion of the ways in which Du Bois' discourse actually engaged a plethora of issues that were central to continental and diasporan Africans' shared history, shared culture, and shared struggles, from the end of the 19th century through to the middle of the 20th century, and for the most noteworthy works that informed my interpretation here, see Du Bois, 1896, 1915, 1920, 1930a, 1930b, 1940, 1945, 1947, 1958, 1960, 1961, 1963, 2012. 15. For further discussion of what I have termed here African Americans hyper-hybridized and incredibly creolized, but undeniably African thought and culture, and for the most noteworthy works that influenced my analysis here, see Canizares Esquerra, Childs, and Sidbury, 2013, Conniff and Davis, 1994, Gates, 1987, 1988, 2011, Gates and Yakovon, 2013, Gomez, 1998, 2005, 2006, Holloway, 2005, Landers, 2010, Manning, 2009, Mintz and Price, 1992, Okpuhu, Davies, and Mazrui, 1999. Okpuhu and Anziguyo, 2009, Sidbury, 2007, Stuckey, 1987, R.F. Thompson, 1983, S.S. Walker, 2001, and M.M. Wright, 2004. 16. For more detailed discussion of Césaire's relationship with both the Harlem Renaissance and Surrealism, and for the most noteworthy works that informed my interpretation here, see Arnold, 1981, Britain, 2009, Menil, 1978, Michel, 2000, and M. Richardson, 1996. 40. 41. Chapter 1. Prelude to Negritude. The New Negro Movement, the Harlem Renaissance, and the early evolution of the Negritude notion. Epitaphs of the Old Negro, New Negroes. Harlem Renaissance Radicals, N. The Prelude to Negritude. Bearing in mind Carmiel Wilkerson and Shamoun Zamir's contention in the introduction that the defining discourses of the New Negro Movement, especially as these are formulated by Alain Locke, its foremost theoretician, were shaped by Du Bois' thought at the deepest level, and that Locke's contributions to his justly famous and movement-defining collection The New Negro, 1925, are everywhere engaged in a dialogue with Du Bois, and in a sometimes unacknowledged reformulation of his ideas. In this chapter we move away from a focus on Du Bois' discourse to an engagement of his discursive descendants in the New Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance. If, indeed, we accept the fact that Locke's New Negro anthology was more or less the manifesto for the Harlem Renaissance and, as Wilkerson and Zamir's work emphasized, it was shaped substantially by the souls of black folk, then it seems safe to say that Du Bois was discursively present even when he was physically absent from Harlem Renaissance cliques and his work not directly referenced in Harlem Renaissance writing. In other words, Du Bois, the maestro of the New Negro movement, influenced the conceptual core of the Harlem Renaissance and, in turn, the Negritude movement, not only with his incomparable work during the New Negro era, but also with his innovative, simultaneously African-American and Pan-African ideals that seemed to constantly free-float from African diasporan movements to continental African movements back to African diasporan movements, ad infinitum, without ever actually disappearing into ether of the Africana intellectual tradition. Although Du Bois and Locke had 41. 42. A tension-filled and quite often terse working relationship, as could be said of the very temperamental Du Bois' relationships with many of the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance, Langston Hughes withstanding, Du Bois' ideas and influence was nonetheless omnipresent from the beginning to the end of the Harlem Renaissance, as well as from the beginning to the end of Locke's New Negro anthology. Where Du Bois served as a sort of philosophical phantasm for the artistic arm of the New Negro movement, Locke was its very real and physically present ringleader, goading and guiding the niggerati of the Harlem Renaissance to commit artistically treasonous acts against white America and aesthetically and socially seditious acts against the old New Negro leadership that Du Bois represented so well. Consequently, in his history-making volume The New Negro, 1925, Alain Locke, the long-acknowledged impresario of the Harlem Renaissance, made it known that the old Negro had long become more of a myth than a man. 3. He continued, or the younger generation is vibrant with a new psychology, the new spirit is awake in the masses, and under the very eyes of the professional observers is transforming what has been a perennial problem into the progressive phases of contemporary Negro life. 3. For most of 19th century America, whether we speak of white America or otherwise, the general impression and image of African Americans long lodged in their minds revolved around Negroes as black slaves or blackface minstrels. No longer content with being thought of as a perennial problem, perhaps in sly reference to Du Bois' provocative query that opened the souls of black folk, how does it feel to be a problem? Locke emphasized that the New Negro of 1925 was not only younger, but also that she or he was either a part of or deeply identified with the masses. 2. Prophetically prefiguring the aesthetics, poetics, and politics of the Negritude movement and its accent on black youth and the black masses, Locke articulated the general mood and sentiments of many of the younger, more artistically and politically inclined members of the New Negro movement. In a real sense it is the rank and file who are leading, he wrote, and the leaders who are following. A transformed and transforming psychology permeates the masses. 7. Locke and his cohort were keen to emphasize the role that both the black masses in general, and black youth in particular, played in the civil rights and social justice struggles of the early 20th century. This is a theme that would be conceptually carried on by the Negritude movement, among other continental and diasporan African movements that would emerge in the aftermath of the New Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance. Although the New Negro movement and Negritude movement were more or less aimed at achieving human recognition and social justice for Du Bois' beloved black folk, among other oppressed groups, it is important for 42. 43. Us to accent the often overlooked fact that each of the previously mentioned movements decidedly differed in terms of their strategies and tactics. We might go so far to say that even though the overarching goal of almost all African American social and political movements have remained relatively unchanged since the Reconstruction years, i.e., 1865 to 1877, the policy and basic battle plan to obtain civil rights and a higher level of human life noticeably changed, and changed drastically, by infusing black politics with black aesthetics and black poetics during the Harlem Renaissance era. The core elements of the Negritude movement were obviously informed by the Harlem Renaissance, with the Negritude theorists importantly adding a discourse on decolonization and an even more distinctly African diasporan celebration of Africa and Africanity to the mix. Hence, in its own unique way, the Negritude movement registers as a continuation of black youth movement, leadership, and artistry in the aftermath of the New Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance and, most especially, positive proof that a transformed and transforming psychology permeated the masses in the early decades of the 20th century. Truth be told, then, there is a great deal of what is currently considered negritude that, to put it plainly, has its roots in the politics of the New Negro movement and the poetics of the Harlem Renaissance. 3. Each generation, Locke declared, will have its creed, and that of the present is the belief in the efficacy of collective effort, in race cooperation. 11. Unambiguously presaging negritude's social, political, and cultural thought, Locke's words provide a discursive link between the ethos and overall agenda of the New Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance of the 1920s and 1930s and the negritude movement of the late 1930s and 1940s. The long overlooked similarities between these movements is both startling and stunning. The young artists, intellectuals, and activists of the Harlem Renaissance in many senses represented a second wave of early 20th century civil rights soldiers within the context of the overarching New Negro movement. Which is also to say, similar to the Black Arts movement in relationship to the Black Power movement, the Harlem Renaissance should be regarded as the cultural aesthetic arm of the New Negro movement, which was more or less a social and political movement aimed at securing African Americans' human and civil rights. For what obviously distinguishes the Harlem Renaissance from the New Negro movement is the former's emphasis on utilizing art, i.e., artistic activism, to obtain human recognition and civil rights, and the latter's emphasis on utilizing politics and social organization, i.e., socio-political activism, to achieve human recognition and civil rights. What needs to be observed at the outset, however, is that many of the discursive distinctions currently being made between the members of the New Negro movement and the radicals. 43. 44. Of the Harlem Renaissance are frequently nothing more than academic and extremely abstract hair-splitting. As many of the major works of the Harlem Renaissance reveal, the members of the New Negro movement and the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance were almost invariably one and the same. For example, several prominent members of arguably the preeminent civil rights organization of the New Negro movement, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, were either pivotal participants in or, at the least, constructively contributed to the Harlem Renaissance, including W.E.B. Du Bois, see his novels and other creative writings, The Quest of the Silver Fleece 1911b, Dark Princess 1928, the selected poems of W.E.B. Du Bois 1964 and creative writings by W.E.B. Du Bois 1985b, James Weldon Johnson, see his novel and poetry, The Autobiography of an Ex-Colored Man 1912, 50 Years and Other Poems 1917, God's Trombones 1927, and The Complete Poems 2000, Jessie Fauset, see her novels, There is Confusion 1924, Plum Bun 1928, and The Chinaberry Tree 1931, and Walter White, see his novels, Fire in the Flint 1924 and Flight 1926. As a matter of fact, when and where authentic distinctions are made between the New Negro movement and the Harlem Renaissance, they almost always revolve around those new Negroes who were the first generation born after African American enslavement and who seemed to privilege more conventional politics and civil rights activism, in contrast to those who were slightly younger than the first wave of new Negroes and who seemed to privilege Negro art and artistic activism in the civil rights struggle. All that being said, yet and still, it should be strongly stressed that one of the most distinctive aspects of both the New Negro movement and the Harlem Renaissance was the simultaneous aestheticization of the African American civil rights struggle and the radical politicization of African American art. What, pray tell, really and truly was the Negritude movement if it was not the simultaneous aestheticization of the continental and diasporan African human rights and decolonization struggle and the radical politicization of continental and diasporan African aesthetics and poetics in the francophone African world, as we shall see in the subsequent chapter, conceptually carried over from the Harlem Renaissance and Haitian Renaissance. As with contemporary black popular music and black popular culture, most of the older, elite, and college-educated leaders of the New Negro movement, including W.E.B. Du Bois, were embarrassed by and sought to distance themselves from the black popular music and black popular culture of their era, i.e., classic blues, classic jazz, and the more politically and aesthetically radical aspects of the Harlem Renaissance. 5. Similar to the Black Women's Club movement, which preceded it and indelibly influenced it, the New Negro movement had both conservative and radical elements. In many 45 ways, the artists of the Harlem Renaissance represented the younger and more radical second wave of the New Negro movement, although ultimately the Harlem Renaissance came to embody both conservative and radical politics, poetics, and aesthetics as well. A cadre of the Harlem Renaissance quickly became disgusted with the Eurocentric and bourgeois condescending attitude of the elite and older New Negro leaders toward black popular music and black popular culture, and they took it upon themselves to audaciously document, lament, and celebrate the African American experience in its full, deep depth and torrid totality. It is the work of the young radicals of the Harlem Renaissance that provided the primary link between the New Negro movement and the Negritude movement. Renaissance radicals such as Wallace Thurman, Zora Neale Hurston, Langston Hughes, Richard Bruce Nugent, Gwendolyn Bennett, and Aaron Douglas sought to raise issues impacting African Americans that the elite and older New Negro leaders left in the lurch. For example, the young radicals' work frequently explored taboo topics such as homosexuality, bisexuality, promiscuity, prostitution, drug abuse, domestic violence, interracial relationships, and both classism and colorism within the African American community. Their collective work provided both an external and internal critique of the issues and ills besetting African America during the early decades of the 20th century. 6. Representing much more than a critique of early 20th century anti-black racism, lynching, and economic exploitation, the work of the young radicals of the Harlem Renaissance also served as an innovative commentary on and critique of the increasing conservatism and bourgeoisism of the New Negro movement and, truth be told, some erstwhile elements of the Harlem Renaissance itself. As the elite and older New Negro leaders decried the vulgarity and vice-filled nature of working-class and poor black folks' culture, much of which revolved around black popular music and black popular culture, the radicals of the Renaissance sought to celebrate both the beautifulness and ugliness, the triumphs and the tragedies of what it meant to be black, especially poor and black, in early 20th century America. The Renaissance radicals forcefully challenged the Victorianism, bourgeoisism, and general Eurocentrism of the elite and older New Negro leaders, reminding them that the majority of African Americans were, as they remain in the 21st century, members of the working class and the underclass. Consequently, authentic African American art and expressive culture, the Renaissance radicals ardently believed, need not always but should in some sufficient way seek to grasp and seriously grapple with the lives and struggles of the black masses, who, to reiterate, historically have been and remain working class and patently poverty-stricken. 45. 46. It could be easily argued that at its best the Negritude movement documented, lamented, and celebrated the wide range and full reach of the continental and diasporan African experience in several ways that demonstrate its indebtedness to the aesthetics of the Harlem Renaissance and the politics of the New Negro movement. Without in any way diminishing the distinct differences between the New Negro movement and the Harlem Renaissance, which mostly revolve around emphasis on either politics or aesthetics, respectively, this chapter endeavors to explore what was, however unheralded, handed down to the Negritude movement from the New Negroes and Renaissance radicals. It is interesting to note, as in the broader context of the Negritude movement, New Negroes and Renaissance radicals were almost uniformly engrossed in public dialogues, academic debates, and artistic activities revolving around several of the key issues that preoccupied the major Negritude theorists: race, gender, class, spirituality, religion, education, colonization, artistic license, the ongoing importance of Africa for continental and diasporan Africa peoples worldwide, and so on. That being the case, it could be said that the connections between both the New Negro movement and the Harlem Renaissance and the aesthetics, poetics, and politics of the Negritude movement are direct, as opposed to merely indirect, concrete, as opposed to simply abstract, and more than meaningful enough to warrant deeper critical examination. The subsequent sections of this chapter will offer alternative histories and critical theories of the New Negro movement and the Harlem Renaissance, with special emphasis on what has been again, even though unsung, passed on to the Negritude movement. The following section, The New Negro Movement, Conservatism and Radicalism in Early 20th Century African America, provides a succinct survey of the New Negro movement that sheds light on the ways in which its sometimes moderate, and sometimes militant, civil rights activism laid a foundation for the Negritude movement's, truth be told, sometimes moderate, and sometimes militant discourse on decolonization, political activism, and distinct conceptions of humanism. Building on the previous section, the final section, The Harlem Renaissance, on the Niggerati and the radical aesthetic roots of the Negritude movement, turns readers' attention to the conceptual connections between the Harlem Renaissance, as the artistic arm of the New Negro movement, and the Negritude movement. Much like Fanon would in the wake of the peak period of the Negritude movement, Damas, Césaire, and Senghor each embraced and rejected aspects of the politics, poetics, and aesthetics of the Harlem Renaissance, and this chapter concludes by providing the reader with a sense of the conceptual commonalities and discursive differences between the Harlem Renaissance and Negritude movement. We begin, then, with an abbreviated overview of the New Negro movement, which undoubtedly provided the NE46. 47. Negritude movement, with one of the major philosophical foundations on which it went on to build its innovative politics, poetics, and aesthetics. The New Negro movement. Conservatism and radicalism in early 20th century African America. As with the Lost Generation, World War I had a profound impact on the young radicals of the Harlem Renaissance. Following W.E.B. Du Bois' 1918 crisis dictum, close ranks, African Americans faithfully joined the war effort, genuinely believing that fighting for freedom and democracy abroad would translate into freedom and democracy for black folk back home. See Du Bois 1995, 697. Sadly, nothing could have been further from the truth. The Great War's ending was in many ways the beginning of what James Weldon Johnson termed the Red Summer of 1919. Several factors contributed to the situation where more than 36 U.S. cities erupted in anti-black racist violence in 1919. First, there was the Great Migration of African Americans out of the rural South to the urban North between 1910 and 1930. Reports from this period estimate that between 2 to 3 million African Americans moved north during the first 3 decades of the 20th century. A second Great Migration took place between 1940 and 1970, in which 5 million or more African Americans moved to even more diverse destinations, including the Midwest, the Southwest, and the Far West. 8. As African Americans fanned out across the country in the early years of the 20th century, many were only marginally affected by the Red Scare of 1919, but anti-communism quickly translated into xenophobia, and xenophobia almost immediately mutated into fickle forms of anti-black racist violence that in many ways rivaled the horrors African Americans endured during the 1880s and 1890s, a period that legendary historian Rayford Logan, in The Negro in American Life and Thought, The Nader. 1877 to 1901, 1954, famously characterized as the nadir of American race relations. African Americans had many reasons for migrating to the North, including to escape lynching. Jim Crow laws, anti-black racist restrictions on their voting and civil rights, and the collapsing economy of the rural South, where the boll weevil was devastating cotton crops. By most accounts, the Red Summer of 1919 began in May in Charleston, South Carolina, where a white sailor shot an African American civilian to death. The race riot that ensued left 7 African Americans dead and more than 35 wounded, as well as 3 white sailors and 1 policeman injured. 47. 48. Ellisville, Mississippi exploded in late June. There a fanatical gang of white men fatally wounded an alleged black rapist by the name of John Hartfield as he sought to escape from capture by way of a cane field. Reports indicate that a local white physician fiendishly kept Hartfield alive so that he could be properly lynched the next day. The local newspapers jubilantly announced the time and place of Hartfield's lynching, while the then governor of Mississippi, Theodore Bilbo, callously remarked that nobody can keep the inevitable from happening. On the day after Hartfield's lynching, the local newspapers shamelessly reported that more than 3,000 townspeople and upstanding citizens gathered at the appointed tree and, after fervently debating the best way to torture him before they killed him, Hartfield's executioners castrated, hanged, burned, and then, for good measure, repeatedly shot his lifeless and brutally charred and bludgeoned body. By summer's end, this sickening scene was repeated in more than 36 U.S. cities, including the nation's capital. In response to the carnage, one of the leading lights of the Harlem Renaissance, Claude McKay, drummed out his most defiant and most famous poem, The Immortal If We Must Die. It became both the battle oath and battle anthem of the new Negro movement. With its references to fighting back, to monsters and murder, indeed, If We Must Die was not Paul Laurence Dunbar's much heralded dialect poetry. It represented something altogether different, something clearly distinguished from even those race-conscious writings offered up by notable 19th-century black radicals, such as Frederick Douglass, Francis Ellen Watkins Harper, Martin Delany, Alexander Crummell, Pauline Hopkins, Edward Blyton, and Bishop Henry McNeill Turner. 9. McKay's words deftly helped to mark the new militancy of the new Negro movement. In the summer of 1918, Frank Harris, the noted editor of Pearson's Magazine, Fortnightly Review, and Saturday Review, as well as the publisher of such talents as Oscar Wilde, George Bernard Shaw, and H.G. Wells, urged McKay not to mute and mask his true feelings concerning the swelling mob violence against African Americans. According to Wayne Cooper in Claude McKay, rebel sojourner in the Harlem Renaissance, 1987, Harris admonished McKay not to hold back, but to rise and storm the heights, like Milton when he wrote on the late massacre in Piedmont, 100. Cooper eruditiously continued. Harris had pointed specifically to McKay's sonnet The Lynching as an example of a poem whose expressed sentiments did not really plumb the horror of racial repression in the United States. In it, McKay had compared the mutilated black victim of a lynching to a Christ figure and had commented upon the satanic, unearthly glee with which men, women, and children went through the rites of crucifixion. Harris had objected that a sonnet like this, after reading the 48. 49. Report of the St. Louis Massacre of 1917. Sounds like an anticlimax. He had then quoted Milton, Avenge, O Lord. They slaughtered saints whose bones lie scattered on the Alpine mountains cold. Those lines, Harris had stated, have the sublime human cry of anguish and hate against man's inhumanity to man. Some day you will rip it out of your guts. 100. In If We Must Die, McKay's outrage was palpable. Gone was the muted tone and timbre of many of his early poems, example see Songs of Jamaica and Constab Ballads, both published in 1912. 10. With this anguish-filled and decidedly defiant poem he etched his name into the annals of African American literature, even though he, like Marcus Garvey, had been born in Jamaica and frequently felt alienated as a result of African Americans' peculiar intraracial colorism and classism. McKay's poem became the mouthpiece for millions of African Americans, and he responded to the dire circumstances of his newfound people with an uncompromising and unapologetic condemnation of those responsible for the violence against black folk. He appealed directly to African Americans in If We Must Die, exhorting them to resist anti-black racist violence with courage and coordinated determination. This poem, perhaps more than any other poem, novel, play, painting, or essay produced during the Harlem Renaissance, eloquently expressed African America's disposition toward desperation and undeniable defiance that long, hot, and holocaustic summer of 1919. As David Levering Lewis declared in When Harlem Was in Vogue, 1989, for African Americans the Red Summer was a Gehenna, i.e., hell in Judaism and the New Testament, compared to which the Red Scare ordeal of anarchists, communists, socialists, immigrants, and white workers was merely scarifying, 17-18. No matter what McKay's critics may have said about the shortcomings in the construction and the deficiencies in the diction of If We Must Die. No matter the traces of the heroic sentimentalism of Victorianism one may hear in it. When it is all said and done, he had composed a poem that immediately garnered a permanent place in the historical and cultural memory of a besieged and much maligned people. In fact, it has been said that If We Must Die helped McKay forfeit whatever echoes of foreignness, i.e., Jamaicanness or, rather, Caribbeanness, he once had from African Americans' point of view, and henceforth he came to be claimed as one of their own, right along with renowned Harlem Renaissance poets Langston Hughes and Count T. Cullen. In one of his autobiographies, A Long Way From Home, 1937, McKay went so far to say, "If we must die, that one grand outburst, is African Americans' sole standard of appraising my poetry." 31. From 1919 forward, McKay's poems not only reviled racial oppression, but they also renounced the whole social, political, and economic order that enabled ongoing racial oppression and economic exploitation. In this way, 49. 50. His work was in line with other U.S. radicals, black and white, who after World War I perceived the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia as a fundamental example of how to attain the unfulfilled egalitarian aspirations of the old regimes throughout Europe and America. Similar to other radicals, McKay deeply hoped for a reconstructed Western world where black folk, along with all other cultural groups, could live unmolested lives in dignity and true democracy. McKay's critique of Europe and European America was therefore based on his heartfelt belief that in a future democratic socialist society, which would be unerringly dedicated to the workers and not the capitalists, black and white workers would no longer feel compelled to compete for the almighty dollar but could work in harmony, striving for a classless society. In other words, at this point McKay believed that only through a democratic communist reconstruction of society could either blacks or whites achieve dignity and America's much heralded democracy. Emphasis should be placed on the fact that the most important and long-lasting ideological aspect of McKay's poetic rebellion was his fiercely felt and firm allegiance to the working class and poor common people among African Americans. At times his allegiance to working class and poor black folk translated into an inchoate black nationalism that seemed to contradict other aspects of his thought and completely confound his readers. Between 1919 and 1923 McKay would unmask his utter disdain for racial oppression and economic exploitation in America with poems such as To the White Friends, The Dominant White, A Capitalist at Dinner, The Little Peoples, Song of the New Soldier and Worker, The Beast, Negro Spiritual, The White House, and To the Entrenched Classes, see McKay 1953, 1973, 2004. In his poetry McKay took the United States to task with a vigorous and unmitigated moral outrage that was unprecedented for any American writer, black or white, at the time. By the same token, he did not refrain from mercilessly criticizing the colorism, classism, and outright elitism of the black bourgeoisie, which he felt had long been timid in the face of anti-black racism and had betrayed working class and poor black folk by embracing capitalism. In many ways McKay's work helps to highlight several of the core differences between the more moderate New Negroes and the more militant New Negroes. As with the Negritude movement, it is possible that each member of the New Negro movement adhered to both collective and individual interpretations of the fundamental message and mission of the movement. Logically, this leads us to a more depthful discussion of the New Negro movement, its politics, and the myriad ways its politics informed the poetics and overall aesthetics of the artists of the Harlem Renaissance. To begin, it might be helpful for us to bear in mind something Eric Walrond wrote in his classic Vanity. 50. 51. Fair essay, Enter the New Negro, a distinctive type recently created by the colored cabaret belt in New York, 1924. The effortless New York public, revolving always with the fairest wind, has recently discovered a new brand of Negro entertainer. Not the old type, of course. The lullaby singer has gone. Also the plantation darky. And, out of the welter of sentimentality which the old types created, the Negro now emerges as an individual as brisk and as actual as your own next-door neighbor. He no longer has to be either a Pullman car porter, or overfond of watermelon, in order to be a successful type on our stage. He is a personality, always, and frequently an artist. 61. Walrond's emphasis on the old types of Negroes is extremely important, as it speaks to the ways in which the New Negro movement and the Harlem Renaissance, both politically and aesthetically, registered as critical responses to antebellum, Reconstruction, and post-Reconstruction anti-black racism, literal and literary, political and musical anti-black racism. Perhaps there is no better example of the literal and literary, political and musical anti-black racism that served as a backdrop to the New Negro movement and the Harlem Renaissance than the infamous, albeit still invisible to most white Americans, especially the white youth of supposedly post-racial America, blackface minstrel show. In their efforts to provide more authentic and realistic portrayals of African American life and culture, the New Negroes and Renaissance radicals firmly felt they needed to deconstruct the old Negro, primarily associated with African American enslavement and blackface minstrelsism, and reconstruct a new Negro, who was an individual as brisk and as actual as your own next-door neighbor. Like the major theorists of the Negritude movement and Fanon to follow, the New Negroes of the early 20th century understood that covert racism was just as harmful as overt racism, literary racism was just as damaging as literal racism, musical racism was just as detrimental as social or political racism ad infinitum. Minstrelsy or the minstrel show was one of the earliest authentically American forms of entertainment. It incorporated comedy routines, dancing, singing, and variety acts performed by whites in blackface or, especially during the Reconstruction and post-Reconstruction periods, blacks in blackface. 11. The minstrel show arose as a counter to the efforts of the abolitionists, both black and white, who argued that enslaved Africans should be emancipated. In essence, minstrel shows caricatured enslaved Africans as ignorant, lazy, dirty, buffoonish, superstitious, ever joyous, and ever musical. In many senses, materializing as a response to the Haitian Revolution, 1791–1804, and the consecutive revolts of Gabriel Prosser, Chatham Manor, George Boxley, Denmark Vesey, Nat Turner, and the La Amistad Rebellion in the 51. 52. 1830s, the minstrel show grew out of brief burlesques and comic entr'actes, and evolved and eventually took shape as a fully formed musical revue by the beginning of the 1840s. 12. From the 1830s through to the 1930s, minstrel shows were utilized for every propagandistic or, rather, every anti-black racist purpose imaginable. To be sure, several stock characters manifested themselves in minstrel shows, such as the happy slave, the dandy, the coon, the mammy, the old darky, the mulatto wench, and the buffoonish black soldier. 13. Minstrels, again, mostly whites until about the last quarter of the 19th century, insistently asserted that their characters, songs, and dances were based on real black folkways and real black folk culture, but the extent of the exact influence of authentic African American culture on blackface minstrelsy has long remained a point of contention. What has been historically documented, however, is that when the spirituals began to be sung in minstrel shows in the 1870s, it marked the first time that unmistakably African American music entered into the minstrel show's musical repertoire. 14. No matter what contemporary readers may make of all of this, one thing is for certain, and that is that blackface minstrelsy was undeniably the first distinctly American theatrical form. 15. Moreover, Blackface minstrelsy was the motor inside the machine that not only led to the emergence of, but also consistently powered the American music industry during its most formative phase of development. 16. Although often downplayed, it should be emphasized that American popular music and popular culture came into being by mercilessly mocking blacks and their blackness. When minstrel shows spread from the South to the North in the early 1840s, it marked a significant turning point in the marketing of minstrelsy, and it opened up an entirely new age that saw the meteoric rise, widespread commercialization, and institutionalization of blackface minstrelsy. With its caricatures of African American singing, dancing, and speaking styles, blackface minstrelsy ensured that the most popular image of blacks in the white social imagination was one of them, i.e., blacks, as infantile and pathological brutes. 17. Hence, even in so-called freedom, i.e., even in the post-emancipation period, African Americans were frequently referred to and reproached as the Negro problem. 18. They were seen as a social menace, in many senses, because their lives and struggles impugned the long-standing lie of lily-white democracy in America. And, even more, they were a constant reminder that race and its corollary racism has always been, and will remain for the foreseeable future, part and parcel of American citizenship and democracy. Beginning in the Jacksonian era, an age which extended voting rights to all white men by eliminating property laws and other qualifications, the omnipresent image of the blackface minstrel incessantly announced that 52. 53. Black men, white and non-white women would not gain the right to vote until 1920, were utterly unqualified to contribute to, or participate in American democracy in any meaningful way. What, pray tell, many whites asked, did ignorant, infantile, and indolent slaves and former slaves have to do with the august tradition of American citizenship and democracy? As with many of the most questionable aspects of rap music and hip-hop culture, whites, to put it plainly, were mesmerized by blackface minstrelsy. It was as though they were on safari, journeying through a jungle world filled with black, among other non-white, half-human and half-animal creatures who were as savage as they were sad. And, it was this white supremacist and anti-black racist construction of blacks that was celebrated and sold to whites and, truth be told, to other non-whites, nationally and internationally, as authentic blackness. It is extremely interesting to observe that a wide range of whites, from Abraham Lincoln and Mark Twain to newly arrived ethnic European immigrants in northern ghettos and poor whites in the southern states, were among the most ardent admirers of the minstrel show. In this sense, then, the impact of blackface minstrelsy was, and covertly continues to be, both profound and pervasive. For instance, in the rise and fall of the white republic, class, politics, and mass culture in 19th-century America, Alexander Saxton, 1990, observed, "Paced by the extraordinary popularity of blackface minstrelsy, theater expanded into an industry of mass entertainment." 109. Furthermore, whites' fascination with, combined with the widespread popularity of, blackface minstrelsy served as a recurring anti-black racist reference point for whites of seemingly all social classes. Ironically, blackface minstrelsy, both wittingly and unwittingly, aided and abetted the spread of the whiteness as property ethos and white racial egalitarianism, irrespective of social, political, regional, and religious differences. 19. Whiteness, in and of itself, was henceforth and seemingly forevermore the only qualification to be met to make one an authentic citizen and beneficiary of all that American citizenship and democracy had to offer. 20. Additional emphasis should be placed on the foregoing contention that the anti-black racist representations of blacks and blackness propagated in blackface minstrelsy aided and abetted the creation of previously non-existent alliances between the national white bourgeoisie and both northern and southern white workers by affirming a nationwide racial contract and socio-political commitment to the diabolical dialectic of white superiority and black inferiority. 21. In essence, blackface minstrelsy was the public theater space where whites' private fears and misunderstandings, not only about blacks, but also, on an even deeper level, about each other, were played out. 53. 54. For example, by embracing blackface minstrelsy, northern whites proved to southern whites that they too could be just as unsympathetic to black suffering and black social misery, while white southerners demonstrated to white northerners that they still had a sense of humor after the devastating defeat they suffered in the Civil War. After all, both sides seemed to be saying to each other with their participation in, and perpetuation of the fiendish dehumanizing and recolonizing free-for-all that was blackface minstrelsy, what still mattered most with respect to American citizenship and democracy was not one's wealth or status as a worker, but one's God-given whiteness. Hence, here we return to Cheryl Harris's, 1993, groundbreaking discourse on whiteness as property. As Saxton observed above, the meteoric rise of blackface minstrelsy facilitated the popularization of theater throughout the United States, while also widening theater patronage beyond the bourgeoisie. In other words, to reiterate, blackface minstrelsy was the first authentically American popular culture. It was a simultaneously trans-class, trans-occupation, trans-education, trans-ethnic, and trans-regional space, which for the first time allowed whites to commingle on their hard-won American common ground, that is to say, the common ground of their whiteness and all of its prickly proprietary rights. Although blacks did participate in blackface minstrelsy from the late 1870s through to the 1910s, it is important to emphasize that whites constituted the overwhelming majority of blackface minstrel performers and patrons. Considering the fact that more than 90% of African Americans were enslaved and the few emancipated African Americans in the United States were not allowed to attend white theaters consequent to black codes and Jim Crow laws, during its more than a century of existence the minstrel show was an almost exclusively white cultural aesthetic arena where whites commodified and consumed anti-black racist representations of blacks, blackness, and black performance. In fact, one of the distinguishing factors of authentically American music, theater, dance, children's stories, and literature by the late 19th century was its recurring and increasing reliance on anti-black racist representations of blacks, blackness, and black performance, i.e., caricatures of African Americans and their culture. Various genres of American performing arts provided whites with myriad mediums through which to commodify and consume black caricatures, ironically enabling whites to feel as though they really and truly had been exposed to, and knew firsthand authentic African American culture. In reality, of course, they were consuming figments of other white folks' imaginations and not authentic African American culture in any way whatsoever. White blackface minstrels anti-black racist representations of blacks. 54. 55. Blackness, and black performance was as close as most whites, generation after jostling generation, would ever come to African Americans and African American culture. Which is also to say, the minstrel show was nothing other than a century-spanning public discourse on the diabolical dialectic of white superiority and black inferiority. Jeffrey Ogber, 2007, insightfully observed. The purpose of the minstrel was twofold. Minstrels provided easy and immediate entertainment to whites who simultaneously enjoyed the construction and dissemination of an ostensibly white American character by being the antithesis of the minstrel. The minstrel, or coon, was, in effect, an inversion of the white man. While white America prided itself on its scientific and technological achievements at world fairs, in government, in scholarship, and in other arenas, the carefree, happy, and irresponsible Negro offered a sharp contrast to articulations of whiteness and national identity. Additionally, the minstrel justified the socio-political and economic structure in the United States. The most important function of the minstrel was its role in rationalizing white supremacy. The enduring image of the happy, docile, cowardly, and shiftless coon insisted that black people were fundamentally ill-equipped to compete with white people in any meaningful way. Blacks were barred from equal access to jobs, education, housing, military service, and democracy. The coon, therefore, assuaged the conscience of many whites who reasoned that things could not be too terrible if blacks were always happy. 14. There is a sense in which Akbar's comments help to unambiguously accent the ways in which the diabolical dialectic of white superiority and black inferiority played itself out in the ubiquitous figure of the blackface minstrel, a figure, he highlights, which existed long before and long after the Civil War, the Emancipation Proclamation, and Reconstruction. The blackface minstrel has been either rendered elusive to, or outright hidden from, successive generations of black folk in the United States, just as most of the pertinent details about the African Holocaust, the Middle Passage, African American enslavement, and the emergence of American apartheid during the post-Reconstruction period. There are many ways in which the New Negro movement and its artistic offshoot, the Harlem Renaissance, can be read as a collective critical response to myriad social and political issues at the turn of the 20th century, as well as a collective critical response to a number of cultural and artistic issues emerging from whites' fascination with and celebration of the blackface minstrel. The main point here is that simply because black performers were socially visible or high profile during the Harlem Renaissance years does not mean that black economic exploitation, black suffering, and black social misery was actually being critically engaged or, even more, consciously eradicated. 55. 56. It could be argued that African Americans were socially visible and garnered a great deal of public attention during the century of blackface minstrelsism that took place between 1830 and 1930. However, our inheritance, a la my book, Hip Hop's Inheritance, from the New Negro movement and the Harlem Renaissance must be understood to be much more than music, dance, theater, literature, and art, but also radical politics and models for multi-issue social movements. Obviously, the rebellious intellectuals and artists of the Harlem Renaissance proved that African American music, dance, theater, literature, and art can be used to combat anti-black racism. But, we should also bear in mind that there simply is no adequate substitute for the kinds of social organization, political activism, cultural criticism, and intellectual leadership now needed to combat the even more insidious forms and forces of anti-black racism contemporary black youth and their authentic anti-racist allies are inundated with in the midst of Obama's America and during the post-Obama's America era. At the turn of the 20th century, New Negro's first impulse was not to sing, dance, write a poem, or paint in the face of the rising tide of post-Reconstruction anti-black racism. In light of the Hayes-Tilden Compromise of 1877, which withdrew federal troops from the South, the emergence and unyielding implementation of black codes and Jim Crow laws, which sought to control the labor, migration, and other activities of newly freed slaves and which brought into being what can only be termed American apartheid, the convict lease system, the peonage system, the sharecropping system, poll taxes, literacy tests, widespread lynching, and, culminating with the infamous 1896 Plessy v. Ferguson Supreme Court decision, which virtually wiped out each and every gain African Americans had made with the passage of the 14th and 15th Amendments. Turn of the 20th century New Negroes decidedly turned to political agitation, social organization, and civil rights activism, whether under the guise of the Black Women's Club movement, or under the aegis of Booker T. Washington's accommodationism and Tuskegee machine, or following the lead of W.E.B. Du Bois' talented 10th and Niagara movement. In the minds of the first wave of New Negroes there were definite distinctions that needed to be made between the anti-black racist fictions and fantasies surrounding their old Negro, formerly enslaved grandparents and parents and their decidedly new Negro, purportedly more sophisticated and certainly more sedity selves. Indeed, it would be extremely difficult to understand the artistic radicalism of the Harlem Renaissance without critically comprehending turn of the 20th century New Negroes, both their politics and their aesthetics. The New Negro movement, of which the Harlem Renaissance was its artistic apogee, is commonly understood to have taken place between the mid-1890s, 56, 57, and the late 1930s, or 1940 at the latest. Ironically, considering the incessant celebrations of, and expatiations on black masculinity and race men throughout both the New Negro movement and the Harlem Renaissance, it was the unequivocal black feminism of the Black Women's Club movement that helped to spark what ultimately came to be known as the New Negro movement. Although the term New Negro had been used prior to the mid-1890s, it is interesting to note some of the major historical, and herhistorical, events that signaled, quite literally, a new Negro cultural consciousness and political presence in the United States. 22 First, the evolution of the Black Women's Club movement, specifically the National Association of Colored Women, NACW, from the Woman's Era Club of Boston and the various Dorcas Societies of Philadelphia in the early 1890s to the National Federation of Afro-American Women, NFA, in the mid-1890s, proved pivotal. In their own unique way, by establishing the first nationally networked racial uplift organization among African Americans, classic black club women can be said to have ushered in the age of the New Negro or, rather, the New Negro Age. This is a point that should be emphasized because time and time again black women's contributions to both the New Negro movement and, especially, the Harlem Renaissance have been either downplayed or erased altogether, that is to say, of course, with the exception of a few notable race women sprinkled here and there, example Frances Harper, Anna Julia Cooper, Ida B. Wells, Mary Church Terrell, Amy Jacques Garvey, Zora Neale Hurston, Bessie Smith, and Josephine Baker, among others. 23 Tracy Sharpley Whiting has arguably done the most to combat the intellectual erasure of black women's contributions to the Negritude movement with her essentially female-centered literary history and groundbreaking critical feminine genealogy Negritude Women, 2002, as well as her translation and republication of Paulette Nardal's work in Beyond Negritude, Essays from Woman in the City, 2009. Daniel Maximin has also made a major contribution to Negritude women's studies with his edited volume of Suzanne Cesar's work in The Great Camouflage, Writings of Dissent, 1941–1945, 2012. At this point, however, it is important for us to have an informed understanding of how most Negritude scholars' outright erasure of black women's contributions, lives, and struggles has roots in the New Negro movement in general, and the Harlem Renaissance in particular. For instance, in her groundbreaking book, Portraits of the New Negro Woman, Visual and Literary Culture in the Harlem Renaissance, 2007, Jareen Sherrar Johnson revealingly wrote, "From the 1890s through 1940, a period roughly spanning the end of Reconstruction to the end of the Harlem Renaissance, many black writers and visual artists 57. 58. Fought a war of images in their effort to rewrite and re-envision black representation in high art and popular culture. In their attempts to counter stereotypes of black women as subhuman, immoral, and hypersexual, early African American fiction writers continued the project of reconstructing black womanhood begun by 19th-century authors of slave narratives and anti-slavery rhetoric eons. Black artists and thinkers were deeply invested in presenting a new African American identity and culture at the dawn of the 20th century. The spirit of self-invention and optimism for the future of blacks in the United States gave birth to the New Negro movement and the subsequent artistic explosion known as the Harlem Renaissance. Unfortunately, these concentrated narrative and visual efforts to christen the new Negro as a race leader cast the new Negro woman, frequently portrayed as ambiguously raced, in a supporting role. This was actually a regression from the more prominent political visibility of activist writers such as Ida B. Wells and Frances Harper, who worked side by side with male abolitionists and took on the perils and pitfalls of the Reconstruction era firsthand. 18, 19. Along with being portrayed as ambiguously raced, new Negro women were also depicted as little more than chocolate-covered middle-class white women, including the requisite Victorianism, elitism, gentilism, and bourgeoisism that accompanied the mannerism and social mores of such women. New Negro women, who were primarily conceived of as classic black club women and not classic blues women, importantly jump-started and continuously contributed to the new Negro cause, even though they often schizophrenically embraced and rejected working-class and poor black folk, especially working-class and poor black women, i.e., classic blues women. Obviously, the burgeoning black bourgeoisie of the new Negro movement has handed down much to the growing black bourgeoisie of the 21st century, who often affectionately rap and write about the ghetto or the brothers and sisters on the block, but who seem to want to incessantly distance themselves from anything and everything about ghetto life that does not translate into increased album, concert, book, magazine, and movie ticket sales. The amnesia that frequently plagues the Africana intellectual tradition does not simply revolve around the her story of African American women within black social and political movements, but also has to do with the history of African American intraracial class struggle, or what could be called black classism. In critically examining the literary and visual representations of the new Negro woman, Sherard Johnson went further to assert that the new Negro woman was beautiful, educated, middle class, and usually engaged in a charitable, conscientious trade such as nursing, library science, or teaching. 10-11. The problem with this portrayal of the new Negro woman is that 58. 59. Ultimately, the idealization of black women as mulattas, madonnas, teachers, or socialites in the Harlem Renaissance literature, visual art, periodicals, and aesthetic discourse established parameters that restricted artistic expression and agency for black women. Furthermore, she continued, it implied that a woman could not engage in anti-racist work unless she fit the prevailing class and color standards of respectability, standards that would have eliminated the majority of black women, who were as they remain patently working poor and working class. 11. Hence, here we have stumbled on the ways in which colorism and classism historically has and currently continues to impact chronicles of black women's contributions to black liberation movements, from the Black Women's Club movement and New Negro movement through to the contemporary Black women's liberation movement and hip-hop women's movement. Frederick Douglass's death on February 20, 1895, marked the second significant event influencing the emergence of the New Negro. In the wake of Douglass's death, two of the major male figures of the New Negro movement began their ascent to national prominence, W.E.B. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington. An avowed admirer of Douglass, Du Bois had long aspired to liberate and lead his beloved black folk. In his autobiography, The Autobiography of W.E.B. Du Bois, 1968a, he made clear that his deepest desire was to use what he had gained from his studies at Fisk, Harvard, and the University of Berlin in the best interest of black liberation. As the first African American to earn a Ph.D. from Harvard University in May of 1895, he believed that he was the ideal candidate to fill the leadership void left as a result of Douglass's death. However, Washington's accommodationism and tentacle-like Tuskegee machine quickly dashed Du Bois' ambitious dream. 24 In September of 1895, Booker T. Washington delivered what has been infamously referred to as the Atlanta Compromise Address, where, in so many words, he told wealthy white capitalists that black workers would accommodate their, i.e., wealthy whites, interests. In the same speech he told blacks that they should focus their energies on manual labor and leave mental labor to wealthy whites and their minions. His rhetoric of accommodation simultaneously won him many wealthy white friends and alienated him from many black leaders, especially turn of the 20th century black liberals and black radicals, example Du Bois, William Monroe Trotter, Gertrude Morgan, John Hope, Ida Bailey, Frederick McGee, and Charlotte Hershaw. However, because Washington's associations with rich whites increased his national influence and political power, many of his critics, both black and white, were silenced in one way or another. 25 The New Negro movement, then, meant many things to many different people, and from its inception there were, at the least, two distinct conceptions. 59. 60. On the one hand, there was the Washingtonian conservative conception, which advocated that African Americans turn their attention to the employment and economic aspects of what was then referred to as the Negro problem. And, on the other hand, there was the Du Boisian liberal radical conception, which exhorted African Americans to not only attend to the employment and economic aspects, but also the myriad social, political, legal, intellectual, and cultural issues inherent in the Negro problem and, even more, in authentic African American and Pan-African liberation. Washington, Du Bois, and the leaders of the Black Women's Club movement, most of whom held conceptions of the new Negro woman or race woman somewhere between Washington and Du Bois' articulations of the new Negro, represented the first generation of African Americans to collectively express the social, political, and educational aspirations of black folk, indeed, of the new Negroes. 26 From the time of Washington's rise to national prominence in 1895 to his untimely death in 1915, the new Negro movement's main focus was on securing African American civil rights, social wealth, and political power. But, Washington's accommodationism and railroading of seemingly all blacks into the realm of manual labor increasingly rubbed more and more new Negroes the wrong way. Leading Booker T. Washington scholar Lewis Harlan, 1982, sensitively wrote on this subject. Washington's outright critics and enemies were called radicals because they challenged Washington's conservatism and bossism, though their tactics of verbal protest would seem moderate indeed to a later generation of activists. They were the college-educated blacks, engaged in professional pursuits, and proud of their membership in an elite class, what one of them, i.e., W.E.B. Du Bois called the talented 10th. The strongholds of the radicals were the northern cities and southern black colleges. They stood for full political and civil rights, liberal education, free expression, and aspiration. They dreamed of a better world and believed Booker T. Washington was a menace to its achievement. 6. Perhaps no other new Negro, William Monroe Trotter withstanding, disagreed with Washington more than Du Bois. 27 In his classic essay, The Evolution of Negro Leadership, 1901, which was a critical book review of Booker T. Washington's autobiography, Up from Slavery, 1901, Du Bois developed a sociology of African American politics that identified three basic trends: revolt and revenge, accommodation to the established order of the ruling race/class, and dogged social development and cultural survival, in spite of environing discouragements and prejudice. Du Bois, 1977, 4. From the perspective of Du Bois' sociology of African American politics, Washington's leadership paradigm was simply one of three possible choices. For instance, Toussaint L'Ouverture, Richard Allen, Nat Turner, Blanche Bruce. 60. 61. Frederick Douglass, and John Mercer Langston, and Du Bois mentioned several more race leaders provided African Americans, an imprisoned group or a group within a group, with alternative leadership models. 4. Du Bois further calmly declared, Mr. Washington came with a clear, simple program, at the psychological moment, at a time when the nation was a little ashamed of having bestowed so much sentiment on Negroes and was concentrating its energies on dollars. The industrial training of Negro youth was not an idea originating with Mr. Washington, nor was the policy of conciliating the white South wholly his. But he first put life, unlimited energy, and perfect faith into this program. He changed it from an article of belief into a whole creed, he broadened it from a bypath into a veritable way of life. And the method by which he accomplished this is an interesting study of human life. 4. With his characteristic literary brevity and conceptual economy, Du Bois went on to lay out the crux of the opposition to Washington's accommodationism, which must have shocked and worried more than a few white readers unaware of the history and diversity of African American social and political thought. On behalf of the opposition, Du Bois stated, "We may not agree with the man at all points, but we admire him and cooperate with him so far as we conscientiously can." 5. However, Washington's increasing silencing of the voice of criticism in the African American community was more than the allegedly admiring opposition could bear. Du Bois, 1986, 398. Du Bois, who had long held his tongue and, since his youth, gravitated toward the unrestrained social criticism and radical political activism of Frederick Douglass, fired his opening salvo at Washington and his tyrannical Tuskegee machine. With passionate, but weighted words, Du Bois, 1977, daringly wrote, "Among the Negroes, Mr. Washington is still far from a popular leader. Educated and thoughtful Negroes everywhere are glad to honor him and aid him, but all cannot agree with him. He represents in Negro thought the old attitude of adjustment to environment, emphasizing the economic phase, but the two other strong currents of feeling, descended from the past, still oppose him. One is the thought of a small but not unimportant group, unfortunate in their choice of spokesman, but nevertheless of much weight, who represent the old ideas of revolt and revenge, and see in migration alone an outlet for the Negro people. The second attitude is that of the large and important group represented by Paul Laurence Dunbar, Henry Ossawa Tanner, Charles Chestnut, Kelly Miller, and the Grimkes Archibald and Francis Grimke, who, without any single definite program, and with complex aims, seek nevertheless that self-development and self-realization in all lines of human endeavor which they believe will eventually place the Negro beside the other races. While these men respect the 61. 62. Hampton-Tuskegee idea to a degree, they believe it falls far short of a complete program. They believe, therefore, also in the higher education of Fisk and Atlanta universities, they believe in self-assertion and ambition, and they believe in the right of suffrage for blacks on the same terms with whites. 5. With these words an infamous episode in the history of African American social and political thought was born. The war between Washington and Dubois, between the Tuskegee machine and the talented 10th, would be waged not simply by these two social and political leaders, but by most of Black America and, if the truth be told, many parts of white America as well. Dubois audaciously challenged Washington and, in doing so, developed one of his most significant, and most misinterpreted, contributions to the new Negro movement in particular, and African American social and political thought in general, that is to say, his much heralded theory of the talented 10th. In a nutshell, the talented 10th theory argued that at the very least 10% of African Americans ought to have access to higher education, receiving concentrated training in medicine, law, politics, economics, sociology, psychology, history, and philosophy, so that African Americans can lead themselves and solve their own problems. As Dubois observed above, many whites interpreted Washington's accommodationist politics and rhetoric as African Americans' collective embrace of the industrial education or manual labor model. Dubois and his more militant New Negro cohort, therefore, critiqued what they perceived to be Washington's Uncle Tomming, as well as white folks' ongoing anti-black racism, especially as found in turn-up 20th century black codes, Jim Crow laws, lynching, literature, theater, and minstrel song lyrics and dances. 28 Hence, in response to the growing disdain for Washington's accommodationist politics and rhetoric, Dubois co-founded, first, the Niagara Movement and, then, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, which unambiguously laid the foundation for arguably every major form of civil rights activism and movement that has emerged since its inception. 29 Paralleling the phenomenal rise of the Black Women's Club movement, the New Negro movement sought to dialectically rupture African Americans' relationship with the bondage of their enslaved past and provide a bridge to the promised freedom of their future. In this sense, Washington, Dubois, and the members of the Black Women's Club movement all understood themselves to be breaking free from the stereotypical image of the old Negro, the black slave, and the blackface minstrel, which had long dominated mainstream American discourse on black folk and their much blighted blackness. It was almost as if even in Reconstruction and post-Reconstruction freedom African Americans remained chained and bound, freeze-framed as 62. 63. Perpetual slaves, darkies, and minstrels. This kind of freedom, truth be told, was a farce. New Negroes would have none of it. After centuries of the most excruciating and unforgiving enslavement and blackface minstrel mockery imaginable, they put forward their own homespun critical social theory and counter-ideology. In other words, to offset the fictions and fantasies of white supremacy and the anti-black racist ideology of the old Negro archetype, turn-off 20th century African Americans discursively developed new Negro critical social theory and counter-ideology. 30 Writing on this very issue in their groundbreaking volume The New Negro, Readings on Race, Representation, and African American Culture, 1892-1938, 2007, Henry Louis Gates and Jean Andrew Jarrett declared. In an accurate, if humorous, sense, blacks have felt the need to attempt to reconstruct their image probably since that dreadful day in 1619, when the first boatload of Africans disembarked in Virginia. Africans and their descendants commenced their cultural lives in this hemisphere as veritable deconstructions of all that the West so ardently wished itself to be. Almost as soon as blacks could write, it seems, they set out to redefine against already received racist stereotypes who and what a black person was, and how unlike the racist stereotype the black original actually could be. To counter these racist stereotypes, white and black writers erred on the side of nobility, and posited equally fictitious black archetypes, from Orunako in 1688 to Kunta Kinte in more recent times. If various Western cultures constructed blackness as an absence, then various generations of black authors have attempted to reconstruct blackness as a presence. 3. After 2 decades dominated by Washington's seemingly schizophrenic embrace and rejection of the old Negro archetype, and also in light of the increase in lynching and other forms of anti-black racist violence, the years leading up to World War I and immediately following Washington's death in 1915 proved to be an unprecedented turning point in African American history, culture, and struggle. Years and years of new Negro accommodation and acquiescence, a la Washington, and new Negro agitation and activism, a la Du Bois, gave way to an innovative and distinctly African American expressive culture, the artistic, political, and rhetorical radicalism of the Harlem Renaissance. Washington's death ended the bitter ideological battle between him and Du Bois over the best new Negro leadership strategy for black liberation. However, even before Washington's death, Du Bois had begun to dabble in the arts, writing short stories, poems, and publishing his first novel, The Quest of the Silver Fleece, in 1911. Challenging white constructions of blackness as an absence, Du Bois was among the first generation of African American. 63. 64. Authors to consciously attempt to reconstruct blackness as a presence. Unlike any of the other major African American post-Reconstruction writers, including Charles Chesnutt, Pauline Hopkins, Sutton E. Griggs, Frances Ellen Watkins Harper, and Paul Laurence Dunbar, Du Bois' work had a direct impact on the overall New Negro movement and its radical aesthetic explosion under the guise of the Harlem Renaissance. 31. According to David Levering Lewis in When Harlem Was in Vogue, 1989, the social and political focus of the New Negro movement gradually shifted from an accommodationism cum civil rights initiative, a la Washington, and an activism cum civil rights initiative, a la Du Bois, to an arts cum civil rights initiative, a la the intellectuals, artists, and activists of the Harlem Renaissance. 16. In other words, the Harlem Renaissance represents the New Negro movement modified or remixed, if you will. The social and political focus of the movement remained on securing African American civil rights, but newfound cultural and aesthetic avenues were utilized in ongoing efforts to achieve, not simply civil rights, but also to contribute to the deconstruction and reconstruction of citizenship and democracy in the United States. Lewis, perhaps, put it best when he argued that the Harlem Renaissance's main motto could be paraphrased as civil rights by copyright. 16. This apt phrase, it seems to me, best summarizes the ways in which the New Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance critically converged and diverged. All of this means that here the Harlem Renaissance is not seen as a completely separate movement when compared with the New Negro movement. Following many of the major Harlem Renaissance scholars, I understand the Harlem Renaissance to be indicative of the evolution or, even more, the cultural aesthetic maturation of the New Negro movement, just as most Black Power scholars understand the Black arts movement to be the cultural aesthetic outlet of the Black Power movement. Part of the confusion surrounding interpreting the connections between the New Negro movement and the Harlem Renaissance may have to do with the fact that Black studies was not established within the American Academy until a quarter of a century after both the New Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance had ended. Therefore, the abundance of theory and research methods currently utilized to critique and or appreciate African American intellectual and cultural history was not available to the early advocates of what has come to be called African American studies and, with greater and greater frequency in the 21st century, Africana studies, i.e., continental and diasporan African studies. It should also be observed that generation after generation of black folk, especially black artists, including Negritude artists, whether consciously or unconsciously, followed in the footsteps of the new Negroes, who in forming 64, 65, their movement understood themselves to be breaking with the old Negro, black slave, and or blackface minstrel archetype. The intellectuals, artists, and activists of the Harlem Renaissance conceived of themselves, initially, as breaking with the Washingtonian New Negro, and then eventually the Du Boisian New Negro. The young, insurgent intellectuals and artistic radicals of the Harlem Renaissance sought to deconstruct and reconstruct not simply American citizenship and democracy, but the very notion of what it meant to be an American Negro, or, rather, a Negro American. The radicals of the Harlem Renaissance were yet and still new Negroes, but they were decidedly new Negroes with a twist in a word, they were neo-new Negroes. As Jeffrey Stewart stated in The New Negro as Citizen, 2007, for neo-new Negroes being new Negroes was never simply about racial identities, but new, more complex personalities, black individuals, sparkling in their multifarious talents, inclinations, and aspirations, in other words, modern black people. 18. Stewart went on to offer a stunning description of the neo-new Negroes of the Harlem Renaissance that subtly sounds as though he could be describing Negritude Movement intellectuals, artists, and activists. If France and French are substituted for America and American, here was an outstanding group of intellectuals as well as artists, men and women as comfortable in the white intellectual world as the black, yet grounded by a commitment to try and find in the black experience a new voice of America. A new kind of enlightened American citizen had emerged, the race cosmopolitan, who was able to discuss the national literary and intellectual heritage in black and white, exhibit a worldliness and breadth of influences less evident in the black nationalisms of the 1960s, yet remain committed to the race and the transformation of America through the culture of the black community. 19. Clearly, again, whether consciously or unconsciously, the intellectuals, artists, and activists of the Negritude movement were influenced by the neo-new Negroes of the Harlem Renaissance, if not the new Negro movement in general. In fact, one of the major distinguishing factors between Domitian and Caesarian Negritude, on the one hand, and that of Senghor may very well be Senghor's extreme emphasis on race cosmopolitanism. As the first generation of black youth to come of age in the aftermath of the Harlem and Haitian Renaissances, the Negritude movement appears to be deeply committed to the race and the transformation of Africa, the Caribbean, and France through the culture of the black community, continental and diasporan. However, as with other social, political, cultural, and artistic movements that emerged in the midst of French Marxism, Surrealism, Structuralism, Existentialism, and so on, the Negritude movement's politics are often muted and masked, seemingly fragmented and freakish. The young 65, 66 black folk of the Negritude movement were not the hardcore black nationalists and Marxist-Leninists who would soon dominate continental and diasporan African politics during the turbulent years of the late 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s. But, there should be no mistake made about it, no matter how much more attention is lavished on their innovative poetry and aesthetics, the Negritude movement was an incredibly political movement and poetic praxis. In fact, considering the wide range of critical social theories and political praxis emerging from the Negritude movement, it is not at all surprising that Negritude's major social, political, cultural, and aesthetic motifs provided countless continental and diasporan African organic intellectuals, critical social theorists, and radical political activists with paradigms and discursive points of departure and, arguably, none more than Frantz Fanon, as will be witnessed in Chapter 5. The Harlem Renaissance. On the Niggerati and the Radical. Aesthetic roots of the Negritude movement. To state the obvious, there are real differences between the radicalism of the Harlem Renaissance and the radicalism of the Negritude movement, and this can be conceded without in any way discursively dismissing either. As a matter of fact, what I seek to do here is connect discursive dots from Du Bois' discourse and the Pan-African movement at the turn of the 20th century through to the maturation of the New Negro movement, and from the New Negro movement to the cultural aesthetic explosion of the Harlem Renaissance and, finally, from the Harlem Renaissance to the cultural aesthetic innovations of the Negritude movement on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. The conceptual connections between the Harlem Renaissance and the Negritude movement are such that there is an almost unmistakable sense in which the former discursive formations and movements, i.e., Du Bois' discourse, the Pan-African movement, New Negro movement, and Harlem Renaissance, laid the artistic, intellectual, and political foundation for the latter, i.e., the Negritude movement. Where the Harlem Renaissance may have collectively placed a greater emphasis on issues of gender and sexuality, the Negritude movement undeniably placed a greater emphasis on racial colonialism and decolonization. Both the Harlem Renaissance and Negritude movement, however, grappled in their own unique ways with the importance of Africa for the new, continental, and diasporan, African world of the 20th century and the impact of racism and capitalism on black life worlds and black life struggles in the metropoles. Race and racism were central concerns for both the Harlem Renaissance 66, 67, and Negritude movement and, building on Du Bois' discourse, it was the Renaissance writers who first broached the subject of Negroness or, rather, blackness. The Renaissance writers sought to deconstruct and reconstruct not merely Negroness, but also white and black middle-class America's conceptions of socially acceptable ways of being Negro or, rather, black. 32 As a consequence, there is a sense in which the revolt of the neo-new Negroes of the Harlem Renaissance, those whom Zora Neale Hurston and Wallace Thurman with deliberate irony dubbed the Niggerati, provided black folk on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean with models for the kinds of, not simply race cosmopolitans but, even more, race, gender, class, and sexuality cosmopolitans who would be brought into being as the 20th century transitioned from the age of modernity and colonialism to the age of postmodernity and neocolonialism. 33 Once again, Stewart offers insight, observing, despite the legitimate criticisms of the new Negro as largely a male and heterosexist cultural icon, it should be remembered that many talented women, gay, and lesbian intellectuals and artists found themselves in the new Negro movement. 19. Obviously Tracy Sharpley Whiting, Daniel Maximin, and Jennifer Wilkes's scholarship has greatly contributed to the reclamation of the black feminist forces at work within the Negritude movement. But, what about gay, lesbian or bisexual Negritude movement members? What has Negritude contributed to what is currently called black queer studies, if not ultimately black sexuality studies? All of this is to say, no matter what Negritude inherited or conceptually carried over from the New Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance, it is important for Negritude scholars not to lose sight of what Negritude discursively disinherited. Just as the Negritude movement developed within a distinct intellectual milieu and simultaneously bore the intellectual imprint of the African, African American, Caribbean, and French intellectual traditions, even as it often revolted against and reinvented each of these traditions, something similar could be said about the ways in which the Niggerati of the Harlem Renaissance revolted against and deconstructed and reconstructed what it meant to be a new Negro. More specifically, it should be strongly stressed, the revolt of the Niggerati of the Harlem Renaissance was not only a rebellion against the old Negro and blackface minstrel archetype, but also, to reiterate, the Washingtonian New Negro and the Du Boisian New Negro. As Martha Jane Nadell noted in Enter the New Negroes, Images of Race in American Culture, 2004. Scholars Henry Louis Gates and Eric Sundquist point to the fluidity of the term New Negro, a fluidity that in turn affects its partner, the term Old Negro. In the decade before New Negro came to be associated with the cultural agenda of the Harlem Renaissance, the term suggested a radical political orientation. 67. 68. Consider, for example, a cartoon published in The Messenger in 1919, a mere 6 years before Locke published his anthology of literature and art, The New Negro, an interpretation. The image depicts the old/new Negro dichotomy in terms of black leadership. The new Negroes are radicals who brandish guns to defend themselves against mob violence. W.E.B. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington stand for the old crowd Negro, whose sentiments close ranks. Let us forget our grievances and be modest and unassuming, the Radical magazine rejected. Yet Du Bois and Washington, old Negroes in 1919, had been new a mere 19 years before, when Washington had published A New Negro for a New Century, a collection of essays and photographs depicting the upward struggles of the Negro race. 11. See also Locke 1925, B.T. Washington 1900. It is important here to re-emphasize that the Harlem Renaissance was the artistic outgrowth of the New Negro movement, and where the New Negro movement more or less sought social, political, and legal solutions to African American problems, the Harlem Renaissance aimed to offer up cultural, musical, theatrical, literary, poetic, and aesthetic solutions to African American problems. The primary goal for both movements was in fact African American civil rights and social justice. However, they harbored enough distinct differences so as to constitute, in some senses, two simultaneous yet separate movements, one primarily socio-political, i.e., the New Negro movement, and the other essentially cultural aesthetic, i.e., the Harlem Renaissance. Although, truth be told, both movements gravitated toward relatively radical politics and emancipatory aesthetics. As a matter of fact, in many ways the Harlem Renaissance was a logical extension in the areas of music, dance, theater, literature, art, and so on of the New Negro leaders and New Negro foot soldiers' newfound racial, cultural, historical, religious, educational, social, and political consciousness and thought. To get a grasp of the overlapping timeline shared between the New Negro movement and the Harlem Renaissance, it might be helpful to point to the fact that most New Negro scholars agree that the New Negro movement was underway no later than 1895 and extended through the years of the Great Depression. Most Harlem Renaissance scholars locate its genesis somewhere between the beginning of World War I in 1914 and the publication of Claude McKay's classic poem Harlem Dancer in 1917. Where most Harlem Renaissance scholars concur that Zora Neale Hurston's 1937 classic novel Their Eyes Were Watching God was arguably the last major work of the Harlem Renaissance, there is almost unanimous consensus that by the time Richard Wright published his classic novel Native Son in 1940, the Harlem Renaissance was over and a new phase of mid-century modern socio-cultural realism in African American writing and rhetoric had begun. 68. 69. The politics and rhetoric of the New Negro movement was advanced through several major mouthpieces, for example, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People and its publication The Crisis, a record of the darker races, edited by W.E.B. Du Bois, the National Urban League and its publication Opportunity, a journal of Negro life, edited by Charles Spurgeon Johnson, Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association and its publication The Negro World, the African Blood Brotherhood and its decidedly democratic socialist publication The Crusader, edited by Cyril Briggs, and, finally, A. Philip Randolph and Chandler Owen's decidedly democratic socialist The Messenger magazine. 34 other more mainstream journals and magazines that either published New Negroes or were in some way associated with the New Negro movement included The Nation, Modern Quarterly, New Republic, Survey Graphic, and Saturday Review. Although they sought to distance themselves from much of the politics and rhetoric of the old New Negro leaders, especially Washington, Du Bois, and the conservatism of the Black Women's Club movement, it is extremely important to understand that the young radicals of the Harlem Renaissance conceived of their artistic creations as activism. According to Tareen Sherrard Johnson in Portraits of the New Negro Woman, Visual and Literary Culture in the Harlem Renaissance, 2007, the Harlem Renaissance artists and intellectuals perceived the literary, musical, and visual art explosion of the 20s and 30s as artistic activism. They hoped that their achievements would result in political and social change. 16. The Harlem Renaissance represents, or rather should represent, much more than music, dance, theater, literature, and art. In many ways it was a rebellion against both whites' anti-black racism and increasing black, that is, old New Negro conservatism. For more than a decade before the Harlem Renaissance came into being again, circa 1914 to 1917, old New Negroes, such as Washington, Du Bois, and most members of the Black Women's Club movement, had critiqued and protested anti-black racism in U.S. medicine, law, employment, education, religion, real estate, the military, and so on. The niggerati of the Harlem Renaissance aimed to critique and protest whites' anti-black racism and blacks' increasing conservatism in and via music, dance, theater, literature, and art, etc. As Martha Jane Nadell, 2004, importantly asserted, if a central part of the invention of the new Negro was the creation of an appropriate and useful racial aesthetic for the era, another equally important part was the articulation of an old Negro, who was not quite invented but rather culled from a wide variety of 19th-century literary and visual images of African Americans, 10 to 11. 35. In terms of the wide variety of 19th-century literary and visual images of African Americans, which Nadell notes that the old Negro 69. 70. Archetype was gleaned from. It is important for us to openly acknowledge how these literary and visual images of African Americans were, literally, used against African Americans and their quest for freedom. When the New Negro movement is unambiguously understood to be the major social and political movement out of which the Harlem Renaissance emerged, an almost entirely new historical and cultural archive is offered to Harlem Renaissance scholars and students in their earnest efforts to understand, not only the New Negro aesthetic, but also the radical New Negro politics of the Harlem Renaissance. Discursively dovetailing with Nadell's contention concerning the literary and visual images that the old Negro archetype was culled from, in word, image, and the New Negro, representation and identity in the Harlem Renaissance, 2005, and Elizabeth Carroll importantly asserted. The Harlem Renaissance is a crucial moment in African Americans' attempts to define themselves and to engage in broader discourses about racial identity, but that effort has roots in the years before the movement. In the 18th, 19th, and early 20th centuries, American popular culture presented overwhelmingly negative ideas about African Americans. African Americans, as part of the rationale used to justify slavery, were defined as strikingly different from white Americans and as incapable of significant intellectual, economic, or moral advancement, and thus incapable of assimilation. Even worse, African Americans were believed by many to be threats to national social order, with racial violence including lynching defended as necessary for the maintenance of white American security, and with the deportation of African Americans seen as possibly necessary for the assertion and development of American unity and culture. Even liberal white Americans, who believed that African Americans were capable of at least some progress and growth, generally assumed that African Americans were inferior to white Americans. 5 to 6. It is a hard and bitter historical truth, but one that must be acknowledged in order to really comprehend the canvas that the insurgent artists and activists of the Harlem Renaissance were painting on. The post-Reconstruction social and political scene that the New Negroes entered into was one where even the most liberal European Americans seemed to lovingly long for those good old slavery days, replete with plantations and, of course, old Negro uncles and aunties. For instance, in Negro art, past and present, 1936, Alain Locke audaciously expressed the new Negro position on the post-antebellum plantation school of writers which infamously included Harriet Beecher Stowe, Joel Chandler Harris, George Washington Cable, Thomas Nelson Page, and Thomas Dixon when he daringly declared, "The old faithful uncle, latter Uncle Tom, Uncle Ned, and Uncle Remus, the broad expansive mammy from Aunt Chloe to Aunt Jemima, the jiggling." 70. 71. Plantation hand in tattered jeans and the sprawling pickaninnies all became the typical stereotypes, and, he critically continued, Scarcely any 19th-century art show was without its genre portrait study of one or more of these types or its realistically painted or sketched portrayal of the plantation quarters or old Virginia life or some such glorification. 9. Whether we speak of stereotype, caricature, or other forms of figurative representation, both literary and visual texts rely on readability, recognizability, and perceived realism, which is to say, that the Negritude movement's fascination with authenticity and real expressions of blackness may be nothing more than an erudite outgrowth of and a holdover from New Negro aesthetics or, going back even further, as Gates and Jarrett asserted above, abolitionist and enslaved African Americans. Impulse to redefine against already received racist stereotypes who and what a black person was, and how unlike the racist stereotype the black original actually could be. Also, similar to the genre of portraiture, stereotype, and caricature, in specific, portray their subjects so that their respective audiences can identify the representative images with the objectified subjects to which they allude. However, where caricature usually functions by exaggerating the gestures, physiognomy, physiology, and behavior of the human figure, frequently pushing these to seemingly impossible and unreal extremes, stereotype hinges on a pretense of verisimilitude and gross repetition. At the heart of the problem here is that even though it maintains some semblance of reality, i.e., verisimilitude, through manipulated aesthetic strategies that enable figures to appear familiar behaviorally, emotionally, physiognomically, or physiologically and, therefore, real or authentic, stereotype inherently renders invisible or outright erases individuality and the particulars of human personality. After being inundated with literary and visual text after text, the Niggerati New Negroes of the Harlem Renaissance came to believe that if negative images of African Americans could justify or even encourage racism and violence against African Americans, according to Anne Elizabeth Carroll, 2005, the reverse might also be true. Alternative images of African Americans might have an ameliorating effect on racism and its manifestations. 7. In other words, prefiguring the Negritude movement's discourse on inauthentic blacks and expressions of blackness, Harlem Renaissance radicals sought to use the literary and visual representations of the militant New Negro to combat and ultimately conceptually kill or, rather, commit conceptual homicide against the literary and visual representations of the Old Negro. And, as quiet as it has been kept, it was these both literary and visual representations of Old Negroes and New Negroes that Natel, 2004, insists formed an unstable yet productive dialectic that engendered ideas about 71. 72. Race, realism, and stereotype ideas that would inform the work of writers and artists for generations to come. 11. Obviously the members of the Negritude movement constitute a generation who continued to make distinctions between moderate Old Negroes and militant New Negroes, that is to say, of course, bearing in mind that by the mid-1960s the Pan-African and Black Power radicals ultimately left the word Negro in the discursive dustbin once and for all. However, the ways in which the Negritude movement inherited and, in their own newfangled ways, continued the New Negro movement/Harlem Renaissance tradition of making distinctions between moderate Old Negroes and militant New Negroes should not be downplayed or diminished, and all of this, even though the word Negro may not have been widely used within the world of Negritude discourse. In terms of the Negritude movement's continued utilization of the New Negro movement/Harlem Renaissance transgenerational tradition of making distinctions between moderate Old Negroes and militant New Negroes, for instance, who can deny that in many ways Senghor's forays into ethnophilosophy and French philosophical anthropology, or what we currently call Senghorian Negritude, seems to mirror the white folk-friendly, moderate Old Negro aesthetic, where Domitian Negritude and Caesarian Negritude almost patently parallels the black radical and more militant New Negro or Niggerati aesthetic of the Harlem Renaissance, not to mention the black aesthetic of the black arts movement of the 1960s and 1970s, which Fanonian Negritude undeniably influenced. What needs to be reiterated here is that the newness of the Niggerati New Negro second wave of the Harlem Renaissance meant something almost completely different from, if not, in many senses, outright the opposite of the newness of the old New Negro first wave, who witnessed firsthand the phenomenal rise of the Black Women's Club movement and the history-making war of words between, and the correlate movements led by, Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois. Ultimately, this means that the first wave of new Negroes who set into motion the new Negro movement circa 1895 held a distinctly different conception of what it meant to be a new Negro in comparison with the second wave of relatively younger, self-described Niggerati, new Negroes who audaciously inaugurated and advanced the Harlem Renaissance. Even though it was, in essence, called into being by Du Bois, example see Possibilities of the Negro, the advance guard of the race, the talented 10th and, of course, his immortal The Souls of Black Folk, all published in 1903, the Harlem Renaissance was also a revolt against first-wave new Negroes' increasing embrace of white middle-class culture and morality, specifically its simultaneously Eurocentric and thoroughly bourgeois obsesses 72. 73. Zion with Gentilism and Victorianism. 36. Returning to the idea that the second-wave new Negroes of the Harlem Renaissance sought to be not only race cosmopolitans but, even more, race, gender, class, and sexuality cosmopolitans, it is important to re-emphasize that of all the things that distinguish the Harlem Renaissance from the new Negro movement, when it is all said and done it may very well be the Renaissance radicals' unrepentant embrace of certain aspects of artistic activism, democratic socialism, feminism/womanism, and transgressive sexualities that prove pivotal. Building on the new Negro movement's critiques of anti-black racism and, to a certain extent, black economic exploitation at the hands of white capitalists, the Negritude movement markedly added critiques of racial colonialism and a discourse on decolonization to the new Negro movement's history-making race/class critiques. Although the Negritude writers' confrontation and critiques of key issues impacting black life worlds and black life struggles in the first half of the 20th century often greatly differed from the Niggerati new Negroes of the Harlem Renaissance, it is nonetheless important to acknowledge the ways in which their artistic activism conceptually converged and, even more, is emblematic of conceptual continuity within the Africana intellectual tradition. Both groups of writers sought to rescue and reclaim authentic, as opposed to inauthentic, black identity, which they fervently believed and strongly stressed grew out of black folk culture, not the conflicted and confused double consciousness culture of the black bourgeoisie. Both groups utilized black folk culture in their efforts to chronicle and, in many instances, create or recreate black subjectivity or, rather, a new, modern black radical subjectivity that was unapologetically proud to be Negro, black, and ultimately African, and all of this while usually openly acknowledging that each of the aforementioned terms have myriad ever-evolving meanings depending on one's milieu within the African and non-African world, and, lastly, both groups of writers were critical of cultural assimilation and neocolonization, or, rather, recolonization. Especially newfangled forms of assimilation and colonization taking place within the metropolises of what was then considered the fast-forming modern world of the 20th century. In race, culture, and identity, Francophone West African and Caribbean literature and theory from Negritude to Creolite, 2006, Shireen Lewis innovatively explored the conceptual connections between the Harlem Renaissance and Negritude movement as discursively distinct black responses to modernism, explaining, major black artists and poets of the Harlem Renaissance were continuously traveling between Harlem and Paris. The presence of these artists in Paris and other European capitals and their contributions to artistic innovation in the interwar period are a significant, but not often. 73. 74. Recognized, part of the history of modernism, 26. It is almost undeniable that European modernists' critiques of Enlightenment philosophy influenced the Negritude theorists, especially the European modernists' critical responses to the dehumanizing stress and strain of increased insecurity, alienation, and isolation as a consequence of rapid technological advancement and the erosion of social cohesion. The modernists decidedly turned away from many aspects of their historic European intellectual tradition and took it upon themselves to begin anew, to shift their focus from the decaying discourses of the past to the present, to their modern moment. 37 The Negritude writers greatly appreciated European modernism's radical rupture and frequently violent break with the European traditions of the past, which mostly revolved around challenges to, and replacement of, the core principles of the Enlightenment. In particular, European modernists rejected Enlightenment thinkers' homogenizing and totalizing perspectives on the human experience, their deeply held belief in the myth of progress, and their over-reliance on the ever-elusive concept of reason to promote social equality and welfare. For European modernists, especially the modernist avant-garde, at the heart of modernism was a repudiation of the orthodoxy of the Enlightenment, an outright rejection of the homogeneity of expression and the epistemic closure that they understood to be quite characteristic of Europe's classical period, on the one hand, and a deep desire to create new forms of expression that could conceptually capture the fragmentation, ephemerality, discontinuity, and chaos of the modern world, on the other hand. Consequently, European artists and writers created new, innovative forms, themes, and language to capture and convey the fragmentation, ephemerality, discontinuity, and chaos of the modern world. Even though the Negritude thinkers, as with their European modernist counterparts, registered critical responses to the increased insecurity, alienation, and isolation as a result of the mechanized and industrialized modern city, their insecurity, alienation, and isolation was mostly due to the erosion of their identity and the denial of their subjectivity as a consequence of cultural assimilation, economic exploitation, and new, 20th-century forms of racial colonization, not merely on the African continent but also in the new mechanized and industrialized modern cities of the African diaspora. Where the Harlem Renaissance writers' work could be viewed as a critical response to major issues impacting the black world between 1915 and 1940, especially with respect to black identity and black subjectivity in the United States and the Caribbean, the Negritude movement was likewise the colonized response to cultural oppression by the French between the late 1930s and the late 1950s. In fact, Louis' intoned, critique of the Enlightenment principles by Negritude founders was reflected in their attack on cultural 74. 75. Assimilation, which was the very backbone of the movement. 26. Damas, Césaire, and Senghor, she continued, saw cultural assimilation as the root cause of the black colonist's acute alienation from his native past and of his sense of displacement or homelessness. For them, the destruction of cultural assimilation was a prerequisite to the quest for black identity. 26. 38. Along with the influence of the European modernists on the Negritude movement, Louis stressed that it is equally important for Negritude scholars and students not to overlook the ways in which the Harlem Renaissance's unique brand of black modernism or, rather, Afro-modernism influenced the origins and evolution of the Negritude movement. She observed, one of the major influences on the black writers in Paris, including the founders of Negritude, was the modernist poets of the Harlem Renaissance. During the interwar period, black intellectuals in Paris from Africa and the Caribbean read and admired the works of black Americans and also socialized with some of them in Paris. As discussed above and in the introduction, the Negritude writers credit the works of Langston Hughes, Claude McKay, Countee Cullen, and Sterling Brown, among others, for having influenced the birth of their movement. 27. 39. This means, then, that Negritude, both as a concept and as a movement, was more than a mere reaction to, or black derivation of white modernism. In fact, Louis's work importantly emphasizes that it is not only intellectually disingenuous to erase or render invisible the black modernist influences arising out of the new Negro aesthetic and poetics of the Harlem Renaissance on the Negritude movement, but that ultimately is it virtually impossible to really and truly comprehend Negritude as both a concept and a movement without taking into serious consideration the cross-continental cultural and artistic exchange between the Harlem Renaissance writers and the Negritude writers. Elaborating on this last point, Louis asserted, the presence of Harlem Renaissance writers in Paris and their influence on black francophone intellectuals tell the story of cross-continental cultural and artistic exchange that was a vital part of the history of modernism. Black Americans, like the coterie of white American expatriates in Europe, including Gertrude Stein and Ernest Hemingway, flocked to the continent after the First World War due to the extraordinary cultural transformation taking place there. Harlem Renaissance artists were traveling regularly from Harlem to Paris either for brief visits or to reside there for lengthy periods. Langston Hughes and Claude McKay were frequently in Paris in the 1920s and 1930s. Count Cullen, who has been called the greatest Francophile by Michel Fabre, lived and studied in Paris in the late 1920s and returned there almost every summer in the 1930s. In Paris, these poets encountered a metropolitan cultural capital imbued with jazz, Negro art, and the exotic performances of Josephine Baker. 75. 76. At the Folies Bergère and the Casino de Paris. With this constant travel back and forth between Harlem and Paris, and the existence of a vibrant Black American culture in Paris, Black Americans had a profound influence on French cultural and intellectual concerns at the time. Musical renditions by jazz performers and the primitive performance art of Josephine Baker influenced the search for a new aesthetic by white French modernists. 27. See also Fabre 1991, 76-91. The Negritude movement simply cannot be adequately engaged or understood without taking into consideration the influence of the Harlem Renaissance, and here Lewis takes it one step further by hinting at the ways in which French modernists were influenced by the new Negro aesthetic of the Harlem Renaissance as well. Something similar could be argued about the ways in which the new Negro aesthetic of the Harlem Renaissance influenced the lost generation. In many ways, Lewis's work here directly builds on a thesis Michel Fabre developed in his acclaimed volume From Harlem to Paris, Black American Writers in France, 1840-1980, 1991, where he began the chapter titled From the New Negro to Negritude, emphasizing the enormous influence of Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association, UNIA, and the Martin Icahn poet and novelist, René Marin, the first black writer to win the prestigious French Prix Goncourt, on the Negritude movement. Fabre was careful to point out that while the Negritude writers, and Damas, and Césaire in particular, may have greatly admired the ways in which Garvey glorified race, specifically the black race, and developed a doctrine of the self-made black man, they were deeply troubled by his belief in the superiority of American civilization as well as his commitment to capitalism. 148. Like the Harlem Renaissance radicals, the Negritude writers condemned cultural assimilation and asserted their blackness, but the Marxist analysis of oppression was equally important in their perspective, just as it became increasingly important for the Harlem radicals by the declining years of the Renaissance. 148. With regard to René Marin's influence on the origins and evolution of the Negritude movement, Fabre argued that Marin's influence went far beyond his award-winning Batwalla, 1921, although the novel was extremely important for the formation of the Negritude movement and primarily centered around the ways in which his work helped to drum up the cross-continental cultural and artistic exchange Lewis alluded to above. Marin's Batwalla and its Prix Goncourt was celebrated on both sides of the Black Atlantic, and the Afro-American press devoted much talk to such outstanding black success. According to Fabre, 1991, 149. Batwalla was a topic of discussion in the UNIA newspaper, not one but 6 times. For many new Negroes, Marin was to be applauded for his strong denunciation of French. 76. 77. Colonial rule, pro-Negro propaganda, and his bold portrayal of a heroic and magnificent African protagonist. 149. 40 noted new Negroes, such as Alain Locke, Count Cullen, Joel A. Rogers, Hubert Harrison, Eric Walrond, William Ferris, and Charles Chesnut, praised Batwalla and came to the conclusion that the new Negro was not merely afoot in America and the Caribbean, but also abroad in Europe and Africa. Marin's success made him something of a celebrity and, as a consequence, his salon became one of the key hotspots for new Negro and Harlem Renaissance intellectuals visiting Paris in the 1920s and 1930s. In other words, Fabre's research revealed, René Marin and his work, for all intents and purposes, can be said to be the bridge between the civil rights leaders of the New Negro movement and the artists of the Harlem Renaissance, and the transnational transference and translation of the New Negro aesthetic into the aesthetics, poetics, and politics of the Negritude movement. Fabre revealingly wrote, "Most black American writers visiting France in the 1920s and 1930s stopped at Marin's very modest salon. Not only Cullen, Hughes, and Locke, but also Claude McKay, Walter White, Gwendolyn Bennett, Carter Woodson, Jessie Fauset, Mercer Cook, W.E.B. Du Bois, J.A. Rogers, and John F. Matthias." Marin's eminence in French literary circles placed him at the center of a small group of French-speaking black students, writers, and intellectuals. He felt it a personal duty to promote the literary works of his race brothers. He thus became an enthusiastic propagandist of the New Negro movement in its various guises, and a direct link between English-speaking and French-speaking groups. 150. With Fabre's words, we witness that Marin became an enthusiastic propagandist of the New Negro movement and a direct discursive bridge between both the Anglophone and Francophone Black Atlantic. We also observe here that he introduced the small group of French-speaking black students, writers, and intellectuals he was at the center of, which included Damas, Césaire, and Senghor, to a number of noted New Negroes, and specifically W.E.B. Du Bois and his, however ornery, discursive descendant Alain Locke. This is to say, Marin was as enamored with the New Negro and Harlem Renaissance intellectuals as they were with him, as illustrated by his classic Vin de Paratre essay, Mouvement Negro Littéraire Auxiliary États-Unis, the Negro literary movement in the United States, in which he discussed the work of Langston Hughes, Countee Cullen, Jessie Fauset, and Walter White. Marin commended the achievements of Afro-American writers in French magazines and, even more, persuaded Plon to publish a translation of Walter White's Fire in the Flint. Marin tried repeatedly to have the Manifesto of 77. 78. The Harlem Renaissance, Alain Locke's New Negro Anthology, translated into French, but the French publishers balked at its size and, as a consequence, only Locke's introduction ever appeared in French. 150. For all of the emphasis on cross-continental cultural and artistic exchange in the Black Atlantic world of the 1920s, 1930s, and 1940s, Fabre sternly stated that, truth be told, literary and intellectual exchanges went mostly one way from Harlem to Paris, from the New Negro to Negritude, largely through the dissemination of Black American works in anthologies like Eugene Jolas's Anthologie de la Poésie Américaine Contemporaine, in journals like Maintenant, Age Nouveau, Vin de Paratre, Cahiers du Sud, Commerce, Europe, and Missouri's, and through the translation of half a dozen full-length books, White's Fire in the Flint, Hughes's Not Without Laughter, and most of McKay's fiction. 152. Emphasis should be placed on Fabre's contention that literary and intellectual exchanges went mostly one way from Harlem to Paris, from the New Negro to Negritude, in light of the fact that Eurocentric scholars continue to publish studies that explore the Negritude movement in relationship to the French intellectual tradition, especially French Marxism, Surrealism, and Existentialism, frequently without so much as mentioning the Africana intellectual tradition, let alone developing detailed and critical analyses of the movement's intellectual and political origins in the New Negro movement and its aesthetic and poetic roots in the Harlem Renaissance. It is in bearing all of this in mind that we return to Shireen Lewis's Race, Culture, and Identity, 2006, where in a provocative passage, which deserves to be quoted at length, she boldly moves beyond Negritude studies that merely mention that Damas, Césaire, and Senghor were influenced by the New Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance, and details the politics, poetics, and aesthetics that went mostly one way from Harlem to Paris, from the New Negro to Negritude. Black poets of the Harlem Renaissance opened the eyes of Negritude poets by inserting a race dimension into modernism. With their revolutionary poetry about race and identity, Harlem Renaissance poets created an atmosphere for Negritude poets awakening to Black consciousness and to international Black solidarity. Negritude poets. were not attracted to the revolutionary social poetry of the Harlem Renaissance but to its announcement of the arrival of the new Negro, who was not afraid to express his black-skinned self. Moreover, they were fascinated by Black Americans' use of Black life and culture as the source of their poetic expression and their recreation of Black identity as derived from African culture. This revolution in poetry, based essentially on a search for aesthetics and values outside of white America, had strong Black nationalist identifications. Langston Hughes incorporated the language and music of the folk into his poetry by using Black vernacular and the syncopated and rhythmic. 78. 79. Forms of jazz and blues. Negritude poets borrowed some of the themes and forms of the Harlem Renaissance poets. For instance, Hughes's jazz-inspired rhythmic forms influenced Damaz's Pigments collection. Just as Harlem Renaissance poets, Césaire announced the arrival of the new Negro at the end of Cahiers d'un retour au pays natal, Notebook of a Return to the Native Land, and Senghor later wrote a poem about Harlem entitled New York to be performed accompanied by a jazz orchestra and a trumpet solo. Claude McKay's novel Banjo had a catalytic effect on Black intellectuals in Paris, including those of Negritude. Negritude poets have canonized banjo as the text that was pivotal to their movement. In Banjo, McKay sought to make a significant statement about the status and condition of blacks in Western civilization. McKay's narrator, Ray, criticized the black bourgeoisie for assimilating and advised a return to African heritage. Through Ray, McKay also criticized British and French treatment of colonial workers, and through his main character Banjo, after whom the novel is named, McKay extolled the virtues of the folk. McKay portrayed Banjo as the personification of blackness and black culture because of his primitive and natural response to life. With his criticism of the black bourgeoisie as imitators of white bourgeois culture, his criticism of colonialism, and his use of the character Banjo as the point of departure for black people's search for identity, Claude McKay helped launch the Negritude movement. 27-28. Both Lewis and Fabre acknowledge the enormous influence of New Negro and Harlem Renaissance radicals' work on the origins and evolution of the Negritude movement. Whether we turn to Du Bois' discourse, which I contend is the primary and prefigurative point of departure for the aesthetics, poetics, and politics of the Harlem Renaissance, or the corpuses of Claude McKay, Count T. Cullen, Langston Hughes, James Weldon Johnson, Jean Toomer, and Sterling Brown, at this point it is clear that the New Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance were either equally as important as the French intellectual tradition, if not more important and influential than the forenamed tradition with regard to the origins and evolution of the Negritude movement. Lewis simply could not have stated it more succinctly and eloquently than when she asserted, Harlem Renaissance poets created an atmosphere for Negritude poets awakening to black consciousness and to international black solidarity. Arguably one of the most discursively distinct characteristics of Negritude poetry, if not the Negritude movement more generally speaking, is its incessant emphasis on black consciousness and international black solidarity. Without in any way discursively disavowing French Marxism, Surrealism, and Existentialism, to date there quite simply has not been a single school of thought emerging from the French intellectual tradition as Eurocentrically. 79. 80. Or, rather, conventionally conceived that has at its conceptual core a concerted critique of racism, especially anti-black racism, a discourse on decolonization, an emphasis of rescuing and reclaiming African history and culture, and that promotes Pan-Africanism and black internationalism. The Negritude movement, in many senses, was the first collective and polyvocal expression of black consciousness and international black solidarity emerging out of the francophone black Atlantic world. Although his work has not received the kind of consistent reappraisals and critical treatments as that of Césaire and Senghor, Léon Gontran Damaz's Poetics and Politics, much like Marin's work, serves as an often overlooked precursor of, and bridge between the New Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance, on one hand, and the Negritude movement, on the other hand. Among the major Negritude theorists, it was Damaz who first systematically studied and then introduced Césaire and Senghor to the aesthetics, poetics, and Politics of the New Negro Movement and Harlem Renaissance. It was also Damas who, in an interview with Keith Warner in Critical Perspectives on Leon Gontran Damas, 1988, unequivocally stated with no hyperbole or high-sounding words, "Negritude has been the French expression of the new Negro movement." 24. Bearing in mind the emphasis placed on the influence of the Africana intellectual tradition on the origins and evolution of the Negritude movement, let us now turn our attention to the ways in which the first great, even though unsung, figure to emerge from the Negritude movement, Leon Gontran Damas, synthesized elements from African American, Latin American, Caribbean, and continental African intellectual and political traditions into a distinctly French expression of the new Negro movement. Pan-African movement, Black Marxism, Black nationalism, Black aesthetics, and Black poetics, Le Mouvement de la Negritude. Damasian Negritude. Leon Damas. Introduction to L'Enfant Terrible. Of the Negritude movement. Among the three most noted members of the Negritude movement, Leon Gontran Damas has received the least recognition for his seminal contributions to the movement. Where Aimé Césaire and Léopold Senghor regularly receive scholarly praise and criticism for their contributions to Negritude as a literary, cultural, and political movement, Damas's work has been all but erased from or, at the very least, routinely marginalized in literary and intellectual histories of Negritude. Damas's erasure from, or marginalization in intellectual histories of the Negritude movement is more than a little ironic when one considers that of the three major theorists of the movement it was Damas who introduced Césaire and Senghor to the intellectuals, artists, and activists of the new Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance, and who wrote what many regard as the manifesto of the Negritude movement, his 1937 classic volume of Verse Pigments. As several Damas scholars have pointed out, the new Negro aesthetic and the rhythmic poetics and radical politics of the Harlem Renaissance are obvious influences permeating through Pigments, and if Damas, 1988, is to be taken at his word when he declared all the Negritude poets who came after Pigments were obliged to use material from the poems that comprise it, then a clear case can be made not only concerning the considerable influence of the new Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance on Negritude aesthetics, poetics, and politics, but also for Damas as a major paradigm and point of departure for those interested in the history, interpretation, and criticism of the Negritude movement. 24. 1. 89. 90. Arguably more than any of the other major Negritude theorists, Damas's conception of Negritude unambiguously emerged out of the Africana intellectual tradition and, in point of fact, Damasian Negritude consciously sought to deeply dialogue with, build on, and boldly go beyond the said tradition. Although most of the criticism of Damasian Negritude, if not the Negritude movement more generally speaking, has utilized French Marxist, Surrealist, Existentialist, Postmodernist, and Postcolonialist frameworks, without in any way discursively disavowing the legitimacy and validity of bringing the aforementioned frameworks to bear on Damas's oeuvre. Building on the introduction and first chapter of this book, this chapter will explore Damasian Negritude deploying the discursive formations and discursive practices, as well as the epistemologies and methodologies arising out of the Africana intellectual tradition, and specifically the Pan-African movement, New Negro movement, Harlem Renaissance, and Haitian Renaissance. Seemingly before and more than Césaire or Senghor, Damas was critical of the ways in which cultural assimilation and racial colonization played themselves out via Eurocentric French education disguised as universal and neutral education. Damas emphasized the problematics surrounding the racially colonized being brainwashed and railroaded into the educational system of the racial colonizer, stating, "It's the problem of education which obliged the people, i.e., black folk or, rather, the wretched of the earth to read French authors, not native ones." The privileging of French authors and the French intellectual tradition in the French educational system over time eventually created a situation where, Damas disturbingly admitted, the best readers of Senghor, Césaire, and myself are white French people. 24. But, he importantly emphasized, so many people have published books, theses, and articles without knowing anything. 27. The question begs, what is it that the mostly white French people who have published books, theses, and articles without knowing anything need to know to adequately interpret Negritude aesthetics, poetics, and politics, according to Damas? Damas is concerned with the privileging of Eurocentric epistemologies and methodologies over all other epistemologies and methodologies when and where scholars and critics seek to interpret the Negritude movement. In other words, this is not an issue of racial essentialism or biologism, i.e., discursive disdain for white French people, but an issue of scholars and critics consistently privileging Eurocentric epistemology and methodology, i.e., French Marxist, Surrealist, Existentialist, Postmodernist, and Postcolonialist, among other, frameworks, in the interpretation and criticism of the Negritude movement, if not continental and diasporan African history, culture, and struggles more generally speaking. Bearing all of this in mind, it does not seem too 91 far-fetched to surmise that at the very least part of the neglect surrounding Domitian Negritude may have a lot to do with roughly 5 key issues. First, Damas's deep and very distinct grounding in the Africana intellectual tradition and his explicit challenge to those, especially white French people, who seek to interpret the Negritude movement employing Eurocentric epistemologies and methodologies may go far to explain the diminution of Domitian Negritude within the world of Negritude studies. Domitian Negritude is, if nothing else, a negritude of historical, cultural, and conceptual continuum arising out of the Africana intellectual tradition, which is one of the reasons he consistently emphasized the Harlem Renaissance as one of the key paradigms and primary points of departure for those interested in the history, interpretation, and criticism of the Negritude movement. Damas could be discursively dismissive and outright abrasive when it came to critics who he believed privileged Eurocentric epistemologies and methodologies over all other epistemologies and methodologies, especially those arising out of the Africana intellectual tradition in their interpretation of Negritude, going so far to say, all the critics of Negritude know nothing of the work of Senghor, nothing of the entire work of Césaire, and nothing of my entire work. They just talk about Negritude and about our works from pieces they read in anthologies. 25. In so many words, historical, cultural, and intellectual context is extremely important in the interpretation of Negritude texts. More to the point, Damas was saying that a piecemeal approach to the Negritude movement simply will not suffice, and that any would-be Negritude scholar or critic needs to be as fluent in the Africana intellectual tradition as they are in the French intellectual tradition. His comments here also speak to those critics who privilege a part, or several parts, which is to say, a poem or a volume of verse over the whole of the Negritude movement, which was not simply a literary movement but also a cultural and political movement. This is to say, Negritude poetics and Negritude poetry more generally speaking, is for all intents and purposes incomprehensible without a critical engagement of Negritude aesthetics and Negritude politics, which are mostly elaborated in the plays, political essays, and ethnologies emerging from the movement. Damas extended his critique of narrow-minded interpretations of Negritude to the ways in which, for myriad reasons, Senghor and Césaire's respective enunciations of Negritude had over the years come to eclipse his brand of Negritude, unapologetically asserting, "They can't talk about Césaire and Senghor, and I'm fed up about that," without talking about Damas. Incredibly displeased with his marginalization within the discourse on the Negritude movement, Damas declared, "I now have to write the true history of the Negritude movement, and presumably the Eurocentric Negritude." 91. 92. Scholars and critics, an oxymoron if ever there was one, know that the historian of the movement will be Damas. Once again, challenging those Negritude scholars and critics who privilege Negritude poetics over Negritude politics, Damas ended the interview sternly stating, "We can't talk of Negritude if we don't take care of and talk about our psychological and sociological problems, our anthropological problem, our geographical problem." 25 to 27. Domitian Negritude unrepentantly and repeatedly drummed home the fact that Negritude was more than merely poetics, but also black radical politics, it was not French Marxism or Surrealism in blackface, but much more than a discursive derivation of any aspect of the French intellectual tradition and innovation in the Africana intellectual tradition, and, ultimately, Negritude sought solutions to our psychological and sociological problems, our anthropological problems, and our geographical problems, not the social, political, or cultural problems of white French people or any other group of Europeans. The second key issue surrounding the diminution of Domitian Negritude most likely stems from the fact that Damas never established a bona fide political base. For example, after higher education in France, both Césaire and Senghor returned to their respective racially colonized homelands and established premier political parties and, ultimately, became prominent political leaders. Damas, in stark contrast, essentially became persona non grata in his homeland, French Guyana, Guyana Française, where he visited vituperation on the culturally disoriented corrupt elite and puppet politicians primarily by unapologetically identifying with the French Guyanese masses and founding, with René Jadfard, a political party, Le Mouvement de la Résistance Guyanaise, the movement of Guyanese resistance, as well as a noted newspaper, Temps Nouveau, New Times. When his comrade René Jadfard was killed in a mysterious plane crash, Damas completed Jadfard's term in the French National Assembly, Assemblée Nationale, serving as député de la Guyane alongside his comrades Césaire and Senghor between 1948 and 1951. As a politician, Femi Ohoid, 1993, observed, Damas lacked the charisma of Senghor and Césaire and rejected the elitist camaraderie of the middle-of-the-road lawmakers, choosing instead to identify with the wretched of the earth of French Guyana and the wider African world. 38. During his term in the French National Assembly, Damas's indefatigable intention was, not to play the role of catalyst for France's colonial policy, but to serve as the voice of his people. His distinct definition of his people was rooted in the depths of economic distress in which the majority of the French Guyanese were caught. 37. Needless to say, Damas's commitment to his people and not French colonial policy or white French people made him many enemies in both France and French Guyana. 92. 93. Ohoid somberly said, "Now, there is no sign of him in France's National Assembly, whereas quite a bit of space is given to his peers, Césaire and Senghor. Such neglect hurt him." 58. After his brief but extremely important time in France's National Assembly, a beleaguered Damas spent the bulk of the last quarter of a century of his life, as he spent his childhood, adolescence, and young adulthood, migrating, constantly moving from place to place and living the often unenviable life of an Africana exilic intellectual artist activist. In contrast to Senghor and Césaire's lives, especially after higher education in France, Damas's life was filled with transnational movement. He spent his childhood in French Guyana, his adolescence in Martinique, the majority of his adulthood in France, the Caribbean, Latin America, and Africa, and eventually reached the end of his colorful life in virtual exile, teaching at Georgetown University, Federal City College, and ultimately Howard University in the United States. The third issue involved in Damas's marginalization in the discourse on the Negritude movement arises from the deeply subjective nature of his negritude, which, as a result, did not easily offer itself up for ideological exploitation by activist groups organized in the interest of anti-racism and anti-colonialism. With remarkably few exceptions, example ils sont venus ce soir, en file indienne, la complainte du nègre, and etc., the rebelliousness of Damas's pigments was primarily personal, comical, and ahistorical. F. Bart Miller, 2014, corroborates this point, contending, Damas's literary work is distinct from Césaire and Senghor's through its highly personal, often humorous, and consistently visceral ruminations. 14. The highly personal, often humorous, and consistently visceral ruminations of pigments were primarily aimed at Damas's own family, which, in the most tragic mulatto manner imaginable, encouraged him to shun the shame of his Africanite and blackness, and to welcome Frenchness and, in so many words, whiteness. When viewed critically, it could be argued that pigments only secondarily assailed the imperious attitudes and actions of French folk, if not whites more generally, and their vainglorious, narcissistic, and decadent, as he famously put it in Hockey ci6 liaison. In other words, where Césaire and Senghor's negritude most often advocated communal or collective responses to racism, colonialism and capitalism, Damaz's negritude is distinguished by its emphasis on an autobiographical, almost memoiresque, highly individualized, and idiosyncratic black radical existentialist response to racism, colonialism, and capitalism. In fact, where Césaire and Senghor acknowledged and advocated a special bond of kinship with black folk around the global, which is to say continental and diasporan Africans everywhere, several of the major leitmotifs of Damaz's work revolve around intense feelings of isolation, alienation, and exile, even within the African. 93. 94. World, alongside his own distinct brand of Pan-Africanism and black radical internationalism. The fourth issue that has factored into the marginalization of Damaz's negritude is connected to his racially mixed heritage, which has unfortunately led a number of his critics to derogatorily label him a mulatto. Anyone who has carefully read Damaz's verse, especially Pigments and Black Label, will be familiar with his experiences of both anti-black racism at the hands of whites and what has been termed reverse racism at the hands of blacks. Damaz was not considered authentically black by both blacks and whites, and it was this double bind that created a deep discursive double consciousness in his work. For instance, Pigments inverted the shame surrounding blackness and turned it on those half French and, therefore, supposedly half-human fair-skinned, contemptuous mixed-race blacks, formerly called mulattoes, who wished to undergo further Frenchification and assimilate into the white world by, of all things, emulating whites' anti-black racism against darker-skinned black folk. Of course, their emulation of whites ultimately and unequivocally failed to either provide entry into the white world or win acceptance from whites. Black Label primarily challenged the whites and blacks, among others, who practiced a racial reductionism that discounted mixed-race blacks and robbed them of their right to develop their own unique relationship with their various inherited histories and cultures. The volume also challenged the racial hierarchy that stigmatizes blackness and reduces it to inferiority, or subhumanity at best, and non-humanity at worst. The level of anti-black racist self-reflexivity and anti-colonialist autobiography in both volumes has proved to be a serious intellectual hurdle for those negritude critics, especially those white French people, who are oblivious to the Africana intellectual tradition and exclusively draw on the French intellectual tradition to interpret and criticize the Negritude movement. To the fifth, and final, issue that factors into the marginalization of Damasian negritude has to do with what might be termed Damasian poetic pessimism. Where Senghor's poetry, especially Chants d'Amber, 1945, and Hosties Noirs, 1948, embraces and celebrates Africanite and blackness as undeniably positive values, and Césaire's Cahiers d'un retour au pays natal advances the reintegration of the poet with the people, history, culture, and struggles of his homeland as he decidedly turns his back on France and purportedly French racial colonialism. Damaz's poetry, especially Pigments and Black Label, is ubiquitously haunted by the presence of white enslavers, white colonizers, and white oppressors. There is a distinct testimonial tone in Damasian negritude where his voice, especially in Black Label, represents defiance and a demand to be heard as it eloquently and, at times, acerbically recalls past sufferings at the hands of the very same French folk claiming to 94. 95. Be superior to African folk and their creolized kith and kin in the diaspora. As a matter of fact, although long overlooked, Black Label offers an indispensable addition to the idealized visions of Senghorian and Caesarean negritude by providing its readers with the harsh and unheroic truth surrounding the African Holocaust, enslavement, and colonization, as well as the post-traumatic reverberations continuing to ripple throughout the African world as a consequence of each of the aforementioned. He was the ultimate Negro and the most rebellious among us, Leon Damaz, and the diminution of Damasian negritude. Because Damas conceived of negritude as framework in which to engage, as he put it above, our psychological and sociological problems, our anthropological problems, and our geographical problems through the literary, literally, via the written and spoken poetic and dramatic word, his negritude, indeed his overarching achievement, is more than merely his 7 volumes of verse, his 3 essay collections, and his book of short stories. Before and more than Césaire and Senghor, Damas's conception of negritude revolved around a continual subversion of racism, colonialism, and capitalism, rather than merely a rediscovery of Africanite or black identity. According to Kwame Anthony Appiah and Henry Louis Gates, in Africana, the Encyclopedia of the African and African American Experience, 1999. Both Senghor and Césaire have credited Damas with exerting a formative influence on their literary output. Although Damas was less prominent a politician and less prolific a publisher than either of his literary successors, he may have been more effective than either in coupling political activity with literary production and in representing the rising international black consciousness after World War II. Senghor felt that Damas was the most Negra of us all, and the first to find the rhythm of the true poesy Negra. Most of the conclusions drawn by Senghor and Césaire reflect characteristics of Damas's work in Pigments and the long single poem Black Label. Their insights focus on the incantatory repetitions of Damas's verse and the ideology of African revalorization for which Damas's rhythms provided a vehicle. For most of his critics, Damas became the poet of black anger's direct expression. 552. If, indeed, Damas exerted a formative influence on Senghor and Césaire's literary output, and if Pigments was in fact the unannounced manifesto of the Negritude movement, then, one cannot help but to wonder aloud how on earth Damas came to be marginalized in negritude studies. Ohoid. 95. 96. 1993, 15. Why has the first and most Negra of the 3 major negritude theorists been so discursively disrespected? How could Damas have been marginalized when both Senghor and Césaire repeatedly referred their readers and critics to his work, with Senghor going so far to say, he Damas was the ultimate Negro and the most rebellious among us all, of which is vividly exemplified in his ideas and life. He was spontaneity, imagination, and generosity personified. Senghor 1979, 74. Senghor importantly continued, Although he was the bohemian student par excellence, he knew and was interested in everything, especially English and the Harlem Renaissance. Damas's intellectual eclipse in negritude studies undoubtedly has to do with the fact that if, indeed, as he said above, the best readers of Senghor, Césaire, and myself are white French people, most of these white French people have steered clear of the man Appiah and Gates called the poet of black anger's direct expression, the man Femi Ohoid referred to as the human volcano in one text, and in another asserted that W. Heil Césaire, Damas, and Senghor are all recognized as a kind of triumvirate. There is no consensus as to each one's place. Césaire and Senghor have been more studied than Damas, who for all intents and purposes is considered a kind of enfant terrible whose fault seems to have been his biting poetic language, his anti-racist, anti-establishment position, and his lack of success in the political arena. Ohoid 1993, 29, Ohoid 1996, 312. Perhaps Edward Allen Jones, reflecting on Damas's life and career, put it best when he sternly stated, he was unpretentious, down-to-earth, and genuine. He was a warm person whose deep sincerity and, at times, almost brutal candor came near placing friendships in jeopardy. Simply said, Jones concluded, here was no guile in the man. E.A. Jones 1979, 136. Damas's marginalization in the discourse on negritude speaks in a special way about the increasing intellectual colonization, indeed, the Frenchification of the history, interpretation, and criticism of the negritude movement. Even though their work arises out of the Africana intellectual tradition, Césaire and Senghor's respective conceptions of negritude, for whatever reason, lend themselves to interpretive communities emerging out of the French intellectual tradition in ways that Damas's discourse simply does not. perhaps partly owing to his Negritude's deep grounding in the aesthetics, poetics, and radical politics of the Harlem Renaissance and Haitian Renaissance. As Senghor asserted above, Damas was not only the ultimate Negro and the most rebellious among us, but he was also interested in everything, especially the Harlem Renaissance. Damas's almost obsessive interest in the Harlem Renaissance not only distinguished his Negritude from that of Senghor and Césaire, but it poses a serious problem for his would-be interpreters and critics who know little or nothing about the Africana intellectual tradition. 96. 97. Especially the conceptual continuity between the Harlem Renaissance and Haitian Renaissance, on the one hand, and the Negritude movement, on the other hand. Just because his mostly European, and, let it be solemnly said, Eurocentric, critics either have not or are unable to make connections between Damas's discourse and the Africana intellectual tradition does not mean that he himself did not consistently make connections between his work and the work of his people, not merely in French Guiana, but throughout the African world. In the spirit of Damas, allow me to be blunt here, it would seem that the majority of the white French people who have interpreted and criticized the Negritude movement have been extremely uncomfortable with Domitian Negritude's emphasis on, as Appiah and Gates put it, the ideology of African revalorization unmistakably at the heart of Damas's discourse. Consequently, his work has been overshadowed by the work of Césaire and Senghor, and those of his ideas that have been deemed acceptable by the established order have been either attributed to Césaire and Senghor or merely made to appear to have emerged out of the collective mind of the Negritude movement. In other words, where Césaire and Senghor register as almost omnipresent and incessantly celebrated voices and expressions of Negritude, Damas has remained an intellectually elusive figure and the virtual mystery of the Negritude movement. Similar to W.E.B. Du Bois and C.L.R. James, Frantz Fanon, and Amilcar Cabral, Damas was a Pan-Africanist and black radical internationalist, something that has not escaped his more astute interpreters. For instance, Femi Ohoid, 1993, observed that Damas joined L'Étudiant Noir, the black student, collective in 1935 because THE group's objective was to end all divisions and bring black students together. 14. Damas, Ohoid continued, never failed to seize every opportunity to establish and express solidarity with all blacks. 15. Appiah and Gates, 1999, asserted that after his term in the French National Assembly, Damas broadened his activities and became a sort of roving ambassador of black consciousness. He began to travel extensively in Africa, and later traveled to virtually all the countries of the diaspora for the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, returning more and more often to speak on campuses in the United States. 551. During the last decade of his life, according to Lawrence Porter, 2010, Damas clearly professed his enduring Pan-Africanism, and his vision of a worldwide black community working to undo the traumas of slavery. 189. To reiterate, Domitian Negritude is distinguished from Caesarean and Senghorian Negritude by its incessant and impenitent emphasis on subverting racism, colonialism, and capitalism, rather than merely a rediscovery of Africanite or black identity. 97. 98. Even as we acknowledge Damas's Pan-Africanism and black radical internationalism, it is important to observe how his more culturally hybridized and thoroughly creolized background may have factored into not merely his marginalization in Negritude studies, but also his distinct conception of Negritude. Although he overstates the case, Femi Ohoid was one of the first Damas scholars to openly discuss the ways in which Damas's mixed heritage may have shaped and shaded not only his Negritude, but also the reception and interpretation of his Negritude. Ohoid asserted, Damas, the mulatto son of a black mother and a white father, suffers from the societal hypocrisy and stigma essential to the perpetuation of subtle racism in his homeland. Ohoid cited in Présence Africaine 1979, 371. As will be discussed below, both of Damas's parents were of mixed ancestry, and undoubtedly both of his parents had African ancestors. Therefore, Ohoide's racially reductive comments concerning Damas's background illustrate that it is not merely white French people who have misinterpreted Domitian Negritude, but, and I solemnly write this with all due respect, arguably one of his most astute and eruditious interpreters, I honestly believe that Ohoide's Leon Damas, Spirit of Resistance 1993 is one of the best books on Damas published to date. Within the racial hierarchy of the French colonial world, one was either black or white, but one could not be both or occupy a third space in between whiteness and blackness. Part of Damas's fascination with the New Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance may have to do with the fact that several New Negro and Renaissance radicals developed discourses on double consciousness, passing, and Negroness or blackness that went far beyond skin color or, what has come to be called, colorism or complexionism. During the New Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance years, it was not necessarily one's complexion that was the sine qua non of one's blackness or commitment to black liberation, but what one said or did in the interests of black folk and black liberation. Consequently, the black modernism and Afro-Creolism of the New Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance provided Damas with a paradigm and point of departure from which he could develop his own distinct brand of negritude that eschewed what would be termed today racial essentialism in favor of Pan-Africanism, black radical internationalism and, although often overlooked, revolutionary humanism. That being said, in order to really understand Damas's negritude and the ways in which it deeply dialogued with and developed out of the discourses of the New Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance, much must be understood about his unique personal, cultural, and intellectual history. Born into a bourgeois family in Cayenne, French Guiana, in 1912, Damas's mother, Bathilde Damas, was métisse, of mixed Amerindian and African. 98. 99. Ancestry, and his father, Ernest Damas, was métisse, of mixed European and African ancestry. Damas was sent to Martinique in 1924 to attend the Lycée Victor Schouelcher, a very prestigious high school in Fort-de-France, where he would meet his lifelong friend and comrade Aimé Césaire. Years later, Frantz Fanon and Edouard Glissant would also graduate from Lycée Victor Schouelcher. In 1929, Damas moved to Paris to continue his studies at the Université de Paris, where he studied law to appease his parents. However, it was the courses he took in history, anthropology, ethnology, literature, and Asian languages that interested him most. In Paris, he reconnected with Césaire and was introduced to Léopold Senghor. Even though he was born into a middle-class family, Damas eschewed the cushy comforts and other accoutrements of his class, preferring to study continental and diasporan African history, anthropology, and ethnology over law. His family quickly cut his funding, as if to say that studying African history and culture is a waste of time and money, and Damas experienced working-class life and culture firsthand. It was, to say the least, an excruciating experience and period of suffering and soul-searching that would color and shape the next half-century of his life until his death as a consequence of cancer in 1978. It was in his shift from a black bourgeois to a black bohemian lifestyle that Damas came into contact with other black students in Paris who were also searching for their African roots and exploring modern black identities, most often consciously in the aftermath of the black modernism and Afro-Creolism of the New Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance. Among the black students Damas came into contact with in Paris in the 1930s was the incomparable Martiniquan Paulette Nardal, who, Brent Hayes Edwards asserted, in the practice of diaspora, literature, translation, and the rise of black internationalism, 2003, became the most important connection between the Harlem Renaissance writers and the Francophone university students who would become the core of the Negritude movement. 119. As mentioned in the introduction, it was Nardal's cousin, the Martiniquan Louis Thomas Achille, who provided Damas with English lessons, but it was Nardal who, even if virtually eclipsed as this point in the intellectual history of, and scholarship on negritude, provided Damas with a deeper understanding of the New Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance, as well as the black internationalism and Pan-Africanism that are currently considered the hallmarks of the Negritude movement. 3. In the summer of 1931, Nardal and a Haitian dentist named Leo Sigis founded a French-English bilingual literary journal that, during its 6-issue run through the spring of 1932, became a pivotal focal point for African diasporic aesthetics, literature, culture, and the emerging movement of African and Caribbean intellectuals in Paris. The journal was called La Revue du Monde Noir, the Review of the Black World. 99. 100. And it provided Damas, Césaire, and Senghor with an introduction to many of the new Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance figures that they would eventually meet in the respective weekly salons hosted by Nardal and her sisters, Louis Thomas Achille, and Renée Marin. According to Edwards, more than any other interwar periodical, La Revue du Monde Noir systematically strove to practice black internationalism as bilingualism, running English and French in parallel columns throughout every issue. This approach comprehends the link among intellectuals of African descent to be paradigmatically a link across linguistic difference, and thus it is first and foremost the journal's translations that attempt to create among the Negroes les Noirs of the entire world, regardless of nationality, an intellectual and moral bond lien that will permit them to know each other better, to love one another fraternally, to defend their collective interests more effectively, and to glorify their race. Nardal's interest in creating bonds among black intellectuals carried over into her salon, where she served as a cultural intermediary, introducing the young Léon Damas, Aimé Césaire, and Léopold Sédar Senghor not just to Renée Marin but also to Claude McKay, Mercer Cook, Carter G. Woodson, Alain Locke, Count Cullen, and Hale Woodruff. 120, all emphasis in original. At this point it would seem that the conceptual connections and literary links between the new Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance, on the one hand, and the Negritude movement, on the other, are ubiquitous and undeniable and, seemingly more than Césaire and Senghor, Damas openly acknowledged these connections and links from the beginning through to the end of his career. As a matter of fact, Damas had a particularly close friendship with Langston Hughes and was so enamored with the Harlem Renaissance luminary that he was working on a biography of Hughes when he succumbed to cancer in January of 1978, Icon A 2005, 211. A year before he died, Damas, in the most full-throat manner imaginable, stated, "I must admit that our true masters, writers, and artists, appeared in the Harlem Renaissance. I, for one, owe a lot to the poets Langston Hughes and Sterling Brown, and to the jazz musicians whom I met and listened to in Paris in the 30s. Among them, there were Duke Ellington, Cab Calloway, and Louis Armstrong, to whom I dedicated one of my poems, as is well known." Damas dedicated Shine in Pigments to Louis Armstrong, Damas cited in Racine 1983, 201. Considering the myriad ways in which Damas has either been erased from or eclipsed in the discourse on the Negritude movement, as well as bearing in mind how his more Harlem Renaissance-influenced articulation of Negritude aesthetics, poetics, and politics in Pigments, 1937, and Retour de Guyane, 1938, preceded both Césaire and Senghor's enunciations of their distinct conceptions of Negritude, in Césaire's Cahiers d'un retour au pays natal. 100. 101. 1939 and Senghor's Chants d'Ambre 1945, respectively. This chapter is divided into 3 subsequent sections. The first section examines the influence of the new Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance on Domitian Negritude. The second section explores the ways in which Jean Price Mars, Haitianism, and the Haitian Renaissance influenced Damas. Moreover, the final section engages the distinctiveness and major contributions of Domitian Negritude to the broader Negritude movement. Ultimately, then, this chapter reconsiders Domitian Negritude as an often overlooked discursive link between the Negritude movement and, on the one hand, the new Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance, and, on the other hand, Haitianism and the Haitian Renaissance. Discursive continuity and the decolonization of Negritude Studies, Léon Damas. The Harlem Renaissance and the Origins of the Negritude Movement. With regard to the Harlem Renaissance, Nathan Huggins, 1995, has reported that the new Negro predecessors of the Renaissance called for Afro-American identity with Africa and for some form of Pan-African unity. Whether in the studied language of W.E.B. Du Bois, or in the more flamboyant rhetoric of Marcus Garvey, they were announcing a striking new independence for Black Americans. 9. Huggins correctly observed a new independence and new identity amongst the new Negroes, but he surreptitiously attempts to characterize the new Negro movement and the striking new independence as an exclusively African American affair. It was not merely Black Americans that made up the cadre of radical new Negroes, but also Caribbean cultural icons, such as Marcus Garvey, Amy Jacques Garvey, Claude McKay, Hubert Harrison, Claudia Jones, Cyril Briggs, Richard B. Moore, W.A. Domingo and Eric Walrond, who filled their ranks as well. For in calling for some form of Pan-African unity, the radical new Negroes knew full well the interlocking and interconnecting ways in which the image of El Noir, the black, in the parlance of Fanon in Black Skin, White Masks, 1967, was inextricable from the working white supremacist notion that all persons of African origin and descent were subhumans, subpersons, or just downright savages. 117, 119 to 120. This is an important point to accent because without acknowledging the Caribbean impact and influence on the new Negro movement and the Harlem Renaissance, we will not be able to adequately grapple with or fully grasp the significance of these movements for the Negritude movement and subsequent Black radical thought. 101. 102. Traditions. In fact, it was Huggins, 1995, himself who unwittingly relayed that blacks were coming to the city, i.e., New York City, not only from the South but also from the French and British West Indies and Africa. 6. This means, then, that the Harlem Renaissance cannot and should not be characterized as an exclusively African American affair, but more properly as an early 20th century Black modernist, Afro-Creolist, Africana affair. The radical new Negroes of the Harlem Renaissance took the primitivism and exoticism associated with the old Negro and Africa and began to forge a new self-concept that understood African ancestry to be a positive as opposed to a negative. Africans and Afro-Americans found positive value in the very stereotypes that had formerly marked them as limited. 7-8. Further, in African Philosophy in Search of Identity, 1994, the Kenyan philosopher Dismas Maysalo related that many members of the Renaissance, he listed Claude McKay, Langston Hughes, Jean Toomer, Count T. Cullen, and Sterling Brown, saw Africa, with its rawness and anchorage to bare natural forces, as an essential antithesis to the domineering industrial civilization of the white world. 13. It was this axiological inversion along the color line, to borrow one of Du Bois' favorite phrases, that made the writings of the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance so enduring and intriguing to the architects of the Negritude movement in general, and Damas in particular. Maysalo contended that the primary aim of the Harlem Renaissance was to rehabilitate the image of the black man wherever he was. It was the expression of the black personality. 10. He went on to explain that the Renaissance, as a cultural and artistic movement, was a seminal and central predecessor of the more widely known cognate, Negritude. In fact, according to Maysalo, in order to characterize Negritude as a legitimate origin of philosophical discussion in Africa, we must trace its origins and roots to writings on race by African Americans in the United States, especially in the 1920s, 10-11. More to the point, the Harlem Renaissance, mused Maysalo, gave Negritude both its form and its content. 10. Maysalo, in explicating that the Renaissance was concerned to rehabilitate the image of the black man wherever he was, speaks not only to the fact that the radicalism of the Harlem Renaissance was informed by Pan-Africanism, in both its Du Boisist and Garveyist forms, but also to the fact that it was in Harlem, as Huggins, 1995, related, where there was a cross-fertilization of black intelligence and culture as in no other place in the world. 6. The Harlem Renaissance, therefore, served as a seminal paradigm for subsequent Africana philosophical and radical political activity, and the Negritude movement in particular symbolizes the hard-won harvest of the Africana intellectual tradition in the period immediately following the Harlem Renaissance. 5. 102. 103. In highlighting the roots of the Negritude movement's radicalism, Lillian Questelot, in Black Writers in French, A Literary History of Negritude, 1991, asserted that it was the militants of the Harlem movement who were the first to broach the subject of the existence of a racial problem, and that prior to them the only right of the black man that was recognized was the right to amuse whites. 57, 60. One of, if not the major contribution of the radicals of the Renaissance was their insistent engagement and appreciation of Africa. Although their engagement and appreciation of Africa, it should be earnestly observed, was often caught within the confines of the prison house of Eurocentric projections of African primitivisms, a la Sengharian negritude and, to a certain extent, Sengharian Africanite, see Chapter 4. According to Questelot, the acknowledgement of Africa was one of the pervasive characteristics of the Harlem Renaissance. 71. The acknowledgement and appreciation of Africa led the radicals of the Renaissance to critique and collapse many of the cultural values of Europe and engage and extract African values that they believed had gone unjustly unrecognized for far too long, not simply by whites, Europe, and European America, but also by persons of African descent, continental, and diasporan. Questelot contended. However, mixed in with the folklore, the black writers of the Harlem Renaissance sowed ideas in their books which some 10 years later became the leaven of the Negritude movement. They resolutely turned their backs on the preceding generation, which had been characterized by intellectual acceptance of white American values and, in literature, by sentimental lyricism over the misfortunes of an oppressed and exiled race, in order to commit themselves to a vigorous though not boastful affirmation of their original values. 60-61. Emphasis should be placed on the fact that the Renaissance writers turned their backs on the preceding generation and their burgeoning black bourgeois, new Negro conservatism, which was most often couched in terms of American Victorianism. The radicals of the Harlem Renaissance were arguably the first cohort of modern black writers to rise up and collectively call into question and critique white American values, which is to say, Eurocentric values, and, in their own inchoate way, offer up an alternative axiology, i.e., value system, for continental and diasporan Africa. The axiological advances of the Harlem Renaissance, literally, reverberated throughout the African world and, truth be told, continue to do so to the present date. However, here it is important for us to focus on the movements that most modeled themselves on the Harlem Renaissance in its immediate aftermath because, in a sense, the Negritude movement and Domitian Negritude in specific is not merely the intellectual and artistic heir apparent of the Harlem Renaissance, but Haitianism and the Haitian Renaissance as well. All of 103. 104. This is to say, to reiterate, the Negritude movement unambiguously arises out of the Africana intellectual tradition and is virtually incomprehensible without a thorough understanding of the philosophical foundations, conceptual contributions, discursive devices, insurgent aestheticism, and radical political poeticism of the Africana intellectual and literary tradition. Boldly bearing this in mind, Questelot carefully concluded, African American literature already contains seeds of the main themes of Negritude. Hence, one can assert that the real fathers of the Negro cultural renaissance in France were neither the writers of the West Indian tradition, nor the Surrealist poets, nor the French novelists of the era between the two wars, but black writers of the United States. They made a very deep impression on French Negro writers by claiming to represent an entire race, launching a cry with which all blacks identified the first cry of rebellion. 57. Corroborating Questelot's claims, in Neo-African Literature, A History of Black Writing, 1968, Jan Heinz John stressed that because they the theorists of Negritude claim to feel and represent their own dynamic being in the world, these writers looked on all Afro-American writers before them as their forerunners and discovered Negritude in the earlier writers' works, 253. However, John was quick to offer a caveat: whatever the Negritude writers may owe to their predecessors, they brought it into the great complex of their own conception. Even when borrowing or taking over, they often excelled those earlier writers in inspiration and poetic power. Their self-confidence was firmly based on real achievement, 260 to 261. Both Kestelut and John contend that the theorists of negritude were drawn to the writers of the Harlem Renaissance because the Harlem writers professed to represent an entire race, and because it was these writers' words and wisdom concerning the question of color in an anti-black racist colonial world that contained the kernel from which negritude, as theory and praxis, originated. Kestelut 1991, 57. John acknowledged that the theorists of negritude borrowed from the writers of the Renaissance, which speaks to the notion of conceptual continuity in the Africana intellectual tradition. However, he, as with Huggins, was too quick to label all of the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance as Afro-Americans. John's insipid read of the Renaissance as an exclusively Afro-American affair notwithstanding, he touched on an issue that importantly cuts to the very core of our discussion. John observed that no matter what the theorists of negritude may have borrowed or taken over from the writers of the Harlem Renaissance, they brought it into the great complex of their own conception. By this I take John to mean that the theorists of negritude did as they admonished others to do, they appropriated and applied liberating. 104. 105. Visions, views, and values from the pre-colonial African past to their then colonial and neo-colonial present. This is, of course, why John felt compelled to highlight the fact that the theorists of negritude's self-confidence was based firmly on real achievement. The real achievement that John alluded to is, of course, the real meaning concrete as opposed to abstract political achievements of the negritude movement as it moved from the theoretical and literary level to the socio-political level. More to the point, the real achievement of the negritude movement translated itself into Damas, Césaire, and Senghor's political breakthroughs with regard to their respective racial colonized homelands. For example, as was discussed above, Damas served at the Député de la Guyane in the French National Assembly. Césaire was elected mayor of Fort-de-France, then served as Député de la Martinique in the French National Assembly, and eventually ended his political career as Le Président du Conseil Régional de la Martinique, the president of the Regional Council of Martinique. And, lastly, Senghor was elected and served as president of Senegal for 2 decades, 1960 to 1980. That the radical political poets of the negritude movement understood their literary and political praxis to be an extension and expansion of the cultural revolution initiated by the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance can hardly be questioned. Janet Valiant, in Black, French, and African, A Life of Léopold Sédar Senghor, 1990, related that Senghor was first exposed to the writings of the Harlem Renaissance by Louis Thomas Achille, a former professor at Howard University, who entertained several of the leading African-American intellectuals of the era in his Parisian apartment, and Paulette Nardal, whose apartment served as the gathering house for African-American, and Caribbean students in Paris. Valiant revealingly wrote, "It is here that Senghor first began to learn about the writers of the Harlem Renaissance and the new Negro movement in the United States. In time, he began to meet the black Americans, who were always welcome in the Achilles bilingual household. He discovered with surprise that there was a whole world, even if a small one, that was as preoccupied as he was by the question of color." 91 to 92. Corroborating Valiant's claims, Kestelut, 1991, related Senghor, Césaire, and Damas, the founders of what came to be known as the Negritude movement, acknowledged that, between 1930 and 1940, African and West Indian students living in Paris were in close contact with American Negro writers Claude McKay, Jean Toomer, Langston Hughes, and Count T. Cullen, and they read these writers' work and were personally acquainted with them. 56. As the theorists of negritude read the writings of the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance, they began to appropriate the aesthetic insights and 105. 106. Axiological inversions of the Harlem School, and it is here that the strongest line, of conceptual continuity between these two movements may be ascertained. Huggins, 1995, observed that for the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance identity was central and that blackness, clearly, was not only a color, it was a state of mind. 9. In like fashion, following the Harlem Radicals' lead, Césaire, 1984, firmly stated, "I have always thought that the black man was searching for his identity. And it has seemed to me that if what we want is to establish this identity, then we must have a concrete consciousness of what we are, that is, of the first fact of our lives, that we are black, that we were black and have a history that contains certain cultural elements of great value, and that Negroes were not, as René Depestre put it, born yesterday, because there have been beautiful and important black civilizations." At the time we began to write, people could write a history of world civilization without devoting a single chapter to Africa, as if Africa had made no contributions to the world. Therefore, we affirmed that we were Negroes and that we were proud of it, and that we thought that Africa was not some sort of blank page in the history of humanity. In sum, we asserted that our Negro heritage was worthy of respect, and that this heritage was not relegated to the past, that its values were values that could still make an important contribution to the world. 54. This search for identity, exacerbated by European imperialism, led the theorists of negritude as it had the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance to confront and contest the supposed universal applicability of Western European, or, rather Eurocentric values insofar as the colored and racially colonized world was concerned. Césaire was extremely explicit: our Negro heritage was worthy of respect. The heritage of which Césaire spoke symbolizes the cultural inheritance of persons of African descent, and must not be relegated to the past, but engaged and examined for its relevance to the contemporary African reality, la situation noire. Césaire further stated that the values of the African past are values that could still make an important contribution to the world. Here Césaire's critical faith in African ancestral traditions places him squarely on terrain covered, or, rather, recovered by the African-American philosopher Alain Locke, 1968, in his 1925 classic essay, The Legacy of the Ancestral Arts, where he thundered, "The Negro is not a cultural foundling without his own inheritance." 256. 6. Like Césaire, Senghor, and Damas would in the epistemic and aesthetic aftermath of the Harlem Renaissance, Locke asserted that folk of African descent would do well to extend and expand the traditions of their forebears. And he went on to retort, "No great art will impose alien canons upon its subject matter. An unambiguous critique of Eurocentric aesthetics and axiology." 264. On the extension and expansion of the legacy left by the ancestors, Locke remarked. 106. 107. The Negro artist of today has most to gain from the arts of the forefathers is perhaps not cultural inspiration or technical innovations, but the lesson of a classical background, the lesson of discipline, of style, of technical control pushed to the limits of technical mastery. A more highly stylized art does not exist than the African. If after absorbing the new content of American life and experience, and after assimilating new patterns of art, the original artistic endowment can be sufficiently augmented to express itself with equal power in more complex patterns and substance, then the Negro may well become what some have predicted, the artist of American life. 7. 257 to 258. For Locke, as with Damas, Césaire, and Senghor, it was never a question of returning to an antiquated African past merely for the sake of highlighting and accenting the great achievements of Africa, but, on the contrary, he counseled the radical aesthetes of the Harlem Renaissance to discover the lessons of a classical background, discipline, style, and technique. It was only after continental and diasporan African aesthetes had thoroughly engaged and examined the artistic legacy of their forebears that Locke suggested they should augment the original artistic endowment. The theorists of negritude, who studied with Locke personally and who were deeply influenced by his 1925 classic edited volume The New Negro, heeded the African-American philosopher's words and became the preeminent heirs of the radicalism bequeathed by the Harlem Renaissance to the discourses of Africana aesthetics, poetics, radical politics, and critical social theory. Masalo 1994, 25. 8. For Damas, negritude has three core characteristics: el negritude est, en effet, la prise de conscience d'un état de fait qui se caractérise par trois elements, la colonisation, l'assimilation, un volant d'intégration humaine. It negritude is indeed awareness of a situation which is characterized by three elements, colonization, assimilation, and the desire for human integration, cited in Pekian 1979, 66. It could be said that the emphasis on la colonisation, l'assimilation, un volant d'intégration humaine, colonization, assimilation, and the desire for human integration, free floats through every form and expression of negritude. Bearing this in mind, and undeniably discursively dovetailing with Caesarean and Sengherian negritude, Domitian negritude is grounded in, and grows out of a very distinct conception of la situation noire, both past and present. At its heart, negritude entails intellectual, cultural, social, and political positioning against racism, colonialism, and capitalism. As a consequence, negritude, whether we are speaking of Domitian, Caesarean, or Sengherian negritude, is based on more than a mere search for identity, but also on the creation of anti-racist, anti-colonialist, and anti-capitalist identities and modalities. The discursive differences between Domitian, Caesarean, and Sengherian negritude have a lot to do with the 107, 108. Different solutions to our psychological and sociological problems, our anthropological problem S, and our geographical problem S, as Damas put it above, that he, Caesar, and Senghor offered up with their respective literary, cultural, and political work. In other words, I am emphasizing that, similar to the Harlem Renaissance, the Negritude movement was more than a mere literary movement, but also a cultural, social, and political movement. Moreover, like the Harlem Renaissance, each member of the Negritude movement harbored varying conceptions of the literary and the political, with Damas being the first of the Negritude triumvirate to clarify and articulate his anti-racist, anti-colonialist, and anti-capitalist politics in Retour de Guyane, 1938, which emerged out of ethnographic fieldwork he conducted in French Guiana in 1934. Consequently, at this point it may be helpful for us to think of Domitian negritude in more or less multidimensional and polyvocal terms, as a simultaneously literary, cultural, and radical political theory and praxis grounded in and growing out of the new Negro aesthetics, poetics, and radical politics of the Harlem Renaissance, which Damas retooled to speak to the special needs of continental and diasporan Africans in the aftermath of the new Negro movement, Harlem Renaissance and, as we shall soon see, Haitian Renaissance. Simultaneously critiquing French republicanism, racism, and colonialism, Domitian negritude offers contemporary negritude studies scholars and students tools arising out of the Africana intellectual tradition through which the evolution of the European imperialism, specifically French imperialism, of the past can be identified and combated in the present. As a consequence, any adequate definition of Domitian negritude must, to reiterate, emphasize not only a rediscovery of Africanite or black identity but, equally important, a continual radical subversion of racism, colonialism, and capitalism. In this reconceptualization of Domitian negritude, emphasis is placed on the ways in which la colonisation, l'assimilation, un volant d'intégration humaine, colonization, assimilation, and the desire for human integration, incessantly intersects and overlaps, defining, distorting, and ultimately deforming the already ragged relationship between the racial colonizer and the wretched of the earth, between the oppressor and the oppressed. As discussed above and in the previous chapter, one of Damas's greatest contributions to the Negritude movement was serving as a bridge between the Harlem Renaissance and Negritude movement, innovatively translating the radicalism of the Renaissance into his own distinct critical Afro-Creolist discourse on racism, colonialism, and decolonization, best exemplified in Pigments, 1937, and Retour de Guyane, 1938, which, to reiterate, greatly influenced Caesar and Senghor. For Damas, Caesar and Senghor, anti-black racism and racial colonialism were universally, and excruciatingly, 108. 109. Experienced by black folk, whether they resided in Harlem, Port-au-Prince, Cayenne, Fort-de-France, Dakar, Paris or London. Of all the things Damas admired about the Harlem Renaissance, perhaps above and beyond all else was its simultaneous emphasis on black modernism and black internationalism, two of the major themes that would eventually come to characterize the Negritude movement, and Domitian Negritude in specific. Undoubtedly the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance, and W.E.B. Du Bois in particular, provided a paradigm for black modernism and black intellectualism, that is to say, for what it meant to be a black intellectual artist activist in the post-enslavement albeit far from post-colonial modern moment of the first half of the 20th century. Corroborating and taking this contention even further, in Color and Culture, Black Writers and the Making of the Modern Intellectual, 1998, Ross Posnick wrote. More than any other single group, the New York intellectuals defined for several generations the image of the public intellectual as a freewheeling cultural and literary critic upholding high modernism, Enlightenment and Marxist, universalism, and urban, and urbane, cosmopolitanism. Not by accident, black intellectuals have consistently been characterized, until very recently, by the absence of these values. They are typically depicted as particularists, bent on creating a nationalist, vernacular folk culture of uplift. In short, to be a black intellectual is by definition to labor in an ethnic province, to accent the black, to be a race champion. This impoverished scenario perpetuates an historical blindness by ignoring that Du Bois is virtually the first American to turn intellectuals into a force for justice and humanity after the word emerges from France in 1898. The morally impassioned universalist perspective of lay intellectuals coincided with Du Bois' early 20th century effort to disseminate values and ideals unbounded by the color line. Nearly a generation before the young intellectuals of 1910 led by Randolph Bourne's vision of transnational America, and over 30 years before the New York intellectuals, Du Bois crafted a cosmopolitanism that only now is being recognized. The profound irony that a black thinker, himself a New Yorker for most of his last 50 years, imported the tradition of modern intellectuals into the United States, should confirm the suspicion that some of the basic categories of American literary and cultural history are terminally sclerotic. 7. Emphasis in original. When Posnick observed, over 30 years before the New York intellectuals, Du Bois crafted a cosmopolitanism that only now is being recognized, his criticism fails to acknowledge the ways in which Du Bois' cosmopolitanism and conception of the intellectual as a force for justice and humanity was not merely recognized but embraced, first and foremost, by many of the 109. 110. More militant members of the new Negro movement and most of the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance, and, secondly, by way of the enormous influence of the Harlem Renaissance, by the triumvirate of the Negritude movement, primarily by way of Domitian Negritude, especially via Pigments, 1937, and Retour de Guyane, 1938. Du Bois' cosmopolitanism and conception of the intellectual as a force for justice and humanity may have been overlooked as a consequence of most Eurocentric critics incessantly overdetermining Africana intellectual culture and contributions based on a very tired tendency to see black intellectuals, especially Du Bois, as particularists, bent on creating a nationalist, vernacular folk culture of uplift. Therefore, from the point of view of Eurocentric intellectuals and critics, black intellectuals are not authentically intellectuals, but more or less pretentious propagandists, crude crusaders against anti-black racism and white ways of life. Drawing on a technique contributed by the militants of the New Negro movement and the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance, Damas put into play an astonishing axiological inversion that enabled him to view and value Du Bois, the New Negro movement, and the Harlem Renaissance from a perspective irrefutably internal to, and emerging out of the Africana intellectual tradition and the doings and sufferings of black folk. As a consequence, instead of interpreting Du Bois' cosmopolitanism and conception of the intellectual as particularist and bent on creating a nationalist, vernacular folk culture of uplift, and rather than prima facie and precipitously coming to the incredibly uninformed conclusion that to be a black intellectual is by definition to labor in an ethnic province, to accent the black, to be a race champion, Damas detected the universalist, internationalist, and modernist leitmotifs in Du Bois. The New Negro Movement, and the Harlem Renaissance's respective interconnected discourses. When viewed from a point of view internal to, and emerging out of the Africana intellectual tradition, the Harlem Renaissance can be, interpreted as incredibly universalist, internationalist, and modernist. As with their intellectual and aesthetic heirs in the Negritude Movement, the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance believed that racism and colonialism were ripping the world apart just as much as and, in many instances, even more than, capitalism. Consequently, closely mirroring Du Bois' discourse in watershed works such as The Souls of Black Folk, 1903, Dark Water, Voices from Within the Veil, 1920, The Gift of Black Folk, 1924, Black Reconstruction in America, 1860 to 1880, 1935, and Black Folk, Then and Now, an essay in the history and sociology of the Negro race, 1939. The radicals of the Harlem Renaissance viewed the struggle against racism and colonialism as simultaneously universal and international struggles on par with class struggle and the critique of capitalism, a la the Marxists and Leninists. 110. 111. Placing the struggle against racism and colonialism on par with class struggle and the critique of capitalism provided the Harlem Renaissance with an international appeal and audience that has only recently begun to be adequately understood and assessed. For instance, Michael Chaney, in his essay International Context of the Negro Renaissance, 2007, observed, much of the scholarship surrounding the Harlem Renaissance has approached it at the expense of the global as a phenomenon of primarily national significance despite the persistent emphasis on internationalism in the works and life experiences of the movement's leading figures. Even when this emphasis is noted, as with the much-studied Negro Vogue of Paris and Berlin, the international scope of the movement's influence and impact has been conceptualized according to an American context rooted in slavery, Reconstruction, migration, and segregation. 41. 9. Along with its innovative expressions of black modernism, Damas was attracted to the Harlem Renaissance because of its black internationalism. Again, drawing on his grounding in the Africana intellectual tradition, Damas understood that the Harlem Renaissance was a movement that represented the culmination of the aesthetics, poetics, and politics of a wide range of folk of African descent coming together to critique and combat racism, colonialism, and capitalism, both locally and globally, nationally and internationally. In other words, for Damas the Harlem Renaissance was simultaneously particular and universal, nationalist and internationalist, African American and Caribbean, and undoubtedly the Caribbean intellectual and cultural influences in the Harlem Renaissance endeared the movement to him and his Negritude comrades in a very special way. With regard to the often overlooked Caribbean intellectual and cultural influences at play in the Harlem Renaissance, which undoubtedly enhanced its internationalist, and Pan-Africanist, appeal, Chaney asserted. The evolving political climate of the Caribbean had an enormous impact on the Harlem movement, since so many of the immigrants who doubled America's population of foreign-born blacks between 1900 and 1910, like Claude McKay and Marcus Garvey, hailed from there. Other distinguished Afro-Caribbeans associated with the Harlem Renaissance included writers such as Nella Larson, though identified more with her maternal Danishness than with her paternal West Indian heritage, Eric Walrond, Guyana/Barbados, W.A. Domingo, Jamaica, and Cyril Briggs, Nevis, as well as political leaders Richard Moore, Barbados, and Hubert Harrison, St. Croix, Minister Ethelred Brown, Jamaica, bibliophile Arturo Schomburg, Puerto Rico/St. Thomas, and photographer Austin Hansen, St. Thomas. The conflicting histories, dialects, and sensibilities of class, gender, and race that these figures brought with them to the black metropolis were unified by shared experiences of colonial struggle. 111. 112. Against American expansion and contributed to the movement's growing but in no way univocal expression of black internationalism. 44-45. Is it any wonder, then, that the triumvirate of the Negritude movement held the Harlem Renaissance in such high regard when we seriously consider the ways that Harlem in the 1920s and 1930s was transformed into a bustling, modern black metropolis, where black intellectuals and artists rubbed shoulders with and consciously created work reflective of the masses of black folks' life worlds and life struggles? Chaney importantly emphasized that it is important for us not to homogenize black life during the Jazz Age and speak or write about it as though there was some sort of univocal expression of black internationalism at the heart of the Harlem Renaissance. African American and Caribbean folk came together to create the Harlem Renaissance, but even as we acknowledge this, we should not downplay and diminish the ways in which the cultural diversity of the African diaspora presented the radicals of the Renaissance with a unique set of intraracial challenges, the least of which had to do with the myriad misunderstandings between African Americans and African Caribbeans about each other's history, culture, and struggles. In other words, the African American and African Caribbean radicals of the Harlem Renaissance found out the hard way that black folk are not immune from the internalization of anti-black racism, jingoism, and xenophobia. Not all Harlemites were paragons of Du Bois' cosmopolitanism, and even the great Du Bois' own legendary squabble with Marcus Garvey is emblematic of the kind of intraracial culture wars that were waged during the heyday of the Harlem Renaissance. 10. In the long run, no matter what the intraracial issues were between African American and African Caribbean folk, their shared lived experiences and lived endurances of racism, colonialism, and capitalism, however uneasily, united them and provided them with Du Boisian second sight into the quandaries of racism, colonialism, and capitalism. Truth be told, for all of the distinctions African American and African Caribbean folk made between each other, the sad reality is that most whites practiced a crude kind of racial reductionism that grew out of the diabolical dialectic of Europe and white folks' supposed superiority and Africa and black folks' alleged inferiority, which, as Du Bois demonstrated in his classic essay The Souls of White Folk, 1920, translated into viewing white folk as human, if not superhuman, and black folk as subhuman, if not altogether non-human. According to Chaney, in the USA the influx of what is now considered the first wave of Caribbeaners reached an apex in the mid-1920s, coinciding with the height of Renaissance activity and affecting the social milieu of Black Harlem dramatically. Presenting vast differences in national affiliation, religious customs, dialect, education, and ideologies of class from one another. 112. 113. And African Americans, he continued, Caribbeans exposed the absurdity of U.S. systems of racialization which blindly homogenized blacks in static opposition to whites and forced a sometimes ominous recognition of obstacles facing black coalitions of culture and politics for even the most utopian leaders of the Renaissance. 46. From Damas's point of view, the Harlem Renaissance provided a number of models for the Negritude movement to build on and go beyond. The first model has much to do with the absurdity of U.S. systems of racialization which blindly homogenized blacks in static opposition to whites. Shifting the focus to the absurdity of French systems of racialization and colonization, Damas utilized the radicalism of the Harlem Renaissance as a paradigm and point of departure to expose the ways in which French republicanism is ironically connected to anti-black racism and racial colonialism. In other words, Damas, undoubtedly influenced by the Haitian Revolution, audaciously called into question the hendiatrice, i.e., tripartite motto and core quest of the French Revolution, liberté, égalité, fraternité. Damas also drew on the radicalism of the Harlem Renaissance as a model for Pan-Africanism and black solidarity across vast differences in national affiliation, religious customs, dialect, education, and ideologies of class amongst the black students congregating in Paris during the formative phase of the Negritude movement. In addition, the Harlem Renaissance offered Damas a model for how the Negritude movement might be able to not only recognize but also effectively navigate myriad obstacles facing black coalitions of culture and politics. In essence, the cultural and political radicalism of the Harlem Renaissance helped Damas come to the conclusion that ultimately Pan-Africanism and Black internationalism had to take precedence over local, regional, and national versions and expressions of Black nationalism. In Rethinking Domitian Negritude, 2010, F. Bart Miller's expert analysis hints at the ways in which Damas's Harlem Renaissance derived discourse synthesized Pan-Africanism and Black internationalism with a distinct radical politicization and reconceptualization of literature as an instrument, or weapon, a la Amilcar Cabral's classic essay The Weapon of Theory, that can be utilized by the racially colonized to disrupt and rupture their relationships with French republicanism, racism, and colonialism. Damas's internationalism and literary critique of colonialism imparted him with a unique perspective on the developing notion of negritude as a political stance on colonialism. While international literary cooperation included a varying participation of the negritude writers in journals, César's, Damas's, and Senghor's ideas were shaped through reading and writing short pieces about Black civilization and culture. This international literary cooperation happened first through Légitime Défense, L'Étudiant Noir, and La Revue du Monde Noir. It was 113. 114. Later practiced through the Martinique-based journal Tropiques. Through an examination of the list of contributors to all of these journals, it becomes evident that international collaboration existed between Black intellectuals in the 1930s. Writers from North America, Martinique, and Haiti were among those who contributed. Within this international context, negritude became an appealing idea through which difference could be expressed against assimilation into French culture, and its ideology was manifested in a literary critique through these journals. Although the concept of racial culture expressed in these journals was ultimately based on a localized international cooperation, negritude allured because it promised a global, literary bloc which critiqued the paradoxical nature of French republicanism. Negritude, therefore, was politically and historically invested in literature as an instrument. 93–94. Similar to the Harlem Renaissance, it was the Negritude movement's commitment to Black liberation and Black internationalism that led to its literary critique and its utilization of literature as an instrument or, rather, a weapon to be waged in the war against French republicanism, racism, and colonialism. In a more full-throated manner than expressed in the Harlem Renaissance, the Negritude movement's literary objectives revolved around the analysis and deconstruction of racism, colonialism, and capitalism in order to denounce and destabilize European, specifically French, imperialism. As a consequence, over the years the Negritude movement has consistently been viewed as an anti-colonialist movement, but and without in any way discursively disparaging them, the lion's share of the analysis has been devoted to César and Senghor's contributions to everything from the discourse on decolonization and post-colonialism to subaltern studies and, most recently, Antillean critical theory, Nesbitt 2013. It is as though the nomadic and exilic experiences of Leon Damas's life continue to haunt his literary legacy in death. Damas is rarely studied on his own, or even in connection to the work of the more noted Negritude luminaries, César and Senghor. When and where Domitian Negritude is engaged, it is as though the groundbreaking anti-racist, anti-colonialist, and decidedly decolonialist leitmotifs found in Damas's Pigments, 1937, and Retour de Guyane, 1938, did not find their way into César's Cahiers d'un retour au pays natal, 1939, Les Armes Miraculeuses, 1946, and Discours sur le colonialisme, 1955, and Senghor's Chants d'Amber, 1945, Hosties Noirs, 1948, and Ethiopics, 1956. As is well known, Damas was the first among the Negritude triumvirate to publish a book-length work, Pigments, 1937. So, why has his work been, for all intents and purposes, discursively disregarded or, at the least, discursively diminished? In New Perspectives on Leon Gontran Damas, 1988, Keith Warner contended that part of the reason Domitian Negritude has been marginalized. 114. 115. may have something to do with the fact that Damas's work is most often approached with the sole intent of identifying aesthetic and poetic precursors to Caesarean and Senghorian negritude, which is to say when and where Domitian negritude is critically engaged it is frequently from the point of view of Caesarean and Senghorian negritude, instead of from a framework that not only takes into consideration the influence of Caesar and Senghor, among the other myriad members of the Negritude movement, but also the overarching Africana intellectual tradition. It is perhaps unfortunate that the name Leon Damas is so often linked with those of Aimé Césaire and Léopold Senghor. The result is nearly always to the disadvantage of the French Guianese poet, whose output is, to be candid, not as voluminous as that of the other two illustrious Negritude poets. The tendency seems to have been to study the various aspects of Césaire and Senghor while restricting analysis of Damas's works to his poems of protest in pigments. This is not to imply that pigments does not warrant analysis because of its great political and cultural impact, but those who examine Damas's poems solely for the Negritude manifesto they contain cut themselves off from some very refreshing aspects of the poems. Damas the fighter, the hater, the protester is well documented, as are the reasons for the poets wanting to fight, hate, and protest. However, what about Damas the juggler of language, the subtle humorist, the singer of the blues, even the poet of love? It is thus interesting to examine these aspects of Damas along with the techniques and devices he used to achieve his aims. 87. When Damas the fighter, the hater, the protester is examined, a whole new articulation of negritude in general, and Domitian negritude in particular, emerges. When Damas the juggler of language, the subtle humorist, the singer of the blues, and even the poet of love is taken into serious consideration, the multidimensionality and polyvocally of Domitian negritude rushes to the fore. Domitian negritude is expressed in more than his poetry. It is also at the heart of his ethnography in Retour de Guyane, and it is equally present in his re-articulation of French Guianese folk tales in Valise Noirs, Contes Négres de Guyane, 1943. Building on Warner's work, I would like to suggest that part of either the marginalization or misinterpretation of Damas and Domitian negritude has a lot to do with his distinct grounding in the Africana intellectual tradition, and specifically the New Negro movement, Harlem Renaissance, and Haitian Renaissance. Undeniably, Damas drew from the French intellectual and literary tradition, but the exact same statement could be made, perhaps even more accurately, about how he generously drew from the Africana intellectual tradition, and, again, specifically the New Negro movement, Harlem Renaissance, and Haitian Renaissance. 115. 116. If the majority of the scholars and critics of the Negritude movement have been interpreting it almost exclusively employing the discursive devices and discursive practices deriving from the French intellectual and literary tradition, is it any wonder that the member of the movement whose work has the deepest discursive connections to the Africana intellectual tradition, and specifically the New Negro movement, Harlem Renaissance, and Haitian Renaissance, has routinely received short shrift in the mostly Eurocentric histories and analyses of the Negritude movement? Negritude was so much more than aesthetics and poetics. It was also radical politics and critical social theory and, although extremely important, studies that exclusively focus, almost obsessively over-focus, on Negritude aesthetics and poetics, a la Harlem Renaissance studies, only offer us lopsided and extremely limited understandings of the Negritude movement. Moreover, the Negritude movement was more than a mere discursive derivation of a school of thought ensconced in the French intellectual and literary tradition. One simply cannot adequately grasp the Negritude movement and its myriad antinomies and conceptual controversies without seriously considering the influence of the Africana intellectual tradition on equally footing with the French intellectual tradition in analyses of the movement, its literature, radical politics, and critical social theory. Even as we consider all of this, it is important to observe that my emphasis on balancing the poetic and the political when analyzing Domitian negritude is an approach that should be applied to Caesarean and Senghorian negritude as well. In addition, the same needs to be said with regard to giving ample attention to both the French and Africana intellectual influences on the Negritude movement. One wonders whether those scholars and critics who approach the Negritude movement from frameworks exclusively arising out of the French intellectual tradition realize just how vocal and vituperative the militants of the Negritude movement were in their disdain for much, although certainly not all, of the French intellectual and literary tradition. Damas was not alone in his discursive denouncing of French imperialist thought, culture, and values, much of which was deeply ensconced in the allegedly universal French intellectual and literary tradition. Césaire and Senghor, again, seemingly following Damas's lead in both Pigments and Retour de Guyane, were equally as critical of French imperialist thought, culture, and values, surreptitiously seeping through the much exalted universal French intellectual and literary tradition, with Senghor, 1998, going so far to say, "We unsheathed our native knives and stormed the values of Europe," 439. However, he characteristically also asserted our negritude no longer expresses itself as opposition to European values, but as a complement to them. 116. 117. Senghor, 1996, 50, emphasis in original. Africans, as well as Europeans, according to Senghor, are to remain open to the views and values of others, and appropriate and apply the things which they understand to be applicable to their life worlds and life struggles. We Negro Africans and you Europeans thus have a common interest in fostering our specifically native values, whilst remaining open to the values of the others. Senghor, 1998, 440. Western European views and values are not negative in and of themselves, and this is the point that both the Harlem Renaissance and the Negritude movement accented, but when and where Eurocentric axiology and aesthetics are foisted or superimposed onto the colored and racially colonized world is precisely the place where a cultural mishap has taken place. In fact, Senghor perceptively pointed out that the colored and racially colonized world has not historically chosen European views and values because they felt that these were the best, or healthiest, or most humane views and values. But, because they have had no choice, for if European civilization were to be imposed as it historically has been, unmodified, on all peoples and continents, it could only be by force. Senghor, 1998, 441. Emphasis added. European views and values have been and continue to be forced onto non-Europeans, their cultures and continents, and it must be remembered here, as both Fanon, 1968, 1969, 2004, and Foucault, 1997, 1998, 2000, have asserted, force always entails some form of violence, whether physical or psychological. Senghor, 1996, suggested cultural borrowing as a solution to the colonial problem. Cultural borrowing would enable us to adapt ourselves to the new situation, or, at the least, make a better adaptation to the situation. 51. However, Senghor surreptitiously sidesteps the fact that the new situation remains a situation where past and present European imperialism ubiquitously bequeaths an unprecedented amount of power, privilege, and prestige to Europeans/whites. His concept of cultural borrowing fails to take the historicity and cultural specificity of the non-white and racially colonized world into critical consideration. 4. If the power relations, to use Foucault's phrase, of the new situation are identical to those of the old situation, then what, pray tell, makes it a new situation? This is not to say that Senghor's concept of cultural borrowing does not and should not resonate deeply within the world of Africana philosophy and Africana critical theory, but that his concept is most often ahistorical, apolitical, anemic, and does not adequately grapple with and/or engage the world, European and non-European, as it actually exists. Cultural borrowing lacks historical depth, a serious sense of la situation noire, and ultimately Africanite, and for all of these reasons needs to be rerooted in the realities of the non-European world, before and beyond European imperialism. 117. 118. Haitianisme literary and scientific. Africanism, Leon Damas, Jean Price Mars. The Haitian Renaissance and the origins of the Negritude movement. It could be argued that Damas developed his own distinct conception of cultural borrowing, but instead of turning almost exclusively to the European intellectual tradition à la Senghor in his early years, Damas's greatest sources of inspiration grew out of the Africana intellectual tradition, and the Haitian Renaissance right alongside the Harlem Renaissance. The term the Haitian Renaissance, Renaissance Haitienne, is more or less an umbrella term utilized in Haitian studies to conceptually capture what Haitian scholars and critics call the indigenous movement, indigenism, Noirisme, or quite simply Haitianism, Haitianisme. The reference to the emergence of a distinct Haitian literary corpus as a Renaissance can be traced back to Jean Valmy-Baist's La Poésie Française chez les Noirs de Haiti, 1903, which essentially recasts a passage from Georges Sylvain's classic Confidences et Mélancolies, Poésies, 1901. Sylvain's notice on Haitian poetry in Confidences et Mélancolies emphasized the new pleiad of the Nos, Ardouins, and Lespinass's brothers, who, in the 1820s and 1830s, called for the appropriation and synthesis of indigenous or local cultures, indigenous Caribbean i.e., Taino, Carib, and Arawak, African, and Creole, to bring into being an authentic and distinctly Haitian literature and aesthetic. 11. The Haitianists emphasized the indigenous Caribbean, African, and Creole cultures of Haiti over either the French or American imperialist influences. This is an extremely important point that may go far to explain why Damas was so intellectually infatuated with the Haitian Renaissance. Haitianists, much like the Negritudists and Fanonists who would philosophically follow in their wake, believed that the heartbeat of Haitian art and culture came from the peasantry, paysannerie, and not the aristocratic, culturally disoriented, petit bourgeois elites who did little more than mimic French colonial art and culture. According to Selden Rodman, in Renaissance in Haiti, Popular Painters in the Black Republic, 1948, to speak of the Haitian Renaissance is to not only speak of a parallel between two carnivalesque and popular expressions in the arts, i.e., Haitian painting and literature, but also a rebirth undergirded by an aesthetic revival, an advent and reclamation of African cultural traditions, specifically via the exploration of Vodou mythologies by popular Haitian painters such as Hector Hippolyte, whose work André Breton praised in Le Surrealisme et la Peinture, 1965. 12. Moving from Haitian painting to Haitian literature, it was Naomi Garrett's The Renaissance of Haitian Poetry, 1963, that offered one of the first SYS 119 thematic analyses of the literary innovations of Haitianism, adding yet another dimension to the myriad meanings of the moniker the Haitian Renaissance. Linking the literary revival of Haitian poetry between the 1920s and the 1950s to the Harlem Renaissance. Primarily the work of Langston Hughes, Garrett critically examined the poetry of Léon Leliau, Karl Broard, Émile Roumer, Philippe Thaubye-Marcellin, Jacques Roumain, Jean F. Breyer, and René Depestre, among others. 13. Building on the work of both Garrett and Lillian Kestelut's groundbreaking Les Écrivains Noirs de langue française, Naissance d'une littérature, 1963, Abiola Irel, in his classic essay Negritude or Black Cultural Nationalism, 1965b, observed. The Negro Renaissance in the USA is of capital importance in the development of Negritude. The writings of American Negroes were known outside the USA and commented upon by Negro intellectuals in France and the Caribbean. Besides, the Renaissance not only exported its writings, but also some of its personalities. Mackay, Cullen, and Hughes traveled in France, and a flow of Negro expatriates to that country started a Negro Renaissance in Paris, with Josephine Baker and Sidney Bechet as the leading musical personalities. Richard Wright was later to become a prominent Negro expatriate in France. Negro intellectuals in France thus had opportunities to meeting their American counterparts. It must be remembered too that Dubois' Pan-African Congress held in Paris in 1919 depended very much on the collaboration of Blaise Diagne, an influential Senegalese deputy. But apart from these personal contacts, the Negro Renaissance can be said to have led to Negritude as a movement by setting precedents in all the areas of feeling in which the latter was to be given articulate expression. The literary movement that it played a part in creating in Haiti provides a link between the two movements that is both historical and thematic. The American poets were thus not so much influences as precursors, whose work the French were to carry on to its logical limits. 335 to 336, emphasis in original. Without in any way robbing the Haitian Renaissance of its distinct innovations and contributions to the Africana intellectual tradition, Iral was careful not to discursively defraud the Haitianists and paint a picture of their literary, cultural, and artistic movement as completely discursively derived from the Harlem Renaissance. Instead, Iral, much like Damas, emphasized the literary links between the Harlem Renaissance and Haitian Renaissance to accent conceptual continuity from the New Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance to Haitianism and the Haitian Renaissance and, finally, to its conceptual culmination in the Negritude movement. However, the conceptual connections Iral made between the Harlem Renaissance and Haitian Renaissance were not exclusively literary. The Haitianists, and most especially the 119, 120, incomparable Jean Price Mars, utilized W.E.B. Du Bois' discourse as a major paradigm and point of departure in their quest to critique and combat the American invasion and occupation of Haiti between 1915 and 1934, supposedly to safeguard the interests of U.S. corporations. 14. Similar to the militants of the New Negro movement and the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance in light of American anti-black racism, the Haitianists sought a sphere of thought and action outside American control and quasi-colonization, and thus to seek, a la Du Bois' discourse ensconced in the New Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance, a national soul. 336. Iral further elaborated, their quest was to be facilitated by the writings of a most eminent scholar, the ethnologist Jean Price Mars, who became their ideological leader. His book En Z Parle l'Oncle, though a scientific report of popular Haitian culture, was interspersed with comments in which he made clear the message he wished it to convey to his compatriots. Note next the conceptual connection Iral ingeniously makes between Du Bois and Price Mars. Like Du Bois, he i.e., Price Mars saw in Haitian popular culture the common denominator, the intimate essence, as he termed it, of the Haitian people. And, again like Du Bois, Price Mars went on to recognize the African basis of this, and to advocate its acceptance as a functional part of the Haitian national heritage, in the hope that such a gesture would make the Haitians no longer colored Frenchmen, but Haitians pure and simple, that is, men born under specific historical conditions. His main point was, we have no chance of being ourselves unless we do not repudiate any part of our ancestral heritage. Well, 80% of this heritage is a gift from Africa. 15, 336 to 337. The conceptual connections Iral made between Du Bois and Price Mars were as philosophically fascinating as the literary links he made between the Harlem Renaissance and Haitian Renaissance. If, indeed, as Iral affirmed, Price Mars had a fervent admiration for Du Bois and was apparently influenced by his work, then, this provides us with yet another example of the ways in which Du Bois' discourse miraculously free-floated from Harlem to Port-au-Prince, and Port-au-Prince to Paris, where it was ultimately recast to speak to the special needs of the Negritude movement, primarily and most especially by Leon Damas. 337. Perhaps the most noted intellectual heir of Hannibal Price and Antenor Firmin, Jean Price Mars was born on October 15, 1876, in Grande Rivière du Nord, Haiti, where his very religious maternal grandmother and culturally conscious father, Jean Eliomont Mars, primarily reared and raised him. His mother, Fortuna Michel Domingue, tragically died in a smallpox epidemic when Price Mars was only 6 years old, which ultimately made his grandmother, for all intents and purposes, his manman. That is to say, his grandmother was his mother in all but name. 120. 121. Believing he would receive better instruction at home, Price Mars's father and grandparents decided to homeschool him. According to Garvey Lundy, 2010, Price Mars was instructed primarily in Creole, the native language of Haiti, and his grandparents' use of folk tales of Haitian culture and the impressive geography of Grande Rivière du Nord captivated his imagination. When Price Mars was about 12 years old, he was sent to Lycée Grégoire du Cap Haitien and later Port-au-Prince to complete his education, 259. After graduating from Lycée Grégoire du Cap Haitien and subsequently Lycée Pétion in Port-au-Prince, receiving his baccalaureate in July of 1895, Price Mars immediately began medical training at l'École nationale de médecine. In 1899, he received a scholarship from the Haitian government to continue his medical studies at the prestigious Faculté de Médecine, Université de Paris, but, similar to Damas, Price Mars became more intellectually enamored with studying the social sciences and humanities at the Sorbonne, Collège de France, Musée du Trocadéro, and Le Musée d'Histoire Naturelle. It was during this period that he had his social and political awakening, immersing himself in an intense study of the European intellectual tradition, and specifically history, sociology, anthropology, ethnography, and race theory. However, like so many black intellectuals before him, it was precisely Price Mars's spirited preoccupation with the European intellectual tradition that would ultimately inspire him to learn more about the Africana intellectual and political tradition, and particularly the Haitian intellectual and political tradition. Lundy eloquently and poignantly recounted what many Price Mars scholars consider the breaking point or turning point in his life that, seemingly once and for all, set him on the path to anti-assimilationism, anti-colonialism, and unrepentant revolutionary decolonization and re-Africanization. Another event that shaped Price Mars occurred during a dissecting class in medical school. One day during class, the discussion turned to the issue of race and intelligence, and Price Mars extolled Toussaint L'Ouverture, the military and political leader of the Haitian Revolution, as a genius. He was quickly interrupted by a French student, who proceeded to tell Price Mars that Toussaint L'Ouverture was nothing more than a French general who had betrayed his duties, and that, furthermore, Toussaint's exceptional qualities were nothing more than an accident given the lot of black people around the world. Not yet equipped to refute the French student, Price Mars stood in silence and was deeply wounded. 259. Similar to Du Bois' experience of anti-black racism at Harvard University during his sojourn there at the end of the 19th century, instead of 121. 122. A warm and welcoming exposure to France's much-lauded liberté, égalité, fraternité at the Université de Paris, Price Mars experienced firsthand what the French thought of continental and diasporan Africans in general, and Haitians in particular. It was, to say the least, shocking and incredibly unnerving. How could the same French folks whose ancestors fought for liberté, égalité, fraternité be so callous and uncaring when it came to the history and culture of peoples they had enslaved, racialized, and colonized in the name of the French Republic? How could France have demanded, and controversially received, reparations from Haiti to compensate for the loss of French lives and Haiti as a French colony to the tune of 150 million gold francs, the equivalent of approximately $21 billion in the modern moment? Even more, how could France have demanded reparations from Haiti under the threat of violence, with warships, literally, at the ready, until the Haitians reluctantly agreed to the 1825 agreement where France would finally acknowledge Haitian independence, again, contingent on Haitian reparations to France? The more Price Mars learned about French participation in the African Holocaust, enslavement, and colonization, the more he turned to the study of continental and diasporan African history and culture, and Haitian history and culture in specific. 16. Due to lack of funds, Price Mars was not able to complete his medical studies, although he eventually would in 1922, and returned to Haiti, where he quickly became a noted diplomat. It was at this stage in his life that the increasingly culture-conscious Price Mars came to greatly appreciate the life and legacy of Haitian politician and poet Hannibal Price, who passionately argued that black folk must consciously combat anti-black racist and white supremacist conceptions of blacks and blackness, completely removing from their minds false and degrading ideas concerning Africa and Africans in general, and Haiti and Haitians in particular. From this point in his life onward, Price Mars, in a most unprecedented manner, audaciously hyphenated his name in homage to his hero Hannibal Price and, henceforth, came to be called Price Mars. 17 Much like Damas's stint in the French National Assembly, Price Mars's diplomatic travels provided him with numerous opportunities to study the African diaspora's retention and recreation of African culture, or, rather, the creation of new, 20th-century African culture in the diaspora. Similar to Du Bois within the context of the New Negro movement and his opposition to Booker T. Washington, Price Mars was the most virulent critic, not merely of continued French quasi-colonization of Haiti post-independence, but also the Eurocentrism and extraordinary extravagances of Haiti's elite, which he visited his unparalleled vituperation on in his first major publication, La Vocation d'Élite, 1919. After finally attaining his medical degree in 1922, Price Mars 122. 123. Published what many regard as the Haitian equivalent of Du Bois' The Souls of Black Folk, 1903b, The Perennial Inzi Parle l'Oncle, 1928. Inzi Parle l'Oncle was the first ethnological study of the wider Haitian world, specifically examining Haitian popular culture, folklore, language, and religion from frameworks endemic to Haitian history and culture, as opposed to frameworks arising out of French history and culture. Written in a style that has noticeable hints of Antenor Firmin's anthropological analyses into l'égalité des races humaines, 1885, Hannibal Price's Poetics into la réhabilitation de la race noire par la République de Haïti, 1893, and W.E.B. Du Bois' inchoate interdisciplinarity in the Souls of Black Folk, 1903b, Price Mars's magisterial Inzi Parle l'Oncle affirmed that Haitians were not colored French people, they were Africans in the African diaspora and, consequently, had a distinct African heritage and black identity, i.e., Africanite, informed by the divergent life worlds and life struggles of both continental and diasporan African history, culture, and struggle. Inzi Parle l'Oncle, written during the American occupation, from 1915 to 1934, unambiguously attacked the Haitian elite for their barbarisme collective and being unrepentantly Francophile. 18 Inzi Parle l'Oncle had a profound impact on the development of Haitian nationalism, Haitian cultural consciousness, and Haitian intellectual history, specifically spawning and intellectually inspiring indigenisme, noirisme, and noted Haitian novelists such as Jacques Roumain and Philippe Thoby Marcelin. Commenting on the importance of Price Mars's discursive developments and enduring conceptual contributions to Haitian intellectual history and cultural consciousness, in The Religious Philosophy of Jean Price Mars, 2012, Silassi and Joseph maintained. Jean Price Mars was a towering figure and a passionate proponent of the revalorization of African retentions in the black diaspora, especially on Haitian soil. Scholars have identified him as the francophone counterpart of W.E.B. Du Bois for his activism, scholarly rigor, leadership efficiency, and efforts in the rehabilitation of the black race. In Haitian thought, he is regarded as the most important Haitian intellectual in the 20th century, having exercised an enduring intellectual influence on the generation of the American occupation in Haiti, 1915 to 1934, and the post-occupation culture from the 1930s to 1970s. He is especially known for launching a cultural nationalism and an anti-imperialist movement against the brutal American military forces in Haiti. His work was instrumental in the process of fostering national unity among Haitians of all social classes and against their American oppressor, and in the process of embracing Afro-Haitian popular religious culture. 621. Here it is important to emphasize that it was not simply the Haitianists and Negritudists who were in awe of, and acknowledged Jean Price Mars's 123. 124. Remarkable genius, but W.E.B. Du Bois himself openly expressed his intellectual admiration for Price Mars. As a matter of fact, years ago while working in the W.E.B. Du Bois papers housed in the Department of Special Collections and University Archives in the W.E.B. Du Bois Library at the University of Massachusetts at Amherst, where I trek almost annually to work in the archives, I came across several letters sent between Du Bois and Price Mars, who were by all accounts colleagues and comrades in the struggle for black liberation. Among the correspondence between Du Bois and Price Mars is one of the most heartfelt notes I have ever read under Du Bois' distinct signature. Like the present author, Du Bois was liberally left-handed. Not included in the 3-volume The Correspondence of W.E.B. Du Bois, on January 4, 1956, Du Bois, 1956, sent Price Mars a little-known letter in celebration of his impending 80th birthday that seems to reveal that the respect and admiration between these two towering figures was mutual and virtually palpable. The letter reads, in part, I am more than pleased to be among those who celebrate your 80th birthday, and I would like to say in the book dedicated to your life, you are among the great citizens of Haiti, who represent her highest ideals. You have been a scientist and scholar, a devotee of art, literature, and music, and one of those who has written a great and honorable page in the history of your country. I trust that in the future your example and your work will stand out as an ideal for a reborn Haiti, a Haiti which refuses to be misguided by commercial ideals of profit and exploitation and sets her eyes on the simple life and the high aim of making a people content and well-nourished and determined to take their place among those people of the world whose eyes are on the stars and not on automobiles and fur coats. 1. Irl and Joseph's research helps to highlight yet another bridge between the new Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance, on the one hand, and Haitianism and the Haitian Renaissance, on the other hand, by turning our attention to the remarkable relationship and sincere intellectual admiration flowing between the undisputed leaders and discursive doyens of these respective movements, Du Bois and Price Mars. However, even before Irl and undoubtedly long before Joseph, Naomi Garrett's research revealed that René Pekian also emphasized the intellectual and political overlap between the Harlem Renaissance and Haitian Renaissance, stating, like the American Negro writers of the 1920s, Haitians had become race-conscious and were beginning to feel for their American brothers a kinship born of similarity of interests. Pekian importantly continued, it boosted their morale to discover that in their search for information about their African past, they were not alone. Common cause had been found with American Negroes who, too, were 124. 125. Ceasing to be ashamed of their heritage and were able to look upon themselves and their brothers with objectivity, cited in Garrett 1963, 84. Du Bois and Price Mars's black intellectualism and Pan-African transnationalism, whether consciously or unconsciously, served as a model for the Negritude Movement, whose members were made up of both continental and diasporan Africans with commitments to black intellectualism, black modernism, and black internationalism. Once again, without in any way wishing to make it seem as though the Haitian Renaissance was completely discursively derivative of the Harlem Renaissance, which it absolutely and unequivocally was not, the point I would like to make here is that when continental and diasporan African cultural, literary, and artistic movements are analyzed, it is extremely important for the analyst to begin with the Africana intellectual and literary tradition, a la Du Bois and Price Mars, before, seemingly, inevitably, turning to the European and European-American intellectual and literary traditions. In other words, I am arguing, in the spirit of Leon Damas, that the new Negro movement, Harlem Renaissance, and Haitian Renaissance are just as important for analyzing the Negritude movement as, say, for instance, the Surrealist movement, Existentialism, and French Marxism. W.E.B. Du Bois, Claude McKay, and Jean Price Mars are as pertinent in an examination of the Negritude movement as Karl Marx, Jean-Paul Sartre, and André Breton. emphasizing the conceptual continuity between the Harlem Renaissance, Haitian Renaissance, and Negritude movement opens an often overlooked intellectual archive and interpretative framework for scholars and critics of each of these respective movements. It also challenges the ongoing Eurocentric interpretation and intellectual colonization of the Negritude movement by viewing the theories and praxis of Negritude from frameworks internal to the Africana intellectual and literary tradition, first and foremost, while bringing this tradition into dialogue with other intellectual and literary traditions, not merely the European and European American intellectual and literary traditions. To take this line of logic a step further, prior to looking for precursors of the Haitian Renaissance elsewhere, it is important to start with the Haitian intellectual and literary tradition, where it could be argued the real roots of the Haitian Renaissance lie. As a matter of fact, the indigenism or, rather, Haitianism of the Haitian Renaissance can be truthfully traced back to 19th-century Haitian literature, specifically to the audacious essays by the Baron de Vaste, Hannibal Price, and Antenor Firmin, who is widely regarded as the father of Africana anthropology, to the poetry of Masson Koiku, Tertullien Gilbot and, most especially, Oswald Durand, who is by and large recognized as a major pioneer of Haitian poetics, and, lastly, to the hallowed founding texts of Haiti, such as the Declaration of Gonaives. 125. 126. Written by Jean-Jacques Dessalines, and the Constitution of 1805, which for all intents and purposes made any African or person of African descent a Haitian citizen and claimed for Haiti a distinct African diasporan/black identity. This intellectual and literary history must be borne in mind when analyzing the Haitian Renaissance, and ample emphasis should be placed on the fact that no matter what the Haitianists may have borrowed from the Harlem Renaissance, like Damas did for the Negritude movement, they recursively recast New Negro and Harlem Renaissance aesthetics, poetics, and radical politics to speak to the specificities of la situation en Haiti, the Haitian situation. 19. Irel's examination of the conceptual connections between the Harlem Renaissance, Haitian Renaissance, and Negritude movement did not discursively downplay the linguistic links between the Haitian Renaissance and Negritude movement, no matter how much both movements may have been influenced by the Harlem Renaissance. He contended, their French connection drew them into a common stream with French-speaking writers from other parts of the world, in particular from the Caribbean. It is in this sense, then, that Irel argued that the poets of the Haitian Renaissance were the first poets of Negritude as such, even before the term had been coined, and occupied a prominent position in the anthology, i.e., Anthologie de la Nouvelle Poésie Nègre et Malgache de langue française, published in 1948, compiled by Senghor, which was to launch the movement, 337–338. Almost a century after the Nos, Ardouins, and Lespinass's brothers issued an impassioned call for the development of distinctly Haitian culture, literature, and art, it was the incomparable Jean Price Mars who was one of the first to heed their call, publishing several Haitian intellectual history-making works in the fields of history, anthropology, ethnology, pedagogy, politics, and literature, including La Vocation de l'Élite, 1919, Inzi Parla el Oncle, Essai d'Ethnographie, 1928, Un étape de l'évolution haïtienne, 1929, Formation ethnique, Folklore et culture du peuple haïtien, 1939, Contribution haïtienne à la lutte d'Amérique pour les libertés humaines, 1942, Jean-Pierre Boyer base les etles drame de Marigot Anne, à propos d'un lot d'autographes, 1883–1884, 1948, La République de Haïti et la République dominicaine, les aspects divers d'un problème d'histoire, de géographie et d'ethnologie, 1953, Le bilan d'études ethnologiques en Haïti et le cycle du Nègre, 1954, de Saint-Domingue à Haïti. Essai sur la culture, les arts et la littérature, 1959, Silhouettes de Nègres et de Négrophiles, 1960, Villebron-Guillaume Sam, C. E. McInerney, 1961, De la préhistoire d'Afrique à l'histoire de Haïti, 1962, Lettre ouverte au Dr. René Piquian, Directeur de l'École Normale Supérieure, sur son Manuel de la Negritude, 1967, and the posthumously published Joseph Antener Firmin, 1978. 126. 127. Beginning with Price Mars's watershed work, there can be no doubt that between the 1920s and 1940s, Haitian arts and letters took on a tone and timbre unprecedented in Haitian history and culture. Arising out of this literary and artistic explosion were a number of noted publications, such as La Nouvelle Ronde, 1925, La Revue Indigène, 1927-1928, Le Petit Impartial, 1927, La Relève, 1931-1939, Les Griots, 1938-1940, and, of course, Jean Price Mars's groundbreaking In Z Parle l'Oncle, 1928, Un étape de l'évolution haïtienne, 1929, Formation ethnique, Folklore et culture du peuple haïtien, 1939, and Contribution haïtienne à la lutte d'Amérique pour les libertés humaines, 1942. Also of note was Price Mars's establishing the Faculty Ethnology in 1941 at the Université d'État de Haiti, where he held chairs in Africology, and Sociology, as well as the opening of the Centre d'Art in Port-au-Prince in 1944. In Red and Black in Haiti, Radicalism, Conflict, and Political Change, 1934-1957, 2009, Matthew Smith's acclaimed analysis provides us with a sense of the historical, cultural, social, and political climate that coalesced to create Haitianism and the Haitian Renaissance. Most significant of the changes in this period were the activities of a new generation of writers, scholars, and poets who exploited the educational opportunities and achieved prominent places among the intellectual elite. Several young members of the elite, Milad and Black, returned to Port-au-Prince after years of study in Europe, where they were exposed to the developments in Black consciousness and radical ideas. Concerned with the state of affairs they found in their occupied homeland under the repressive Louis Borno, and excited by current European interest in Black culture as well as the Harlem Renaissance, these young writers began to express their views in several journals and discussion groups. By 1925 they formed La Nouvelle Ronde, the principal aim of which was to resuscitate the turn-of-the-century nationalist movement by drawing attention to the literary innovations of Harlem and French writers and applying them to the Haitian situation. In July 1927 most of the members of La Nouvelle Ronde founded the journal La Revue Indigène. Although the journal ran for only 6 months, it proved extraordinarily influential among the Haitian intelligentsia. Its collaborators, who included Max Heudecourt, Jacques Roumain, Normil Sylvain, J.C. d'Orsainville, Émile Roumer, Étienne Charlier, Arthur Holly, and Jean Price Mars, called for a new national program that explicitly rejected French cultural values and promoted the acceptance of Haitian ones. They stressed the significance of Haiti's African heritage and promoted its inclusion in the development of Haitian literature. In 1928 this movement was solidified with the publication of Price Mars's seminal In Z Parle l'Oncle, So Spoke the Uncle. Taking peasant culture as his. 127. 128. Focus. Price Mars's book was one of the first to deal specifically with Haitian Vodou and religious customs in a scientific manner. As he concluded, his work was an attempt to integrate popular Haitian thought into the discipline of traditional ethnography. He chastised the elite for denigrating Haitian peasant culture and values. Let us no longer scorn our ancestral heritage. Let us love it, let us consider it as an intangible whole. Price Mars, to be sure, glossed over much of the reality of peasant life and initiated a romanticization of Haiti's African heritage that would long continue in the work of his heirs. Yet his call for a cultural nationalism that was truly inclusive was both original and potent. It is this factor, above all, that would prove most inspiring to a succeeding generation of ardent nationalists. 8-9. There can be no doubt about the influence of the Haitian Renaissance, and specifically the work of Jean Price Mars, on Léon Damas, who published a number of noted works on Haitianism and Price Mars, including, Price Mars, the Father of Haitianism, 1960a, Price Mars, Le Père du Haitianisme, 1960b, Jean Price Mars à l'honneur, 1965, and Jean Price Mars en est plus, 1969. Just as he carried over many concepts from the Harlem Renaissance to the Negritude movement, Damas did the same with the Haitian Renaissance. From Damas's point of view, there were many parallels between the Haitian Renaissance and the Negritude movement. First, there was the fact that the Haitianists and Negritudists were both enduring French racism and colonialism. Second, both movements utilized the French language to develop their respective anti-racist and anti-colonialist discourses. Third, the new Negro movement and its aesthetic apogee, the Harlem Renaissance, influenced members of both movements. Fourth, members of both movements experienced an intensification of cultural racism along with colonial racism after years of study in Europe, where they were exposed to the developments in black consciousness and radical ideas. Another major area of overlap between the Haitianists and Negritudists revolves around the fact that both movements, undoubtedly influenced by the radical journalism of the new Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance, were led and discursively developed by young writers who began to express their views in several journals and discussion groups. A sixth conceptual connection between the Haitian Renaissance and Negritude movement centers around each movement's efforts to resuscitate the turn-of-the-century nationalist movement in their respective homelands, which, once again, is obviously linked to and drew sustenance from the young militants of the Harlem Renaissance's efforts to radicalize the new Negro movement between 1915 and 1940. Lastly, the Haitian Renaissance and Negritude movement both emphasized their respective homelands' African heritage, peasant culture and values, folk philosophy, and anti-colonial emancipatory ethnography. 128. 129. When Smith wrote above that Price Mars's initiated a romanticization of Haiti's African heritage that would long continue in the work of his heirs, his comments here could be directly applied to Damas, Césaire, and Senghor, among other members of the Negritude movement. Smith conceded that Price Mars's call for a cultural nationalism that was truly inclusive was both original and potent. It is this factor, above all, that would prove most inspiring to a succeeding generation of ardent nationalists. The Negritude movement was one of several succeeding generations of ardent nationalists who answered Price Mars's call for a cultural nationalism that was truly inclusive, with Damas consciously and frequently drawing on concepts contributed by the Haitian Renaissance. As he asserted in Price Mars, the Father of Haitianism, 1967, from Damas's distinct point of view, Price Mars is one of those who revolts against ready-made ideas at the sole cost of his own country and his own people. Damas further explained. Price Mars swore to study the question of racial heredity to penetrate more deeply into the psychology of the Haitian people and to dig into their history to understand the process of their formation. That was the plan of study which he intended to follow in order to take a stand against the theories of good French colonial intellectuals and psychologists whose hasty judgment was likely to throw discredit on a whole race of men, already the butt of the jests and persiflage of journalists in search of copy exoticism and strong sensations. 26-27. Price Mars and the Haitianists, like the militants of the new Negro movement and the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance, challenged white supremacist projections onto, and anti-black racist fantasies of black folk. The discursive continuity between the Harlem Renaissance and Haitian Renaissance fascinated Damas, who seems to have consciously recast concepts from both Renaissances for the Negritude movement. Undoubtedly, Damas took Price Mars, in particular, as one of his major intellectual and political models, writing revealingly about how Price Mars's systematic study of, and unapologetic emphasis on the African heritage of the African diaspora influenced succeeding generations of ardent nationalists. Damas declared. In the train of Price Mars, the groupe de griots, and all the other literary and artistic movements which were to be born later, set about the study of the African background from the physical and human aspects, above all, the colonial background from the economic aspect which lends color to all other aspects from the point of view of a rational comprehension of man and his surroundings. From this arose the literary and scientific Africanism which became the basis of his work. This Negro Renaissance, defined by Price Mars in L'État social et la production littérature en Haiti, joins hands with the contemporary movement. 129. 130. Created by French-speaking Negro writers who have introduced an essentially African accent into their various works. 36. When Damas writes of the contemporary movement created by French-speaking Negro writers who have introduced an essentially African accent into their various works, he is obviously referring to the Negritude movement. In no uncertain terms, Damas understood the Negritude movement to be the aesthetic, poetic, and radical political offshoot of the literary and scientific Africanism of Jean Price Mars, Haitianism, and the Haitian Renaissance. Concluding Price Mars, the father of Haitianism, on a note that leaves no doubt about the discursive influence of Price Mars, Haitianism, and the Haitian Renaissance on the Negritude movement, and on his own conceptual bridge-building discourse in particular, Damas solemnly said, "Our generation is listening to the call of Price Mars." In his name, Etienne Leroux and others launched in Paris, Legitime Defense, whose manifesto is designed to recall the elite to their proper vocation, to make them understand that their salvation can only be in the recognition and cultivation of the values of their race and that they are with the people. Then only will they play their full role, which is to instruct the people and teach them their traditions. Above all, may we be properly understood, as Negroes, while guarding ourselves from à l'encontre any racism and being the first to denounce in advance any form of racism which certain people have not failed to extol, we have absolutely no intention of rejecting the spirit of the West. We would only wish to use it to discover ourselves and to build ourselves as the plough of Europe to cultivate the land of Africa. The development of Negro values means working to bring the races closer together. We think that is our contribution to the construction of mankind, in the very spirit of Price Mars's message, to whom negritude, or as I was about to say, negristes, must be what it is, a matter for universal consciousness. 37-38, all emphasis in original. For Damas, there were a number of key points of emphasis taken up by Price Mars, Haitianism, and the Haitian Renaissance that the Negritude movement needed to must as a matter of intellectual life or death conceptually carry over. The first major point of emphasis involved recalling the elite to their proper vocation. Similar to the Harlem Renaissance, the Haitian Renaissance had a highly developed discourse of intraracial and intracultural critique. Like W.E.B. Du Bois and Jean Price Mars who came before him, and Frantz Fanon, Amilcar Cabral, and Walter Rodney who would follow after him, Leon Damas ardently believed that negritude needed 130. 131. To recall the elite to their proper vocation, to make them understand that their salvation can only be in the recognition and cultivation of the values of their race and that they are with the people. Encouraging the elite to acknowledge and nurture the values of their race was a theme handed down from Du Bois, especially in his essays The Conservation of Races, 1897, The Talented Tenth, 1903, and The Talented Tenth Memorial Address, 1948, and Price Mars's La Vocation d'Elite, 1919, and Ainsi parle l'oncle, 1928, that Damas conceptually continued in his discourse. This last point discursively dovetails with Damas's second major point of emphasis, which has to do with helping continental and diasporan African social, political, and intellectual elites understand that their salvation can only be in the recognition and cultivation of the values of their race and that they are with the people. Damas went on to write, "Then only will they play their full role," he strongly stressed in a way that discursively dovetails with César's discourse on colonialism, Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth, and Cabral's Return to the Source, which is to instruct the people and teach them their traditions. Damas was obviously placing unambiguous emphasis on historical grounding, cultural studies, political education, and social organization in the interests of continental and diasporan Africans, and the wider world of the wretched of the earth, which was unmistakably one of the major contributions of Dubois' sociological discourse and radical politics, on the one hand, and Price Mars's sociology and Africology, on the other hand. Once again, because there has long been an overfocus on negritude poetics and an underfocus on negritude politics, the intense emphasis on black intellectualism and critique of black elitism arising out of the Negritude movement, and specifically Domitian Negritude, has most often received short shrift. Truth be told, most Negritude scholars, past and present, have analyzed and criticized Negritude poetics ad nauseam, while only making passing mention of the Negritude movement's contributions to essayism, ethnography, ethnology, anthropology, sociology, philosophy, and radical politics, among other fields of critical inquiry. Anyone who has read, and I mean really critically read, Retour de Guyane will surely tell you that well before Césaire and Senghor produced their first major publications, Damas laid the discursive groundwork and established a framework for negritude as both a new form of black poetics and a distinct version of black radical politics that consciously and generously drew from the conceptual contributions and discursive devices of the new Negro movement, Harlem Renaissance, Haitianism, and the Haitian Renaissance, and ultimately reconceptualized them for the francophone African world, continental and diasporan. Damas's deep grounding in, and incessant emphasis on continental and diasporan African history, culture. 131. 132. And struggle, and, even more specifically, Damas's deep grounding in, and incessant emphasis on the conceptual contributions and discursive devices of the new Negro movement, Harlem Renaissance, Haitianism, and the Haitian Renaissance may go far to explain why his negritude is so discursively distinct from Césaire and Senghor's negritude, but it may also explain why negritude scholars who privilege negritude poetics over negritude politics, and negritude's French intellectual influences over its Africana intellectual influences have shunned Domitian negritude and shoved it to footnotes at the bottom of their pages or endnotes at the back of their books and articles. Indeed, I am not the first negritude scholar to note the distinct, shall I say, revolutionary black radical dimension of Damas's negritude in comparison with Césaire and Senghor's more renowned expressions of negritude. In Léon Gontran Damas, Spirit of Resistance, 1993, Femi Ohoade argued, Damas is more forthright in his commitment to the Caribbean cause than the celebrity, Césaire. Damas's position has always been revolutionary, anti-assimilationist, anti-colonialist, based upon the belief that the Caribbean should not be controlled from Paris. The whole idea of creating overseas departments is a polite way of legalizing for those territories a destiny of French domination. So, while Senghor preaches with relish the virtues of Afro-French métissage and Césaire gleefully welcomes the creation of new appendages called departments, their brother, proud, perspicacious and realistic, the quintessential political visionary, previews in the colonial program the bastardization of blacks that is already becoming the bane of societies like Brazil. Césaire and almost all other political leaders failed to see what Damas had seen and criticized in his Retour de Guyane, and which was collaborated by the Guadeloupean independent communist, Remy Naines Outa, that the new law is assimilation couched in a language meant to deceive. The Caribbean propagandists believed, on the contrary, that France was acting honestly and in good faith, that the law would bridge the gap between master and servant, absolutely. If only they had read and understood Retour, they would have joined Damas in foretelling the doom of the Antilles in any effort to continue to tie the islands to the coattails of France. There is no gainsaying that Damas's opinion already shows aspects of Antillanite upon which others would later build. Rather than Frenchify ad infinitum, rather than de-Africanize and denegrify, Damas insists upon re-Africanizing and using that rehabilitation of the heritage to construct an original Antillean culture. He affirms that the Caribbean dilemma can only be resolved through a serious reappraisal, a return to roots, not by a process of superficial, simplistic assimilation which, in reality, would leave the Caribbean in a state of limbo. 20-21, all emphasis in original. Ohoade's research reveals that even though Césaire and Senghor were undeniably staunch anti-assimilationists and anti-colonialists, their versions of anti-assimilationism and anti-colonialism pale in comparison to Damas's. 132. 133. Decidedly revolutionary anti-assimilationist and anti-colonialist negritude. It would seem that one of the most distinctive features of Damasian negritude is its unabating emphasis on defrenchification, or, rather, decolonization, and re-Africanization without the commonplace romanticization of Africa, Africans, and Africanite that negritudists are supposedly so susceptible to. Therefore, when Ohoid wrote of Damas as the proud, perspicacious, and more realistic member of the triumvirate of the Negritude movement, when Ohoid wrote of Damas as the quintessential political visionary, his analysis was based on an extremely close reading of Retour de Guyana that considers it against the backdrop of Negritude politics as opposed to purely Negritude poetics. Damas was prescient in understanding that the departmentalization of Guadeloupe, Martinique, Réunion, and French Guiana would do little to alter the long-standing master and servant, colonizer and colonized, center-periphery politics that had been insidiously playing themselves out to the undeniable detriment of France's colonies for centuries. Damas clearly understood the French to be using la loi de departementalisation, the departmentalization law, partly for ongoing assimilation, and partly as a weak form of reparation and supposed redemption for past sins. La loi de departementalisation smacked of condescension and reeked of neocolonial paternalism. Oh, El Noir, the black, he is so sad and pitiful. Perhaps it is time to allow the big black crybaby, plernitured, into our lily-white world. After all, it was mostly the colonization of Africa and black labor that funded and built our hallowed halls and provided us with such unparalleled opulence. Besides, we have grown tired of all the moaning and groaning. Let us pretend to love El Noir, making him feel human, but we know that this acceptance, this tolerance is merely a means to an end, sans fin de la suprématie blanche, never-ending white supremacy. Little do the allegedly well-meaning white liberals know, or care to know, that the black masses do not now, and have never, wanted to be or become white. And Damas, in characteristic fashion, went even further to express his disdain in the most full-throat manner imaginable. Following in the footsteps of Price Mars in La Vocation d'Elite and in Z Parle l'Oncle, Damas realized that there are, in all honesty, blacks who would rather be Europe's stepchildren than Africa's real, beloved children as a result of their intense internalization of the diabolical dialectic of Europe and white folks' supposed superiority and Africa and black folks' alleged inferiority. The misguided and culturally disoriented among us need to be saved, according to Damas, who takes the adamant position that those continental and diasporan Africans whose entire conception of culture and civilization is borrowed from Europe and European America are essentially doomed to live their lives as les hommes et les femmes marginaux, marginal men. 133. 134. And women, as les hommes et les femmes les enfants comme, childish or, rather, childlike men and women. As a matter of fact, El Noir assimile, the assimilated black, is nothing more than an archetype of the white bourgeois. El Noir assimile is an alienated and marginal person condemned to live a life of social, political, and cultural voyeurism, always and ever peeping and creeping around the fringes of the white world, spectating and embracing alterite, otherness. Instead of euphorically embracing alterite or Francite, Frenchness, Damasian negritude counsels continental and diasporan Africans, and Africana elites and intellectuals in particular, to espouse Africanite, to cultivate the values of their race, and to instruct the people and teach them their traditions. However, even as they endorse Africanite, Damas admonished continental and diasporan Africans to guard themselves against adopting any racism and that they must be the first to denounce in advance any form of racism which certain people have not failed to extol. Here, again, Damas demonstrates the revolutionary humanism at the heart of the Negritude movement. Like the Black Power movement in the United States and the Black Consciousness movement in South Africa, the Negritude movement was not about hating white people, but actually about loving black people, and teaching them how to relearn to love themselves in the midst of unceasing anti-black racist and white supremacist assaults on continental and diasporan African humanity, history, and culture. Conclusion, Leon Damas. The Africana Intellectual Tradition and the Restoration of Domitian Negritude. The revolutionary humanism at the heart of Domitian Negritude is also connected to, and indicative of the epistemic openness and intellectual elasticity of the broader Negritude movement, especially Senghorian Negritude, in that like Senghor with his concept of cultural borrowing and emphasis on la civilisation de el universal, the civilization of the universal, Damas made it clear that the Negritudists have absolutely no intention of rejecting the spirit of the West, and specifically France. On the contrary, their ultimate objective was simply to utilize and synthesize the spirit of the West to, as Damas aptly put it, discover ourselves and to build ourselves as the plough of Europe to cultivate the land of Africa. Based on the foregoing, it is easy to detect the epistemic overlap between Domitian, Caesarian, and Senghorian Negritude, even as each of the foresaid respective expressions of Negritude remains discursively distinct from one another. Even still, emphasis needs to 134. 135. Be placed on the core characteristics of the Negritude movement as it moves from the minds, mouths, pens, and pages of Damas, Caesar, and Senghor to the interpretive analyses of Negritude scholars and critics, most of whom have routinely overlooked the enormous influence of the Negritude movement and its aftermath on the Africana intellectual tradition, and Africana philosophy in particular. Echoing Damas, Senghor, 1996, asserted that at the heart of the theory of Negritude is the awareness, defense, and development of African cultural values, 49. In advocating a return to, or the rediscovering of African cultural values in an effort to ascertain their applicability to the modern moment, the theorists of Negritude helped to spawn the contemporary discourse on traditional African and ethnophilosophy. 21. Whether we understand ethnophilosophy, as Paulin Houtangi, 1996, does, to be the imaginary search for an immutable, collective philosophy, common to all Africans, 38. Or, if we interpret ethnophilosophy as Kwasi Wiredu, 1991, does, as the philosophy implicit in the life, thought, and talk of the traditional African, this aspect of the Africana intellectual tradition must consistently be critically and dialectically engaged because, as Caesar said above, the African past contains values that could still make an important contribution to the world. 88. In suggesting that continental and diasporan Africans excavate their past for appropriate and applicable views and values with regard to their present, the theorists of Negritude laid the foundation for the discourse of, and on ethno- or traditional African philosophy. However, unfortunately Placid Temples, with his work Bantu Philosophy, is often considered by the workers in African philosophy as the founder or father of this discourse. 22. Temples, indeed, did mine the worldview of the Bantus, but he did so with the insidious intention of opening up the ethno-mind and laying the primitive thought of these primitive people to bear before a European colonial readership. Van Niekerk 1998, 74. Further, it should be importantly pointed out that Temples's volume was not published until 1945, a whole decade after the theorists of Negritude had initiated their poetic, political, and philosophical movement that rested on a recurring theoretical theme of return. 23. This motif of return, the engagement of the views and values of the past in order to appropriate and apply the insights to the present, has trickled down to our modern moment and has contributed to the discourse of Africana philosophy, a fertile conceptual ground that promises to yield an abundant harvest. Although many Western European, trained philosophers of African descent have criticized the workers in ethno- or traditional African philosophy, Wiredu reminds us that when we speak of the philosophy of a people we are talking of a tradition. 135. 136. And the study of both traditional African philosophy and various systems of modern philosophy is likely to be existentially beneficial, because, as Kwame Gaikai put it, we cannot create, or recreate, African philosophy. out of the European heritage. If we could, it would not be African philosophy. Wired 1991, 94, Gaikai 1995, 9, emphasis added. If, indeed, when we speak of the philosophy of a people we are talking of a tradition, Africana philosophy, then, as with other cultural groups, philosophical traditions must out of necessity be based, almost inherently, on the historicity, the lived experiences, the life worlds and life struggles of both continental and diasporan Africans. Philosophy invariably emerges out of, and should engage a cultural context and a particular, historical coordinate or problematic, and even the most universal of philosophical thought is and may be located within the locus of a particular people's life worlds and language worlds. Take, for example, Western European philosophical thought. Gaikai, 1995, asserted, Western philosophy was itself brewed in a cultural soup whose ingredients were the mentalities, experiences, and the folk thought and folk ways of Western peoples. 34. This means, then, that in attempting to establish an African or Africana philosophical tradition one should rather start one's investigation from the beliefs, thought, and linguistic categories of African peoples. 35. Damas, Césaire, Senghor, and the other major theorists of Negritude, primarily taking their cue from the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance and Haitian Renaissance, advocated that persons of African descent return to, or rather rediscover, the teachings and texts, logics, and lessons of their ancestors in order to provide interpretations, clarifications, and solutions to the conceptual puzzles and socio-political problems that confront continental and diasporan Africans, as well as the other wretched of the earth, in the present. Both Wiredu and Gaikai assign a similar role to the contemporary workers of African philosophy. For example, on defining African philosophy, Wiredu, 1991, charged, "His is the time when there is the maximum need to study African traditional philosophy. Because of the historical accident of colonialism, the main part of the philosophical training of contemporary African scholars has come to derive from foreign sources. Why should the African uncritically assimilate the conceptual schemes embedded in foreign languages and cultures? Philosophical truth can indeed be disentangled from cultural contingencies. But for this purpose nothing is more useful than the ability to compare different languages and cultures in relation to their philosophical prepossessions. Insofar as a study of traditional philosophy may enable one to do just this, it can be philosophically beneficial to the African as well as the non-African. The philosophical thought of a traditional, i.e., pre-literate and non-industrialized. 136. 137. Society may hold some lessons of moral significance for a more industrialized society. 98. Wiredu's words resonate with, or, rather, should resonate with, Negritude studies in that going back to Damas's Retour de Guyane, Negritude was conceived of as a poetic and political project where it was openly acknowledged that philosophical truth can indeed be disentangled from cultural contingencies, but Negritudists firmly believed that the philosophical thought of the wretched of the earth, in Africa, the African diaspora, and elsewhere may hold some lessons of moral significance for a more industrialized society. Echoing Wiredu's work, Gaikai, 1995, conscientiously contended, modern African philosophers must base themselves in the cultural life and experiences of the community. While reflecting modern circumstances, such philosophical activity may commit itself to refining aspects of traditional thought in the light of modern knowledge and experience. The cultural or social basis, or relevance, of the philosophical enterprise seems to indicate that if a philosophy produced by a modern African has no basis in the culture and experience of African peoples, then it cannot appropriately claim to be an African philosophy, even though it was created by an African philosopher. I suggest therefore that the starting points, the organizing concepts and categories of modern African philosophy be extracted from the cultural, linguistic, and historical background of African peoples, if that philosophy is to have relevance and meaning for the people, if it is to enrich their lives. 33, 42, all emphasis in original. Taking the above comments into critical consideration, this means, then, workers in Africana philosophy, which includes undoubtedly Negritude studies, need more than a mere perfunctory knowledge of the historicity and cultural specificity of African peoples, pre-colonial, colonial, neo-colonial, and/or post-colonial, their thought traditions, belief systems, and socio-political struggles. More to the point, and discursively dovetailing with the Negritude movement, Africana philosophy draws from and takes as its point of departure traditional African philosophy, and seeks to graft the insights gleaned from the critical engagement of the said discourse onto the contemporary African situation, Gaikai 1995, 11, 40. This situation is, because of the historical accident of colonialism, one that currently extends well beyond the geographical circumference of the African continent. Continental Africans do not and should not be allowed to have a monopoly on African identity, or rather Africanite, as the theorists of Negritude put it. In this regard, Nigerian Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka, in his essay The African World and the Ethno-Cultural Debate, 1990, sardonically queried, "How can we as intelligent human beings submit to the self-imprisonment of a saline consciousness which insists that, contrary to all historic evidence?" 137. 138. Africa stops wherever salt water licks its shores? Or that, conversely, all that is bound by salt water on the African continent is necessarily African? 19. We would do well to cautiously consider Soyinka's queries. He knows, as should the workers of Africana philosophy, that Africa, whether invention or idea, as Valentine Yves Mutombe, 1988, 1994, would have it, is more than a mere material or physical spatial reality, but a conglomeration of multicultural, trans-ethnic, and transgenerational thought traditions, belief systems, life worlds, and language worlds that are drawn from, and contributed to by persons of African descent, and, if truth be told, Africanists, that is, non-African scholars and cultural workers, wherever they exist. In stating that Africa and the contemporary African situation does not pertain exclusively to the physical land mass, or the persons who reside on what is currently called the African continent, but extends to persons of African descent the world over, I wish to allude to the fact that both Wiredu and Soyinka acknowledge the historical reality of the diabolical dispersion and colonial conquest of African peoples in the contemporary context. Because of the historical accident of colonialism, Africa and what it means to be African have been altered indefinitely, albeit, not irreparably, since culture is an ever-evolving shared human product and shared human project. This means, then, cultural workers of African descent, and Africanists, must, from within the vortex of this seemingly insoluble situation and in the spirit of the Negritude movement, return to or rediscover and wring meaning from not merely an aspect of the contemporary African situation, that is, the continental African situation, but the whole of the contemporary African situation, which includes the African diaspora just as much as it does the African continent. In short, any discussion of the contemporary African situation, as opposed to, say, the Nigerian, or Ethiopian, or Kenyan, or Zimbabwean situation, must by default include the Africans of the diaspora, or else what one is really referring to is the continental African situation. Of course, we desperately need studies that focus on particular continental and diasporan African cultural groups, but these studies should be appropriately titled so as not to mislead the students and scholars of Africana studies, and Negritude studies and Africana philosophy in specific, considering the present discussion. Following in the philosophical footsteps of the Harlem Renaissance and Haitian Renaissance, the Negritude movement helped to conceptually carry over the idea of Africa as more than a mere material or physical spatial reality. In light of their wide dispersal across the globe, the Africans in the diaspora have consistently presented a diversity that is virtually indisputable, especially when language, cultural specificity, and national affiliation are taken into consideration. The shared point of reference in the midst of such 138. 139. Jaw-dropping geographical, cultural, social, political, and linguistic diversity in the African diaspora historically has been and currently continues to be Africa, Alpha Phi Iota Kappa, Africa, Afric Alkbulan. As a matter of fact, in the Harlem Renaissance and the Negritude Movement, 2004, Abiola Iral asserted, WEO the unified concept of Africa to the geographical, cultural, social, political, and linguistically diverse communities who collectively form what has come to be known as the Black Diaspora, 760. Iral continued, separated as they were from the mother continent, their ethnic and in some respects cultural peculiarities took on in the general consciousness a significance that was related in an immediate way to the fact of race, and became directly associated with Africa, newly apprehended as a human and spiritual universe, 760. Indeed, it was this consciousness of Africa, this distinct conception of Africa as a human and spiritual universe, that the Harlem Renaissance, Haitian Renaissance, and Negritude movement militants collectively and consecutively sought, above all else, to enunciate and endow with social and political purpose, on the one hand, and moral and spiritual significance, on the other hand. Here we have come to what I would like to suggest is one of the core characteristics that conceptually connects the Harlem Renaissance, Haitian Renaissance, and Negritude movement to each other in ways that each, theoretically speaking, are not to any other movements or schools of thought, Africana or otherwise. In other words, the Harlem Renaissance, Haitian Renaissance, and Negritude movements' collective and consecutive emphasis on articulating and imbuing Africa as a human and spiritual universe with social and political purpose, on the one hand, and moral and spiritual significance, on the other hand, constitutes the distinct dialectic at play in the aforementioned discourses and, perhaps, accounts for what most distinguishes these respective movements from other movements or schools of thought. Again, Africana or otherwise roughly between 1915 and 1960, certainly not later than Frantz Fanon's untimely death in 1961. Once again, the point here is to connect the discursive dots between the Harlem Renaissance, Haitian Renaissance, and Negritude movement, and the intellectual personality who made these connections initially and most eloquently is none other than the virtually forgotten figure Léon Gontran Damas. Even though more intellectual attention has been paid to Césaire and Senghor over the years, it was Damas who discursively brought the Negritude movement in line with the branch of the Africana intellectual tree that initially conceived of Africa as a human and spiritual universe, à la the Negritude movement's conceptual precursors, the Harlem Renaissance and Haitian Renaissance. All of the themes that conceptually connect the Harlem Renaissance to the Haitian Renaissance were first found in Damas's 139. 140. Discourse, particularly Pigments and Retour de Guyane, prior to Césaire and Senghor publishing their first major works. For instance, what many consider the defining theme of Africana literature, racial protest, or the protest theme, permeates throughout both Pigments and Retour de Guyane. In both of these works Damas calls his readers' attention to the contradictions inherent in the denial of black folk from participating in the democratic principles of the French Republic and, more damningly, the motto, La devise, of the French Revolution, Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité. Where Césaire and Senghor eventually softened on the issue of departementalization, throughout his life Damas held firm and maintained the anti-departementalization and anti-assimilation position he first articulated in Retour de Guyane, 1938. French policy, in colonial matters, does merit the admiration of the civilized world, contrary to what the biased author, of the law, bad servant of the country, wants her to believe. No. Assimilation will not make the equator pass through Adino Street, it will not streak Guyana with roads that will not be that source of shame, a dead-end road. No. When they will have made French assimiles out of 600,000 Negroes, they will not have made the exiled return home, they will not have resuscitated those that die of hunger, they will not even have given decent clothing to the future assimiles. Assimilation would remove nothing of the wave of disgust that swells the heart of the American, the Brazilian, the English, and the Dutch when they pass through Guyana. No. We must not clamp this Legion of Honor on a naked and skeletal body. 167 to 168. Damas was clear, departmentalization and assimilation are essentially one and the same, and in both cases the diabolical dialectic of Europe and white folks' supposed superiority and Africa and black folks' alleged inferiority continues with little more than nominal and cosmetic changes. Building on the black protest tradition going back to the Harlem Renaissance and Haitian Renaissance, Damas l'enfant terrible of the Negritude movement never masked his disdain for the mockery France was making of its overseas departments in the Americas, the Caribbean, Africa, and elsewhere in the world. Retour de Guyana was the epitome of anti-colonialist, anti-assimilationist, and anti-departmentalizationist ethnology and essayism, and for all intents and purposes may be considered a kind of companion text to the radical poetics contained in Pigments. In Retour de Guyana, Damas critically engaged Guyanese history, culture, and struggle, not with the inhuman, objective eye of the specialist, the sensualist, the exoticist, or the tourist, but with the empathy of an insider sharing the very real vicissitudes of Guyanese life worlds and life struggles. As a result, in Retour de Guyana Damas consistently contrasted the realities he, les Noirs, and other colonized blacks, Noirs colonists, saw and experienced with. 140. 141. The anti-black racist colonial fictions and fantasies created and perpetuated by les colonisateurs français, the French colonizers. Almost inarguably and invariably, the contrasts Damas came up with in Retour de Guyana were frequent and quite convincing. In no uncertain terms, Damas juxtaposed French colonialism and assimilationism with black consciousness and autonomy. The truth of centuries of suffering and social misery stands over and against the lily-white lie surrounding a supposedly savage race in serious need of civilizing. Damas audaciously declared. To speak bluntly, how can an assimilation change a state of affairs that is capable of resisting otherwise more effective measures? Is there not at the basis of all of this a double misunderstanding? On the one hand, the future assimilated expects from assimilation an equality in treatment which the metropole will not accord him, but for which it will ask of him a price that the other will not be able to pay. They are both agreed to try to whiten the Negro, which cannot be. 160. From Damas's point of view, continental and diasporan African folk colonized by the French are darned if they do and darned if they don't. They are caught within the confines of a catch-22 that will never allow them to achieve true black consciousness, black autonomy, and black solidarity. Indeed, the future assimilated expects from assimilation an equality in treatment, but centuries of mistreatment have clearly indicated that France, if not European imperialist powers more generally speaking, will not grant les Noirs equality in treatment. Even if les Noirs opens herself to assimilation, ultimately she must cease to be une personne de race noire, a black person, une personne d'origine africaine, a person of African descent, and philosophically prefiguring Fanon's conception of epidermalization and lactification in black skin, white masks, whiten and lighten herself to suit the whims and wishes of whites and their anti-black racist fictions and fantasies of Africa, Africans, and Africanite, see Fanon 1967, 47. All of this Damas long and loudly protested. As a matter of fact, whether via his poetry or anti-colonialist ethnography, Damas may very well represent the greatest, and most consistent, voice of protest the Negritude movement produced, and in that sense his protest can be connected to the protest of the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance and Haitian Renaissance who articulated their dissent through poetry, plays, novels, short stories, essays, ethnography, anthropology, sociology, politics, and journalism, and so on. Damas's protest poetry, ethnography, and essayism is linked to his incessant celebration of black life worlds and black life struggles, a second major motif which further conceptually connects his work with the discourses of both the Harlem Renaissance and Haitian Renaissance. Anyone who has ever read Pigments and Retour de Guyana will surely share with you that both are. 141. 142. Simultaneously works of protest and celebration. Beginning with the Harlem Renaissance, and conceptually continuing in the Haitian Renaissance, is a series of celebrations of Black life worlds and Black life struggles that set the tone for subsequent literary, cultural, aesthetic, and socio-political movements preoccupied with the reclamation and recreation of Africa, Africans, and Africanite based on both continental and diasporan African lived experiences and lived endurances. According to IRL, 2004, it is important to acknowledge that the poets of the Harlem Renaissance were not only the first to take up the African theme in a comprehensive way in literature, but it is equally important, especially with regard to Damas and the discursive development of the Negritude movement, to acknowledge that they also succeeded on occasion in giving it an impassioned note corresponding to the varied and profound implications it had for the African American and the wider African diasporan world. 767. In other words, the Harlem Renaissance writers were the first to take up the African theme and assist both continental and diasporan Africans in reconceiving Africa, Africans, and Africanite from frameworks endemic to the, at the time, circa the turn of the 20th century, emerging modern Africana intellectual and literary tradition. In Links and Bridges, a comparative study of the writings of the New Negro and Negritude movements, 2005, Chidi Ikane asserted that above and beyond any of his other influences from the Harlem Renaissance, specifically Claude McKay and Countee Cullen, the primary precursor to Damas's Black protest and Black life commemorating poetry, ethnography, and essayism is Langston Hughes, stating, Leon Damas was a Maroon, just like Langston Hughes, a sort of rebel. It is indeed significant that both of them had the same types of blood in their veins, Indian, European, and African, and, tellingly, they were good friends. 155. According to Ikane, Damas, influenced by Langston Hughes, also experimented with the blues form, and other genres of African diasporan music in his poetry. 193. Employing the blues aesthetic in certain works, and the jazz aesthetic in others' works, much like his mentor Langston Hughes, Damas painted poetic portraits that captured both the sorrows and celebrations, the tragedies and comedies, the tribulations and triumphs of Black life, Black love, and Black struggles individually and collectively. Similar to Hughes's work, Damas's enunciation of negritude is simultaneously nostalgic and pathetic, yet seemingly always a la the blues therapeutic, reliving the past times spent with a loved one now lost, suffering and social problems that would not go away, a longing to recapture, in the future, happy moments in the past. 193. Above all else, Ikane observed, Damas's poetry subscribes to Langston Hughes's rejection of the Black middle-class literary code of putting the best. 142. 143. Foot of the Black race forward. 196. Domitian Negritude demonstrates the strengths and weaknesses of the Black man with no excuses for the weaknesses. Unmistakable echoes of Langston Hughes's 1926 classic essay The Negro Artist and the Racial Mountain reverberate throughout Domitian Negritude to such a remarkable degree that Ikane emphasized that Damascene a possible influence on him of Hughes's article, The Negro Artist and the Racial Mountain, which he described in an address in Cuba in December 1968, the year after Hughes's death, as a manifesto of which les pionniers de la Negritude, the founders of Negritude, that is, himself, Aimé Césaire, and Léopold Sédar Senghor, retiendront les sens profonds, will retain the deep meaning. 199. It is interesting to compare Ikane's contention that Damas's poetry subscribes to Langston Hughes's rejection of the Black middle-class literary code of putting the best foot of the Black race forward with Hughes's heartfelt and now historic words at the conclusion of The Negro Artist and the Racial Mountain, 1997. But, to my mind, it is the duty of the younger Negro artist, if he accepts any duties at all from outsiders, to change through the force of his art that old whispering "I want to be white," hidden in the aspirations of his people, to "Why should I want to be white? I am a Negro and beautiful." Let the blare of Negro jazz bands and the bellowing voice of Bessie Smith singing blues penetrate the closed ears of the colored near intellectuals until they listen and perhaps understand. Let Paul Robeson singing Waterboy, and Rudolph Fisher writing about the streets of Harlem, and Gene Toomer holding the heart of Georgia in his hands, and Aaron Douglas drawing strange black fantasies cause the smug Negro middle class to turn from their white, respectable, ordinary books and papers to catch a glimmer of their own beauty. We younger Negro artists who create now intend to express our individual dark-skinned selves without fear or shame. If white people are pleased, we are glad. If they are not, it doesn't matter. We know we are beautiful. And ugly too. The tom-tom cries and the tom-tom laughs. If colored people are pleased, we are glad. If they are not, their displeasure doesn't matter either. We build our temples for tomorrow, strong as we know how, and we stand on top of the mountain, free within ourselves. 24, 55-56. Damas and his negritude seems to personify this key passage from Hughes's classic essay. An essay Damas confessed indelibly influenced him, Césaire and Senghor, among other members of the Negritude movement. Consequently, the Negritude movement's critique of black elitism and la bourgeoisie noire, the black bourgeoisie, is undeniably rooted in the radicalism of the Harlem Renaissance, and the influence Hughes exerted on Damas in particular. Even still, I could not agree with Icone more than when he accented the fact that no matter what Damas conceptually carried over from 143. 144. Hughes and the Harlem Renaissance, his work is discursively distinct in that it represents a kind of culmination of a wide range of concepts and literary leitmotifs that went well beyond the philosophical foundations of Hughes and the Harlem Renaissance. Icone, 2005, asserted, The works of Hughes and Damas are so similar and yet different that it is difficult to be categorical about the influence of the older and first established writer on the younger poet. 207. Indeed, Icone continued, His situation is further complicated by the existence of other sources from which Damas could have borrowed, if he must, some of the elements that point to Hughes's influence in his works. Some of the other sources that Damas drew from to develop his distinct negritude include, as discussed above, Haitianism and the Haitian Renaissance, as well as René Marin, Étienne Leroux, Paulette Nardal, Caribbean radicalism, more generally speaking, French Marxism, Surrealism, and Existentialism, among others. Ultimately, Icone makes a compelling case for Hughes being a major influence on Damas, even as Domitian Negritude undoubtedly demonstrates that Damas's poetry is a long echo of his rejection of assimilation and determination to be himself and no one else. 210. Damas's fierce sense of intellectual independence not only sets his work apart from Hughes, Mackay, and Cullen's poetics, but also Césaire and Senghor's negritude. However, even as we acknowledge this, emphasis needs to be placed on the fact that yet another one of the core characteristics conceptually connecting the Harlem Renaissance, Haitian Renaissance, and Negritude movement revolves around Africana intellectual independence and Africana organic intellectualism, which Damas initially and most obviously embodied, enunciated, and translated into negritude aesthetics, poetics, and radical politics. In other words, and rather ironically, Damas's fierce sense of intellectual independence simultaneously places his negritude both within and without the wider discursive worlds of the Harlem Renaissance, Haitian Renaissance, and Negritude movement, because each of these movements more or less consciously sought to develop new, unapologetically African or Africa-informed or black modernist schools of thought and intellectual traditions, while also ardently encouraging intense Africana intellectual independence and Africana organic intellectualism, virtually unprecedented since the advent of the African Holocaust, enslavement, racialization, colonization, and apartheidization. Without in any way discursively disavowing European and European American intellectual and literary influences, the Harlem Renaissance, Haitian Renaissance, and Negritude movement mutually most often utilized Africana intellectual and literary traditions, as well as black life worlds and black life struggles, as paradigms and points of departure in their collective quests to produce aesthetics, poetics, and radical politics that better reflected. 144. 145. The black modernism, black nationalism, and black internationalism characteristic of the first half of the 20th century. Leon Gontran Damas, arguably more than any other major Negritudist, built bridges between the Harlem Renaissance, Haitian Renaissance, and Negritude movement. Moreover, irregardless of his output when compared with that of Césaire and Senghor, it is important to critically engage Damas's corpus from frameworks that not only take into consideration his deep grounding in the respective discourses of the Harlem Renaissance and Haitian Renaissance, but also the fact that, as he himself declared in the most full-throat fashion imaginable, I don't publish merely to see my name on a book. I publish when I feel the need to say something, Damas 1988, 28. Consequently, analysis of Damas's work needs to approach it from critical frameworks that will enable his critics to unceasingly bear in mind that he stressed quality of thought over quantity of publications. This is an important point that may ultimately offer an alternative interpretive framework for the future study of Damasian negritude and the restoration of his discourse on par with Caesarean and Senghorian negritude. Bearing all of this in mind, at this point it seems safe to say that the Negritude movement, boldly building on the contributions of the Harlem Renaissance and Haitian Renaissance, helped to set into motion a deeper, philosophically fascinating discourse on African humanity and identity, and ultimately provided a foundation for Fanon's discourse on decolonization. However, in order to really and truly grasp and grapple with Fanonism, let alone the myriad conceptual connections between Du Boisism and Fanonism, we must go deeper into Negritude discourse by critically examining inarguably the two most famous forms of negritude, Caesarean negritude and Senghorian negritude, respectively. It is with this in mind, then, that we now turn to an exploration of Caesarean negritude in Chapter 3, and afterward to an examination of Senghorian negritude in Chapter 4, before concluding with an extended discussion of the ways in which Fanon reformulated negritude in the interest of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary humanism in the fifth and final chapter. Caesarean negritude. Aimé Césaire. Introduction to Caesarean negritude. Aimé Césaire was not merely the author of 7 volumes of lyric verse, 4 major works for the theatre, and 3 collections of essays, but also a celebrated statesman whose distinct socio-political vision consistently challenged and ultimately contributed to both the post-war French political scene and the discourse on decolonization. An eloquent and unyielding critic of colonialism throughout his storied career, similar to Damas and Senghor, Césaire developed a two-pronged, parallel poetic and radical political approach to critique colonization and contribute to decolonization. In fact, much like the high regard his poetic work is held in throughout the Francophone world, several of his anti-colonialist and anti-imperialist essays especially discourse on colonialism, 1955, La Mort des Colonies, 1956b, Culture et Colonisation, 1956a, and Letter to Maurice Thérèse, 1956c, are widely considered veritable unvarnished classics in the discourse on decolonization. Perhaps, Richard Watts, 1999, put it best when he asserted, Césaire's ability to fuse race consciousness with politics while avoiding the pitfalls of many of his African and Caribbean counterparts earned him the respect of his contemporaries. 403. 1. Hence, those negritude scholars and critics who start and stop with Aimé Césaire, the noted negritude poet who won a number of the most prestigious French literary prizes, including the Grand Prix National de la Poésie, the National Grand Prize for Poetry, will undoubtedly fail to detect that this same Césaire held public office for close to half a century, from 1946 to 1993, and was consistently re-elected as Député de la Martinique in the French National Assembly and mayor of France, the capital of Martinique. Indeed, an argument could be made that Césaire's political influence at 149. 150. This point may be equal to, if not even greater than, his poetic or literary influence on the intellectual, cultural, social, and political evolution of the French Caribbean islands. Perhaps his most famous contribution in this sphere, that is to say in the sphere of Caribbean politics, Gregson Davis observed in his chef d'oeuvre, Aime Césaire, 1997, is Césaire's co-sponsorship of the law that created departmental status for the former colonies of Martinique and Guadeloupe soon after the Second World War, 2. Césaire's advocation and implementation of the departmentalization law is undeniably one of the most distinctive features of his negritude and, as we will witness in the subsequent section, one of the key political issues that enables negritude scholars and critics to compare and contrast Domitian negritude with Caesarean negritude. Born a year after Léon Damas in 1913 in Basse-Pointe, Martinique, Césaire's parents, Fernand Elphage, manager of a sugar estate, and Eleanor Macna, a seamstress, were ardently devoted to instilling in their children a deep respect for education and, as a consequence, made extraordinary sacrifices to ensure that all 6 of their children took advantage of every available educational opportunity on the island and in the metropolis. The innumerable sacrifices Césaire's parents made on the altar of education were notable considering the Martiniquan social strictures on the progeny of a formerly enslaved population still stuck in what might be best characterized as a plantation economy. For instance, when an 11-year-old Aime, who was already at that early age a precocious student and, revealingly, a voracious reader, won a coveted scholarship to Lycée Scoelcher, a prestigious secondary school, in Fort-de-France, the entire family moved from Basse-Pointe to the capital city in order to advance the studies of their obviously gifted child. 2. At Lycée Scoelcher Césaire continued his superlative academic performance, attaining his baccalaureate certificate, and then winning another coveted scholarship to study in Paris at the legendary Lycée Louis Le Grand, previously known as the Collège de Clermont, where he relocated in 1931. By all accounts, Césaire was an enthusiastic student who possessed a remarkable discipline and intellectual acumen. He excelled under the auspices of the renowned faculty at Lycée Louis Le Grand, proceeding in due course to gain entrance to the prestigious École Normale Supérieure in the Rue d'Ulm, where he was enrolled from 1935 to 1939 until his return to Martinique on the eve of World War II. École Normale Supérieure is widely regarded as one of France's most elite institutions, and it has become a long-standing locus for many of that country's most intellectually advanced young people to pursue high-level careers in government and academia. In fact, since its establishment in 1793, the central mission of École Normale Supérieure has been to train elite professors. 150. 151. Researchers, and public administrators. Its alumni have provided France with countless renowned philosophers, writers, journalists, scientists, clergymen, statesmen, diplomats, lawyers, and even officers in the French army. Arguably the most noted École Normale Supérieure alumni in the human sciences include luminaries like Émile Durkheim, Henri Bergson, Jean-Paul Sartre, Maurice Merleau-Ponty, Louis Althusser, Michel Foucault, Jacques Derrida, Pierre Bourdieu, Étienne Balibar, and Alain Badiou. Even with all of the intellectual excitement and advances of Césaire's 8-year sojourn during his Parisian lycée years, 1931 to 1939, however, Gregson Davis contended that similar to other members of what would soon come to be called the Negritude Movement, Césaire experienced a deep sense of cultural alienation and isolation as a result of French elitism and cultural racism, both inside and outside of the lycée. It would be misleading and reductive to depict the adolescent Césaire in his Paris lycée years as an uncomplicated model student, intent on passive absorption of the European intellectual tradition. To be sure, he was rapidly assimilating in the systematic way for which the French Academy is famous the various interlocking canons, philosophic, philological, and literary, that structured the secondary school curriculum. At the same time, however, he was also experiencing the incipient cultural alienation that afflicted other Third World students thrown together on the metropolitan scene in the latter half of the pre-war decade. Students of color, in particular, sooner or later found themselves drawn, if only in self-defense, into a radically critical stance towards European civilization and its arrogant claims of superiority. Thus cultural assimilation ironically engendered, in proportion to its very thoroughness, a form of resistance on the part of its youthful recipients that can usefully be labeled counter-assimilationist. Since the stigmatization, or even erasure, of non-Western cultural traditions was a common subtext of the promotion of the canon both inside and outside the confines of the lycée, many students of African origin sought vigorously to repossess a degraded identity, the more so because their skin color marked them off as other in a manner both irreducible and pronounced. 7. The relationship Césaire struck up with Léon Damas, whom he first befriended at Lycée Scoelcher in Martinique, and Léopold Senghor was nothing short of a revelation, as they too were interested in rescuing, reclaiming, and recreating the denied humanity and degraded identity of Africa and Africans, continental and diasporan. For the first time in his life, Césaire searched for what he and his comrades would later come to call Africanite and began to revalue and challenge Eurocentric or, rather, Francophilic projections of primitivism onto Africa and Africans. Césaire, Senghor and, as we discussed in the previous chapter, Damas were particularly critical of France's supposed mission civilisatrice, civilizing mission, in Africa and 151. 152. Elsewhere in the non-white world. During his Parisian lycée years, Césaire came to the uncomfortable conclusion that the French, unambiguously, operated from a mindset that overvalued France and completely undervalued Africa, and its diaspora, if not non-Western cultural traditions and peoples altogether. Sadly, Césaire detected that French folk essentially believed that France equaled civilization and Africa equaled savagery, the ne plus ultra of barbarity. In light of such egregious Eurocentrism and Francophilia, there emerged an extraordinary solidarity among Francophone students of African ancestry from diverse cultural and geographical backgrounds. Instead of Africa being a source of embarrassment, the burgeoning Negritude movement, much like the radicals of the Harlem and Haitian Renaissances before them, looked to Africa as a source of inspiration and civilization, putting into practice an intensive, some might say obsessive, program of self-education, cultural education, and political education that in many ways remains virtually non-parallel in the Africana intellectual and political tradition. Similar to Damas and Senghor scholars and critics, Davis placed special emphasis on the impact of the Harlem Renaissance on Césaire's poetic, cultural, and political development, stating that although the work of the German ethnologist and archaeologist Leo Frobenius exerted an enormous influence on their comprehension of Africa's contributions to human culture and civilization, it would be a grave mistake to overlook the impact of the Harlem Renaissance on the Negritude movement in general. And Césaire in specific, in the case of the black diaspora in the New World, the cultural self-assertion that took place in the North American movement known as the Harlem Renaissance was also very instrumental for Césaire in his reconfiguration of his racial identity. 9. As if directly corroborating Davis's claims, Césaire, 1971, remarked in an interview with René Depestret, "I remember quite well that we read the poems of Langston Hughes and Claude McKay. I knew who McKay was because an anthology of black North American poetry had appeared in France around 1939 to 1940. In 1930, McKay's novel Banjo, which described the life of the dockers of Marseilles, came out. This was indeed one of the first works in which one saw a writer speak of blacks and give them some kind of literary dignity." 75. Similar to Damas, even though Césaire was remarkably fluent in the French intellectual and literary tradition, especially the works of Voltaire, Victor Hugo, Charles Baudelaire, Arthur Rimbaud, Stéphane Mallarmé, Comte de la Trémont, and Guillaume Apollinaire, it was his distinct grounding in, and almost obsessive study of the aesthetics, poetics, and radical politics of the Harlem Renaissance that enabled him to more fully articulate and implement. 152. 153. His unique conception of negritude. However, even as we acknowledge the enormous influence of the Harlem Renaissance on Césaire, as was the case with Damas, it is equally important to emphasize his fierce sense of intellectual independence and undeniable innovations within the Africana intellectual and literary tradition. Even more, as Brent Hayes Edwards observed in Aim Césaire and the Syntax of Influence, 2005, in writing about the interwar period, scholars often assume all too neatly that the new Negro Renaissance in the 1920s content déjà en germes les principaux themes de la négritude already contains the seeds of the principal themes of negritude, without bothering to explain just how those germinal models travel from one place to another, and from English to French. 3. Edwards's comments here help to highlight one of the many reasons that the introduction and first chapter of this book were absolutely necessary. Because, to put it plainly, negritude scholars and critics are long overdue in developing studies that more than merely make passing mention of conceptual connections between the Harlem Renaissance and Negritude movement. It is time for us all to ask the critical question Edwards audaciously asked, and which has been a major leitmotif of this book: what exactly does it mean to claim that one writer is influenced by another, or by the reading of a particular poem or book? I should add a corollary query: does intellectual and literary influence play itself out differently under conditions of anti-black racism, racial colonialism, and hardcore racist capitalist economic exploitation? In other words, building on Edwards's query, since the modern Africana intellectual and literary tradition has been historically and continues currently to be grounded in and grows out of Africana and European intellectual and literary traditions, how could it be otherwise considering racial colonialism and cultural imperialism? Does influence have a double, perhaps deeper meaning within the context of the Africana intellectual and literary tradition? Bringing the discussion back to Césaire, Edwards asserted, tracing Césaire's own comments on the issue shows that one cannot presuppose influence to be an overwhelming force, a model so defining and definitive that everything that follows is written under its shadow and in its debt. As a matter of fact, Edwards elaborated, the invocation of influence may have more to do with political strategy and historical framing, the rhetoric with which a writer situates his work, in hindsight, than with the contextual pressures and reading habits that may have informed a particular scene of writing. 3. It is highly plausible that Césaire, even though he admittedly deeply read Langston Hughes, Claude McKay, and Count E. Cullen, among others, was more influenced by the political strategy and historical framing and the overarching rhetoric of the Harlem Renaissance than its aesthetics and poetics. Again, as was witnessed with our discussion of Domitian Negritude. 153. 154. Intellectual independence, organic intellectualism, and insurgent innovation are at the heart of the Africana intellectual and literary tradition. So instead of understanding Césaire to have outright rejected the influence of the Harlem Renaissance, an alternative interpretation of Césaire's inclination to place discursive distance between the Harlem Renaissance and his work may have more to do with his deep desire to have his negritude engaged on its own terms, which is to say, taking into consideration all of its influences and all of the ways in which it represents a series of unprecedented innovations, not merely with regard to the Africana intellectual, political, and literary traditions, but also within the French, or, rather, Francophone, intellectual, political, and literary traditions. 3. Commenting on Césaire's tendency to, at times, openly acknowledge and, at other times, discursively diminish the influence of the Harlem Renaissance, Edwards importantly asserted. At times, Césaire has said that the Negritude generation was deeply influenced by their Anglophone predecessors such as Langston Hughes and Claude McKay. He has even gone so far as to claim that Negritude was invented by the writers of the Harlem Renaissance. But at other times, he has rejected any direct input, citing the importance of black literature in English, but describing it as writing qui n'aime pas influence d'une manière littérale, mais écrit l'atmosphère qui me permis de prendre conscience de la solidarité de peuples noirs, which did not influence me directly but still created an atmosphere which allowed me to become conscious of the solidarity of the black world. 3. While respecting Césaire's desire to emphasize the autonomy and specific contribution of his own work, what is interesting here is that ultimately Edwards concludes that even if he was reluctant to admit it on a number of occasions, Césaire was indeed deeply influenced by the Harlem Renaissance. Whether we speak of the influence of Harlem Renaissance aesthetics, poetics, politics, or rhetoric on Césaire, and whether he was willing to openly and consistently acknowledge this influence in the long run may prove to be inconsequential. Like other noted figures in the Africana intellectual tradition, what is most important is not so much who or what influenced Césaire, but what he innovatively did with his varied influences. Yet and still, Edwards explained, there is no doubt that Césaire read some literature from the Harlem Renaissance during the 1930s. He told one interviewer that, in the years leading up to the war, he and his colleague René Menil had been avidly reading Langston Hughes, Count Cullen, and Claude McKay, writers that had been revealed to him in the early 1930s by La Revue du Monde Noir, the journal edited by Paulette Nardal and Léo Sigieuse. Moreover, in 1938, while studying at the 154, 155 École Normale Supérieure, Césaire wrote a thesis, now lost, for his diplôme d'études supérieures en le thème du Sud dans la poésie nègre des États-Unis, the theme of the South in the Negro poetry of the United States. 3. Taking into consideration his hesitant, and sometimes even tepid comments on Harlem Renaissance poetry, Césaire, 1941, nevertheless spoke of its grandeur of presence and grandeur of constitution, eventually concluding, the grandeur of this literature is entirely one of orientation. 41. Its lasting value, from his point of view, is that it is open to man as a whole, much like the radical humanism at the heart of his Negritude. Indeed, it is telling that Césaire wrote his École Normale Supérieure thesis for his Diplôme d'études supérieures, diploma of higher education, the equivalent of a master's degree in the U.S., not on a French literary figure or movement, but on le thème du Sud dans la poésie nègre des États-Unis, the theme of the South in the Negro poetry of the United States. No matter how much respect Césaire had for the esteemed French intellectual and literary tradition, and no matter how intellectually excited he was to be attending the illustrious École Normale Supérieure, throughout and certainly by the end of his Parisian lycée years it would seem that his extracurricular Harlem Renaissance studies became influential and important enough to devote the crowning achievement of his Parisian studies, essentially his master's thesis, to the aesthetics, poetics and politics of the Harlem Renaissance. Rather than continue to sift through the array of occasions where Césaire discussed the Harlem Renaissance, as if one might actually extract some sort of conclusive avowal from them, an admission that would, at best, merely establish a narrative of literary filiation that Césaire has already conceded. Here I would like to highlight how even though Césaire, Senghor, and Damas all utilized the Harlem Renaissance as a major discursive point of departure and paradigm, each built on and went beyond their Harlem Renaissance inheritance in incredibly distinctive and inventive ways. As a matter of fact, with the Negritudists' newfound Harlem Renaissance, inspired search for and embrace of Africanite also came what W.E.B. Du Bois called double consciousness in the souls of black folk. All the Negritude theorists' young lives they had primarily thought of themselves as French, and now, after studying the politics and poetry of the new Negro movement and Harlem Renaissance, respectively, to discover that they were African or noir, black, was, to say the least, something of a shock. In regard to their cultural identity as French, Gregson Davis, 1997, announced, the Negritudists inevitably experienced a tension between assimilationist and counter-assimilationist perspectives, a tension that each individual strove to resolve in his or her own psyche by various means. 8. Commenting on Césaire's struggle to reconcile his Frenchness with 155. 156. His Africanness, Davis importantly observed, it is plausible to speculate that whereas Césaire the artist appears to have succeeded in surmounting this tension through the outlet of poetry, Césaire the statesman has not been fully able to transcend a certain deep ambivalence toward France. Césaire's double consciousness, his struggle to reconcile his Frenchness with his Africanness, indeed, his deep ambivalence toward France played itself out in his politics in ways that it simply did not in his poetry. Consequently, it is in the political sphere that many Negritude scholars and critics have identified the deepest differences between Césaire, Senghor, and Damas's respective expressions of Negritude. In this chapter we will essentially begin below where we left off in the previous chapter by diving into a discussion of the discursive divergences between Domitian negritude and Caesarian negritude, especially surrounding la loi de departementalisation, the law of departmentalization. After that we will delve into a discussion of the influence of Caesarian negritude on Frantz Fanon and his distinct conception of decolonization. The subsequent section will critically engage César's discourse on colonialism and overarching contributions to the discourse on decolonization and the broader Negritude movement. Aim César and Leon Damaz's divergent discourses on la loi de departementalisation and decolonization. Whether we turn to the work of Damaz, César, or Senghor, the Negritude movement was fundamentally a decolonization and re-Africanization movement. Which is to say, within the context of the Negritude movement, Damaz, César, and Senghor did what they did, wrote what they wrote, and said what they said in the interests of decolonization and re-Africanization. However, even though there has been a tendency to view Negritude as a homogeneous school of thought, in actuality it was a highly heterogeneous and discursively diverse intellectual and literary tradition. The discursive diversity of the Negritude movement, perhaps, could not be more apparent than in the divergent positions César and Damaz took, respectively, for and against la loi de departementalisation, the law of departmentalization. For in order to understand Caesarian negritude, one must take into serious consideration the enormous influence Jacobinism, the Black Jacobinism of Toussaint L'Ouverture and the Haitian Revolution, and the intense abolitionism of Victor Schouelcher exerted on César and his conception of decolonization. In the Jacobin and Black Jacobin traditions, César sincerely believed, decolonization has always aimed at universal equality under, not simply any. 156. 157. Republican law, but particularly under a constitution like that of Ellen II, whose basic intention was the promotion of popular sovereignty. In Schouelcher's abolitionism, César heard the first French cry for juridical integration of France's overseas colonies as Département d'Outre-mer, DOM, French overseas departments, whose citizens would have the full and unmitigated rights of the French Republic. 5 On June 30, 1945, César announced in Justice, the newspaper of the Martinique section of Le Parti Communiste Français, PCF, the French Communist Party, that l'ordre que je vous demande de respecter et de faire respecter cet ordre révolutionnaire qui substituer le règne de la loi au règne du favoritisme, mettre à la raison l'insolence jusqu'ici immune de animus du peuple. The order that I ask you to respect and make respected is that revolutionary order that substitutes the rule of law for the rule of favoritism, which will subordinate to the order of reason the insolence that has thus far armed the enemies of the people, cited at Hale 1978, 254. As is well known, the order that César asked the people to respect eventually came to be called departementalisation, and it was conceived and implemented with one unambiguous, from César's point of view, aim, to expand the popular sovereignty of the inhabitants of France's colonies to the greatest degree possible, that is to say, to openly transform racial colonial subjects into full citizens of the Fourth Republic bound, not by the shackles and chains of slavery, but henceforth only by the rights and laws of the French Republic without racial colonization and racial discrimination. The struggle César led for departementalisation during the politically volatile period of post-war France stands alongside the Haitian Revolution and Schouelcher's April 27, 1848, decree in which the French government announced the abolition of slavery in all of its colonies, as one of the preeminent political moments in the history of the Negritude movement. The First Constituent Assembly, which was France's first post-war administration elected in October of 1945, was made up of a majority of socialist and communist representatives. Undoubtedly destined to be short-termed, this left-wing administration proposed and pushed through a number of progressive laws connected to colonial government before its prorogation in May of 1946. Of chief importance among the new laws were the Loi Houphouët-Boigny law, which abolished forced labor in France's colonies, and the Loi La Mainguiai law, which made France's colonial subjects French citizens. When new elections were held in June of 1946, the communist/socialist/radical majority was defeated and, as a consequence, the progressive spirit of the early post-war period abruptly came to an end and forward-thinking legislation became infinitely more difficult to obtain. Aime Césaire and 157. 158. Gaston Monnerville, the latter Damaz's political nemesis from Cayenne, French Guiana, pushed through a law proclaiming the departementalisation of France's Vieilles colonies, old or former colonies, including Martinique, French Guiana, Guadeloupe, and Réunion, on March 19, 1946, just ahead of the June elections. Although la loi de departementalisation was emblematic of the protracted climax of a tendency toward the forward-thinking integration of France's Vieilles colonies that went back beyond Schouelcher's abolition decree of 1848 to the uproar and origins of the French Revolution of 1789, it was the crippling of France's empire in the chaos of World War II that led to the passage of la loi de departementalisation during the very brief window of opportunity between October 1945 through June 1946. 6. When France surrendered to Germany in 1940 and, as a result, became divided into Vichy-occupied and Nazi-occupied sectors, the metropole was abruptly cut off from its colonies. The leaders in each colony were more or less forced to choose between Vichy France and Nazi-occupied France. At first, only the governors of Chad and the New Hebrides, now known as Vanuatu, which was collaboratively colonized by the British and French between 1906 and 1980 through a British-French condominium, sided with de Gaulle. France's capitulation to Germany caused the French Antilles, a population that had been racial colonial subjects of France since the 17th century and racial colonial citizens, certainly not full citizens, of France since 1848, to be suddenly set economically adrift. French racial colonial subjects in the Caribbean were forced to subsist autonomously with the sparse local resources that remained after centuries of colonization, economic exploitation, and underdevelopment. One of the consequences of all of this was a new cultural consciousness, social sensibilities, and political praxis ardently attuned to the struggles of real life, day-to-day situations. Likewise, the new cultural consciousness, social sensibilities, and political praxis were quickly coupled with the ethical imperative of concrete choices, either for or against Vichy, which had been a major issue of daily existence during the occupation years. 7. After the expulsion of the Nazis, the Communist Party greatly benefited from its role in the fight against Nazism and, building on this momentum, championed the full integration of the Vieilles colonies. As a result, as deputy of the French Communist Party, it was primarily Césaire's responsibility to articulate the demands of the new law. Even though prior to 1947 it was frequently thought of and referred to as a law promoting assimilation française, French assimilation, which is the way Damaz interpreted the law in Retour de Guyane, as was witnessed in the previous chapter, I would like to suggest once again that the radical politics emerging from the Negritude movement are more discursively diverse than purely poetic interpretations of 158. 159. Negritude have adequately accounted for. However much Damaz's critique of la loi de departementalisation in Retour de Guyane may have resonated with the militants of the Negritude movement upon its publication in 1938, by the mid to late 1940s there was a sense in which Damaz's 1938 critique was out of touch and not necessarily accurate, since Césaire went through great pains to point out that the law's primary goal was never to socialize Antillians into metropolitan French social and cultural norms. For Césaire, by the mid to late 1940s, the main intent of la loi de departementalisation was to democratize colonial socio-political structures. As Césaire understood it, the citizenship extended to the populace of the Vieilles colonies in 1848 had been, as it remained very nearly 100 years afterward at the end of World War II in 1945, invariably incomplete and subaltern. The rights of citizens in the metropolitan French Republic were guaranteed consequent to the direct accountability of its representatives to their respective electorates, while almost the opposite situation reigned in the case of the colonies. The executive head of state, first Napoleon III, then later the President of the Republic, propagated all laws in the colonies from 1854 forward. César's interest in, and commitment to la loi de départementalisation essentially revolved around the elimination of the quasi-feudalistic juridical relic where citizens of the metropolitan French Republic were assured their rights, while citizens of France's colonies were governed by a different, incredibly demoralizing set of rules and regulations flippantly handed down from Palais de l'Élysée, Élysée Palace. These departments, Césaire declared at the time, no longer leave legislature/lawmaking to ministers, but give it to Parliament, and thus wished to have accepted the principle that assimilation should be the rule and derogation the exception, cited in Aldrich and Connell 1992, 74. The ultimate outcome of departementalisation from Césaire's perspective would be the replacement of the particularistic institutions of Third Republic colonialism such as the colonial governor with arrangements and institutions systematically equivalent to those of the metropole, the prefect, conseil general, and a corresponding legal code and judicial system. Although Article 73 of the Fourth Republic Constitution allowed for exceptions determined by law to be applied in the Département d'Outre-mer, DOM, French overseas departments, the colonial order of attribution had, for all intents and purposes, been effectively inverted. If previously all colonial laws decreed by the executive head of state had been exceptions to French laws and might only correspond to metropolitan laws contingently, in Césaire's conception of departementalisation the exact opposite was true. In other words, exceptions, although admissible, were from la loi de départementalisation forward precisely that, exceptions to the systematic application. 159. 160. Of all French laws to all French citizens, to all French departments, overseas or not, Vies colonies or not. As Césaire worked enthusiastically and indefatigably to enact departementalisation, opposition to his goal did not merely come from the white-bec bourgeoisie of Martinique. 8. In lieu of the long-standing myth surrounding the discursive uniformity of the Negritude movement as it emerged in the 1930s, many may be surprised to discover that not all Negritudists shared Césaire's optimism and enthusiasm that departementalisation was the most prudent and proper path for the Vies colonies in their respective quests for decolonization. As discussed in the previous chapter, no Negritudist was more vocal against and vituperative concerning departementalisation than Léon Damas, whose anti-assimilationist Retour de Guyane revealed that he was diametrically opposed to Césaire's much-lauded loi de départementalisation. When viewed from the point of view of Césarian negritude, especially Césaire's discourse on departementalisation, Damas's Retour de Guyane reemerges as a conceptually incongruous text that reveals a great deal not only about racial colonialism in French Guiana, but also about the unenviable position of its author, who seemed to be almost schizophrenically caught between an array of antagonistic imperatives, a nascent kind of critical negritude, Marxian socio-political theory, the economic instability of a young colonial student. Damas was only 25 at the time he published Retour de Guyane, the deep desire to demonstrate scientific thoroughness and the objectivity of an authentic ethnologist, and the somewhat superficial critique of the radical journalist. In light of all of this, through Retour de Guyane Damas was attempting to influence contemporary public opinion regarding French colonial policy and combat assimilationisme français. Keeping with its precarious position at the epicenter of such intensive inconsistencies and wide-ranging contradictions, Retour de Guyane put forward a penetrating analysis of the structural contradictions of French Guyanese colonialism, contradictions that Gary Wilder, in The French Imperial Nation-State, Negritude and Colonial Humanism Between the Two World Wars, 2005, insightfully identified as those existing between metropolitan parliamentary and colonial arbitrary forms of government in the French Empire, 219. A decade prior to Césaire's parliamentary initiative to put an end to juridical distinctions between metropolitan France and its Vies colonies, Damas's Retour de Guyane traced the roots of Guyanese political problems to the 1854 law of Senatus Consulti, which institutionalized the decree form of authoritarian colonial governance, 219. From this analysis Damas concluded, similar to Césaire in 1946, that the power of legislative decision should be devolved to Guianese citizens, not a head of state who knew little or nothing, and seemed to care even less, about Guyana, Iloini. 160. 161. Comme el lest de la métropole, il est inadmissible que son administration soit tout entière concentrée entre les mains du ministre de colonies as far from the metropole as, Guyana, is. It is admissible that its administration should be entirely concentrated in the hands of the colonial ministry. Damas 2003, 42. Damas's analysis in Retour de Guyane emphasized that the contradictions of Guyanese colonialism emerged out of the uneven, metropolitan parliamentary and colonial arbitrary relationship between republican universalism and a particularist, prejudicial colonial regime of distinction. The contradictions at the heart of Guyana's political system grew out of, as Damas understood it, two present regimes opposed to each other because one of them is abusively maintained from a constitutional point of view and because democratic France, the France of the Third Republic, persists in applying to the colony dispositions that correspond to a state of affairs that has now disappeared. 34. Today, Damas concluded, when legislative power belongs to an elected assembly, it is inadmissible that Guyana, which is represented in that assembly, should take its laws from the President of the Republic. 43. Instead of concluding that Guyana should be indiscriminately integrated into the French legal system, in Retour de Guyane Damas developed a diametrically opposed anti-assimilationist argument. He advanced this argument by simultaneously critiquing the inegalitarian of French colonial policy and interpreting the call for assimilation from a purely Caribbeanist cultural perspective. Damas repudiated the call for assimilation of Guyana by making reference, not to French colonial laws, but instead to allegedly ineradicable African cultural retentions and recreations/creolizations enduring in the African diaspora throughout the Americas and the Caribbean. Accepting assimilation from this point of view would be tantamount to asking the racial colonized to pay a price that the other cannot pay. They both agree to try to whiten the Negra, but that cannot happen. 160. Alternatively, Damas offered, tongue-in-cheek, a singular solution for all of his region's problems, the rational exploitation of Guyana's gold deposits. Everything for gold and gold for everything. 230. Despite Damas's formidable credentials as a poetic cultural critic of French colonialism, especially in light of pigments, graffiti, black label, and nevralgies, in Retour de Guyane he deployed his remarkable poetic powers and analytic essayism to elucidate the contradictions of French colonialism for seemingly the French metropolitan audience, which is to say, for the racial colonizers, not necessarily the racially colonized. As Femi Ohoid, 1993, painfully pointed out, ultimately in Retour de Guyane Damas does not seek decolonization from France. The striking and I would add, most 161. 162. Contradictory aspect of the Domitian viewpoint is that, unlike others of his generation, Damas dares to stand up to the colonizer, demanding that the Antillean be considered as a human being with a particularity craving to exist within the macrocosm of the French and Francophone community. 25. Therefore, in spite of intermittent moments of irony, Damas's argument can be interpreted as explicitly serving the interests of a, however subtly, more muscular and robust, more desirable colonialist practice predicated on Guyanese first-hand knowledge of how to more effectively exploit their country and its long-overlooked resources, particularly its gold. Frequently in Retour de Guyane, Damas's stated anti-colonialist and anti-assimilationist intentions skirt uncomfortably close to a kind of French neocolonialism under the auspices of the French Guyanese that betrays the 25-year-old's overarching argument. In essence, Damas ultimately systematically analyzes the deficiencies of French colonialism, not to bolster and further develop nascent Negritude-style decolonization, but in order to convince the French metropolitan audience of the economic interests they have in further developing their ancienne colonie, former colony, and now nouveau département d'outre-mer, new overseas department. It is dangerous that a power like France, nearly specifically colonial, well-equipped and with plenty of capital, has still not created anything in French Guiana but a penal colony, Damas 2003, 28. 9. All that being said, although the perennial Negritude critique of cultural alienation is particularly pronounced in Retour de Guyana, it is in fact subsidiary or, rather, incidental in light of Damas's recommendations to the French with regard to their ancienne colony. It is in this sense that no matter what we walk away from Retour de Guyana with, when viewed purely from the perspective of Domitian Negritude, à la the interpretation provided in the previous chapter, when placed within the wider discursive world of the broader Negritude movement and Africana intellectual tradition, it reemerges as a text that can be characterized as a relatively conflicted piece of neocolonial, almost pro-colonial propaganda offered up by an indigenous informant with a healthy helping of cultural critique for the delectation of the French colonizers. Damas provides the French colonizers with recommendations for an upgraded, more rational exploitation of their long-neglected colony on page after page of Retour de Guyana. Even though Damas's analysis of Guyanese alienation, as discussed in the previous chapter, is conceptually complex and discursively diverse, his recommendations invariably neglect to address the question of exactly who would benefit from his proposed, shall we say, Guyanese economic miracle based on the rational exploitation of Guyana's gold deposits. Everything for gold and gold for everything, should such an extraordinary situation ever actually materialize. Comparatively speak 162. 163. While Damas's seemingly far-fetched solution to the underdevelopment of France's Vieilles colonies is not one whit less technocratic than Césaire's solution via his advocation of la loi de départementalisation, the obvious difference between the two initiatives rests on the somewhat simple fact that the latter was explicitly and systematically elucidated in the interests of the racially colonized, the wretched of the earth, of France's Vieilles colonies. The fact of the matter is that in Retour de Guyana Damas quite simply, and rather ironically, does not make a clear distinction between the rational exploitation of Guyana in the interests of the French and the rational exploitation of Guyana in the interests of the Guyanese. As discussed in the preceding chapter, although Damas called for intense economic development in the name of the wretched of the earth in French Guyana, stating when they will have made French assimiles out of 600,000 Negroes, they will not have made the exiled return home, they will not have resuscitated those that die of hunger, they will not even have given decent clothing to the future assimiles, apart from an indistinct and far-flung trickle-down effect, readers of Retour de Guyana are hard-pressed to see how the unmitigated resource exploitation he recommended would benefit anyone but a few wealthy, and in all probability non-Guyanese, if not outright French, or, at the least, Francophilic, financiers. For Damas, cultural assimilation is impossible, and political assimilation is irrelevant. Instead, he reductively focuses on the exclusively economic aspects of the transformation of French colonialism, observing before thinking about political assimilation, the generous minds of the metropole had better commit themselves to making economic integration a reality. 130. Seeming to play directly into the hands of those critics who charge Negritude with political naivete, in Retour de Guyana Damas repeatedly bowed before the objective facts of French colonialism to invoke a vague common sense that commands his readers, not to imagine a genuinely decolonized political and economic future for Guyana, but instead first of all, as he exclaimed, to try to rationally apply an already existing system, that is to say, a variant of French colonialism, which had been the existing system in Guyana since 1604, 140. In the final analysis, it would seem that the only goal that interested Damas was that we must, at the lowest possible cost, create jobs that earn as much as possible, as quickly as possible. 144. As with any political program predicated on a criteria of welfare and economic expediency rigidly subordinated, the conclusions Damas came to in Retour de Guyana were virtually inevitable, and what is most telling is the fact that he had the integrity-filled audacity to unapologetically and unequivocally state it outright in the firmest words he could find: we have to rape this earth to extract human life from it. 152. his readers might be hard-pressed to decipher whether Damas is drawing. 163. 164. From Negritudist, Marxist, Leninist, Stalinist, or capitalist discourse by the time they come to the end of Retour de Guyane, because of his utilization of a cold and calculated, perhaps even pure, logic of productionist violence that simultaneously, however surreptitiously, delays decolonization while justifying and rationalizing sacrifice in the name of a Guyanese-sanctioned kind of neocolonial economic progress. With a shrewdness that is liable to make any self-respecting humanist, let alone Marxist humanist, shudder, Damas once again, with tongue-in-cheek concluded, those who work to tame the Niger know how many bones the monster devours each year. 153. Césaire's discourse on departmentalization stands in stark contrast to Damas's impassioned rejection of assimilation in favor of an unbridled economic exploitation of the French colony's natural resources. When viewed from the perspective of Cæsarian negritude, there is a sense in which departmentalization can be reinterpreted as a dissident movement on the part of the Antillean intelligentsia. Spearheading the departmentalization movement, Césaire and his comrades' call for impartial juridical equality of France's Vieilles colonies was not simply aimed at the metropole, but was in equal parts directed at the white bec elites, the white settler colonialist elites, of the Antilles. As Césaire recollected in a 1985 interview. In 1945, when it was time to transform Martinique into a French department, the Becs were against it. The local civil servants, above all, were in favor, since they wanted the same salary and the same advantages as the civil servants of French origin. The workers hoped to get the better salaries and the benefit of the same social laws as did workers in the metropole. The only ones against assimilation were the Becs, who hid behind economic arguments, but they didn't dare oppose the movement in favor of departmentalization, because it was a very widespread movement. Césaire cited in William 1997, 319. The primary goal of the departmentalization movement was to weaken the economic stranglehold of the Bec landowners by subjecting the autocratic character of their actions to an open and objective, unambiguously egalitarian rule of law. Even though in actual practice the departmentalization law as advanced on March 19, 1946, has undoubtedly fallen short of its high democratic ideals and intense emphasis on egalitarianism, it eventually came to offer a lever of intervention for sujets français d'outre-mer, overseas French subjects. In other words, la loi de departementalisation ultimately provided sujets français d'outre-mer with a strict and neutral, i.e., free from or beyond Bec tyranny, measure that enabled France's former colonial subjects and now acknowledged citoyens français, French citizens, to force the French government live up to its laws according to the rules and regulations of its own hallowed constitution, however reticently and gradually. 164. 165. Established on the core principles of La Déclaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, the fact of the matter is that the constitutions of both the Third and Fourth Republics provided colonial subjects with a universal norm, not as a far-flung abstraction, but as the immanent content and normative structure of the social, political, and cultural system that had long discriminated against its overseas citizens. This kind of rule-based critique of the shortcomings of the French government has been carried over into modern French dissidence, and may go far to demonstrate the continued reach and relevance of the politics, not merely the aesthetics and poetics, of the Negritude movement, and Cæsarian negritude in particular. From the perspective of Cæsarian negritude, it is the system itself that incessantly authorizes its own critique, if that system is to remain open and egalitarian, and if such a system seeks to live up to the lofty words of La Déclaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen. Césaire's discourse on departementalisation adduced the radical egalitarianism of 1789 and 1848 that founded the French Republic with the express intent of successfully forcing the post-war French government to play by the rules of its own political game. Taking an alternate route away from Damas's deep grounding in the Africana intellectual tradition, especially the Harlem and Haitian Renaissances, Césaire was unambiguous about the ways in which key aspects of his political theory and praxis was grounded in the radical egalitarianism of 1789 and 1848 that established the French Republic. For instance, in a provocative speech he delivered on March 3, 1950, he audaciously invoked the 1789 Law Déclaration des droits de l'homme et du citoyen, core concepts of which had been readopted in the 1946 Constitution, then brazenly asked his audience, what liberty exists for the citizen if he cannot say what he thinks, for example, about an unjust criminal war, about a plundering war that he regards as undermining the nation's interest, as is the case of the Vietnam War. Cited in Hale 1978, 320. Similarly, in a September 1958 speech delivered on the occasion of French author and statesman André Malraux's ministerial visit to Martinique, Césaire reaffirmed that his fidelity to France was guided by and exactly aligned with the radical republicanism of Maximilien Robespierre, Henry Grégoire, Victor Schœlcher, and Victor Hugo. Typically it would be misguided and a sure sign of political naivete to interpret a member of a majority parliamentary party as a dissident, but Césaire's dissidence played itself out in much the same manner as that of any other dissident. As with generation after generation of economically exploited and marginalized Martiniquans since 1848, for Césaire in 1946 the distinct Martiniquan tradition of dissidence entailed appealing to the core principles of the French Republic in order to denounce 165, 166, and circumvent the particularist, anti-humanist, and anti-democratic dimensions inherent in French colonial policy. 10. Consequently, departementalization, as conceived of by Césaire and from within the framework of Césairian negritude, must be understood, not in opposition to decolonization, or even some sort of alternative to decolonization, but as decolonization, as a discursive formation and discursive practice of decolonization, as unequivocally indicative of the evolution of the discourse on decolonization during the interwar and immediate post-war period. Obviously, Césaire's discourse on departementalization was not necessarily communist in any orthodox or purist sense as much as it was incredibly Hegelian, if not in some respects Habermasian, in its ultimate aim. Rather than an incremental or gradual withering away of the state, Césaire envisioned the rationalization of the state instead. With that being said, Césaire and the other architects of departementalization neither assailed colonization based on a simple psychological/cultural quest for disalienation, nor via the means of a Manichaean vilification of the French colonizer. Much more, and in accord with both the Jacobin tradition of the French Revolution and the Black Jacobin tradition of the Haitian Revolution, Césaire and his comrades labored to legislate decolonization imminently as a deeply democratic, unapologetically egalitarian political program and anti-colonial policy. They ardently endeavored to counteract the long-standing quasi-universal structural tendency to concentrate political power in the hands of the Beck-Antillean oligarchy. Therefore, the litmus test of any true decolonization would be the degree to which it adequately eliminated the juridical arbitrariness of the metropolitan mandate, and to replace the angst and alienation of white settler sovereignty with egalitarian political institutions and democratic social structures that more holistically actualize the unmediated multicultural, multiracial, and trans-ethnic identity of the citizen and state. When interpreted from within the framework of Césairian negritude, whether or not a former French colony is labeled independent or a nation is in many senses inconsequential or, at the very least, it carries very little weight considering Césaire's interpretation and articulation of the process of authentic decolonization. As a matter of fact, and as will be discussed in detail in Chapter 5, in many instances, as Fanon emphasized in The Wretched of the Earth and Toward the African Revolution, the Vieilles colonies' struggle for independence might more factually be apprehended as mere radical rhetoric and demagogy, a racial romanticist and pseudo-nationalist diversion that takes important socio-political and cultural energy and attention away from the real, concrete problem of confirming the constituent power of all citizens, including sujets français d'outre-mer, overseas French subjects, if, indeed, it is not connected to the 166. 167. Concretization, to the actualization of the aforementioned unmediated multicultural, multiracial, and trans-ethnic identities of the evolving citizenry and state. Césaire understood, as Fanon would in the aftermath of discourse on colonialism, true or, rather, authentic decolonization has very little to do with semantics and more to do with bona fide anti-racist and anti-colonialist socio-political transformation in the interests of France's vieilles colonies, as opposed to the neo-colonialist, often outright imperialist, policies and programs of post-war France. None of this negates or in any way expunges the fact that many, perhaps most, of the so-called decolonized and independent vieilles colonies since the 1960s have become even more colonized by new forms of colonialism, neocolonialism, by the vicissitudes of global capitalism, by North Atlantic military hegemony, militarism, and by endemic indebtedness to the World Bank, indebtment, than they ever were prior to their simultaneously nominal decolonization and nominal independence. No matter what our thoughts are on departmentalization from the vantage point of the evolution of the discourse on decolonization in the 21st century, no matter what we perceive to be its wholesale failures and half-finished processes, it can be considered an act of decolonization if, and only if, we understand it to have brought the political institutions and social systems of the vieilles colonies demonstrably and materially from the margins to the center of the purview of a universal, as opposed to a racially or ethnically particular, rule of law and order actually predicated on the much-lauded motto of the French Revolution, liberté, égalité, fraternité. In other words, departmentalization was a distinct process and program of decolonization if it, in fact, established a rule of law and order unapologetically oriented toward the cultivation of liberté, égalité, fraternité in the interests of not only la métropole française, the French métropole, but also the départements et territoires d'outre-mer, French overseas departments and territories. It is the continual creation of men, Césaire announced in 1972, which constitutes the nation, a creation whose crystallization always provisional because culture is living permits the identification of a distinct collective personality, Césaire cited in Josse 1997, 349. Similar to Damas, from his earliest publications forward, Césaire consistently affirmed that the distinct humanity and ever-evolving culture of the racially colonized could not be achieved by the erasure of local and regional particularisms, by the excising of the aforementioned unmediated multicultural, multiracial, and trans-ethnic identities of sujets français d'outre-mer in a quest to secure a pseudo-universal, faux French national and international unity through assimilation. Contrary to the claims of several of his critics, Césaire did not suggest that this, shall we say, singularity of the 167, 168 racially colonized was ensconced in some spurious, neo-mythical nativist lost history and heritage eagerly awaiting its cultural rediscovery and reclamation. Instead, Césaire seems to have clearly understood the singularity of the racially colonized from the very beginning as avenir, upcoming, as apparaître, forthcoming, as développement, developing, and drawing from and contributing to the incessant deconstruction and reconstruction of Africanite based on the mediation of universal, not exclusively French, norms and the particular existential, situational, local, and cultural contingencies of the racially colonized and their distinct life, words and life struggles. For Césaire, seemingly simultaneously prefiguring and invoking Senghor's civilization of the universal, which will be discussed in detail in the subsequent chapter, the actual intention of negritude, of decolonization and of departmentalization is neither assimilation nor narrow-minded nationalism, but an unambiguous and unapologetic confrontation of colonialism and assimilationism, whether put into play by bec bourgeois assimilationists, colonialists or black bourgeois assimilationists. Colonialists, with the ultimate aim of bringing into being a real radical humanism fundamentally founded on the mottos of the French and Haitian revolutions, liberté, égalité, fraternité. In the French imperial nation-state, 2005, Gary Wilder revealed that Césaire, much like the radicals of both the Harlem and Haitian Renaissances, placed a particular emphasis on the youth in his discourse on decolonization and quest to ultimately achieve not merely racial authenticity and cultural specificity, but genuine respect for human diversity, especially with regard to the wretched of the earth, through real radical humanism. Césaire therefore calls on black youth to emancipate themselves by struggling on three fronts: against assimilating colonizers, against other blacks who support assimilation, and against their own impulse to assimilate. His program for claiming racial authenticity is presented through existential aphorisms: to truly live, you must remain yourself, to be yourself requires action, and emancipation is action and creation. But despite his call to embrace racial particularity, Césaire does not abandon a conception of universality. He argues that by expressing their particular colonial experience, black writers will contribute to universal life, the humanization of humanity. His polemic against assimilation and insistence on natural racial differences thus concludes with a universal vision of racial humanism. 188. In Untimely Vision, Aimé Césaire, Decolonization, Utopia, 2009, Wilder went even further to argue that Césaire's departmentalization program was emblematic of a distinct political logic of emancipation without national independence in the period of decolonization, circa 1945 to 1962, 104. In stark contrast to Fanon's conception of decolonization as national independence, Wilder contended that Césaire's departmentalization Pro 168. 169. Graham may be read as politically untimely and strategic utopian engagements with the complex problem of colonial freedom. As representative of Martinique in the French Assembly, Césaire put into play an experimental process of political liberation that was based as much on the French intellectual and political tradition, example Maximilien Robespierre, Henry Grégoire, Victor Schouelcher, and Victor Hugo, etc., as it was on the Africana intellectual and political tradition, example the Haitian Revolution, New Negro Movement, Harlem Renaissance, and Haitian Renaissance, etc. Arguably one of the most glaring discursive deficiencies of Wilder's work is his unflinching focus on the principle of freedom and Césaire's departmentalization program as a historically situated engagement with the refractory problem of freedom, instead of the concrete struggle for the actual equality of all citizens and departments et territoires d'outre-mer residing under the laws of the French Republic, 107. Wilder did, however, correctly observe that departmentalization was merely a time-sensitive and temporary tactic for Césaire. Césaire's support for departmentalization was a pragmatic response to a given historical conjuncture. He regarded total and immediate integration with France as the surest route to substantive freedom for Antillean peoples, given their poor and weak status within an imperial world system. If historical conditions changed or if integration failed, a new arrangement would have to be pursued. He thus imagined departmentalization to be a self-surpassing project. For him, the 1946 law was a constitutional act, a founding legal initiative that derived from and would radically alter the form of the imperial nation-state by creating a citizenship that built on the imperial history that had bound metropolitan and Antillean populations together within an interdependent entity. Departmentalization was as much a utopian as it was a pragmatic project. According to Césaire's vision, it contained an internal logic that would lead from formal legal liberty to substantive socio-economic independence to significant social reorganization within the Antilles. The dynamic process of integrating former colonies into the unitary republic would also require that the French nation-state itself be reconfigured. Césaire's vision may be read as guided by a timely critique of current conditions. Yet it was also an untimely challenge to the Fourth Republic, which worked to maintain France as an imperial power, as well as to the dominant current of revolutionary decolonization, whose presumed telos was national independence. It was both a strategic intervention into an existing political field and a utopian anticipation of a phantasmatic post-colonial order that did not yet exist. 107 to 108. Many have misunderstood César's departmentalization program because they have failed to fully comprehend that departmentalization was ultimately a self-surpassing project. César never meant it to last forever. 169. 170. But advocated and legislated it as the surest route to substantive freedom for Antillean peoples, given their poor and weak status within an imperial world system in the immediate post-war period. Going back to the notion that with departmentalization César put into play an experimental process of political liberation that could more or less be considered a precursor to true decolonization, departmentalization may be alternatively interpreted as César's effort to explore, as he put it, the conditions of emancipation. In his 1956 preface to French anarcho-communist author Daniel Guérin's Les Antilles décolonisées, César clearly articulated that the dynamic process motivating France's Antillean colonies toward national consciousness and national independence is a politics of principle propelled by the idea of equality and the increasing realization prise de conscience of the conditions of emancipation, César cited in Guérin 1956, 2. Furthermore, even before his preface to Les Antilles décolonisées, in a 1951 speech commemorating the birth of Victor Schœlcher, César strongly stressed that freedom was essentially secondary to the principle of equality, stating, Victor Schœlcher's greatness was to not have been satisfied to ask for freedom for all, but to have discovered that equality was freedom's natural complement, César cited in Hale 1978, 337. It would seem that in César's actual articulation of departmentalization it emphatically was not, as Wilder put it above, a utopian anticipation of a phantasmatic post-colonial order that did not yet exist, but more accurately a historically situated and singular political sequence and struggle, a decolonialist process and program, both determined and, in many instances, overdetermined by the existential specificities, incessant angst, and ongoing economic exploitation of the last gasps of French colonialism in post-war Martinique in particular, and the Antilles in general. All that being said, the truth of the matter is that by the 1950s César came to understand departmentalization as an utter failure desperately in need of negation in favor of authentic Martiniquan political autonomy. Even still he never faltered in his defense of la loi de departementalisation in and of itself as a transient legalistic promotion of Martiniquan politicization and modernization, as well as broader Antillean singularization, via the very processes made possible through the historical and political extension of radical republican universal rights arising out of the French Revolution of 1789. In a world in which communities cling to all that can particularize them, personify them, authenticate them in their own eyes, César audaciously announced to de Gaulle's Minister of Information, André Malraux, in 1958, "Our concern is to do this so that our Martiniquan people will not be the simple witness to its own history," César cited in William 1997, 326. César was not content to watch the radical changes taking place in post-war France from 170. 171. The sidelines, as some sort of political spectator or francophilic interloper. On the contrary, he indefatigably sought to move Martinique and the other Antillean territories from the margin to the center, or, at the least, closer to the center, of French politics from the immediate post-war period forward. Consequently, the historically situated and time-sensitive nature of César's departmentalization program must be borne in mind in any authentic assessment of his contributions to the discourse on decolonization. There is a sense in which César's articulation of departmentalization was Robespierrist, i.e., à la Maximilien Robespierre, in that it progressed from the articulation and application of universal norms of equality and of democratic participation and representation to arrive at the forms and praxis with the greatest potential to realize the said democratic participation and representation within a given context, in this case, the context of France's vieilles colonies in transition to Départements et territoires d'outre-mer to authentically decolonized and authentically independent nation-states with diplomatic relations with the former French metropole. As a consequence, the departmentalization process, as conceived by Césaire, was inferential in its course of action, and essentially a politics of principle, an ethics predicated on shared French Antillean ideals. Similar to Robespierre, virtually every intervention Césaire advanced in the French Assembly was aimed at equal application of the radical republicanism of the French Revolution to all French citizens and former colonial subjects. 11. We ask for the application of French law, the law, and nothing but the law, not a measure of exception, Césaire openly and unapologetically declared, Césaire cited in Hale 1978, 348. Based on a paucity of propositions, Robespierre had proceeded to investigate the great consequences of forcing principles, Césaire cited in William 1997, 292. Analogously, Césaire proceeded in a similar fashion. Césairian negritude, if not negritude more broadly speaking, offered a criterion for radical political action and transgressive transnationalism that was predicated on particular historical experiences of racial colonization and racial capitalist exploitation, and this radical political action and transgressive transnationalism was always and ever guided au compass de la souffrance, with the compass of suffering, to borrow a famous phrase from Césaire's Cahiers d'un retour au pays natal. Césaire's departmentalization program was never meant to answer the question, how do we further assimilate and continue the Frenchification of ourselves and our culture? Instead, Césaire's theory and praxis of departmentalization was aimed at answering the more pertinent question, at least from the perspective of the wretched of the earth, what is the best socio-political system and diplomatic relations that will enable France's vieilles colonies to develop to their fullest potential and highest level, as they solemnly 171. 172. Put into play a decolonization/defrenchification program and unapologetically embrace re-Africanization, Africanite, and Antillanite. Interestingly, an argument could be made that in the aftermath of the opening salvo of Césairian negritude, it was Frantz Fanon who, utilizing Césairian negritude as one of his primary intellectual and political points of departure, provided viable solutions to the problems and pitfalls of decolonization in general, and defrenchification in particular. Almost as a prelude to our more detailed discussion of Fanonian negritude, or, rather, Fanon's neo-negritude, in Chapter 5, the ensuing section will be briefly devoted to the ways in which Césairian negritude furnished Fanon with a political and philosophical foundation on which to develop his celebrated discourse on radical disalienation and revolutionary decolonization. Which is also to say, the following section shifts the discourse from a discussion of arguably one of the most distinctive features of the initial articulation of Césairian negritude, his advocation and implementation of la loi de departementalisation and emphasis on an experimental process of socio-political liberation, to the ways in which Césaire's negritude influenced almost unquestionably the Negritude movement's most noted intellectual and political heir. Césairian negritude and the origins of Fanonism. Aime Césaire's influence on Frantz Fanon. Aime Césaire's influence on Frantz Fanon is, quite simply, immeasurable and, seemingly, ubiquitous throughout the Fanonian corpus. Although he would always be able to cite from memory long passages from Cahiers d'un retour au pays natal and Césaire's other poems, David Macy observed in Frantz Fanon, a biography, 2000, Fanon's attitude towards Césaire and the negritude with which he is associated was complex and ambivalent, and would change considerably between their first encounters and the publication of Peau Noire, Masques Blancs Black Skin, White Masks in 1952, 70. When Césaire, who had failed to pass his agrégation, a civil service competitive examination for most positions in the French public education system after 3 years at the Lycée Louis Legrand and 4 years at École Normale Supérieure in Paris, returned to Martinique in 1939, taking up a teaching post at Lycée Victor Schouelcher. A 14-year-old Frantz Fanon was one of his precocious and impressionable students, 67. However, Césaire's influence on Fanon was not quarantined to the intellectual arena, but eventually exerted itself on Fanon's burgeoning radical political development as well. For instance, Fanon's earliest post-war political activities can be linked to Césaire and, as the highly regarded Ghanaian Po 172. 173. Political scientist Immanuel Hansen noted in his groundbreaking study, Frantz Fanon, Social and Political Thought, 1977, although here is no evidence that Fanon was at this time circa 1946 sympathetic to the communist cause. He was more interested in the cultural nationalism of Césaire. His participation in the campaign activities of Aimé Césaire was very instructive. 27. Further exploring Fanon's intellectual and political relationship with Césaire, the British intellectual historian David Cott in Frantz Fanon, 1970, contended, Fanon took his lead from Césaire. 15. Cott continued. Fanon's first debt was to Aimé Césaire, and particularly to his masterpieces Cahiers d'un retour au pays natal, Return to My Native Land, and Discours sur le colonialisme, Discourse on Colonialism. In Fanon's view, Césaire had virtually single-handedly fostered the spirit of black pride in the people of the Antilles. 17-18. Fanon, as anyone who has ever perused the pages of Black Skin, White Masks shall surely tell you, was extremely enamored with Césaire. So much so, that he bemoaned the fact that more intellectuals of African descent did not turn to him, i.e., Césaire, for their inspiration. Fanon 1967, 187. Césaire, in many senses, provided Fanon with an anomalous anti-colonial political education that would, by the time of the writing of The Wretched of the Earth, translate itself into a full-blown praxis promoting critical theory of decolonization. Besides, and, to a certain extent, beyond literally providing Fanon with political education no matter how flawed upon critical reflection, Césaire contributed the concept of black consciousness, or, black pride, as Cott would have it, to Fanon's critical theory of the racial colonial world. This spirit of black pride that Césaire is reported to have fostered in Antillians has been commented upon by several of Fanon's biographers as having an intellectual life-altering effect on him and his thinking. 13. Fanon's crucial years between his discharge from the French army and his higher education in France were both intellectually and politically pivotal, and Césaire's centrality during this period of his development cannot be overstated. Fanon did not merely engage the thoughts and texts of Césaire. Much more, Fanon, ever the radical, willing unerringly to act on his ideas and couple his passion with politics, participated at the behest of his elder brother, Joby, in Césaire's 1946 campaign, under the auspices of the French Communist Party, for the prime ministership of Martinique. C.J. Fanon 2004-2014. In Fanon, The Revolutionary as Prophet, 1971, Peter Geismar, one of Fanon's first critical biographers, revealingly wrote, Frantz and Joby Fanon based their hopes for a better society on Aimé Césaire, then running as the Communist Party's parliamentary candidate from Martinique. 173. 174. In the first election of the Fourth Republic, Césaire had been at the head of a group of intellectual refugees from the Antilles who put out their own review in Paris, Legitime Defense, with articles dissecting all aspects of Caribbean colonial society. Earlier than Fanon, he despaired of these islands where the blacks treated each other as dirty niggers. Martinique, he said, was the bastard of Europe and Africa, dripping with self-hatred. Yet he returned to seek a political solution to the cultural desolation. The communists, Césaire felt, could begin to renovate Martinique's economic infrastructure, a more healthy society might develop. That Frantz Fanon worked for Césaire's election in 1946 indicates not that the former was a confirmed Marxist at this early time. Fanon was but 21 years old, or a revolutionary, but only that Fanon felt that things were not quite as perfect as they might be within the French Republic, or in Martinique. Still, this first political endeavor was instructive. He began to think about the mechanics of social change. The 1946 excursion, which had originally been planned so that they could listen to the fine oratory of Césaire, and aid him when possible, led to quite different patterns of thought. 14, 40-41. Geismar related that Césaire, and this should be emphasized, sought a political solution to the Antillean problems of dirty niggerhood and cultural desolation. 15. Césaire was not merely a theorist, or some sort of armchair revolutionary promoting negritude, a new black consciousness, and la loi de departementalisation. Much more, he was one of its greatest practitioners. Negritude, as too few academics and activists have acknowledged, was not simply a theory of return, or cultural recuperation, or nativism, as some have consistently charged. 16. Quite the contrary, negritude, in the heads, hearts, and hands of Aimé Césaire, Léopold Senghor and Léon Damas, was a theory that encompassed and engaged trans-African aesthetics, politics, economics, history, psychology, culture, philosophy, and society. 17. Negritude was a theory that promoted praxis toward the end of transforming the aforementioned aspects of African life worlds in the best interests of persons of African descent in their specific colonial, neocolonial, and/or post-colonial circumstances. Negritude, and it perhaps would be hard to overstate it, was the very foundation upon which Frantz Fanon developed his discourse on disalienation and decolonization, as will be discussed in detail in Chapter 5. However, even at this early age, which is to say, at 21, Fanon was not an uncritical disciple of Césairian negritude. It was Joby, Fanon's elder brother, who awakened him to the weaknesses of Césaire's campaign by emphasizing the problems and serious pitfalls of social and political mobilization on a racial colonial island such as Martinique. According to Joby, the major flaw of Césaire's campaign was that he never succeeded in reaching the peasants and the countryside. E. Hansen. 174. 175. 1977, 27. Césaire's cultural nationalism smacked of the very vanguardism and top-down tactics of continental African colonial aristocrats and bourgeois bureaucrats that Fanon would take to task several years later in The Wretched of the Earth. What is important here to observe is that it was Joby, not Frantz, who insisted on the peasantry's involvement in Martiniquan politics. He accented the irony of a militant black Marxist such as Césaire overlooking, perhaps, the most downtrodden on the island, the racially colonized peasantry and rural folk, all the while espousing communism, workers' rights, and radical economic reform via la loi de departementalisation. As will be discussed in greater detail in Chapter 5, by the time Fanon wrote The Wretched of the Earth, his concept of decolonization not only included the racially colonized proletariat, but also the racially colonized lumpenproletariat, the landless peasants, and the mass of the country people. Here, we can see that even from his first exposure to Césairian negritude, Fanon developed a dialectical rapport and critical relationship with it, and that he also, very early in his political life, began the practice of appropriating aspects of others' arguments, synthesizing them with contrasting concepts, and then pushing them to their extreme, at times dialectically redeveloping them in ways their inventors may have never fully fathomed. As with his brother's critique of Césaire's 1946 campaign, it can be said that Fanon appropriated much from Césaire, and especially his seminal text, Discourse on Colonialism. Aimé Césaire's critique of colonialism and assimilationism. When Fanon wrote, in The Wretched of the Earth, decolonization is always a violent phenomenon, he knew, as he had illustrated as far back as his essays in El Mujahid and A Dying Colonialism, that in Discourse on Colonialism, Césaire 1972, Césaire had passionately and polemically argued that no one colonizes innocently, that no one colonizes with impunity either, that a nation which colonizes, that a civilization which justifies colonization and therefore force is already a sick civilization. A civilization that is morally diseased, that irresistibly, progressing from one consequence to another, one repudiation to another, calls for its Hitler, its punishment, 17-18. The force that Césaire wrote of above is none other than outright, naked violence. The colonizers literally force, through violent and other means, the natives to relinquish their lives, lands, and labor. This is a tale told many times over all throughout Africa, the Americas, the Caribbean, Asia, and Australia. However, as often as the tale has been told, few theorists involved in the discourse. 175. 176. On decolonization have explored the legitimacy and validity of retribution, that is, punishment for evil done or reward for good done, to the depth and with the piercing precision of aim. Césaire. 18. In stating that a civilization which justifies colonization is already a sick civilization, a civilization that is morally diseased, and, then, invoking retributive justice through punishment, Césaire cuts to the chase, if you will. He wishes to make it known, to the colonized and oppressed otherwise, that the colonial world, an immoral world, an unethical world, an irreligious world, yearns for, and demands violence. The violence of the weak. The violence of revolutionary action, Césaire 1972, 28, 34. The revolutionary action that Césaire claims the colonial situation calls for, is an integral aspect of what he and Fanon term decolonization. For those who would argue that Césaire is a naive nativist, one who simply espoused the radical rhetoric of return or cultural recuperation, it would be prudent to consider his concept of cultural exchange. Corroborating and conceptually connecting with Senghor's Negritude, as we will witness in the following chapter, Césaire, 1995, believed that cultural contacts between divergent civilizations was a good thing, but despised and detested, and rightly so, humanity having been, or currently being, reduced to a monologue where Europe, and Europe alone, speaks. 200. He sternly stated, I admit that it is a good thing to place different civilizations in contact with each other, that it is an excellent thing to blend different worlds, that whatever its own particular genius may be, a civilization that withdraws into itself atrophies, that for civilizations, exchange is oxygen, that the great good fortune of Europe is to have been a crossroads, and that because it was the locus of all ideas, the receptacle of all philosophies, the meeting place of all sentiments, it was the best center for the redistribution of energy. But, then I ask the following question, has colonization really placed civilizations in contact? Or, if you prefer, of all the ways of establishing contact, was it the best? I answer no. Between colonization and civilization there is an infinite distance, that out of all the colonial expeditions that have been undertaken, out of all the colonial statutes that have been drawn up, out of all the memoranda that have been dispatched by all the ministries, there could not come a single human value. 200 to 201, all emphasis in original. Césaire supported cultural exchange and the placing of civilizations in contact with one another. What he did not agree with, however, was the colonization and economic exploitation of one social, political, and/or cultural group by another. Hence, here his comments point to a distinct anti-colonial conception of self-determination. Domination, whether colonialist or capitalist, or both, demands revolutionary action, and this action, as stated above, has been designated, defined, and described as the process, ES, and program, S, of decolonization. 176. 177. Fanon's conception of decolonization, what Hansen, 1977, 27, has termed revolutionary decolonization, is inscrutable without linking it to Césaire's discourse on colonialism. Césaire's emphasis on not simply decolonization, but self-determination and African consciousness were appropriated by Fanon and, as was Fanon's custom, synthesized with contrasting anti-colonial concepts, including Sartre's critiques of capitalism and colonialism, and then boldly belabored to their extreme. 19. Just as he had done with Joby's critique of Césaire's 1946 campaign, which would also impact his thinking in The Wretched of the Earth, Fanon took Césaire's discourse on colonialism and Africanized it and, even more, he dialectically deepened and further discursively developed its revolutionary dimension, s. But, Césaire's discourse on colonialism was actually an extension of his distinct discourse on negritude, a discourse to which we now turn. Aimé Césaire is reported to have coined the term negritude in 1939, although in a number of interviews he asserted that the word was actually a collective creation of his circle of friends. Regardless of how the word came into being or precisely who coined it or first uttered it, Gregson Davis, 1997, enthusiastically declared, "The form of the new lexeme marvelously embodies what we have been calling the tension between assimilationist and counter-assimilationist worldviews." 12. On the one hand, the last syllable of the word negritude is formed by analogy with Latin-derived abstract nouns ending in the suffix tudo. On the other hand, the syllable nigre, although ultimately derived from the Latin niger, black, in a value-neutral sense, had come close to acquiring, in French, the semantic cargo of a racial slur, à la nigre in French and nigger in English. Consequently, the very form and conceptual characteristics of the word negritude is redolent both of its author's classroom instruction in Greek and Latin and of his subversive resistance to the process of unexamined cultural assimilation. Bearing this in mind, the word negritude is a perfect sign for its erudite author's double loyalty to European paradigms and black consciousness. 12. Césaire first used the word negritude in his long prose poem Notebook of a Return to the Native Land, Cahiers d'un retour au pays natal. 20. Jean-Paul Sartre, André Breton, and a host of others have argued that Césaire's Notebook is the quintessential revolutionary negritude poem, and that his call to Caribbean people to rediscover their African roots was simultaneously seminal, radical, evocative, and abstruse. Fanon famously asserted in West Indians and Africans, in Toward the African Revolution, 1969. Until 1939 the West Indian lived, thought, dreamed. We have shown this in black skin, white masks, composed poems, wrote novels exactly as a white man would have done. We understand now why it was not possible for him, as for the African poets, to sing the Black Knight, the Black Woman with Pink. 177. 178. Heels. Before Césaire, West Indian literature was a literature of Europeans. The West Indian identified himself with the white man, adopted a white man's attitude, was a white man. 26. Césaire's poem created a scandal, Fanon gleefully recalled, because Césaire was an educated black. Indeed, he had been educated at the legendary Lycée Louis Legrand and the esteemed École Normale Supérieure, and educated blacks simply did not want to be black, they wanted to be white, and absurdly thought of themselves and their work as white and / or contributions to European culture and civilization. I am, of course, using the word civilization here in an extremely sardonic sense. Especially considering the conundrum of a supposed civilization that racially colonizes and decimates non-European or, rather, non-white cultures and civilizations. In fact, as Fanon observed in several of his studies, black intellectuals have long lived in a make-believe bourgeois world of their own, rejected by the white world, and relentlessly rejecting the black world, a la W.E.B. Du Bois' concept of double consciousness in the souls of black folk and E. Franklin Frazier's analysis in the black bourgeoisie. Césaire sought to return to, and reconnect not only with Caribbean history, culture, and struggle, but with what he understood to be the source of Caribbean history, culture, and struggle, pre-colonial and anti-colonial indigenous, continental, and diasporan African history, culture, and struggle. In what follows, Fanon gives us a sense of how unusual and unique Césaire's critical rediscovery project was in Martinique in particular, and the Caribbean in general, all the while displaying his, i.e., Fanon's, own intense awe and the irony of Césaire's breakthrough and brilliance. For the first time a lycée teacher, a man, therefore, who was apparently worthy of respect, was seen to announce quite simply to West Indian society that it is fine and good to be a Negro. To be sure, this created a scandal. It was said at the time that he was a little mad, and his colleagues went out of their way to give details as to his supposed ailments. What indeed could be more grotesque than an educated man, a man with a diploma, having in consequence understood a good many things, among others that it was unfortunate to be a Negro, proclaiming that his skin was beautiful and that the big black hole was a source of truth. Neither the mulattoes nor the Negroes understood this delirium. The mulattoes because they had escaped from the night, and the Negroes because they aspired to get away from it. 2 centuries of white truth proved this man wrong. He must be mad, for it was unthinkable that he could be right. 21-22. Fanon is careful and critical to note Césare's deconstruction of white truth, which leads us to Jean-Paul Sartre's assertion in Black Orpheus, 2001, that, the revolutionary black is a negation because he wishes to be in. 178. 179. Complete nudity. In order to build his truth, he must first destroy the truth of others. 124. Through Negritude, César seeks to deracinate continental and diasporan Africans' internalization of anti-black racism and Eurocentrism. He knows all too well that blacks have been told time and time again that they are, and have always been uncivilized, unintelligent, primitive, and promiscuous, and with his work, which is to say, his negritude, he strives to counter colonialism and racism by rediscovering and, if need be, creating new anti-imperialist continental and diasporan African values. Césare's deconstruction of white truth and Sartre's contention that the revolutionary black is a negation because he wishes to be in complete nudity, also illustrates Césarian negritude's intense emphasis on decolonization and re-Africanization. When Sartre wrote of nudity, he was acknowledging that part of the Negritude project involves deracination, or stripping or suspending, perhaps in an existential phenomenological sense, blacks of their current conception, of themselves and their life worlds, which has more often than not been diabolically bequeathed to them by the world of white supremacist colonial capitalism. With Notebook of a Return to the Native Land, César introduced several concepts, and 2 in particular, which would later turn out to be central to the discourse on black identity and Africana philosophy, as well as determinant of a new direction in Francofrique/Francofrica, the Francophone and Pan-African production and representation of knowledge about Africa and its diaspora. The 2 core concepts were, first, of course, negritude, and secondly, César's special use, of the word return. Below I will further outline the distinctive characteristics of César's conception of negritude and then develop a discussion of his theory of return before exploring Senghor's articulation of negritude in the ensuing chapter. Aim César's discourse on colonialism, decolonization, defrenchification and contributions to revolutionary negritude. Negritude, according to César, is at once a violent affirmation of Negrohood or Africanite, as Senghor would later phrase it, as well as a struggle against alienation, an awareness of the need for solidarity among blacks, a resistance to the politics of assimilation, a decolonization of consciousness, a reaction of enraged youth, a concrete rather than abstract coming to consciousness, and a search for identity. César 1972, 72-76. Negritude, therefore, from César's point of view, is wide-ranging and grounded in black radical politics and a distinct Pan-African perspective, a purposeful perspective aimed not only at returning to, and reclaiming. 179. 180. Africa but, perhaps more importantly, consciously creating an authentic African or black self in the present. In order to convey both the usable parts of Africa's past and blacks' present intense search for identity, César, 1972, created a new language to more adequately express the new Africana logic, an Antillean French, a black French, un français de Antilles, un français noir, as he contended, 67. In his efforts to create a new language, he demonstrated negritude's connections to surrealism, and also negritude's commitments to revolution, decolonization, and re-Africanization. As Lillian Kestlud, 1991, observed, for César surrealism was synonymous with revolution. If he preferred the former, it was not only because of political censorship, but because he wanted to show that it referred not merely to social reform but to a more radical change aimed at the very depths of individual awareness. 263. 21. With negritude, Césaire deconstructed the French language and attempted to decolonize French Africa, Francofrique/Francofrica, and French Africans, Français Africains. He was adamant about creating a new language to communicate his new logic, Negritude, stating, "I want to emphasize very strongly that while using as a point of departure the elements that French literature gave me, at the same time I have always strived to create a new language, one capable of communicating the African heritage," Césaire cited in Lim 1993, 159. 22 Césairian Negritude, as is made clear by the aforementioned, is rooted in the African heritage, patrimoine africain, that is, in the historicity and cultural specificity of African people, and similar to Domitian Negritude, Senghorian Negritude, and Du Boisian discourse, understands that people of African descent, like all other human groups, have, as Du Bois, 1986, said, a great message for humanity, 820. Césaire, 1984, stated, "Here were things to tell the world. We les théoriciens de la Negritude / the theorists of Negritude were not dazzled by European civilization. We bore the imprint of European civilization, but we thought that Africa could make a contribution to Europe." 54. In Discourse on Colonialism, 1972, Césaire related that European civilization has two major problems to which its existence has given rise, the problem of the proletariat and the colonial problem. 9. Negritude, then, as postulated by Césaire, had the onus of engaging capitalism and colonialism, as well as racism. It was there, located in the locus of the diabolical dialectic of European overdevelopment and African underdevelopment, which is to say, European civilization and African colonization, that Césairian Negritude confronted and contested the howling savagery and barbarity, as Césaire put it, of the negation of civilization. 15, 18. Césaire, 1974, understands European civilization to rest on the colonization of non-Europeans again, their lives, labor, and lands. His Negritude. 180. 181. Was a revolutionary humanist enterprise that was sympathetic to the sufferings of, in his own words, non-European peoples, especially Indians, Hindus, South Sea Islanders, and Africans. 47, 50. Moreover, Césairian Negritude viewed European civilization as a decadent and dying civilization that had undermined non-European civilizations, destroyed countries, ruined nationalities, and extirpated the root of diversity. 51. To combat and counter the global destructiveness of European civilization, Césaire suggested that persons of African descent, working in concert with other racially colonized, exploited, and alienated human beings, rebel against the savagery, barbarity, and brutality of European conquerors, colonizers, and capitalists. He thundered. A pitiless society, at its present stage, is incapable of establishing a concept of the rights of all men, just as it has proved incapable of establishing a system of individual ethics. Which comes down to saying that the salvation of Europe is not a matter of revolution in methods. It is a matter of the revolution, the one which, until such time as there is a classless society, will substitute for the narrow tyranny of a dehumanized bourgeoisie the preponderance of the only class that still has a universal mission, because it suffers in its flesh from all the wrongs of history, from all the universal wrongs, the proletariat. 52. Césaire's Negritude is revolutionary, not because it critically engages and appropriates certain aspects of Marxism, surrealism, and existentialism, but by virtue of the fact that it understands that Marx is all right, but we the enslaved, racially colonized, exploited, and alienated need to complete Marx. Césaire 1972, 70. 23. Just what does Césaire mean, we need to complete Marx? Part of what he is suggesting is that it is important for the simultaneously economically exploited and racially oppressed to come to the uncomfortable conclusion, especially for many non-white Marxists, and black Marxists in particular, that the revolution that Karl Marx envisioned was a war to be waged, not on behalf of a universal proletariat, but on behalf of the proletariat of his, Marx's, time and mind, white, working-class men. 24. Moreover, Marx, unlike Friedrich Engels in The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, rarely wrote a flattering word concerning women. So, women as gender-oppressed and exploited workers were not an integral part of his anti-capitalist theorizations either. 25. Furthermore, it is a known fact that both Marx and Engels believed that the enslavement of people of African descent and the colonization of the colored/non-white world was a necessary evil. 26. For example, in his article The British Rule in India, Marx related to his readers: England, it is true, in causing a social revolution in Hindustan India, was actuated only by the vilest interests, and was stupid in her manner of enforcing. 181. 182. Them. But that is not the question. The question is, can white, working-class male mankind fulfill its destiny without a fundamental revolution in the social state of Asia? If not, whatever may have been the crimes of England, she was the unconscious tool of history in bringing about that revolution. Then, whatever bitterness the spectacle of the crumbling of an ancient world may have for our personal feelings, we have the right, in point of history, to exclaim with Goethe: should this torture then torment us, since it brings us greater pleasure? Were not through the rule of Timur souls devoured without measure? Marx and Engels, 1968, 39. Engels, echoing Marx's pro-colonialism, in an essay titled, Defense of Progressive Imperialism in Algeria, stated with a stark confidence that would have surely made Fanon and the Front de Libération Nationale's blood boil. Upon the whole it is, in our opinion, very fortunate that the Arabian chief Abdelkader has been taken. The struggle of the Bedouins was a hopeless one, and though the manner in which brutal soldiers, like Thomas Robert Bujoud, have carried on the war is highly blamable, the conquest of Algeria is an important and fortunate fact for the progress of European civilization. The conquest of Algeria has already forced the beys of Tunis and Tripoli, and even the Emperor of Morocco, to enter upon the road of European civilization. All these nations of free barbarians look very proud, noble, and glorious at a distance, but only come near them and you will find that they, as well as the more civilized nations, are ruled by the lust of gain, and only employ ruder and more cruel means. And after all, the modern European bourgeois, with civilization, industry, order, and at least relative enlightenment following him, is preferable to the feudal lord or to the marauding robber, with the barbarian state of society to which they belong. Marx and Engels, 1989, 450-451. What should be taken note of and emphasized here, and this extends well beyond colonial India and Algeria to the rest of the racially colonized, i.e., non-European/non-white, world, is the disconcerting fact that neither Marx nor Engels compassionately considered the howling savagery and hypocrisy, the barbarity and brutality that European racial colonial rule wreaked upon the wretched of the earth. Moreover, the writings of both Marx and Engels attest to the fact that European imperialist expansion, that is to say, the violent racial colonial conquest of the non-European/non-white world, has been, and continues to be carried out precisely as Fanon, 1968, forewarned it must be if the oppressive and exploitative divide between the 182. 183. Colonized and the colonizer, the racially ruled and the racial rulers, is to remain, by dint of a great array of bayonets and cannons. 36. Caesarean negritude, similar to Du Boisism, Fanonism, and Cabralism, understands that the globalization of European civilization presupposes and is grounded on the systematic destruction of non-European civilizations. Serequaberhan, 1994, 61. When and where Marx exonerates British or European rule in India, or any other non-European continent or country, and when and where Engels advocates progressive imperialism in Algeria, as if imperialism in any form could be genuinely progressive, is precisely when and where Césaire, Damas, Fanon, and Cabral, among many other black radicals, move away from Marx's and Marxist Eurocentrism and white supremacism. 27 In contradistinction to the revolutionary rhetoric of the white Marxists, communists and socialists alike, who have historically produced empty page after page of promises to racialized and colonized people, Caesarean negritude, a negritude of and in action, knows that the emancipation of the Negro consists of more than just political freedom. Caesarean negritude, it should be reiterated, is among other things an intense search for identity, an ever-evolving exploration of Africanite and freedom, more than just political freedom, which is fundamental to the formation of any human identity, Caesar 1972, 75, 70, 76. 28 In other words, continental and diasporan Africans will never know who they have been, who they are, or who they are capable of becoming unless they have the freedoms, plural, to explore and examine their inherited historicity and the very human right to determine their own destiny. Colonialism petrifies the subjugated culture, wrote Eritrean philosopher Tnaserekwa Burhan, 1994, 101. Under colonialism neither the colonized nor the colonizer knows his or herself. The colonized live lives of double consciousness, as Dubois put it, or third-person consciousness, as Fanon would have it, and the sad reality of their situation forces the urge for freedom on them, Dubois 1997b, 38-39, Fanon 1967, 110, John 1968, 241. Grappling with the urge for freedom places the racially colonized squarely in existential and ontological opposition to the colonizer, leaving both sides with dialectical and extremely perplexing onuses. On the one hand, the struggle to maintain racial and colonial domination and discrimination, and, on the other hand, the fight for freedoms, that is to say, emancipation, lasting liberation in every actual and imaginable sphere of human existence. 29 Caesar, 1974, said, "It is the colonized man who wants to move forward, and the colonizer who holds things back." 52. The colonizer who holds things back, moreover, asphyxiates and or retards the colonized person's being in the world, their very perception and experience of the world in which they have inherited and inhabit. It is precisely at this moment that the 183. 184. Racially colonized human being is reduced to a mere object or thing in the colonizer's morbid mind, and in the racial colonial world in general. Note Caesar's colonial equation, colonization equals thingification, Caesar 1972, 21. He observed, however, that both the colonized and the colonizer suffer the consequences of colonialism. Colonization, I repeat, dehumanizes even the most civilized man, that colonial activity, colonial enterprise, colonial conquest, which is based on contempt for the native and justified by that contempt, inevitably tends to change him who undertakes it, that the colonizer, who in order to ease his conscience gets into the habit of seeing the other man as an animal, accustoms himself to treating him like an animal, and tends objectively to transform himself into an animal. It is this result, this boomerang effect of colonization, that I wanted to point out. Caesar cited in K. L. Walker 1999, 123-124, all emphasis in original. Caesar turned to the horrifying history of Hitler's Nazi Germany to ground his boomerang effect of colonization thesis. He intentionally chose an example that he knew was fresh in the European imagination, and one that was controversial, as well as one that would shock and awe his white readers. Similar to Notebook of a Return to the Native Land, Discourse on Colonialism was written and structured in a way to express a dialectical and intense sense of struggle, both internal and external struggle, and, perhaps more importantly, the development of negritude, the development, in other words, of a new black consciousness, a necessarily negative or critical consciousness in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world. Discourse on Colonialism, then, paints a picture in prose, as opposed to the surrealistic poetry of Notebook of a Return to the Native Land, which reveals the double consciousness and life-threatening dialectic of blacks' intense and incessant struggle to transgress and transcend the conflicted color lines and morally corrupting chasms of racism and colonialism. Much more than surrealism in blackface, Caesarean negritude represents fighting words, literally, used as weapons that bring political praxis, social revolution, and cultural renewal. Césare's work, his words, and ideas, were aggressively argued in French with the express intent of countering French racism and French colonialism. In Black Orpheus, Sartre, 2001, observed that because the oppressor is present in the very language that they, the theorists of negritude, speak, they will speak this language in order to destroy it. He also pointed out that the surrealists did not have the same agenda, stating, "The contemporary European poet tries to dehumanize words in order to give them back to nature, the Black Herald is going to defrenchifize them, he will crush them, break their usual associations, he will violently couple them." 122 to 123, emphasis in original. Césare's violent. 184. 185. Self-defensive and anti-colonial counter-violent coupling of words as weapons was also symbolic of the ubiquitous violence of black lived experiences and black lived endurances in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world. Notebook of a Return to the Native Land opens with a poetic portrait of Martinique's capital, Fort-de-France. The Caribbean capital city is contrasted with France's metropolises, and specifically Paris. Fort-de-France is described as flat, lacking life, and filled with colonial zombies, but, in spite of its inertia, it is constantly on the brink of violence. However, not the violence of liberation but the violence of survival, the violence of lives lived under a brutal, spirit-breaking, assimilation advocating racial colonialism, the black violence of the internal colony within the colony, the ghetto, and its vicious, breathtakingly brutal, and deeply dehumanizing violence. For Césare, his work/words must not simply speak to this violence, but more, it must combat it, and in this sense his poetry, as he pointed out, is accursed poetry. Because it was knowledge and no longer entertainment, it was political and no longer purely literary, Césare cited in Questlut 1991, 261. His work was also cursed, he believed, because it lifted the ban on all things black, 261. Once more, Surrealism made no efforts to do any of this, and this is precisely where Caesarean negritude, and negritude more generally, distinguishes itself from Surrealism, and, I am wont to aver, phenomenology, existentialism, pragmatism, Marxism, communism, socialism, etc. Caesarean negritude surpasses Surrealism in its efforts to simultaneously combat capitalism, colonialism, and racism. It also puts the premium on revolutionary humanism by extending its discourse well beyond continental and diasporan African life worlds and life struggles. In the following passage, Césare connects the holocausts of countless racialized and colonized peoples with the Jewish Holocaust and critically questions Europe's supposed moral conscience and emphasizes racism's irrationality. Therefore, when Césare wrote above of the boomerang effect of colonization, he was saying, very similar to Malcolm X, that the chickens always come home to roost, and that it is not only non-white/non-Europeans who suffer the violence of white supremacy and European imperialism. Imperialism does not offer allegiance to anyone. Caesarean negritude, again going back to Sartre, 2001, reframes the Jewish Holocaust by creating what George Isbotali calls the Holocaust of words, 122, see also Sartre 1965. In clear, sardonic prose Césare, 1995, explained. Before they were its victims, they were its accomplices, that they tolerated that Nazism before it was inflicted on them, that they absolved it, shut their eyes to it, legitimized it, because, until then, it had been applied only to non-European. 185. 186. Peoples, that they have cultivated that Nazism, that they are responsible for it, and that before engulfing the whole of Western, Christian civilization in its reddened waters, it oozes, seeps, and trickles from every crack. Yes, it would be worthwhile to study clinically, in detail, the steps taken by Hitler and Hitlerism and to reveal to the very distinguished, very humanistic, very Christian bourgeois of the 20th century that without his being aware of it, he has a Hitler inside him, that Hitler inhabits him, that Hitler is his demon, that if he rails against him, he is being inconsistent and that, at bottom, what he cannot forgive Hitler for is not crime in itself, the crime against man, it is not the humiliation of man as such, it is the crime against the white man, the humiliation of the white man, and the fact that he applied to Europe colonialist procedures which until then had been reserved exclusively for the Arabs of Algeria, the coolies of India, and the blacks of Africa. 201 to 202, all emphasis in original. The violence of colonial conquest, according to Césaire, dehumanizes both the colonized and the colonizer. As the colonizer ruthlessly dominates the colonized's life world and language world, the colonized experiences not merely dehumanization, but deracination, which means literally, to pluck or tear up by the roots, to eradicate or exterminate. Ashcroft, Griffiths, and Tiffin 1998, 68. For Césaire, 1972, the deracination of Africans must be countered with or combated through a violent affirmation of their Africanite, which includes not only their distinct identity but also their unique humanity, historicity, and personality, hence, their negritude, their distinctly African attitude toward the world. 74. What is more, negritude, being nothing other than a concrete rather than abstract coming into African consciousness, knows that it is equally necessary to decolonize our minds, our inner life, at the same time that we decolonize society. 76, 78. Decolonization, as Fanon eloquently observed in Toward the African Revolution and the Wretched of the Earth, demands a critical return to the pre-colonial history and culture of the colonized nation, a radical rediscovery of the pre-colonial history and culture of the colonized people. In his own words, the settler makes history and is conscious of making it. And because he constantly refers to the history of his mother country, he clearly indicates that he himself is the extension of that mother country. Thus the history which he writes is not the history of the country which he plunders but the history of his own nation in regard to all that she schemes off, all that she violates and starves. The immobility to which the native is condemned can only be called into question if the native decides to put an end to the history of colonization, the history of pillage, and bring into existence the history of the nation, the history of decolonization. Fanon 2013, 502. 186. 187. In order for the colonized to put an end to the history of colonization and bring into existence the history of the nation, they must make a critical distinction between their history and culture and that of the colonizer. Moreover, they must move beyond their current colonized culture and critically return to, and deeply ground themselves in their own pre-colonial history, culture, and struggle. And this is where we dance with the dialectic. As they return to their pre-colonial past, they must not romanticize and find utopia on every page of their hidden history. Their engagement of their pre-colonial past must be critical, expressly seeking to salvage only those things from the past that provide paradigms for decolonization and liberation in the present and future. Long before Fanon, Césaire argued for a critical return to Africa's pre-colonial past, a past he understood to offer many contributions to the ongoing Africana, and worldwide, decolonization and liberation struggle. In Black Skin, White Masks, 1967, Fanon asserted, "Without a Negro past, without a Negro future, it is impossible for me to live my Negrohood." 138. The future, for Fanon, is predicated on how one understands her or his past, and that is why he contended that if the Negro is robbed of critical knowledge of her or his past, then, a Negro future becomes questionable, and with it the very idea of the Negro and her or his Negrohood or negritude. In Fanon's dialectic of experience, 1996, the Ghanaian political theorist Ato C. Kyoto contended that in Fanonian philosophy the ideal of the post-colonial future was in its essential details called forth by a particular memory of the colonial past. 205. For Fanon, then, the very process of decolonization is called forth by the revolutionary reclamation and remembrance of the violence of the colonial past. However, Césaire, 1972, observed, there was a past long before colonialism, a pre-colonial past of beautiful and important black civilizations, and it is this part of the past that is worthy of respect and which should be radically reclaimed and rehabilitated because it contains certain elements of great value. 76. C. Kyoto, 1996, suggested that for Fanon political education meant nothing other than the practice of teaching the people a remembrance of their sovereignty. 211, all emphasis in original. When precisely were the people sovereign? Yes. You've guessed it, in pre-colonial Africa, before the European interruption of, and intervention into African life worlds and lived experiences. But, is this really so? Were the people really and truly sovereign then? One thing is for certain, the people will never know unless they critically encounter and dialectically engage their inherited historicity, which has been bequeathed to them by their ancestors. The past is inextricable from the present and the future in Caesarean negritude. It is, or would be, impossible to decolonize our minds, our inner life. 187. 188. At the same time that we decolonize society if we did not, or legally could not, possess critical knowledge of our Negro past, which is to say, our African past. In order to procure appropriate and applicable knowledge of our historicity and Africanite, that is to say, the lived experiences of our ancestors and their, if truth be told, multicultural and trans-ethnic identities, it is necessary, Césaire maintained, for us to return to, or, as I would prefer, rediscover, the lives and cultures of our ancestors to learn the lessons of Africa's tragedies and triumphs. In African Philosophy in Search of Identity, 1994, Dismas Maysalo importantly mused. Closely related to the concept of negritude, the idea of return gives the dignity, the personhood, or humanity, of black people its historicity, it turns it into consciousness or awareness, into a state, of mind, which is subject to manipulations of history, of power relations. It is this idea of return which opens the way to the definition of negritude as a historical commitment, as a movement. In the poem Notebook of a Return to the Native Land, then, the word return has two meanings, one real, depicting Césaire's historical repatriation to a geographical or perceptual space, Martinique, the other metaphorical, depicting a return to or a regaining of a conceptual space in which culture is both field and process, first of alienation and domination, but now, most importantly, of rebellion and self-refinding. Today, this return is a deconstructivist term which symbolizes many aspects of the struggle of the peoples of African origin to control their own identity. For many black people, slavery and the slave trade had provided the context for the need for a social and racial solidarity among themselves. Solidarity was their strength and a weapon with which to counter Westernism's arrogant and aggressive Eurocentric culture. Césaire's return to the native land was therefore a symbolic call to all black peoples to rally together around the idea of common origin and in a struggle to defend that unifying commonality. To Césaire, negritude meant exactly this, a uniting idea of common origin for all black peoples. It became their rallying point, their identity tag, and part of the language of resistance to the stereotype of the African savage. 1-2. In grappling with Césaire's negritudian notion of return, it is important to understand that he in no way advocated a return to a glorious, antiquated African past. To read Césaire in this way would be to severely misread him. What Césaire advocated was an earnest engagement and acknowledgement of black humanity and historicity, and the authentic Africanite that accompanies them. African identity, that is, our Africanite, does not exist outside of the discourse and horizon of history, and African history in particular. 30. That is to say, we must constantly consider the fact that European imperialism, whether it expresses itself as racial, gender or cultural oppression, or capitalist economic exploitation, has been, and remains a perpetual. 188. 189. Part of Africans, and other non-European/non-whites, lived experiences since the 15th century. 31. The return, for Césaire, was not so much to an African past as it was to a set of African values, an African axiology, if you will. Moreover, what Césaire, 1974, very similar to Dubois, appreciated most about the African past was its communal societies, its societies that were anti-capitalist, its democratic societies, its cooperative societies, and fraternal societies. 51, emphasis in original, see also Dubois 2012. In comparing the African societies of the pre-colonial past with the neo-colonial as opposed to post-colonial African societies of his present, circa 1955, Césaire stated that despite their faults the societies of Africa's pre-colonial past contained and could convey values that could still make an important contribution to the world. Here Césaire, similar to Herbert Marcuse in Counter-Revolution and Revolt, promotes a return, not to some imagined perfect past, but to the real, concrete historical experiences and desires of actual ancestors. Marcuse, 1972a, asserted that the anamnesis, the recollecting or remembrance of past events, is not remembrance of a golden past, which never existed, of childhood innocence, primitive man, etc. 70. On the contrary, what must be remembered by man, which is to say, by human beings, contended Marcuse in Eros and Civilization, 1966, are those promises and potentialities which had once been fulfilled in his dim past. The past remains present, it is the very life of the spirit, what has been decides on what is. Freedom implies reconciliation, redemption of the past. A critical demystifying engagement of the past must not only concern itself with what had once been fulfilled or accomplished or achieved in the past, but should also bear sober witness to the sufferings of the past. Marcuse mused, even the ultimate advent of freedom cannot redeem those who died in pain. It is the remembrance of them, and the accumulated guilt of mankind against its victims, that darken the prospect of a civilization without repression. 18, 106, 216. Moreover, in an essay on liberation, 1970, Marcuse continued this theme and maintained that the return to the past is not an attempt at regression to a previous stage of civilization, but return to an imaginary temps perdu, lost time in the real life of mankind. 90. The real life of mankind, as most of Marcuse's work attested to, is a life lived in many instances in pain and suffering due to domination, human over human domination, and human over nature domination. 32. This domination, Marcuse maintained in the aesthetic dimension, 1978a, must be remembered because losing track of, or forgetting, past suffering and past joy produces a historical amnesia that prevents the critical engagement and conquest of suffering, and the possibilities of and for the permanence of joy. 73. 189. 190. Césaire's notion of return is rooted in the real life, i.e., lived experiences and lived endurances, of people of African origin and descent, and it, like Marcuse's theory of remembrance, understands that revolutionary motivation may well stem more from moral outrage over the indignities suffered by ancestors than hope for the comfort of our children and our children's children. This may, indeed, explain why African diasporan historical figures and events, such as Toussaint L'Ouverture, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, Henri Christophe, and the Haitian Revolution, became recurring themes in Césaire's work. 33. One need look no further than his book-length essay Toussaint L'Ouverture, La Révolution Française et le problème colonial, and his play La Tragédie du Roi Christophe. Haiti, Césaire, 1972, contended, is the country where Negro people stood up for the first time, affirming their determination to shape a new world, a free world. 75. It was this spirit of affirmation and determination that made the Negritude movement, and Caesarean negritude in particular, according to Eshelman and Smith, 1983, set as its initial goal a renewed awareness of being black, the acceptance of one's destiny, history, and culture, as well as a sense of responsibility toward the past. 6. Emphasis added. What does it mean to have a sense of responsibility toward the past? It meant for Caesar, perhaps, precisely what it meant for Marx, 1964, which is to say, the tradition of all the dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brain of the living. 15. Or, perhaps, having a sense of responsibility toward the past may have meant for Caesar something similar to what it did for Walter Benjamin, 1969, who revealingly wrote, "There is a secret agreement between past generations and the present one. Our coming was expected on earth. Like every generation that preceded us, we have been endowed with weak messianic power, a power to which the past has a claim. Nothing that has ever happened should be regarded as lost for history." 34, 254, emphasis in original. Caesar desires to return to the past no more than Marx, Marcuse, and Benjamin exhibit a predilection to digress from their respective epochs to a golden past, which, as Marcuse reminded us above, never existed. It is not a return to a golden past which Caesar seeks, but a return to, or remembrance or rediscovering of Africa's historicity, continental and diasporan Africa's Africanite. Hence, Caesar suggested that the cultural workers in black radical politics and black revolutionary social movements recollect the truths, of their ancestors and elders' thought, that have been scattered throughout the globe as a result of the European interruption of an intervention into African life worlds and lived experiences. Certainly, then, Caesar knows, as European-American pragmatist Richard Rorty, 1979, does. 190. 191. That we cannot get along without our heroes. We need to tell ourselves detailed stories of the mighty dead in order to make our hopes of surpassing them concrete. 12. 35. Thus, Caesar's return to Africa is more spiritual, historical, cultural, and political than physical, and it requires a critical, dare I say, dialectical, exploration of the past, which for many continental and, especially, diasporan Africans means salvaging what we can in the aftermath of the horrors of the African Holocaust, enslavement, colonization, segregation, and Eurocentric assimilation. Caesarean negritude engages the absurdity of the African Holocaust and enslavement, and at one point in his notebook he solemnly memorializes African ancestors lost, like Toussaint L'Ouverture, to White Death, Caesar 1983, 47. The thought of so many blacks dying meaningless and misery-filled deaths at the hands of merciless white enslavers, colonialists, and capitalists compels Caesar to claim madness, the madness that remembers, howls, sees, indeed, the madness that is totally unleashed, and you know the rest. 49. If whites claim reason, then blacks claim madness, because we hate you and your reason. We claim kinship with dementia precox with the flaming madness of persistent cannibalism. 49. Here, as Eshelman and Smith, 1983, observed, cannibalism carries to its fullest degree the idea of participation. It symbolically eradicates the distinction between the I and the other, between human and non-human, between what is, anthropologically, edible and what is not, and, finally, between the subject and the object. It goes insolently against the grain of Western insistence on discrete entities and categories. Ultimately, in a political frame of reference, cannibalism may summarize the devouring of the colonized country by the colonizing power or, vice versa, the latent desire of the oppressed to do away with the oppressor, the wishful dreaming of the weak projecting themselves as warriors and predators. 13. Within the world of Caesarean negritude, cannibalism can be both an embrace and rejection of the stereotypical, representation of human-eating Africans, uncivilizable subhumans, and savages at play in a carnival of carnage. What may be more important in terms of Caesar's negritude is which humans his imaginary cannibals are eating, and why. Cesar's embrace of the myths and stereotypes surrounding human-eating Africans, black cannibals, cannibals noirs, if you will, may seem absurd, but only if his claim of madness is overlooked. Black madness is deeply connected to blood memory. In his notebook he announced, "So much blood in my memory. My memory is encircled with blood. My memory has a belt of corpses." As with madness, memory and remembering are very perplexing and painful for blacks, but it is only by overcoming the madness of white supremacy. 191. 192. And the irrationality of anti-black racism, and by returning to, remembering and reconstructing Africa and Africanite, that blacks or, more appropriately, Africans can truly be free. 36. Remembering Africa means challenging both whites' demonization and blacks' romanticization of Africa, and it also means bearing in mind that not all whites demonize Africa, just as surely as not all blacks romanticize Africa. However, I would be one of the first to point out that in a white supremacist society it is quite common for almost everyone living within that society, including black folk, to see Africa or, what is worse, Black Africa just as Joseph Conrad, 2006, did, as the Heart of Darkness, or Henry Stanley, 1899, did, as the Dark Continent. 37. Caesarean negritude, therefore, opens up critical questions concerning which Africa, or whose representation of Africa contemporary continental and diasporan Africans should return to in order to discover a usable past and ensure a present and a promising, truly post-colonial, future. Similar to Caesarean negritude, Senghorian negritude advocated a critical return to the pre-colonial African past but, unlike Caesar, Senghor's work consistently exhibited an intense preoccupation with and openness to contemporary European colonial, particularly French, philosophy and culture. Where Caesarean negritude can best be characterized by its emphasis on Africana self-determination, Africana history, Africana culture, and the struggle, of the black proletariat, Senghorian negritude is best captured with the words assimilation, synthesis, symbiosis, African socialism, and primitivism. However, it is important to point out that, similar to Caesar, Senghor's thought is highly complex and often draws from and contributes to both African and European radical political and philosophical traditions. Senghor sought to utilize and synthesize what he took to be the best of African and European culture and create, following the French philosophical anthropologist, Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, a civilization of the universal. The subsequent chapter, therefore, explores Senghorian negritude with an eye toward its contributions to the Africana intellectual tradition in general, and the Negritude movement in particular. Senghorian negritude. Leopold Senghor. Sedar, Introduction to Senghorian negritude. Born in Joal, a village at the end of the Petite Côte of Senegal, southeast of Dakar, on October 9, 1906, Leopold Sedar Senghor's upbringing was in some ways similar to that of Damas in that he was born into a family of considerable fortune, Valiant 1990, 9. His father, Basile Diogoye Senghor, pronounced, Basile Yago Y Senghor, was a businessman belonging to the bourgeois Serera, cultural group. In Black, French, and African, A Life of Leopold Sedar Senghor, 1990, Janet Valiant observed that although Senghor's father was known for his skill in divining and in predicting the future, as well as in enlisting the support of ancestral spirits on behalf of his own family, he was also a friend of the Europeans and practiced their religion, Catholicism. For his family, as in his trade, Valiant continued, Senghor's father acted as a go-between, a transitional figure between the traditional world of village Africa and the new world symbolized by the mountains of peanuts outside his store and the Catholic missions that were growing up along the coast. 9. Senghor's mother, Nilane Ndimbakhow, was his polygamist father's third wife. Valiant notes that here is some question as to whether she was of Pool or Sira background, as she was quite quiet and reserved. 9. Senghor's name, which several Negritude scholars have noted, seemed to foretell the colorful life he would grow up to live. His middle name Sedar came from the Sira language. It translates into English as one that shall not be humiliated or the one you cannot humiliate. His surname Senghor is a combination of the Sira word Sene, a Sira surname, and the name of the supreme deity in the Sira religion called Raj Sene, and Gor, or Gor is 197. 198. Etymologically derived from Kor, which in the Sira language means male or man. When he was 8 years old, Senghor started his scholastic studies at the Catholic mission boarding school in Ngazabil, a village in Senegal and an outpost of the Fathers of the Holy Spirit. After excelling at boarding school between 1914 and 1923, the Fathers of the Holy Spirit suggested that Senghor prepare for the priesthood in Dakar. His family agreed, and the precocious young man was sent to the Liberman Seminary run by the Order of the Holy Spirit, the same order responsible for the mission at Ngazabil. Senghor studied at the Liberman Seminary for 3 years, circa 1923-1926, primarily preparing for the curriculum exam for the French Baccalaureate, LEBAC, France's national secondary school, i.e., lycée diplôme, with a specific emphasis on the canonical Catholic philosophers. He was particularly attracted to the philosophical and theological work of Thomas Aquinas, the acknowledged standard-bearer of systematic theology and philosophical clarity. Commenting on his politics during this period, Valiant wrote that Senghor, like his teachers, was a royalist, and that his stated future plans involved the priesthood, not poetry or politics. 30. It was in the midst of his preparations for the priesthood at the Liberman Seminary that Senghor experienced an intense racial and cultural awakening much like that of Jean Price Mars during his Parisian lycée years. According to Valiant, various accounts are given of the collapse of his religious vocation. Senghor's version is that he was something of a troublemaker at the seminary, and that he had a confrontation with Father Lawless, the director of the Liberman Seminary, who believed that it was his Catholic duty to Christianize and civilize Africa. According to Senghor, Lawless took particular dislike to him, called him pretentious and proud, and even warned his family that he would never amount to anything. Sedar, in turn, judged Lawless a racist who treated black students differently from whites. African students were not allocated proper sheets for their beds, for example, and Lawless called Africans savages. As I had received a bourgeois, even aristocratic education, I reacted by affirming that we, too, had a civilization, Senghor declared in a 1967 interview with Jean Rouse. It is certainly true that Lawless had no doubts about the superiority of French culture. He had made this abundantly clear. 1990, 30-31, see also Rouse 1967, 15-16. In his characteristic conciliatory tones, later in his life Senghor insisted that Lawless was not a bad man. In the words of Valiant, Lawless was merely a creature of his time, who honestly believed that French culture was superior to all others, and this, an older Senghor observed, was the typical colonial mentality. 31. Whatever the exact details surrounding the quarrel between Senghor and Father Lawless, the older Frenchman with the typical colonial 198. 199. Mentality had the power to make the young, seemingly unduly proud and ungrateful, African student suffer, which he most certainly did. Immediately before his graduation from the Liberman Seminary and it was time to move on for further seminary studies in France, Lawless told Senghor in the tersest terms he could that he was not cut out for the priesthood and that the Liberman Seminary would not recommend him for further religious education in France. 31. Senghor was devastated. He returned home to Joel and, by all accounts, was incredibly depressed and withdrawn, refusing to leave the family home. He sat silent in the dark, both day and night, for long periods of time and, most unusually for Senghor, he did not read. He felt that the church had rejected him and likened himself to a defrocked priest. As far as he was concerned, he had spent his entire life working hard and making every sacrifice to become a priest. From Senghor's point of view, the place that he thought he had earned, and that people expected him to take, had been denied him. Valiant continued, it was a blow to his faith in the Church and in God, but it was also a devastating blow to his view of himself and the image he planned to present to others. Ultimately, Senghor felt he had suffered public humiliation, and how he appeared to others was already very important to Sedar, to the one that shall not be humiliated, to the one you cannot humiliate. 31. A deeply religious man, Senghor eventually came to the conclusion that God might have had a different intention for him and his life work, his life purpose. Almost as if bearing in mind the deep meaning of his middle name, one that shall not be humiliated, or the one you cannot humiliate, as a much older man Senghor transposed the drama and trauma of his experience at the Liberman Seminary into a positive one, stating, when Lawless gave the African seminarians their ancestral straw to sleep on instead of sheets, he was responsible for awakening the emotion that became the driving force of my adult life. I owe to him not the word negritude, but the idea, Senghor cited in Valiant 1990, 32. Although Senghor was being characteristically overly generous and placatory in his reflective comments concerning Lawless's obvious anti-African racism and quasi-fascist Francophilia, he nonetheless revealed that the seeds for Senghorian negritude were planted in much the same manner as the seeds were sowed for the blossoming of Price Mars's Haitianism, Damas's negritude, and Césare's negritude, which is to say, as a consequence of French imperialism, French colonialism, French racism, and outright French imperiousness toward Africa and Africans. In essence, Senghor was determined to prove Lawless, if not France and Europe more generally speaking, wrong, dead wrong. He committed himself to demonstrating that he indeed did possess exactly those qualities and characteristics that Lawless and other Frenchmen believed were utterly absent. 199. 200. In Africa and among Africans, self-discipline, self-determination, and self-organization. As he went on to intellectually evolve, sailing to Paris in 1928 and meeting Césaire and Damas while studying at the University of Paris, La Sorbonne, Lycée Louis Le Grand, and École Normale Supérieure, Senghor succeeded in transforming the meaning of this severe early disappointment from a defeat into a constructive step in his development. 32. Even though Senghor was given a second chance at seminary education, he reportedly refused, decidedly declaring, I felt I would not get there the instruments necessary for the liberation of Black Africa, Senghor cited in Valiant 1990, 32. So disciplined and determined was Senghor during his Parisian lycée years that by 1935 he had become the first African to pass the prestigious and extremely competitive agrégation exams at the University of Paris, La Sorbonne, specializing in French grammar, essentially obtaining the equivalent of the American PhD in French literature. 88. In order to take the qualifying exams for the agrégé, the exams for his PhD in French grammar, he needed to be a French citizen. As a consequence, he went from French colonial subject to naturalized French colonial subject citizen in 1933, 89. As Valiant observed, the title, agrégé of university, was one that professors and ambitious French parents consider synonymous with intellectual superiority. Senghor now had the distinction of being the first Black African to hold it. 107. Valiant somberly wrote, not only had injustice planted seeds that flowered in his mature life, but the missionaries themselves had been forced afterward to admit they had misjudged him. What may have appeared to others as an almost early intellectual life-ending setback, Senghor chose later to see only for its positive result. He had found a path more suitable for his talents and more useful to his people. It had become his own choice. 32. In other words, Senghor chose negritude. Moreover, it might even be said that negritude, in its own inexplicable and wholly mysterious way, chose him. Sedar, indeed. Senghorian negritude is at once a rebellious, albeit, not by any means revolutionary, affirmation of Africanite in the face of the politics of assimilation and post-war French imperialism. Similar to Césarean negritude, Senghorian negritude is a search for and an attempt to overcome the loss of identity suffered by Africans due to a history of slavery, colonialism, and racism. Shut 1998, 429. For Senghor, negritude is the awareness, defense, and development of African cultural values, but it also welcomes the complementary values of Europe and the white man. Senghor 1996, 49, Senghor 1998, 441. It has been argued that Senghor's extreme openness to the complementary values of Europe and the white man represents one of the major distinguishing features between his negritude and that of Césaire and Damas. Nigel Gibson, 2003, even went so far to say that Hawk 201. Senghor emphasized African sources of his philosophy. It would be possible to identify European sources for every one of his ideas, ironically, including Catholicism, which he merged into negritude. 69. However, based on our discussion in the previous chapter where it was revealed that Césaire's negritude was also indelibly influenced by the French intellectual, political, and literary tradition, example Voltaire, Victor Hugo, Charles Baudelaire, Arthur Rimbaud, Stéphane Mallarmé, Comte de la Tremont, Guillaume Apollinaire, Maximilien Robespierre, Henry Grégoire, and Victor Schœlcher, it would seem that many of his ideas can be linked to the larger French tradition in much the same manner that Senghor's ideas have been. Nevertheless, it would be an obvious misinterpretation of Césairian negritude to go so far to say, à la Gibson's assertion above concerning Senghor, it would be possible to identify European sources for every one of his ideas. Even still, critics have charged Césaire's negritude with a kind of acute schizophrenia or double consciousness that expresses itself one way in his poetry and wholly another in his politics. For example, in the aftermath of Césaire's negritude, and specifically his championing of departementalization, a number of critics have identified incongruities between Césaire's revolutionary literary fervor and his more or less moderate political work. The general contention is that Césaire was a militant poet but a moderate politician, which has increasingly caused many Caribbean scholars and critics to come to view him as a simultaneously contradictory, controversial, and furtive figure in post-Negritude Caribbean and Franco-Africaine movements. There has been particularly vociferous criticism of Césairian negritude emerging from members of the Creolite movement, whose work has obviously been influenced by Césaire even as it denounces his moderate political discourse for advocating departementalization instead of outright and authentic decolonization and national liberation. Members of the Creolite movement have also taken issue with Césaire's preference for and constant privileging of French literary influences and references over Caribbean and specifically local and regional Creole culture and literature. Too interestingly, Senghor's negritude, as mentioned above, has suffered a similar fate at the hands of the critics of his conceptions of negritude, Africanite, Francite, and Francoafrique, French Africa. As with Damas and Césaire's negritude, there are several conceptual convergences and discursive divergences shared between Senghor and Césaire's articulations and implementations of negritude. For instance, Senghor and Césaire's negritude hinges on an Africa-informed radical humanism that seeks to create solidarity or collectivity among the wretched of the earth, not merely in continental and diasporan Africa, but throughout the wider world. More specifically, Césaire's negritude oscillated between affirming 201. 202. Martiniquin's distinct Africanite and place within the Franco-Africaine world on the one hand, and a deep desire to transcend anachronistic and Eurocentric conceptions of Africanite and Francoafrique in a celebration of universal humanity on the other hand. An identical assertion could be made, and will be made below, concerning Senghor's negritude. However, it should be emphasized at the outset, both Césaire and Senghor's respective expressions of negritude harbor discursive discrepancies and conceptual contradictions as a consequence of their simultaneous embrace and enunciation of Africanite-informed particularity and radical humanist universality. Bearing all of this in mind, Senghor's Negritude provides us with an almost ideal example of the discursive discrepancies and conceptual contradictions as a consequence of his and César's simultaneous embrace and enunciation of Africanite-informed particularity and radical humanist universality. Hence, it is with this understanding that this chapter will be devoted to Senghor's distinct conceptions of Negritude, Africanite, Francite, African socialism, and African humanism in order to investigate both the lucidity and ambiguity at the heart of his effort to think through interwar and post-war ideas surrounding blackness, Africanness, Frenchness, socialism, and the possibility of a new and truly diverse global culture, an authentic civilization of the universal, emerging in the aftermath of decolonization. First, we will explore the discursive distinctiveness of Senghorian Negritude within the context of the broader Negritude movement, all the while considering the corollary Senghorian Negritude concept of Africanite. Afterward, discussion will be given to Senghor's articulation and contributions to the theories and praxis surrounding African socialism and the ways in which he transformed his Negritude into a socio-political theory in the interest of decolonization in Senegal in particular, and Africa in general. Lastly, this chapter will offer a critical examination of the evolution of Senghor's humanism via his conceptions of Francite and the civilization of the universal, and how Senghorian humanism, a conceptual correlate of African humanism or Black humanism, simultaneously discursively distinguishes and conceptually connects his Negritude to that of Césaire and Damas while, however obliquely, hinting at Fanon's Negritude-influenced revolutionary humanism to be discussed in detail in the subsequent chapter. Senghorian Negritude, Senghor's Negritude, Africanite and Francafrique. As with Césairian Negritude, Senghorian Negritude pivots on an axiological foundation that does not seek to return to the Negritude of the past. 202. 203. The Negritude of the sources, but to assert Africanite in light of ongoing French imperialism in the post-war period, Senghor 1971a, 51. The sources of Senghor's Negritude, however surreptitious on first sight, are different from Damas and Césaire's Negritude and, even more, different enough to constitute three distinct versions of Negritude, i.e., Damasian, Césairian, and Senghorian Negritude, which may very well share a common language, a common interest in the reclamation and recreation of African culture and, to a certain extent, a common socio-political vision, but which nevertheless developed and employed divergent strategies and tactics in pursuit of differing goals. In his classic, African Philosophy, Myth and Reality, 1996, the Beninese philosopher Paulin Hountondji characterized Senghor's Negritude as a kind of culturalism, which overemphasizes the cultural aspect of foreign domination while downplaying and diminishing the significance of politics and economics, that is to say, the political economy of colonialism, capitalism, and racism, and how each oppressive and exploitive system incessantly overlaps, intersects, and interlocks in African life. Worlds and Life Struggles, 160. Speaking directly about the distinct differences between Césairian and Senghorian Negritude, Hountondji asserted, Erase for Césaire the exaltation of black cultures functions merely as a supporting argument in favor of political liberation. In Senghor it works as an alibi for evading the political problem of national liberation. Hypertrophy of cultural nationalism generally serves to compensate for the hypertrophy of political nationalism. This is probably why Césaire spoke so soberly about culture and never mentioned it without explicitly subordinating it to the more fundamental problems of political liberation. This also explains why, in works like Liberté I, Senghor, as a good Catholic and disciple of Teilhard de Chardin, emphasizes rather artificial cultural problems, elaborating lengthy definitions of the unique black mode of being and of being in the world, and systematically evades the problem of the struggle against imperialism. 159 to 160, see also Senghor 1964b. In sidestepping the political by collapsing it into the cultural, Senghorian Negritude connects with and in some senses becomes an imperialist agent for colonial policy, colonial anthropology, and colonial ethnology. It, perhaps, unwittingly distorts the primacy of political and economic problems in the colonial world and serves as a colonial decoy, redirecting Africans' attention away from the political economy of their neo-colonial conditions, to endless, and often mindless, comparisons with European, and particularly French culture. What is worse is that these comparisons and cultural problems are themselves grossly simplified à la Placide Temples's Bantu philosophy, Alexis Kagame's Philosophie banturuandaise de l'être, Marcel Griel's Conversations with Agademali, and John Biddy's African Religions. 203. 204. And philosophy so as to reduce African culture to folklore, mysticism, exoticism and, almost exclusively, black popular culture, or Afropop, if you will, the most manifest exterior and gaudy aspects of contemporary continental and diasporan African cultures. The interiority of culture, its inner life and internal contradictions, the dialectics and dynamism of culture and, more importantly, critical questions concerning the ways in which colonialism, capitalism, and racism impact culture are all abandoned, along with cultural history, cultural developments and, of course, cultural revolutions, a la Domitian, Caesarian, and Fanonian negritude. Senghorian negritude, thus, solidifies and ossifies African culture, painting a sad and synchronic picture, a dull and purposely primitive picture of African culture that is then contrasted with European culture, which, if truth be told, is also rendered one-dimensionally and schematized for the purposes of pseudo-scientific, philosophically phony, and politically pointless comparisons. 3. It would be very difficult to deny the seminal importance of Senghorian negritude and its conceptual contributions, especially with regard to contemporary Africana philosophy and Africana critical theory. But, it would be equally difficult, if not impossible, to overlook that fact that Senghor's theory of negritude, with its extreme openness to the complementary values of Europe and the white man, has consistently glossed over the specificities of African cultures in an effort to present a unified conception of the black race and a pan-African folk philosophy, not necessarily to blacks, but more often than not, à la Sartrine negritude, to whites. This is an unrealistic and utterly absurd portrait Senghor is attempting to paint, especially considering the horrific and deeply divergent nature of the African Holocaust, enslavement, colonization, segregation, apartheid, and assimilation, but it is a fictitious and surrealistic portrait that nonetheless won him many French, and some pseudo-Pan-African, patrons. In this sense, then, Senghorian negritude has often been interpreted as running interference for European imperialists by downplaying the differences and specificities of African cultures and embracing white supremacist and Eurocentric misconceptions about continental and diasporan Africans. Houtanji, 1996, captured this sentiment best when he contended, "It is not often realized in the English-speaking world that Senghor's theory of negritude has stirred up a controversy in Francophone Africa which is, if anything, even more intense than the generally hostile reception it has been met with from English-speaking African intellectuals." While Senghor's Francophone critics accept the historical necessity for the rehabilitation of the black man and the revaluation of African culture, they have advanced strong theoretical objections to his formulation of negritude as a unified conception of the black race. Negritude is presented in these objections as not only too static. 204. 205. To account for the diversified forms of concrete life in African societies but also, because of its biologism, as a form of acquiescence in the ideological presuppositions of European racism. Senghor's theory has been felt to be too thoroughly implicated in the system of imperialist ideas to be considered an effective challenge to its practical applications. The question of African identity required, from this point of view, a different approach which could not play into the hands of imperialism, which offered no form of compromise with its theory or practice. 21. Clearly Senghor's work is complicated and full of contradictions, but there are several contemporary Senghorian philosophers who defend his positions, often while simultaneously acknowledging the contradictory character of his negritude and contrasting it with that of Damas, Césaire, and sometimes even Sartre. For his work has also influenced the interpretation of African literature, culture, and politics, usually providing philosophical fodder for revolutionary and anti-assimilationist Pan-Africanists, African nationalists, and African Marxists who take issue with what they perceive to be his overemphasis on the philosophical and cultural at the expense of the social and political, not to mention the economic. This is not to say that Senghor's Negritude was not political. Indeed, it was deeply political, but more often than not it was decidedly not radical political, not the kind of politics that would contribute to true decolonization and the authentic transformation or, rather, eradication of the age-old imperialist relationship between Africa and Europe. 5. Janis Spleth, 1985, has importantly identified three periods that can be used to chronicle and critique Senghor's evolving theory of negritude, 21-27, see also Spleth 1993. The first period covers the 1930s and 1940s when Senghor and other black intellectuals in Paris acknowledged a tension between African and European epistemologies, especially with regard to racism, colonialism, and humanism. Negritude quickly became a radical Pan-African intellectual path that enabled continental and diasporan Africans to search for and create an Afro-modernist, Afro-creolist, anti-colonialist, and anti-capitalist identity that challenged and destabilized the myriad anti-black racist myths and stereotypes that French, and other European imperialists held with regard to Africa and Africans. Senghor's rhetorical emphasis on a reclaimed, if not reconstructed, anti-colonialist and anti-capitalist African humanity, personality, and identity is what he came to call, as will be discussed in detail below, Africanite. During the second period in the development of Senghorian negritude, which began with his service in the French Army of World War II and ended with Senegal's independence in 1960, Senghor advocated for African autonomy, particularly in Senegal, and a kind of quasi-cultural nationalism that synthesized Pan-Africanism, African nationalism, Harlem Renaissance. 205. 206. Radical politics, surrealism, and existentialism. At that time he characterized his quasi-cultural nationalist negritude, following Sartre in Black Orpheus, as an anti-racial racialism aimed at European colonialism and racism. Senghor published several of his most famous volumes of verse during this period, including Chants d'Amber, 1945, Hosties Noirs, 1948, and Ethiopics, 1956, as well as his acclaimed poetry anthology Anthologie de la Nouvelle Poésie Nègre et Malgache, 1948. In the third and final period of the evolution of Senghorian negritude, Spleth identified, the period commencing after Senegal's independence in 1960, Senghor came to employ negritude as a tool for what he understood to be progressive national and cultural development. It was during this period, the post-independence period, that Senghor began to emphasize, much to the dismay of many revolutionary Pan-Africanists and African nationalists, that negritude was not simply the awareness, defense, and development of African cultural values, but it also welcomes the complementary values of Europe and the white man. In particular, Senghor endeavored to illustrate the value of intuitive, emotional reasoning, which he saw as African epistemology, and its connections to discursive, predictive reasoning, which he understood to be European epistemology. Moreover, he attempted to demonstrate the value of discursive, European, reasoning as he thought it should be developed in relation to intuitive, African, reasoning, which brings us to a critical discussion of his concept of Africanite. Similar to his definition of negritude, Senghor, 1971a, defined Africanite, Africanity in English, as the values common to all Africans and permanent at the same time. 7. These values, he quickly contended, are essentially cultural, which gives credence to Houtangi's above characterization of Senghorian negritude as a kind of culturalism that is preoccupied with and privileges the cultural aspects of foreign domination and emphasizes rather artificial cultural problems, elaborating lengthy definitions of the unique black mode of being or being in the world, while glaringly glossing over the political and economic aspects of racial colonialism. 8. Emphasis in original. Senghor's concept of Africanite, then, serves as a complement to his version of negritude, and each is as esoteric as the other and often intended, or so it seems, for a non-African audience. Negritude explains black being in the world to whites, and Africanite, initially, explains black being in the world to Arabs. On this last point, the connection between Africanite and its intended Arabian audience, in the Foundations of Africanite or Negritude and Arabite, 1971a, Senghor arcanely asserted, "I have often defined Africanite as the complementary symbiosis of the values of Arabism and the values of Negritude. Today I prefer to call the former Arabite." 8. All emphasis in original. 6. 206. 207. In introducing his concept of Africanite, Senghor quickly discovered that whites did not like the term negritude and, in his incessant efforts to appeal to whites, in the early 1960s he began using negritude and Africanite, in most instances, synonymously depending on his intended audience. Africanite was no longer simply the complementary symbiosis of the values of Arabism and the values of negritude, but now the complete contributions from us, the peoples of sub-Saharan Africa, to the building of the civilization of the universal. Senghor 1996, 49. Senghor's concept of Africanite contains at its core an axiological proposition that in many senses boils down to the question of how best to integrate Negro-African values into Africa's ongoing fight for freedom and discourse on decolonization. Here, then, Senghor's concept of Africanite exhibits its quasi-anti-colonialism and quasi-Pan-Africanism, but we will soon see why they can be uncontroversially characterized as quasi. There is no question, Senghor, 1959a, said, of reviving the past, of living in a Negro-African museum. The question is to inspire this world, here and now, with the values of our past. 291. But, really now, what are these values? As he observed in The Spirit of Civilization or the Laws of African Culture, a seminal text presented at the First Congress of Negro-African Writers and Artists in Paris in 1956, these values, the values of our past, are the very values that characterize and capture the humanity of the human in African life worlds and life struggles. The African has an intense ontological affinity with nature that is apparently absent from European humanity. According to Senghor, the Negro is the man of nature. He further explained, by tradition the African lives off the soil and with the soil, in and by the cosmos. He is sensual, a being with open senses, with no intermediary between subject and object, himself at once subject and object. Because, for the African, this special kinship with and immediacy to nature is first of all, sounds, scents, rhythms, forms and colors. I would say that he is touch, before being eye like the white European. He feels more than he sees, he feels himself. Senghor 1956, 52. For Senghor, this is the blacks being in the world in acquiescing, ultra-accommodating immediacy, in tune and in rhythm with nature and the cosmos. It is this servility, this docility to nature that is super-significant for Senghor, and he privileges it above all else in his characterization and articulation of the essence of the African, the authentic ontology of the African, or, as Sartre has said, black being in the world. Senghor suggests that these formerly negative images and assertions about the primitivity of black nature are now somehow, as if with the waving of a magic wand, miraculously inverted, positive pejoratives pointing to idealized Africans' pristine primitivisms. This, in a nutshell, then, is Senghor's much touted and often mangled concept of Africanite. 207. 208. From the Senghorian point of view, whether looking through the lens of negritude or Africanite, there is fundamentally a qualitative ontological difference between European and African rationality and epistemology. The Negro, Senghor declared in his own defense, is not devoid of reason, as I am supposed to have said. But his reason is not discursive, it is synthetic. It is not antagonistic, it is sympathetic. It is another form of knowledge. Furthermore, Negro reason does not impoverish things, it does not mold them into rigid patterns by eliminating the roots and the sap, it flows in the arteries of things, it weds all their contours to dwell in the living heart of the real. As if sensing the abstraction and absurdity of the preceding remarks, Senghor sought to clarify, stating, white reason is analytic through utilization, Negro reason is intuitive through participation. 52. Continuing to contrast African and European rationality, Senghor put forward full-fledged definitions and descriptions of black and white reason, asserting that European reason is undoubtedly discursive and utilitarian, and ultimately seeks to capture, control, and convert. The European is empiric, where the African is mystic. 59. The European, he went on to explain, takes pleasure in recognizing the world through the reproduction of the object. The African from knowing it vitally through image and rhythm. With the European the chords of the senses lead to the heart and the head, with the African Negro to the heart and the belly. 58. Ironically, Senghor asserted, the African does not realize that he thinks. He went further to elaborate on the African's essence, soul, and nature, essentially saying things French folk had long thought, and wanted to hear, about the African from one of their own, from one of their best and brightest. Recall Senghor had the distinction of being the first African professeur agrégé of the University of Paris, so as to confirm French colonial fictions and fantasies. After emphasizing that the African does not realize that he thinks, Senghor effusively continued. He feels that he feels his existence, he feels himself, and because he feels the other, he is drawn towards the other, into the rhythm of the other, to be reborn in knowledge of the world. Thus, the act of knowledge is an agreement of conciliation with the world, the simultaneous consciousness and creation of the world in its indivisible unity. 64. Here it is important to emphasize that, for Senghor, the above, rather racist or, at the least, primitivist and nativist, definitions and descriptions of the African are not simply historical and, ipso facto, contingent characteristics pertaining to a particular history and culture at a particular point in time. Quite. 208. 209. The contrary, similar to the white supremacists and Eurocentrists who put forward their imperial interpretation of history as though it were the definitive and divine, indeed, the universal and undisputed truth of history, Senghor in a similar although highly reactionary fashion, which illustrates his intense internalization of Eurocentric and racial colonial conceptions of Africa and Africans, put forward the above definitions and descriptions concerning the distinct differences between African and European rationality and epistemology. It is imperative here to emphasize that Senghor does not understand himself to be casually articulating an interpretation, or a culture or region-specific aspect of the African approach to knowledge. Instead, he conceives of himself as a conduit through which the definitive truth about Africa and Africans, as a whole, is finally being revealed. What excites Senghor even more is that some higher power has honored and ordained him, brought him to a higher consciousness, and bestowed the burden of the revelation on him, which he jubilantly and eloquently, I might add, articulates. Sounding more like a prophet than a poet or politician, Senghor said, nature has arranged things well in willing that each people, each race, each continent, should cultivate with special affection certain of the virtues of man. That is precisely where originality lies. 64. But, this assertion begs the question, from what metaphysical or supernatural vantage point does Senghor cite and derive the truth that he articulates? In other words, what are the sources of his Africanite? The former is a question that has remained unanswered for more than half a century, and one that I will audaciously venture to say cannot be answered because Senghor's articulation of Africanite, similar to his notion of negritude, is conceptually incarcerated within the prison house of l'altérité de l'autre, the otherness of the other, as projected and presented by Europe's Eurocentric metaphysical and indeed, divine and delusional, self-conception. It is from within the confines of his cell inside the prison house of this centuries-spanning Eurocentric racial colonial presentation and projection that Senghor conceived Africanite. Senghorian Africanite, then, as Sartre sadly said of Negritude, was born only to die, because it cannot and does not exist outside of the Manichaean world and the imperial machinations of Europe. From Senghor's epistemically suspect point of view, Africa is to enrich human culture and civilization through its intuitive reason, and Europe through the development of its discursive reason, and, ultimately, humanity will achieve Pierre Teilhard de Chardin's civilization of the universal, to be discussed in detail below. Here, then, lies the originality that Senghor mentioned above, and also here, in plain view, is his conception of the true or authentic ontologically speaking complementarity of African and European rationality and epistemology. Africanite's axiology, therefore, was 209. 210. Purposely produced, from within the prison house of a white supremacist and European imperialist world, as a politically impotent, insult-embracing, racism-accepting, and colonialism-condoning search for African, humanity, identity, and personality. So, is it any wonder that Africanite's values often mirror the very values that European colonizers and white enslavers projected onto Africa and Africans: intuitive reason, emotional, sensational, sensuousness, instinctual, feeling, rhythm, creative, imaginative, natural, agricultural, primitive, athletic, animalistic, hypersexual, spiritual, exotic, and erotic, and so on. Without critically engaging the negative portraits and mischaracterizations of Africans put forward by the plethora of Eurocentric missionaries, philosophers, anthropologists, and ethnologists to which his work constantly refers, Senghor falls prey to the culturalism that Hautangji charged him with above. The Eurocentric mischaracterizations of Africa and Africans that Senghor seems to primarily develop his ideas out of constantly destabilizes the discursive foundation of his work and gives it its characteristic, if not infamous, contradictory character, which is to say, the discursive discrepancies and conceptual contradictions I commented on above. His Negritude and Africanite naturalizes negative views of, and abominable projections of primitivity onto, Africans and somehow turns these views into timeless truths. Drawing from the pseudo-scientific and amorphous philosophical anthropology of Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, the racist and morally reprehensible ethnography of Joseph Arthur Comte de Gobineau, the flimsy and flippant existential phenomenological remarks on race and racism of Jean-Paul Sartre, and the inchoate colonial ontological conjectures of Father Placide Tempels, among others, Senghor is overjoyed to invent an authentic African essence. Critical readers are quick to query, how does he invent an authentic African essence? Quite simply, he inverts Eurocentric diabolical descriptions and explanations of Africa and Africans, reinscribes them, and then represents them as positive, authentic African evidence of an ontological difference in and for black being in the world. Senghor cannot comprehend that these descriptions are invariably situated within the contours of the Eurocentric prison house, which constantly conceptually incarcerates and colonizes non-European cultures and civilizations, because European culture and civilization is always and ever put forward as the model and measure of true human culture and civilization. By unwittingly utilizing Europe as the model of and measure for humanity, Senghor inferiorizes Africa and Africans, making them Europe's ideal others, and leaving Europe exactly where the Eurocentric missionaries, philosophers, anthropologists, and ethnologists he continually quotes would like for it to be left, at the center of all human history, culture, and civilization. 210. 211. Senghor asserted, I felt divided before my rebirth, torn as I was between my Christian conscience and my Syrer blood. Now, I am no longer ashamed of my diversity, I find joy and reassurance in embracing in one Catholic gesture all these complementary worlds, Senghor cited in BA 1973, 49. It would seem that Senghor offers us an answer to Dubois' classic question of double consciousness, but, as observed above, Senghorian negritude often concedes and, what is worse, embraces many of the anti-black racist myths and stereotypes about Africans without adequately challenging, or radically refuting them. Even more, Senghorian negritude has a tendency to acquiesce to colonial assimilation, even as it purports to defend African cultural values. Therefore, Senghorian double consciousness, if you will, often exhibits a hyper-consciousness of French and other Eurocentric views and values, and especially in terms of interpreting and articulating African history and culture, and it rarely reverses this practice and employs African views and values as a rubric for interpreting French and other European history and culture. This is not a double consciousness, at least not in the Du Boisian sense, as much as it is a single consciousness, or a colonized consciousness, a false consciousness that is predicated on and privileges Eurocentric views and values and does not challenge or destabilize Europe's long-held anti-black racist and colonial conceptions of Africa and Africans. Senghor's early writings on negritude were greatly influenced by Sartre's Black Orpheus, and as a result bear the stamp of what Fanon would later term in Black Skin, White Masks, 1967, Sartre's Hegelian negative destruction of black zeal, 133 to 135. 7. For Sartre, as we will soon see, negritude is a negative moment that is not sufficient in itself. Sartre saw the blacks being in the world, that is to say, blacks' struggle to be African in a European imperialist world, as merely another moment in a Hegelian Marxist dialectical progression toward a society without races. 8. However, what he failed to realize was that he, like Marx and Engels before him, reduced persons of African origin, and other colored and colonized people, to anonymous racial entities, or human things, as Fanon put it in The Wretched of the Earth. Sartre spoke as if Africans and other non-Europeans did not exist outside of this insufficient negative moment, or solely for the sake of the goal of all vulgar dialectics, synthesis, see Kyoto 1996, 201. Moreover, Sartre again, as with his philosophical forefathers, Marx and Engels, is quick to forget that it was Europeans, and white philosophers and white racist pseudoscientists in particular, who contributed to the development of, and, in many senses, perpetuated the concept of race throughout the globe. 9. When Senghor digests, for lack of a better term, Sartre's dependency theory of negritude and places it within the wider discourse of African philosophy. 211. 212. He, in a sense, does precisely what he claims the Negro or the African does when she or he encounters an object or the other. He dies to himself to be reborn in the other. He does not assimilate it, but himself. He does not take the other's life, but strengthens his own with its life. Senghor 1995a, 120. Senghor does not say what will happen to the African if the other is negative, or unjust, unethical, immoral, or irreligious. What he and Sartre fail to question is the reason why Africans, or any other colored and colonized group, would want to synthesize their respective cultures and civilizations with those of Europeans, whose thought and behavior have historically been horribly xenophobic and jingoistic and, even more, downright brutal and genocidal, toward non-European cultures and civilizations. 10. Perhaps Senghor and Sartre allude to the fact that non-Europeans, their lives, labor, lands, languages, and cultures, have been and remain dominated and decimated by European imperialism, and that, at this juncture in human history, they have but two choices: on the one hand, adhering to white supremacist racialization and dehumanization, or, on the other hand, certain and soon deracination. Surely Senghorian and Sartrean negritude reek of biological determinism and racial essentialism, if not a weak form of fatalism. Human beings of whatever hue are not unalterably predestined to do or not do anything, and non-Europeans, and African people in particular, must be bold enough to challenge their past and change their present colonial and neocolonial conditions. Early Senghorian negritude, being grounded on and in Sartre's negative conception of negritude, is an alienated negritude, a negritude that finds itself often at odds with Caesarean negritude, which claimed that our struggle was a struggle against alienation, Césaire 1972-73. Where Césaire understands negritude to be a concrete rather than abstract coming into African consciousness, Senghor, 1996, sees negritude, via Sartre, as a transient, temporal state on the way to synthesis, 50. Senghor's negritude may be characterized as cultural mulattoism because, similar to the literature on and/or about mulattoes, a derogatory term if ever there was one, there appears to be a constant, tragic threat of being forced to decide whether one is a participant of and contributor to African, Senegalese, or European, French, culture and civilization. 11. Senghor, similar to Dubois, 1986, 820, in The Conservation of Races, seems to be asking himself the quintessential black existential question, what, after all, am I? Am I an American Frenchman or am I a Negro African? Can I be both? Or is it my duty to cease to be a Negro African as soon as possible and be an American Frenchman? Senghor, 1996, suggests assimilation as the solution to the problem, but notes at the outset that many may misunderstand or misinterpret what he means by assimilation. There is a danger that the word assimilation may lead to 212. 213. Confusion and ambiguity. To assimilate is not to identify, to make identical. We must go beyond the false alternative of association or assimilation and say association and assimilation. 51, emphasis in original. He does not stop there, taking his assimilation theory one step further, and as if adding insult to injury, Senghor first applauds the colonial policies of Great Britain and France, and then explains how he intends, in so many words, to continue the French colonization of Senegal. Observe Senghor's, 1998, hat-in-hand and utterly unbelievable celebration of the European colonization of Africa. The colonial policies of Great Britain and France have proved successful complements to each other, and Black Africa has benefited. The policies of the former tended to reinforce the traditional native civilization. As for France's policy, although we have often reviled it in the past, it too ended with a credit balance, through forcing us actively to assimilate European civilization. This fertilized our sense of negritude. Today, our negritude no longer expresses itself as opposition to European values, but as a complement to them. Henceforth, its militants will be concerned, as I have often said, not to be assimilated, but to assimilate. They will use European values to arouse the slumbering values of negritude, which they will bring as their contribution to the civilization of the universal. 441. First, observe Senghor's openness to colonial assimilation and, second, his own admission that Africans have been, and are being, robbed of their basic human rights when and where he writes of the French forcing us actively to assimilate European civilization. With all of his discourse on negritude as a humanism, it is a wonder that Senghor did not take a principled stand against French colonialism, pointing to its denial of the basic humanity and right to self-determination of African people, its racial oppression, and its economic exploitation. Instead, Senghor celebrated French colonialism and European imperialism, absurdly asserting, "Although we have often reviled it in the past, it too ended with a credit balance." What is worse is when Senghor explained his first four-year plan, which he initiated as the inaugural president of Senegal soon after its independence in 1960. We had to eliminate the flaws of colonial rule while preserving its positive contributions, such as the economic and the technical infrastructure and the teaching of the French language. In spite of everything, the balance sheet of colonization is positive rather than negative. These positive contributions had to be rooted in negritude by a series of comparisons between existing systems. 445, emphasis added. Senghorian negritude amazingly understands the colonization of Africa to be positive rather than negative, and even encourages the continued teaching. 213. 214. Of the French language Notsenink, Sirr, Fula, Maninka, Jola, or Wolof, the most widespread indigenous Senegalese languages, but French even after Senegal's so-called independence. The comparisons between existing systems which he alludes to, then, are clearly comparisons between Eurocentric imperial systems. Even after independence, France and French language, history, and culture remained Senghor's points of departure. He unwittingly overlooked literally hundreds of indigenous African socio-political systems, institutions, and arrangements. He boldly paraded his preoccupation with France, and, throughout his presidency, 1960 to 1980, he openly sought to assimilate and recolonize, as opposed to authentically decolonize, Senegal. Moreover, Senghor astoundingly admitted that the backwardness of Black Africa has been caused less by colonization than by the slave trade, which in 3 centuries carried off some 200 million victims, blacks hosts, 442, emphasis in original. But, he then concluded in the customary contradictory nature of his negritude, capitalism, then, thanks to the accumulation of financial resources and its development of the means of production, was a factor of progress for Europe and also for Africa, 442. After giving a brief discussion of the cultural borrowings between civilizations, Senghor asserted that the civilization of the future must be the outcome of a symbiosis. 51. Symbiosis, the intimate living together of two kinds of organisms, especially if such an association is of mutual advantage, is not exactly what one is wont to term the history of power relations between Africa and Europe. In order for there to be true assimilation, synthesis, and/or symbiosis, Africa and Europe would both have to bring to the treasure houses of human culture and civilization their great messages, as Dubois, 1986, said, for humanity, 820. Truth be told, Africa, along with the rest of the non-European/non-white world, has had its mouth gagged, hands tied, and feet bound since the 15th century. Europe, and Europe alone speaks, and the remainder of humanity, all colored and colonized 85 to 90%, is literally forced by the threat of nuclear annihilation to hear and heed. As Fanon, 1967, poignantly and painfully put it, the white man wants the world, he wants it for himself alone. He finds himself predestined master of this world. He enslaves it. 128. Senghorian socialism, Senghors. Insufficiently African and insufficiently socialist African socialism. The foregoing provides a theoretical portrait, a conceptual snapshot, if you will, of Senghor's early Sartrean existential phenomenology influenced AR 214. 215. Articulation of negritude. But, as the Pan-African independence boom gained momentum, he revised his negritude and began to stress the importance of African views and values, African identity, and perhaps most importantly, an African mode of socialism. A decade after Sartre had pronounced negritude a mere reaction to, and an antithetical negation of white supremacy, born only to die, Senghor, 1996, stated that the struggle for negritude must not be negation but affirmation, 49, emphasis in original. Affirming both the humanity and distinct identity, that is to say, the authentic Africanite of Africans, Senghor posits that Africa, too, has its part to play in the great drama of human history. 13. He asks the question, is there any people, any nation, which does not consider itself superior, and the holder of a unique message, Senghor 1998, 439? As with Dubois' contention that each human group has a great message for humanity, Senghor's revised negritude maintained that Africa has a unique message for the world, but that the world must be bold enough to hear and heed the special message. The message that Africa can and must contribute to the world is, according to Senghor, contained in traditional African thought, that is to say, in the historical, cultural, and philosophical views and values of African people. 14. In this sense, then, Senghor, 1998, asserted, the Negritude theorists were justified in fostering the values of negritude, and arousing the energy slumbering within us. In fact, he continued, it must be in order to pour them into the mainstream of cultural miscegenation, biological process taking place spontaneously. They must flow towards the meeting point of all humanity, they must be our contribution to the civilization of the universal. 440. Where Senghor had previously asserted that the African does not assimilate, he is assimilated, employing his reconstructed concept of negritude, he now claimed that the African is concerned not to be assimilated, but to assimilate. Senghor 1996, 47, Senghor 1998, 441. Breaking away from Sartre negative negritude, Senghor swings in the direction of Césaire and suggests a re-engagement and reconstruction of traditional African views and values. However, Senghor, similar to Césaire, advocates a return to use Césaire's term not to the pre-colonial African past, but to radical traditional African views and values, because he feels there is much that could be appropriated and applied to the neo-colonial African present. Senghor, 1996, said, "The problem which we, Africans in 1959, are set with is how to integrate African values into the world of 1959. It is not a case of reviving the past so as to live on in an African museum. It is a case of animating this world, here and now, with the values that come from our past. This after all is what the American Negroes have begun to do." 51. 215. 216. One of the definitive values from the African past that Senghor, Sékou Touré, Kwame Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, and Amilcar Cabral, among others, strongly believed should be integrated into an animate Africa's present was African socialism, although, truth be told, each African statesman mentioned above developed his own distinct conception of African socialism to speak to the special needs of their decolonial and anti-neocolonial history, culture, and struggle. The African mode of socialism, asserted Senghor, 1998, is not that of Europe. It is neither atheistic communism nor, quite, the democratic socialism of the Second International of the Labour Party, 442. On the contrary, he continued, the specific objective of African socialism, after the Second World War, was to fight against foreign capitalism and its slave economy, to do away, not with the inequality resulting from the domination of one class by another, but with the inequality resulting from the domination of the European conquest, from the domination of one people by another, of one race by another. 444. For Senghor, and many of the other African socialists, Western Marxism and or Eurocentric socialism was simply too narrow to fully engage the existential and ontological issues of neocolonial Africa. However, there were a number of other reasons Senghor sought to discursively distance himself from what might be considered hardcore or outright orthodox Marxist doctrines, and part of that has to do with his deep desire to appear relatively neutral in the ideological conflict characteristic of the Cold War years during the period covering his inauguration as Senegal's first president in 1960 and his resignation from the presidency in 1980. Like Damas and Césaire, Senghor's early emphasis on the primary importance of African cultural values logically led to the translation of that emphasis into the political arena. Even though Senghor's first formal essay on African socialism was not published until 1958, there were many indicators as to the direction his political thinking was taking immediately after the end of World War II. Senghor initiated his political career as a member of the Socialist Party, joining the Senegalese Federation, then under the leadership of Amadou Lamine Gueye. Tellingly, however, Senghor resigned from the Senegalese Federation after only 3 years of affiliation. His break came as a consequence of his deep disillusionment with the domineering of the French socialists, whose main interest in their African apostles in the Senegalese Federation was chiefly centered around the Africans' votes. Senghor was also disenchanted with the Senegalese socialists who, primarily representing a small privileged petit bourgeoisie, remained uncritically and unrepentantly attached to France and, therefore, out of touch with the socio-political changes taking place in Senegal, if not Africa more generally speaking. 216. 217. Senghor's resignation from the Socialist Party is significant because it reveals that his political allegiance was aligned with his cultural allegiance, which is to say, his politics paralleled his negritude and Africanite. More specifically, he ruptured his relationship with the French socialists when they came to see themselves as some sort of third force arbitrating between the two great antagonists of the emerging Cold War, and essentially expected Africa, as an overseas European territory, to quickly, quietly, and eagerly follow their imperious lead. In an effort to protest the French socialists' efforts to essentially continue the colonial relationship in which Africa would more or less remain an appendage of France, and Europe more generally, Senghor tendered his resignation. Ironically, a year before his resignation, Senghor, 1948b, sat down his burgeoning and deeply troubling feelings on the situation. What is the essential problem? Neither electoral propaganda, nor the formation of a third force, nor anti-Sovietism or anti-Americanism. Our action tends precisely to refuse to enter one or the other camp. Because the third force degenerates from the international to the national level. To the extent that a party obeys foreign slogans. Our problem is less that of a third force than that of the primary force of Africa, which must once again become the first force. 26. Senghor took another step forward in his formulation of African socialism in 1953, during the Cotonou Independence d'Outre-mer, Overseas Independence, Conference, where the express aim was to define the African doctrine. According to the conference reports, the conferee's primary preoccupation was on the need for a theory that was rooted in African realities and ideals, which at that time resulted in a Senghorian negritude-influenced happy mixture of African socialism and spiritual traditionalism. Senghor 1953, 31, see also Valiant 1990, 294-295. From the period immediately prior to Senegalese independence and the mid-1960s, one of the major themes that emerged from Senghorian socialism was its emphasis on foreign socialist formulations being systematically adapted to the conditions of Senegal. Indeed, this was one of the great lessons Senghor learned during his tension-filled tenure with the French socialists under the auspices of the Senegalese Federation. By the time he convened the Conference on African Socialism held in Dakar in December of 1962, Senghor strongly stressed that the problem is not to find ready-made solutions, but to search, objectively, for possible solutions. In the light of African realities, Senghor 1963a, 11. Because African realities, which is to say, African life worlds and life struggles, were qualitatively different from those of folk elsewhere, especially in Europe, and considering that continental and national development. 217. 218. Must be a core concern of any socio-political program implemented in Africa in the aftermath of the independence boom. Senghor came to the conclusion that the experiences of other continents and civilizations, especially as expressed in systems and slogans, quite simply cannot be possible solutions for Africa and Africans. Consequently, Senghorian socialism has at its core a selective rejection of foreign experience, even as he, at times, schizophrenically considered French culture foreign and, at other times, universal. Senghor's rhetorical, 1964 repudiation of foreign formulations of socialism is best captured when he declared, "We have rejected prefabricated models. We have not let ourselves be seduced by Russian, Chinese, or Scandinavian models. After an objective examination, we have learned lessons from the successes and failures of the different socialist experiments. Above all, we have observed that formulae like priority for heavy industry or agrarian reform have no magic power within themselves. Applied dogmatically, they have produced partial failures." 62. Therefore, Senghorian socialism rejects certain elements of the experience of both the West and the East. For instance, A capitalist economic system simply cannot be superimposed on a newly independent country that has neither savings nor many of its citizens dedicated to or schooled in the intricacies of such a system. As an avid student of European history, and particularly French history, Senghor was determined to circumvent the social miseries of the invisible hand during the Industrial Revolution in Europe and utilize the new Senegalese government as a visible arm and agent of social change and social justice. Furthermore, the alienation of the workers from their spiritual and cultural values endemic to the capitalist model did not appeal to the highly religious Senghor, who admonished the Senegalese, and Africans more broadly, not to make money and materialism their god and their way of life à l'américaine. The communist model was arguably even less appealing to Senghor, 1961, in light of the fact that he believed it to be a soulless monster whose purely materialistic and deterministic postulate ill accords with his religiosity, optimism, and passionate belief that human beings, indeed, can transform themselves and their environments. From Senghor's point of view, to follow the communist panacea of redistributing land, for example, would simply be placing the cart before the horse in the period immediately following independence in Senegal. He asserted, to give the land to the peasants does not lead very far if they were not previously given the means to make the land bear fruit. 62. Moreover, Senghor observed, national development of necessity requires national unity. Adopting the communist thesis of class struggle would more than likely produce the exact opposite and probably exacerbate pre-existing. 218. 219. And ongoing, i.e., post-independence, social divisions. Even more, Senghor reasoned, widespread nationalization in Senegal would not be in the best interests of anyone, since to nationalize, one must have national private capital and sufficient numbers of national technicians. In Senegal, Senghor plainly put it, this is not the case. 60. Senghor's repudiation of foreign models for national development, perhaps more than any of the aforementioned, also grew out of his desire to steer Senegal, and Africa more generally, clear of the pitfalls of the international ideological conflict as a consequence of the brewing Cold War. Hence, the nationalization of industrial and commercial enterprises was spurned in favor of a form of socialism that seemed to mirror Senghor's above-discussed negritude and Africanite. On the one hand, Senghor reasoned that nationalization would be a national economic disaster, not only because local managerial skills were scarce, but also because nationalization would more than likely scare off potential investors who would interpret it as yet another example of the communist influence running rampant in Africa, Allah, it was said at the time, see Kauturi and Guinea. On the other hand, Senghor would not allow any kind of anti-communist witch hunt in Senegal either, because such a situation would only inflame an already tension-filled East-West, communist versus capitalist Cold War that would only further alienate a newly independent African nation-state such as Senegal. Senghor made negritude an essential component of his official policy as the president of Senegal, and from the very beginning of his political career he emphasized the interconnections and intersections between negritude and African socialism, which is to say, culture and politics, observing in On African Socialism, 1964 c. We shall thus be aided in this task by Marx and Engels themselves, and also by contemporary scientists and philosophers, such as Teilhard de Chardin. Furthermore, we shall be helped by the theoreticians of Arab socialism, writing of a situation akin to our own, and finally, by a return to our roots, to the values of negritude. 132. Clearly, then, negritude, principally a cultural concept, was reformulated as a fundamental component of Senghorian socialism. In other words, Senghor consciously sought to integrate socialism with negritude in an effort to make both socialism and negritude relevant to, or, rather, speak to the special needs of Senegal in the immediate post-independence era. 165. In synthesizing socialism and negritude, Senghor believed that Africans could resist assimilation or, at the least, assimilate on their own terms, by embracing the values of negritude, even as they integrated the scientific and technological breakthroughs of Europe. 219. 220. For Senghor, then, a Senegalese socialism that incorporated the core ideals of negritude almost by default gave grounds for the continued dependence on the French. A so-called developing country such as Senegal needed the African-European cooperation that his version of African socialism encouraged. In point of fact, Senghor surmised, at independence Senegal entered world economics with apparent economic disadvantages. As a result, Senghor asked Senegalese citizens to be realistic about Senegal's relationship with France, and Europe more generally, insisting that the complementarity of states was of paramount importance considering Senegal's post-independence social, political, and economic situation. Indeed, hinting at his conception of the civilization of the universal, the complementarity of states would ultimately yield greater, dare we say, post-colonial human solidarity when its cultural, social, political, and economic materializations are taken into serious consideration. At the heart of Senghorian socialism is the belief that, at least initially, cooperation between Europe and Africa would eventually lead to a new kind of African economic integration that would transcend old tribal expressions of collective identities predicated on traditional cultural, ethnic, or linguistic affiliations. Senghor stressed that this cooperation was to be based on a dialectical balance between cultural progress, à la negritude, and economic growth, à la socialism. He also believed that new kinds of continental solidarity or, rather, African unity, would arise out of his brand of socialism that would be a major contribution to the civilization of the universal. Moreover, it is in this sense that Senghor conceived of Francofrique or Eurafrique as a whole as a concrete manifestation of one of post-colonial Africa's greatest contributions to the civilization of the universal. Obviously, Senghor's conception of the central role that culture plays in human history, culture, and struggle is at the heart of, and conceptually connects his theory of negritude and Africanite to his articulation of African socialism and the radical humanism at the core of his conception of the civilization of the universal. Emphasis must be placed on the ways in which Senghorian socialism mirrors Senghorian negritude in its essentialism. Much like his negritude, Senghor's socialism looked forward to a future of a métissage of culture, a cross-fertilizing of culture through which each culture offered up its best to the others. For example, where Europe might contribute its calculating rationalism and crude industrialism, African would offer its ideals of the spirit, solidarity, and communalism to the civilization of the universal. In other words, Africa would draw from Europe's economic resources, science, and technological developments to further its own ends, where Europe would draw from Africa's spirit, rhythm, and communalism to further its own ends. This is one of the fundamental outcomes of Senghorian socialism. 220. 221. And, he emphasized, it is a version of socialism that is distinctly African in that it would enable the African to continue to be African or, as he said above, not to be assimilated, but to assimilate on her or his own terms. That being the case, and in the spirit of his negritude, Senghor held the belief that cultural independence must come about prior to all other forms of independence. He asserted, the independence of the spirit, cultural independence, is the necessary prerequisite of other independences, political, economic, and social. 69, emphasis in original. Note that in the world of Senghorian socialism, a world where all cultures, nations, and civilizations are cooperative and interdependent, Africa's contributions and participation is once again a la Senghorian negritude essentialized and reduced to spirit, emotion, nature, and rhythm. The essentialism at the heart of Senghorian socialism is further brought to the fore by the fact that, similar to his version of negritude, Senghor consistently based his articulation of African socialism on the writings of French reformist colonial administrators and amateur ethnographers such as Maurice Delafosse, Georges Hardy, and Robert de la Vignette, who, according to David Murphy, 2009, began to move away from the rhetoric of Africa as a blank canvas onto which France would project its civilization through a process of assimilation. 162. In fact, in his articulation of African socialism, Senghor, 1964 c. frequently referred to ethnography in order to accent the communal characteristics he believed to be endemic to African societies. To return to the distinction between Negro-African and collectivist European society, I would say that the latter is an assembly of individuals. Negro-African society puts more stress on the group than on the individual, more on solidarity than on the activity and needs of the individual, more on the communion of persons than on their autonomy. Ours is a communal society. 93-94. In contradistinction to European socialism, African socialism, according to Senghor, being based on the collectivism of traditional African societies, offers the civilization of the universal a major model for the creation of an authentic multicultural and trans-ethnic communal society and egalitarian system. Indeed, in ethnography after ethnography, Senghor surmised a common theme of socialist values being inherently at the heart of traditional African societies and emerging frequently enough to give him grounds to assert the pre-colonial and extra-colonial socialist ideals of Africa. African socialism, in fact, predated European socialism, but was interrupted or, at the very least, impeded as a consequence of Europe's colonization of Africa. However, other than very vague references to collectivism and communality, as well as to intercultural and international cooperation, a nagging question has haunted our discussion of Senghorian socialism thus far: what if 221, 222 anything was in actuality socialist about Senghor's articulation of African socialism? Because Senghorian socialism, similar to Senghorian negritude and Africanite, masks much with Francais hyperbole and verbosity, ultimately I would like to suggest that Senghorian socialism for the most part functioned as a radical-sounding dialectic and rhetoric of approval and denial. Even as he condemned French colonialism, in the same breath Senghor sang its praises, especially the ways in which it helped to alleviate the backwardness of Black Africa, as he put it above. No matter how condemnatory Senghor's rhetoric, he actually approved of certain aspects of the French colonization of Africa. As a matter of fact, as discussed above, Senghor also held the belief that ultimately capitalism was a factor of progress for Europe and also for Africa. He went further to say the colonial policies of Great Britain and France have proved successful complements to each other, and Black Africa has benefited. What kind of socialist approves of capitalism? More specifically, what kind of African socialist believes that Black Africa has benefited from the European colonization of the continent? The other side of Senghor's radical-sounding dialectic and rhetoric of approval and denial obviously has to do with the ways in which he denied and downplayed class formation and class struggle in Africa in general, and Senegal in particular. It is when we come to Senghor's rhetoric of denial that we more clearly see that no matter how theoretically sophisticated his articulation of socialism sounds, ultimately Senghorian socialism is a socialism that is not sufficiently socialist, in the authentic, socio-political economic sense of the term. In other words, Senghorian socialism proves to be little more than an empty signifier in the immediate post-independence aftermath of Senegalese society, where the distance and enmity between social classes was as evident as wetness is to water and heat is to fire. Senghor's repudiation of class formation and class struggle was a belief he shared with a good number of African politicians at the time, all of whom believed that class solidarity was dangerous to African countries in the process of nation building, and that class analysis was not applicable to Africa. 15. Undoubtedly, Senghorian socialism was an adaptable if not outright accommodating doctrine that supposedly spoke directly to the political and economic problematics of post-independence Africa. Additionally, Senghorian socialism was purportedly designed to advance Africa's transition from colonization to modernization, all the while projecting a humanist vision of a better, post-colonial future world where the civilization of the universal is a reality. However, it could be argued that when and where Senghor, along with several other African leaders of his generation, failed to see the fact that what they conceived of as the inherently European traits of rationalism. 222. 223. Industrialism and capitalism were only one particular phase in the development of European civilization. They themselves were in all probability robbing Africa and Africans of their right to make their own unique contributions to bringing into being the civilization of the universal, which very well may involve Africa's own distinct versions of rationalism, socialism, and humanism that may be qualitatively different from European expressions of rationalism, socialism, and humanism. To state it outright and unapologetically, Africa's contributions to the civilization of the universal cannot be essentialized and reduced to spirit, emotion, nature, and rhythm. In fact, to strike the iron while it is hot, Africa's contributions to the civilization of the universal cannot be narrowly confined to negritude. One of the most obvious and major weaknesses of Senghorian socialism has to do with the fact that Senghor refused to acknowledge in any meaningful way that if, indeed, Africa was disadvantaged and at the mercy of the global capitalist marketplace, it was primarily as a consequence of his beloved France, among other European colonial powers, who pauperized and immiserated African people over a period of several centuries. If, indeed, Africans were poor, malnourished, uneducated, and ill-equipped to compete in the world economy, how did they get that way? And, if French colonialism was such a good thing for Africa, as Senghor intimated it was above, then why was Africa lagging so far behind the rest of the world, even those parts of the world that had been previously colonized by the French? Senghorian socialism was essentially used to mask inequality in a country, if not in several countries, where class formation was rapidly and often violently coming into being. It is in bearing this in mind that we have a clearer picture of how Senghorian socialism eventually became an ideology not readily understood by anyone other than Senghor himself and, therefore, had little or no real meaning for and applicability to the suffering Senegalese masses. Over time, as the esotericism of Senghorian socialism developed, so too did the yawning chasm between his presidency and his constituency. Senghor's selective repudiation of foreign formulations of socialism and denial of class antagonisms eventually diverted attention away from the role the Senegalese political and economic elites were playing in the transnational, especially the Eurafric, flow of wealth, as well as their increasing distance from the life worlds and life struggles of their constituencies. In other words, as Valiant, 1990, all but outright admitted, Senghorian negritude did not translate itself into a successful political economic instrument.